Before we begin, I want you to take a moment, look around. What time is it where you are? What part of the world are you watching from? Let me know in the comments. It's always fascinating to see where people are tuning in from, to know that even in the dead of night, someone out there is listening. And while you're here, make sure to subscribe to Sleep Theories, because the truth is always stranger than fiction, and some stories are meant to be heard in the quiet hours when the world is asleep, but you're still awake. Now, settle in. Let's begin. The librarian adjusted his glasses, the weight of the book pressing against his palms as if it were alive, demanding his attention. The air around him seemed to grow heavier, the faint hum of the library's fluorescent lights fading into the background. He ran a finger along the edge of the page, feeling the brittle paper threaten to crumble under his touch. The text was dense, written in a dry academic tone, but every so often a sentence would leap out at him, sharp and insistent like a hand reaching out from the past. The book cited sources he had never encountered before, obscure military reports, declassified documents from intelligence agencies, and testimonies from individuals whose names had been scrubbed from history. One passage detailed how Hitler's dental records, used to confirm his death, had been hastily assembled and later contradicted by a Soviet officer who claimed the body they found in the bunker didn't match the Führer's description. Another section referenced a coded message intercepted by Allied forces in the weeks following the war, suggesting a high-ranking Nazi official had been smuggled out of Berlin under the cover of night. The author didn't just speculate. They wove a tapestry of evidence, each thread frayed but still holding together a picture that defied everything the librarian thought he knew. He leaned back in his chair, the wooden legs creaking in protest. His mind raced, piecing together fragments of information he had stumbled upon over the years, a faded photograph tucked inside a donated book, a cryptic diary entry he had once dismissed as fiction, a map of South America with strange annotations in the margins. At the time, they had seemed like curiosities, nothing more, but now they felt like pieces of a puzzle he hadn't realized he was solving. The librarian's hands trembled slightly as he turned the page. A photograph fell out, landing face up on the desk. It was grainy, black and white, and showed a man standing on a dock, his face partially obscured by a hat. The caption beneath it read, "Buenos Aires 1948. Subject bears a striking resemblance to high-ranking Nazi officials." The librarian's breath caught in his throat. He reached for a magnifying glass from his desk drawer and held it over the image. The man's posture, the angle of his jaw, the way he held himself. It was uncanny. Could it be? Or was his mind playing tricks on him, seeing what he wanted to see? He spent hours poring over the book, his usual routines forgotten. The library grew darker around him as the sun dipped below the horizon, but he barely noticed. He was consumed by the narrative, by the possibility that history had been rewritten, that the truth had been buried beneath layers of denial and deception. The more he read, the more he felt the walls of the library closing in, as if the building itself were alive, guarding its secrets. By the time he reached the final chapter, his heart was pounding. The author's conclusion was bold, unflinching. Hitler had not died in the bunker. He had escaped, vanishing into the shadows of a world eager to move on from the horrors of war. The librarian closed the book slowly, his fingers lingering on the cover as if it might vanish if he let go. He stared at the title, now etched into his mind, and wondered how many others had held this volume, how many had read its claims and dismissed them as fantasy. But he couldn't dismiss it. Not now. The questions swirled in his mind, relentless and unyielding. If it was true, what did it mean? And if it wasn't, why had someone gone to such lengths to create such a convincing lie? The librarian sat in the growing darkness, the scent of old paper and dust wrapping around him like a shroud. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that this was only the beginning. The shadows he had been chasing for years had just grown longer, darker, and far more dangerous. The librarian's breath hitched, his fingers tightening around the book he was holding. The old man's voice was low, gravelly, carrying a weight that seemed to echo through the empty library. The air between them felt charged, as though the shelves of books around them were leaning in, listening. The librarian hesitated, then stepped closer, his footsteps muffled by the worn carpet. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. He glanced around, half expecting someone else to appear, but the library was silent, save for the faint ticking of the clock above the circulation desk. The old man closed the book in his hands with a soft thud and set it on the table. His fingers, gnarled and spotted with age, lingered on the cover for a moment before he leaned back in his chair. His eyes never left the librarian's, and there was something unsettling about the intensity of his gaze, a kind of quiet desperation, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. "Words," the old man said slowly, "can lie. They can hide. They can be twisted to fit whatever story someone wants to tell. But people carry the truth in them, even if they don't mean to. You just have to know how to listen." The librarian's mind raced. He wanted to ask more, to demand answers, but something held him back. The old man's presence was unnerving, his words cryptic yet deliberate, as if he were testing the librarian's resolve. "Who are you?" the librarian finally asked, his voice steadier now. "How do you know what I've been looking into?" The old man's lips twitched, the ghost of a smile playing at the corners. "I've been watching you," he said simply. "You've been asking the right questions, but you're asking them of the wrong sources. Books can only take you so far. The real answers, they're out there." He gestured vaguely toward the library's windows where the faint glow of streetlights filtered through the blinds. The librarian's pulse quickened. He pulled out a chair and sat down across from the old man, leaning forward. "If you know something, tell me, please. I've been chasing shadows for years. If there's even a chance that what I've found is true." The old man held up a hand, cutting him off. "I can't give you the answers," he said. "Not here, not like this. But I can point you in the right direction." He reached into the pocket of his coat and pulled out a small folded piece of paper. He slid it across the table, his hand trembling slightly. The librarian stared at it, his heart pounding. He reached for the paper, but the old man's hand shot out, gripping his wrist with surprising strength. The librarian froze, startled by the sudden intensity in the old man's eyes. "Be careful," the old man said, his voice low and urgent. "The truth has a way of destroying those who seek it. Once you start down this path, there's no turning back. Do you understand?" The librarian nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure he did. The old man released his wrist and leaned back, his energy seeming to drain away as quickly as it had flared. He looked tired now, his shoulders slumping, his gaze distant. The librarian unfolded the paper with trembling hands. It was a name, scrawled in shaky handwriting, and an address. Somewhere in the city, a place he didn't recognize. He looked up, questions burning on his tongue, but the old man was already rising from his chair, his movements slow and deliberate. "Wait," the librarian said, standing abruptly. "Who is this? What am I supposed to do with this?" The old man paused, his back to the librarian. "That's up to you," he said. "But remember, stop looking at words, start looking at people." And with that he shuffled away, his footsteps echoing softly as he disappeared into the shadows of the library. The librarian stood there, clutching the piece of paper, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. The name, the address, the old man's warning, it all felt like a door creaking open, revealing a path he wasn't sure he was ready to take. But he knew, deep down, that he had no choice. The shadows he'd been chasing were no longer just shadows. They had a name now, and he was going to find it. The librarian's knees buckled, but he caught himself on the edge of a nearby table, his fingers gripping the rough wood until his knuckles turned white. The room seemed to close in around him, the walls pressing closer with every ragged breath he took. The photographs on the walls stared back at him like silent witnesses. Hitler in uniform, Hitler with other men whose faces he recognized from history books. Hitler older, frailer, but still unmistakable. And then there was the man in the chair, his presence so overwhelming that it felt like the air itself had thickened around him. The figure leaned forward slightly, his movements slow and deliberate, as if every motion required immense effort. His face was gaunt, the sharp angles of his cheekbones casting deep shadows in the dim light. His hair, once dark and slicked back, was now thin and white, clinging to his scalp in wispy strands. But his eyes, those piercing ice-blue eyes, were the same. They bore into the librarian with an intensity that made him feel like a specimen under a microscope. "You've come a long way," the man said, his voice low and raspy, each word carrying the weight of decades. "I suppose you think you've uncovered something grand, something revelatory." The librarian opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. His throat was dry, his tongue heavy. He had imagined this moment 1,000 times, rehearsed what he would say, the questions he would ask, but now, faced with the reality of it, his mind was blank. All he could do was stare. The man chuckled softly, a sound that sent a shiver down the librarian's spine. "You're not the first, you know," he continued. "Others have come before you. Journalists, historians, conspiracy theorists. They all think they're chasing the truth. But the truth is a dangerous thing. Are you sure you want it?" The librarian finally found his voice, though it came out as little more than a croak. I need to know. I need to understand." The man leaned back in his chair, his hands resting on the armrests. His fingers were long and bony, the skin paper-thin and mottled with age. "Understand what?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. "That I survived? That history is not what you were taught? Or perhaps you want to know why I'm still here? Why I didn't die in that bunker?" The librarian nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure what he was agreeing to. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, each one colliding with the next. He had spent years chasing this moment, but now that it was here, he felt utterly unprepared. The man sighed, a long, weary exhale that seemed to carry the weight of the world. "Very well," he said, "but understand this. What I tell you will change everything. Not just for you, but for the world. Once you know, you can never go back. Do you understand?" The librarian hesitated. He thought of his quiet life in the library, the familiar routines, the safety of his books. He thought of the old man who had set him on this path, the cryptic warnings, the journal filled with secrets. And he thought of the photographs on the walls, the faces staring back at him, demanding to be acknowledged. "I understand," he said, though his voice trembled. The man nodded, as if he had expected nothing less. "Sit," he said, gesturing to a chair across from him. "This will take some time." The librarian obeyed, his legs giving out as he sank into the chair. It was old and creaky, the cushion worn thin, but he barely noticed. His entire focus was on the man in front of him, the man who had haunted his thoughts for so long. "The bunker," the man began, his voice taking on a distant, almost dreamlike quality, was a farce, a stage play for the world to see. The body they found, dental records, the ashes, all of it was a carefully constructed lie. I had help, of course, people who were loyal to me, who understood that my death was necessary for the world to move on. But I was never meant to die. Not then. The librarian's mind raced, trying to process what he was hearing. It was one thing to suspect, to theorize, but to hear it confirmed so matter-of-factly was something else entirely. "Who helped you?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The man smiled faintly, the ghost of the charismatic leader he had once been. "You would be surprised," he said. "There were many who believed in the cause, who were willing to risk everything to ensure its survival. Some were high-ranking officials, others were ordinary citizens, but they all shared one thing, a belief that the world was not ready for the truth. And the truth is," the librarian prompted, his heart pounding in his chest. The man's smile faded, replaced by a look of profound sadness. "The truth," he said slowly, "is that the world is not what you think it is. The war, the atrocities, the rise and fall of nations, it's all part of a larger game. A game played by those who pull the strings from the shadows. I was a pawn, just like everyone else, but I saw the board. I understood the game, and that is why I had to disappear." The librarian's head spun. He felt like he was teetering on the edge of a precipice, about to fall into a chasm of revelations he wasn't sure he could handle. "What are you saying?" he asked, his voice trembling. "That the war, that everything, was orchestrated?" The man leaned forward, his eyes locking onto the librarian's with an intensity that made it impossible to look away. "I'm saying," he said, his voice low and urgent, "that the world is not what you think it is. The powers that be, the ones who control the flow of history, they have their own agenda, and they will do whatever it takes to ensure that agenda is fulfilled. I was a tool, a means to an end, and when my usefulness ran out, I was discarded. But I refused to go quietly." The librarian's mind reeled. He had come here seeking answers, but now he was drowning in them. "What do you mean, discarded?" he asked, his voice barely audible. The man leaned back again, his expression darkening. There are forces at work in this world, forces that most people cannot even begin to comprehend. They shape history, manipulate events, and control the lives of millions. And when someone becomes a threat to their plans, that person is eliminated. I was supposed to die in that bunker, but I was warned. I had allies, and I escaped. The librarian's hands were shaking now, his entire body trembling with a mixture of fear and disbelief. "Who are these forces?" he asked, his voice cracking. "Who controls the world?" The man's eyes narrowed, and for a moment he looked almost pitying. "You're not ready for that answer," he said. "Not yet, but know this. The world you think you live in is an illusion. The wars, the politics, the rise and fall of nations, it's all a carefully constructed narrative, and those who control the narrative control everything." The librarian felt like he was suffocating, the weight of the man's words pressing down on him like a physical force. "Why are you telling me this?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Why now?" The man's expression softened, and for the first time he looked almost human. "Because," he said, "you deserve to know. Because the truth has been buried for too long. And because I am tired. I have carried this burden for decades, and I cannot carry it any longer. You are my confessor, whether you like it or not." The librarian's mind raced, trying to make sense of everything he was hearing. It was too much, too overwhelming. But deep down, he knew there was no turning back. He had stepped into the abyss, and now he had to face whatever lay on the other side. "What do I do now?" he asked, his voice trembling. The man leaned forward again, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. "You take what I have told you, and you decide what to do with it," he said. "You can walk away, pretend you never heard any of this, or you can take the truth and shine a light on it. But be warned, the path you choose will not be easy. There are those who will stop at nothing to keep the truth buried, and they will not hesitate to destroy anyone who threatens their narrative." The librarian swallowed hard, his heart pounding in his chest. He had spent his life surrounded by books, by stories of the past. But now he was standing at the edge of a story that could change everything, and he had to decide whether to step into it or turn away. The man watched him closely, his expression unreadable. "The choice is yours," he said, "but remember, once you know the truth, you can never go back." The librarian sat in silence, the weight of the man's words pressing down on him like a physical force. He'd come here seeking answers, but now he realized that the answers were only the beginning. The truth was a labyrinth, and he was standing at its entrance, unsure if he had the courage to step inside. But one thing was certain, his life would never be the same. If you're still here, still listening, tell me, was it real? Could history be nothing more than a carefully crafted illusion? Could the past be rewritten, reshaped, hidden in plain sight? Let me know what you think in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that linger in the spaces between truth and fiction. Sleep well, if you can. Alexandra Alex Hill stepped off the bustling Manhattan sidewalk into the modest offices of Global Financial Watch, the online publication where she worked freelance. The day's assignment seemed straightforward. Investigate odd currency fluctuations and rumours of a manipulated market crash. Nothing unusual in a world where financial markets soared or dipped daily. Alex, in her late 20s, had cut her journalistic teeth exposing minor corporate fraud, never imagining she might stumble on something with implications beyond a few shady execs. She settled into a cramped corner desk, flipping through reports about last week's currency swings. The data was dry, short-selling, suspicious spikes in commodity trades. Something about the pattern nagged her. She'd handled mundane finance stories before, but a random tipster had emailed a cryptic note. These trades aren't random. The puppet strings lead to bigger hands. The sender's address was scrambled. No clue who it might be. She considered ignoring it. Anonymous tips often proved baseless, yet a voice inside her itched to dig deeper. At day's end, she found herself in the building's cafeteria with her laptop, cross-referencing data. She noticed certain corporations had made fortunes from the abrupt currency slump. Behind them lay shell companies traced back to holding firms in places like Luxembourg and the Cayman Islands. Typical corporate secrecy. But the speed and precision of their trade suggested foreknowledge. She typed frantic notes. Inside info. Coordinated manipulation. Late that evening, her phone buzzed with a withheld number. She hesitated, then answered. Static hissed before a distorted voice said, "Look up Phoenix Council or New Dawn Initiative. These are not random. If you want proof, check the leaked doc I sent." Alex's eyes widened. "Who are you?" she demanded, but the line went dead. Checking her email spam folder, she indeed found an attachment labelled projectphoenix.xlz. Some sort of encrypted file. Anxiety prickled. This was no ordinary lead. Her heart thumped as she realised she might be stepping into something well beyond a typical financial scandal. The next day, uncertain how to handle the suspicious file, Alex reached out to Julian Park, a freelance tech wizard she'd known from earlier investigations. They'd parted ways after a minor story about data breaches, but she trusted his encryption skills. She arranged to meet him in a dingy coffee shop across town. Julian, tall and wiry, wore a hoodie and the air of a man who valued anonymity. He frowned at her screen, muttering, "This is advanced encryption. Definitely beyond standard corporate emails." He mentioned glimpsing references to ARC hush codes in the metadata, a sign of top-tier hush systems used by intelligence agencies. While Julian tinkered with the file, Alex explained how she'd come across it, describing the weird tips to call and the name Phoenix Council, or New Dawn. Julian's expression grew serious. Online conspiracy circles have rumoured for years about a new world order, or secret councils shaping world events. Usually fringe talk, but if these references are real, we're talking about people so high up that governments might just be fronts for their agenda. The notion felt outlandish to Alex. She'd never been a big conspiracy believer, preferring facts. But the puzzle pieces unsettled her. "Let's see if the data reveals anything," she said. "If it's nonsense, we drop it." Julian nodded, stashing the file. He promised to attempt decryption from his safe rig at home. That evening, as Alex walked home on quiet city streets, she felt an odd presence, like someone tracking her. She glanced back, saw no one, possibly paranoia. But her phone beeped, displaying another unknown text. "You're prying open a door. Stop now for your own good." She swallowed, tension rising. She typed back, "Who are you?" No reply. A tremor of fear told her this was bigger than just a financial tip. The next morning the phone beeped again. A cryptic, "We see you." She reported the harassment to her editor, who shrugged, cautioning her not to chase tin-foil hat stuff. Annoyed, Alex realised Global Financial Watch was squeamish about major conspiracies. Her editor insisted they had no budget for a deep dive on wild leads, especially if it risked lawsuits from powerful firms. "Keep the story in normal scope," he said. She bit her lip. Part of her wanted to drop it. Another part, that sense of a real story in the making, refused to let go. Days later, Julian summoned her to his cluttered studio apartment. She arrived to find him bleary-eyed, having spent nights on the encryption. He'd partially cracked it. The doc references council summits, media infiltration strategies, and a plan labelled Project Crosswinds. Also mentions direct control of some central bank decisions. The language implies a global group, not just a random hedge fund. Alex's pulse raced. Could a clandestine organisation hold sway over entire economies and central banks? They pored over lines referencing notifying top-level council operatives in government before orchestrating a market crash that served a strategic restructuring agenda. The doc ended with a phrase, "All must serve the new dawn." The references to puppet governments, colluding financiers, even manipulative media infiltration pointed to a hidden network shaping world events. This was beyond typical corruption, a broad, coordinated conspiracy that the mainstream might label New World Order. Torn between excitement and dread, Alex recognised that if these files were genuine, she'd stumbled upon a massive story. On the other hand, exposing it could endanger her career and safety. She asked Julian if he had more to confirm authenticity. He smirked wryly. Partial digital signatures match certain intelligence crypt stamps used by major agencies. This is real, and if it is, they will come for us. Hard. Their conversation was cut short by a noise outside, someone jiggling the doorknob. Julian peered through the peephole, a figure in a suit scanning the hallway. They froze in tense silence, hearts pounding. After a minute, the figure moved on, but the message was clear. They were being watched. Julian exhaled. We're in deep now. At that moment, Alex's phone buzzed with a new text. Walk away. You can't stop the new dawn. The timing was too precise for coincidence. She glanced at Julian. We can't just walk away. If we do, who'll expose them? He nodded, though fear flickered in his eyes. The next step was to find additional leads, confirm the doc's claims, and see if there were other whistleblowers or relevant events indicating a covert plan. They had no illusions this would be easy or safe. But something about the scale of the conspiracy steeled their resolve. Thus, the illusions of a routine financial piece had shattered, replaced by a grim sense that the world's big financial shifts might be orchestrated by hidden elites. Alex realised the journey ahead demanded cunning, nerve, and alliances. A single mistake could cost her life. Yet she pressed forward, soul aflame with the fierce conviction that the truth, no matter how big or dark, deserved to be set free. In the frantic aftermath of uncovering the Project Crosswinds references, Alex Hill and Julian Park realised every step must be measured. They parted ways discreetly, using coded signals to coordinate future meets. Alex returned to her day job at Global Financial Watch, feigning normalcy, while inside she felt a swirl of dread and determination. Even the mild hum of the office printers or casual chatter from co-workers seemed sinister, as if any colleague might be an informant for the hidden elite. She suspected paranoia was creeping in, but she couldn't dismiss the danger. Late one night, she received an encrypted email from a new contact calling themselves Nova. The message read, "Heard you want to confirm the NWO lead. I have partial evidence from inside a central bank. We must meet." The signature was a code referencing public cryptographic keys. Initially, Alex doubted its legitimacy. Could be a trap or just a scam. But curiosity overcame fear, and she reached out. The next morning, Nova replied with a location, a public library in Brussels near the EU's financial district. They insisted Alex come alone, though the distance was formidable. She discussed it with Julian, who recommended caution but offered remote surveillance if needed. Within days, Alex found herself flying to Brussels under the guise of covering a European finance summit. She forced a polite smile in front of fellow journalists, but her real motive was to meet Nova. She parted from the official itinerary, venturing to a modest library in a side street. At a back table, reading a thick economics journal, sat a woman in her late 20s with short dark hair. She locked eyes with Alex, gave a slight nod. Introducing herself as Naomi Flores, she said softly, "I'm the Nova you corresponded with. I'm also a junior economist at a major global institution, but I can't reveal which. The shadows we're dealing with can destroy careers or lives." Naomi explained how she'd encountered suspicious anomalies in currency interventions. There's a pattern. Always the same unnamed special committee instructing abrupt policy shifts, benefiting a small circle of unknown beneficiaries. It's not official channels, it's an invisible hand. My attempts to question it were met with silence or subtle intimidation. She slid a thumb drive to Alex containing datasets and internal memos. I suspect it ties to your Project Crosswinds. The scale is frightening. Global markets shape to favour certain outcomes. Governments get propped up or toppled, all behind closed doors. Alex's heart pounded. The puzzle was growing. If these manipulations extended to central banks and global institutions, then the rumoured New Dawn or Phoenix Council might truly be an orchestrated coalition. She thanked Naomi, urging her to be careful. Naomi, eyes brimming with worry, whispered, "I might vanish if they sense I leaked. Keep my identity hidden at all costs." She walked away quickly, leaving Alex alone with the thumb drive under her notebook. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, Julian dug deeper into Project Crosswinds, cross-referencing leaks from earlier whistleblowers. He found chatter on dark web forums about a powerful group known as the NWO, New World Order, which mainstream media ridiculed as a conspiratorial catch-all. But the forum users claimed the NWO was more than rumour, referencing control of major economies, infiltration of top-tier media, and rigging of elections. Some posts mention names like Vivienne Renault, pegging her as an old-money financial magnate with untraceable influence across continents. Julian flagged it for Alex. This might be the key figure behind your NWO lead. In Brussels, Alex used her press badge to attend a small finance panel where Vivienne Renault was rumoured to appear. Renault, a poised woman in her early 50s, exuded quiet power. She spoke of stabilising global markets and the synergy of public-private partnerships, words that sounded innocuous yet rang in Alex's ears as coded references to the manipulations. Observing from the back row, Alex felt a chill. Renault's polished confidence radiated the aura of someone used to shaping events from behind a polished veneer. After the panel, Alex approached Renault with a question about extreme currency interventions rumoured in emerging markets. Renault responded with a mild, dismissive smile, pivoting to broad, non-committal statements. But the fleeting tension in Renault's eyes told Alex she was on the right track. A passing aide quickly ushered Renault away. Alex left the venue certain Renault recognised her face. That night her phone beeped with a new threat text. "Back off, Ms. Hill. Ms. Renault's agenda is beyond your domain. This is your last warning." Pressure mounted. Alex emailed Julian the data from Naomi's thumb drive. He confirmed it, validated the structural manipulations, referencing code words identical to the Project Crosswinds doc. The data even pointed to a future pivot in interest rates that would crash certain developing nations, forcing them to accept debt packages under harsh conditions. If the New Dawn emerges, Julian typed, they effectively gain partial control of entire governments. Alarm blossomed in Alex. The scale was monstrous. She was just a freelance journalist with limited resources, confronting forces that dwarfed her. Could she realistically expose them? She realised she needed allies. She confided in Manny, a reluctant editor at Global Financial Watch, but Manny was panicked. "We can't publish unverified conspiracy talk. You'd ruin us. We'd face lawsuits from half the world's top banks, unless you have bulletproof evidence." She insisted the data was real. Manny demanded official confirmations or named sources, catch-22, given that naming Naomi might endanger her. Manny apologised, unwilling to risk the publication. Undeterred, Alex weighed an alternative, leaking it to bigger outlets or open-source sites, but that too might invite immediate retaliation. Soon after, a wave of sabotage hit. Alex's apartment was ransacked, her notes scattered, laptop stolen. She discovered a small black SUV parked near her building, its occupants eyeing her window. She suspected Raphael Bishop, the rumoured security enforcer for the NWO, was behind it. She recognised the name from glimpses in Project Crosswinds, describing a Bishop's security. Realising her personal safety was at stake, she relocated to a friend's spare room, keeping her location quiet. In a hidden online conversation, Julian pressed her to keep going. He wrote, "We can't let them scare us silent. If you have verifiable evidence and Naomi's data, We might unravel a global conspiracy. We just need to do it carefully. Maybe a bombshell release, widely shared in real time. Alex nodded at the screen, adrenaline spiking. The plan: gather enough to corner a top conspirator, forcing them to reveal the NWO scheme publicly, or secure a massive leak that evidence alone would confirm. But the conspirators wouldn't remain idle. As if to confirm that, a cryptic phone call reached Alex's temporary phone, a distorted voice, calm yet menacing. "We advised you to drop this. You're meddling in affairs that steer the world's destiny. Turn away, or you vanish." The call ended, leaving her shaking. She was resolute, though fear coursed in her veins. If the NWO truly manipulated entire economies for their shadowy vision, she couldn't simply walk away. Something in her moral compass demanded she press forward, no matter the cost. Thus, the net tightened. The next step was to find the hidden summits or boardrooms where Renault, Bishop and others hashed out strategies for their global reshaping. If Alex could record direct confessions, or show footage of them planning an orchestrated crisis, the world might be forced to confront the truth, or so she hoped. As she closed her eyes that night, the swirl of dread and excitement lulled her into fitful sleep, overshadowed by the knowledge that soon she would challenge powerful elites who treated entire nations like chess pieces in their grand design for a new dawn. Despite the rising tension, Alex Hill found fleeting hope in the quiet support of a small network of rogue activists and journalists. Through a recommendation from Julian Park, she contacted a group calling themselves Underground Horizon, a loose collective that had whispered about global conspiracies for years, though rarely with tangible proof. Their circle was wary but intrigued by Alex's partial evidence. Project Crosswinds, references to New Dawn, and Naomi's financial data from the central bank. The group's base operated from a rundown loft in an industrial district, all hush-hush. When Alex arrived, a stern-faced middle-aged man named Leon greeted her. Around a makeshift table sat half a dozen individuals, each with distinct backgrounds: ex-soldiers, whistleblowers, fringe reporters. They grilled Alex for an hour. "How do we know you're not a plant?" "We've seen infiltration attempts." She recounted her story from the start, showing them the remnants of the leaked docs, explaining the suspicious phone threats. Finally, a stocky woman named Sasha eased up, saying, "All right, you're either genuine or a very good actress. We believe you." With that, they shared their own tales. Over the years, they'd heard rumours of a NWO pulling strings behind the scenes, but never pinned down direct leads. Now, Alex's intel might be the key to exposing them. Meanwhile, across the city, Julian's hacking efforts uncovered a startling find: an upcoming private forum in a luxurious resort outside Brussels, featuring major corporate and political figures. The forum was nominally a global finance retreat, but private emails indicated it was a front for top-tier power brokers. Possibly the place where Vivian Renault and her associates would discuss the next phase of their New Dawn plan. This might be the best chance to capture them in the act. Yet infiltration would be risky. Security would be tight, potentially run by Raphael Bishop's firm. Naomi Flores, still trembling from the weight of her involvement, debated fleeing the continent. She confided in Alex via a secure call, voice shaking. "I see men tailing me near my office. My superiors are asking about missing files. If they discover I leaked anything, I'm done." Alex pleaded with her to hold on a bit longer, insisting the upcoming infiltration could break everything wide open. Naomi, torn by fear and the desire to do what's right, reluctantly agreed to pass final key data about the finances. After that, she intended to vanish. Alex felt guilty, but recognised Naomi's insider knowledge was crucial. In a clandestine planning session, Alex, Julian and a few from the Underground Horizon group hammered out the infiltration approach. They'd pose as staff or lesser-known delegates at the retreat with forged IDs. They hoped to rig hidden cameras to stream any incriminating discussions. If they broadcast in real time across multiple online platforms, the conspirators couldn't simply hush it up. Leon insisted on precision. One slip and we're done. They'll have ex-military ops. We must get in, get evidence, and get out. The plan conjured images of a spy movie, yet it was their best shot. Days passed in a haze of preparations. Sasha taught Alex how to use a small wearable camera disguised as a brooch. Julian tested a portable signal booster to ensure the live feed overcame any jamming. Naomi forwarded the retreat's official guest list she'd quietly swiped from her workplace's computer system. Indeed, Vivian Renault's name was on it, along with multiple global finance bigwigs, some top government advisors, and certain private security not listed in detail, likely Bishop's men. Tension soared. If they managed to record Renault bragging about orchestrating economic upheavals or referencing Project Crosswinds, it could be the final blow exposing the NWO. On the eve of the infiltration, Alex's phone buzzed with an unknown text. "We know you plan to disrupt the Brussels Forum, don't test us." She shuddered at how easily they tracked her. Julian, equally unnerved, changed phone SIMs, used anonymizing software. They parted ways until the operation, each moving carefully, checking for tails. Alex took minimal luggage, forging a new press pass identity to appear as a minor journalist from a lesser-known trade publication. Arriving at the retreat's location, a grand estate in the countryside near Brussels, Alex and the small infiltration team feigned normalcy. The estate gates allowed delegates with correct passes. Guards wearing discreet earpieces scanned them. Alex's heart hammered as she presented her ID. The guard gave a polite nod, letting her pass. That small success was their first hurdle cleared. Inside the foyer, a swirl of luxurious decor and hushed networking encompassed them. The official schedule mentioned panel discussions on global economic resilience, but Alex suspected the real meetings would be behind closed doors. Julian had found a vantage point in a back server room, hooking into the estate's private Wi-Fi. He was masked as an IT consultant. If all went well, once Alex activated her hidden camera, he'd broadcast the feed to multiple secure streaming sites. The rest of the infiltration group spaced themselves around the estate, some as waitstaff, others as low-level PR reps, ready to spring into action if needed. Eventually Alex spied Vivian Renault ascending a stairway toward a restricted conference room. Renault moved with poised confidence, flanked by men in sharp suits. Alex quietly followed at a distance. On the second floor she caught a glimpse of name plaques outside a closed door. Council Roundtable, private. 2 imposing guards stood watch. She needed a different approach. She ducked into an adjacent hallway that seemed to lead behind the conference area. In the corridor's hush, she overheard faint voices from the next room, someone referencing the final stage of Crosswinds, compliance from certain heads of state, and how a unified front would ensure the new dawn overcame political friction. The words quickened her pulse. This was it. She carefully placed a small listening device near an air vent, linking it to Julian's laptop. Over the earpiece, she heard snatches of conversation. "This meltdown will finalise our hold on X nation. We'll push new trade rules that lock them into indefinite debt, all in line with the Council's directive." Alex trembled at the brazen talk. No illusions here. These elites openly plan to shape entire nations' futures. Moments later, footsteps approached from behind. She turned to see a suited man, cold-eyed, approaching fast, Raphael Bishop. He recognized her from earlier research? Possibly. His face twisted with an angry sneer. "You? I warned you!" He lunged, grabbing for her. She managed to slip from his grip, but he shoved her harshly against the wall. Her heart thundered. The plan was unravelling. She had to get away, get to Julian's vantage point, or at least get the livestream started. At that precise instant, the faint hum from her earpiece signalled that Julian had begun streaming. She heard him whisper, "We're live. If you can get them to admit the agenda on camera, do it. The feed is rolling, but we need them on visuals." Summoning courage, Alex twisted away from Bishop, shouting, "You can't hide this!" We have your entire plan on record." He advanced menacingly, but from behind him a swirl of confusion erupted. Members of the infiltration team had triggered a distraction alarm. Bishop turned briefly, and Alex darted forward, slipping into the conference room's door just as it opened. Inside, a cluster of stunned delegates and Renault herself whirled to see who barged in. The next few seconds would decide everything. Could Alex broadcast definitive proof of the NWO conspirators revealing themselves to the world, or would they silence her on the spot? Alex Hill stumbled into the opulent conference room, breath ragged. Eyes of powerful figures turned upon her, men and women in tailored suits arrayed around a polished mahogany table. At the head sat Vivian Renault, her expression shifting from polite shock to an icy fury. Bodyguards near the wall started to move. The hush became electric, a tension thick enough to choke on. Alex forced herself to stand tall, heart galloping, reminding herself that Julian was streaming everything live. If the camera pinned to her jacket was still intact. A moment of indecision froze the group. Some delegates recognized Alex from small finance press coverage. Renault's face darkened with immediate recognition of the threat she posed. Raphael Bishop stormed in moments later, posture coiled like a predator. "Close the doors," he barked to the guards. "No one else enters or leaves." Some inside the room looked uneasy. Others calmly watched, as though used to crisis management. Alex raised her voice, trembling but resolute. "You, all of you, orchestrated market crashes and manipulated entire governments. You speak of Project Crosswinds and a new dawn. It's all recorded now. The world is seeing this." A flicker of alarm crossed a few faces. Renault, however, gave a short, cold laugh. "Little journalist, do you truly think your homemade broadcast can topple what we've built for decades?" She gestured around at the delegates. "We hold the banks, the media, the politicians. We can bury any scandal, as we always have." But Alex pressed on. "Your hush strategies won't work this time. We've already distributed partial evidence. My partner is streaming your confessions." She turned slightly, trying to angle the hidden camera so it captured Renault's face. The tension soared. A few delegates exchanged worried glances, presumably realizing the unstoppable nature of digital leaks. Once it's out, it's out. Yet Renault's composure remained. "Then we address it swiftly," she said, turning to Bishop. "Retrieve her device and ensure the feed ends now." A hush enveloped the room. Bishop advanced again. Alex backed away, but a guard grabbed her from behind, pinning her arms. She winced, anticipating the worst. Yet her voice rang out in a final push. "This meeting shows your real aim. Controlling nations, enslaving them with debt, shaping politics to your design. People are hearing your own admissions." She prayed Julian's audio feed was capturing the delegates' murmurs about accelerating the plan, ensuring certain governments comply, and references to the necessity of a controlled meltdown. She prayed also that watchers would realize the gravity. It wasn't just a single rumor. It was an entire blueprint for a new global order. At that moment, Naomi Flores emerged from the corridor, having slipped past some distracted security. She saw the guard restraining Alex. Summoning unexpected bravery, Naomi shouted, "Stop! I have more files! The entire central bank manipulations are in my possession. If you harm her, the entire data dump goes public." In her hand, she brandished a small flash drive, as though it held the power to unmask them all. Renault scowled. Some delegates stood abruptly, tension fracturing the group. A few tried to calm the situation, advisors murmuring that violence wouldn't help if they were live on camera. Chaos escalated. A scuffle broke out near the door as infiltration team members from Underground Horizon tried to hold off more security reinforcements. Scenes of pushing and shouting ensued. Renault, however, remained stone-faced, lifting a phone to her ear, presumably calling for a forced media blackout. "We'll jam the feed," she hissed. "Wipe every record." But outside, Julian Park had rigged multiple secure channels, ensuring at least partial streaming continued. The delegates began to realise they might be truly compromised. Desperate, Bishop tore Alex's jacket pocket open, prying free the small camera. He crushed it underfoot. But the damage was done. Some footage, possibly partial, might already be out. The question was whether Julian had enough time to broadcast the final confessions. Renaud glared at Naomi. "You'll regret your betrayal, Miss Flores." Naomi trembled, but her voice rose. "Your days of secret manipulations are over. People will see the truth, how you plan to orchestrate crises for your global restructuring." A meltdown overcame the delegates. Some tried to salvage illusions of innocence, calling for a return to order. Others fumed at Renaud for letting this infiltration happen. The hush shattered into an uproar. Meanwhile, the infiltration team, aided by a few staff members quietly sympathetic, forced open the locked door. They dragged Alex free from the guard's hold. She gasped, rubbing sore wrists, half staggering. Scenes of a near brawl erupted in the corridor, but the infiltration team had cunningly prepared exit routes. Renaud realised her advantage was slipping. In a final attempt, she said, "Kill the feed, Bishop. Our networks can bury the footage. We only need to contain it." Bishop, scowling, hustled to the estate's security station, presumably to cut power or jam signals. But Julian was one step ahead, managing his rig from a hidden corner. He triggered a device that jammed the local jammers. The estate's entire electricity flickered. Lights sputtered, the building's internal network glitching. The result was confusion that let Alex, Naomi and others slip through the corridors heading for an exit. Outside they found black SUVs, presumably belonging to the conspirators. A minor chase ensued, but the infiltration team had a small unmarked van waiting. They piled in, tyres squealing as they drove off the estate grounds. Inside the van, heart pounding, Alex saw Naomi huddled in a corner, tears on her face. The infiltration group was half shocked to have survived. One or two had minor injuries. Through a laptop link they heard Julian's panting breath. "I'm out a side door, got the feed to multiple channels. People are picking it up." Their momentary relief mingled with alarm at possible pursuit. They recognised the conspirators might still strike back. In the wake of the infiltration, the group regrouped in a safe house on the outskirts. They confirmed some portion of the meeting's audio-visual evidence had indeed been broadcast, or at least uploaded to multiple secure servers. If the public seized upon it and the mainstream media covered it, it could blow the conspirators' cover. But they needed watchers to believe. Some might dismiss it as another wild conspiracy video. The presence of high-profile voices naming Crosswinds and talking about controlling entire economies might shift public opinion. Yet the fight was not over. The NWO had deep media infiltration. Renault's spin doctors would soon declare the footage doctored or claim it was a private philanthropic discussion. They might orchestrate a smear campaign labelling Alex and Naomi as criminals who illegally recorded a private philanthropic summit. Governments already in the NWO's pocket might back that narrative. Despite everything, the infiltration group felt a measure of triumph. They'd forced an admission. At least partial truths would light the flames of inquiry worldwide. Some individuals in power would fear that the unstoppable wave of public outrage might demand real accountability. Exhausted, Alex and Naomi sat together in the safe house lounge. Naomi whispered, "Do we truly stand a chance? Their influence is so vast." Alex, eyes still burning with adrenaline, responded, "We stand a chance because the truth is out there now. We just have to keep it from being buried." She reflected on the day's chaos, near capture by Bishop, the confrontation with Renaud, the break from illusions that the world was neatly ordered. They tried to shape a new dawn by stealth. Now, at least, we shine a light on them. Her words hung in the hush. She hoped the public would rally behind the revelations, but an undercurrent of uncertainty lingered, for the conspirators wouldn't simply vanish. As she closed her eyes for a moment, exhaustion weighed on her, but so did a steely resolve. Tomorrow, they'd finalise the data release and push it to global outlets, hoping enough voices would unite to dethrone the self-anointed puppet masters behind this so-called new dawn. In the grey light of dawn, the safe house was a swirl of activity. Alex typed furiously at a laptop, uploading final recordings to multiple alternative news platforms, open-source leak sites, and high-profile investigative journalists she somewhat trusted. Meanwhile, Julian coded new encryption layers to ensure the files remained accessible even if some sites were forced offline. Naomi read through final datasets, verifying authenticity, her last contribution before she planned to slip away into hiding. Others from the infiltration group prepared statements summarising the summit infiltration, naming Vivian Renault and referencing Project Crosswinds. The plan was to bury the conspirators in a tide of evidence, making it impossible for them to contain the story. Within hours, the global reaction ignited. First, smaller online news sources ran with the story. Secret summits exposed, elite council plotting market crashes. Social media lit up with clips from the infiltration's hidden camera, capturing Renault and others speaking about our final steps to ensure compliance. Hashtags soared, outraged commentators demanding answers. At the same time, more established outlets hesitated, uncertain whether the footage was genuine. Some anchors declared it an elaborate hoax, yet the raw data and partial confessions from known corporate heads carried weight. The conspirators' crisis response flickered across live feeds, official statements calling the infiltration illegal espionage, labelling the group dangerous agitators. Tension soared. Naomi watched the headlines swirl, fear battling relief. "It's out. I just hope people believe it," she murmured. Alex assured her that the material was too detailed, too specific for easy dismissal. The public was already seeing mention of real code words matching financial anomalies. Even certain mid-level officials began stepping forward, acknowledging strange top-down directives in the last year. A few brave whistleblowers confirmed changes forced upon their agencies. Slowly but steadily, a mosaic formed. The puzzle's corners were visible, a shadowy organisation shaping policies behind the scenes. Vivian Renault, confronted by an avalanche of leak coverage, made a televised appearance. Dressed in a poised black suit, she tried to spin it. "These recordings are taken out of context from a private philanthropic meeting. We do not control world markets. This is a smear campaign by radical hackers." She exuded calm confidence, but viewers observed a flicker of strain in her eyes. Meanwhile, local police announced they were investigating the infiltration as a security breach. Calls for Renault's resignation from certain corporate boards began to surface. The conspirators had lost their cloak of anonymity, but still commanded massive resources to wage disinformation wars. Raphael Bishop lurked in the shadows. Rumours placed him near corporate offices in London, coordinating heavy-handed damage control. Some claimed he orchestrated blackmail or bribery to muzzle major media outlets. Others insisted he deployed private squads to silence key witnesses. Indeed, 2 infiltration group members reported suspicious vehicles trailing them, but the collective remained resolute, refusing to vanish into silence. They shared their testimonies widely, ensuring no single removal could undo the leak. Amid the swirling uproar, Global Financial Watch, Alex's employer, issued a statement disclaiming involvement in the infiltration, calling Alex's actions freelance and not endorsed. Manny, the editor, privately apologised to Alex, saying the publication's funders forced them to distance themselves. Despite that blow, Alex pressed on, not shocked by the mainstream's timid stance. She'd expected the conspirators' powerful influence to shape the immediate narrative. Freed from institutional constraints, she joined the infiltration group's online streams, giving multiple interviews to alternative journalists, describing every detail of the infiltration, the hush-hush meeting, Renault's references to controlling entire countries, the jarring cameo of New Dawn ideology. Public sentiment split widely. Many regular citizens, jaded by years of lesser conspiracies, seized this moment, demanding political upheaval. Protests erupted outside financial districts in New York, London, Brussels, demanding transparency, investigating the named officials. Yet a portion of the population labelled it fake news, unwilling to believe a single infiltration video. Governments of various stripes scrambled. Some officials used the crisis to distance themselves from possibly compromised superiors. Others tried to downplay or disclaim. Tensions ran high, with talk of extraordinary parliamentary sessions or congressional hearings. Naomi parted from the group soon after, an emotional farewell. She carried a new identity provided by underground contacts. Before leaving, she told Alex, "I never thought I'd be a whistleblower, but if it sparks real change, maybe it's worth the fear." Alex embraced her, wishing her safety. She realised how many personal costs accompanied revealing the truth. In the weeks that followed, multiple investigations launched. Some agencies in certain countries uncovered suspicious ties, froze accounts linked to shell companies. A few bankers were arrested or forced to testify about covert summits. The unstoppable swirl of events threatened the entire power structure of those who had quietly pulled strings for decades. Meanwhile, the conspirators mounted a fierce defence, claiming any wrongdoing was taken out of context. Yet the seeds were planted. For the first time, the public had a tangible impetus to question the illusions of free markets and democratic processes. As for Alex and Julian, they remained vigilant. The infiltration group still received sporadic harassment, troll campaigns online, sporadic physical intimidation. But the window of secrecy had slammed shut. The conspirators' hidden advantage was eroding under the glare of mass attention. Alex, holed up in a safe location, found time to reflect. She was no hero in her own eyes, just a journalist who refused to bury the truth. The meltdown forced upon the conspirators might not mean immediate dissolution of the NWO or their New Dawn plan, but it severely damaged them. They could no longer operate in pure shadows. One day, Alex joined a small press conference where, for once, mainstream outlets hesitantly covered the story. She took the mic, presenting conclusive references from the leaked data, ignoring the hostile questions from corporate-friendly reporters. She declared, "We've glimpsed how an elite circle manipulates markets, media, and governance. Even if some dismiss it, enough citizens have seen the evidence to demand accountability. The era of secret councils must end." Her words carried a measured conviction, overshadowed by the knowledge that fights for real reforms would follow. A few watchers clapped softly, a glimmer of public support. In the final analysis, the unveiling of Project Crosswinds and the infiltration event did not single-handedly topple every hidden power. Real change, if it came, would be incremental. Lawsuits, resignations, grassroots activism. Some conspirators might regroup under new names, spinning new illusions. But a crucial blow had been struck, a precedent for standing up to intangible puppet masters. People worldwide, or at least a significant portion, awakened to the possibility that lines on a ledger could be orchestrated by a dark handful pulling puppet strings. Alex ended her days in a swirl of cautious optimism. She still looked over her shoulder, mindful that men like Bishop lurked, but she pressed forward, forging alliances with honest reporters and reformed institutions. Even Manny came around, quietly praising her courage. Julian, largely behind the scenes, continued releasing periodic data dumps to keep momentum alive. The ephemeral dream of a new dawn that Renault championed had been partially exposed for what it was, a quest for centralised power cloaked in talk of stability. The public narrative might shift, inch by inch, toward genuine transparency. In a reflective final moment, Alex stood on a city balcony at dusk, gazing at the skyline lights. Despite the swirling controversies, the world carried on. She felt the gravity of what had been risked, her safety, Naomi's freedom, the infiltration group's well-being. Yet she also felt renewed purpose. The conspirators could no longer hide so easily, and that alone was a victory. She whispered to herself, "One day at a time, the truth finds its way." The city lights twinkled in the dark, a reminder that behind every grand facade shadows can be cast, and it only takes a beam of light to unveil them. James Hart stood there, his breath hanging in the cool morning air as he stared at the sign. The words, US Government Property, Restricted Area. No trespassing glared back at him, each letter bold and unyielding against the worn metal. It was the kind of warning you didn't take lightly, the kind that usually sent law-abiding citizens like James turning back the way they came. And yet, he couldn't move. His boots stayed planted in the damp earth, his curiosity outweighing the rational part of his brain that screamed for him to leave. He scanned the area, turning his head slowly to look down the length of the fence. It was taller than he had realised, with rows of rusting barbed wire curling menacingly at the top. The trees around it were dense, their branches clawing at the metal like nature itself was trying to reclaim the land. What struck him most was the silence. The usual forest sounds, chirping birds, rustling leaves, were gone, replaced by an almost oppressive stillness that seemed to press down on him the longer he lingered. James felt a pang of guilt for even thinking about crossing the fence. He was a man who followed the rules, who had lived his life avoiding unnecessary risks. But something about the place gnawed at him. It wasn't just the fence or the sign. It was the feeling that he had stumbled onto something significant, something he wasn't supposed to see. He told himself it was probably nothing. Maybe an old military outpost long abandoned. Maybe a weather station. Maybe, but his gut told him otherwise. That's when he noticed the gap. It was small, almost hidden by a cluster of shrubs growing at the base of the fence. James wouldn't have seen it if the sunlight hadn't caught the glint of metal where the barbed wire had been cut. The gap was jagged, as though whoever had made it hadn't cared much for precision. It looked fresh, too. Bits of the metal fencing still clung to the ground, as if it had been forced apart recently. He stepped closer, his heart beginning to pound. The gap didn't look like an official entrance. It looked unauthorized, like someone else had been here, someone who wasn't supposed to be. The thought made James hesitate, a chill running down his spine. If someone had cut their way in, they'd done so for a reason, and if they'd gone to that much trouble, whatever lay beyond the fence was likely worth hiding, or discovering. James knelt down, brushing a hand over the torn edges of the wire. His fingers trembled slightly as he touched the cold, sharp metal. He glanced around, half expecting to see a patrol or hear the bark of a guard dog. But the forest remained silent. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, though he knew it was probably just his nerves. The rational side of his brain begged him to turn back. "This isn't your business," it whispered. "You don't need to know what's in there. Just go home." But something deeper, something instinctual urged him forward. It wasn't just curiosity, it was a sense of unease, a need to understand what was hidden behind the fence. It was as though the gap had been placed there for him, daring him to cross the line. Before he could talk himself out of it, James took a deep breath and stepped through. The world seemed to change the moment he crossed the threshold. The air felt heavier, cooler, as though he had entered a different realm. The trees on this side of the fence were darker, their branches tangled like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky. The ground was soft and uneven, the moss beneath his boots muffling his steps. James moved cautiously, keeping low as he navigated the unfamiliar terrain. Every sound felt magnified, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the faint rustle of his jacket. His pulse thundered in his ears, but he kept moving, drawn forward by an invisible force. He didn't know what he was looking for, but he felt certain he would know it when he found it. The forest seemed to close in around him as he pressed deeper. The light filtering through the canopy grew dimmer, casting long shadows that danced with every movement of the trees. James felt a growing sense of unease, like he was being funneled towards something he couldn't yet see. He paused to catch his breath, leaning against a tree and glancing back the way he had come. The fence was no longer in sight, obscured by the dense undergrowth. For a moment he considered turning back, but the thought of leaving without answers felt unbearable. He pressed on, his senses on high alert. Then, through the thick curtain of trees, he saw it. A clearing. The sight made him stop in his tracks, his breath catching in his throat. It was unlike anything he had expected. He crouched low, creeping toward the edge of the clearing to get a better look. As he drew closer, details began to emerge. It wasn't just the clearing that was unusual, it was what stood in its centre. James squinted, his pulse quickening as he realised what he was looking at. A cluster of buildings, squat and nondescript, stood in the middle of the forest. Their concrete walls were stained with moss and streaked with rust, their windows covered with wire mesh. A dirt road wound through the clearing, leading to a set of large steel gates. Nearby, a handful of vehicles sat parked in a neat row, trucks with government plates, their sides marked with stenciled letters he couldn't quite make out. James ducked behind a tree, his mind racing. What was this place? It didn't look abandoned. Lights flickered in the windows and faint voices carried on the wind. He spotted figures moving between the buildings, some in lab coats, others in military uniforms. They moved with purpose, as though part of a carefully choreographed routine. Whatever this place was, it was active, and it was hidden for a reason. James's heart pounded as he crouched in the shadows, watching the scene unfold. Every instinct told him he shouldn't be here, that he was stepping into something far bigger than he could understand. But he couldn't look away. Something about the place drew him in, a nagging sense that he had stumbled onto something important, something he wasn't supposed to see. And yet, despite the fear gnawing at the edges of his mind, James couldn't bring himself to leave. Not yet, not without answers. Inside, the forest grew darker, the trees denser. James moved cautiously, his footsteps muffled by the soft earth. He expected to find... well, he didn't know what he expected. Maybe a weather station, or some kind of outpost. But what he found was something else entirely. After about a mile, the trees gave way to a clearing. In the centre stood a cluster of nondescript buildings, their concrete walls stained with moss and grime. A few trucks were parked nearby, their tyres caked with mud. The place looked abandoned, but as James got closer, he realised it wasn't. Lights flickered behind the windows and faint voices carried on the wind. James crouched behind a tree, his heart pounding. What was this place? He watched for a while, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. People in lab coats walked between the buildings, carrying files and equipment. Soldiers patrolled the perimeter, their rifles slung casually over their shoulders. It looked like something out of a spy movie, and James couldn't shake the feeling that he had stumbled onto something he wasn't supposed to see. That night, James couldn't sleep. The events of the day replayed endlessly in his mind, the scene at the facility refusing to fade into the background. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the soldiers again, their movements precise, their presence unnervingly authoritative. Research facilities didn't have armed guards, especially not in the middle of nowhere, and certainly not guards who seemed so vigilant, so ready for trouble. He tossed and turned, trying to rationalise what he'd seen. Maybe it was a military outpost, some kind of training site or a storage depot for sensitive equipment. But that didn't explain the secrecy, the barbed wire fence, or the sense of isolation. It was as if the place was deliberately hidden from the world, tucked away where no one would think to look. He told himself he was overthinking it, that his imagination was running wild. Yet the image of the soldiers lingered, refusing to let him find peace. By morning, his curiosity had turned into something stronger, a need to know. He couldn't just leave it alone, not after what he'd seen. His rational mind warned him against going back, but a deeper part of him, the part that craved answers, overruled the hesitation. He decided to return, this time more prepared. James gathered his old pair of binoculars and a camera he hadn't used in years, stuffing them into a worn backpack. He threw on his hiking boots and jacket, telling himself it was just another day exploring the woods. If anyone asked, he was just a curious hiker with a camera, documenting the beauty of the forest. But in his gut, he knew this wasn't a casual outing. He was crossing a line, stepping further into something he didn't fully understand. When he reached the gap in the fence, the forest was eerily quiet. The usual hum of birdsong and rustling leaves seemed muted, as though the woods themselves were holding their breath. James crouched low as he slipped through the gap, his senses on high alert. Every sound, every shadow felt amplified, his heartbeat thudding in his chest like a drum. He followed the same path as before, weaving through the dense undergrowth until the clearing came into view. The facility was just as he had left it, its squat buildings clustered together like silent sentinels. The guards were there too, patrolling the perimeter with methodical precision. James found a spot where the trees provided cover, settling in with his binoculars. At first it was uneventful. Trucks came and went, their drivers unloading crates and disappearing into one of the larger buildings. James adjusted the focus on his binoculars, trying to make out the stenciled letters on the side of the crates, but the angle was wrong. He snapped a few photos anyway, hoping they might reveal more later. Hours passed, and James was beginning to think this trip might have been a mistake. He was cold, his legs were cramped from crouching, and his nerves were fraying from the constant vigilance. He was about to pack up and leave when something caught his eye. A small group of people emerging from one of the buildings. He froze, lifting the binoculars to his eyes. At first it looked like more workers or guards, but then he saw the man. Unlike the others, he wasn't wearing a uniform or a lab coat. He looked like an ordinary civilian, his clothes rumpled and his posture defeated. He was flanked by two guards, their hands gripping his arms as they marched him across the clearing. James's breath hitched as he adjusted the focus. The man's hands were bound behind his back, and his face was pale, almost ghostly. There was a hollow look in his eyes, a mixture of fear and resignation that sent a chill down James's spine. He watched as the man turned his head, glancing over his shoulder as if searching for a way out, or perhaps for someone who might come to his aid. The guards didn't give him a chance to hesitate. One of them shoved him roughly, forcing him to quicken his pace. James followed their movements through the binoculars, his grip tightening as they approached a building with heavy steel doors. The building was unlike the others. Its walls were reinforced, its windows small and barred. It radiated an aura of foreboding, as though it held secrets too dangerous to escape. The guards stopped in front of the doors, one of them stepping forward to punch a code into a keypad. James watched as the doors slid open with a low mechanical hum. For a moment the man hesitated, his body stiffening as though he might resist. But the guards didn't give him a choice. They shoved him inside, the doors sealing shut behind them with a finality that sent a shiver through James. He lowered the binoculars, his mind racing. Who was that man? Why was he being treated like a prisoner in what was supposed to be a government facility? Nothing about this made sense. James felt a surge of unease, the questions piling up faster than he could process them. He had stumbled onto something much bigger than he had imagined, something that felt wrong in every possible way. He debated leaving, retreating to the safety of his normal life, but as he crouched there in the shadows, watching the facility from a distance, he knew he couldn't walk away. Not yet, not without answers. James's stomach turned. Whatever was happening here, it wasn't normal. He knew he should leave it alone, but he couldn't. He spent the next week digging for information, searching the internet for any mention of a government facility near his town. He found nothing. No maps, no records, not even a rumour. But James wasn't ready to give up. The questions gnawed at him, consuming his thoughts and erasing the boundaries of his once quiet life. Each day at the post office felt like an eternity, his mind drifting back to the strange facility hidden in the woods. At night, his resolve only deepened. He had to know more, even if it meant taking greater risks. He began his nighttime visits cautiously, dressing in dark clothing and timing his excursions to align with the guards' shift changes. Through careful observation, he mapped the layout of the facility. There were at least 6 buildings, each with its own purpose. One seemed to be a storage depot, where crates were unloaded and stacked before being transported elsewhere. Another appeared to house the guards, a smaller structure with a steady glow of light and the occasional sound of muffled laughter or clinking cups. But it was the larger, heavily fortified building, the one with the steel doors, that intrigued him most. It exuded an air of secrecy that demanded further investigation. James kept his distance at first, watching from the tree line with his binoculars. He noted the times of deliveries, the duration of guard patrols, and the comings and goings of people in lab coats. His camera captured grainy images of crates being unloaded, their labels too obscured to read clearly. He studied the way the guards moved, the blind spots in their patrols, and the weak points in the facility's perimeter. With each visit he inched closer, his confidence growing alongside his determination. One night, James found himself crouched behind a row of bushes, no more than 20 feet from one of the buildings. A single window was left slightly ajar, allowing faint voices to drift into the night air. He strained to listen, his heart pounding as he caught fragments of a conversation. Latest subject showed increased resistance, one voice said, firm and clinical. We'll adjust the dosage tomorrow, another replied, colder, more detached. James froze, his mind racing. What subject? What dosage? He pressed himself closer to the ground, his ears straining to catch more. Erasure protocols need to be flawless. We can't afford another incident. The words sent a chill down his spine. Erasure protocols? What could that mean? He had heard enough whispers of government experiments in the past to know this wasn't ordinary research. He remained still until the voices faded, replaced by the hum of machinery and the distant chirping of crickets. Emboldened by what he'd overheard, James returned night after night, slipping closer to the facility. He began to piece together a troubling narrative, one small fragment at a time. On one of his visits, he managed to slip into the shadows of an open loading dock, hiding behind stacks of crates as workers moved about. The crates were marked with cryptic codes, but a few bore labels that made his stomach drop. Test Compound 47A, Behavioral Protocols, Cognitive Analysis. As the workers left, their voices echoed faintly in the cavernous space. James crouched low, his camera forgotten as he strained to listen. Dr. Reinhardt wants the new batch prepped by Monday. Has Subject 18 stabilised yet? Not after the last round. They're talking full sedation this time. The words painted a grim picture. James felt his pulse quicken as he realised the scale of what he was uncovering. These weren't just experiments. They were human experiments. His suspicions were confirmed a week later when he found an unguarded corner of the facility, where a small vent emitted a low hum. The air smelled faintly of chemicals, and through the grate he could hear voices, clearer this time. Initial trials showed significant memory suppression. Hallucinations are an acceptable side effect as long as obedience metrics remain stable. James barely dared to breathe. He fished a small audio recorder from his backpack and held it close to the vent, capturing every word. The voices continued, their tone cold and detached, as though discussing a set of tools rather than human lives. MK Ultra is yielding promising results in behavioural modification. We'll present the findings to the higher-ups next quarter. James's blood ran cold. MK Ultra. He had read the name before in conspiracy forums, but he'd always dismissed it as exaggerated speculation. Yet here it was, spoken aloud in the dead of night, in a hidden facility guarded like a fortress. The pieces began to fall into place. The mind control experiments, the forced drug trials, the psychological manipulation. It wasn't just a theory. It was real, and it was happening right here, in the woods he had hiked so many times before. Driven by a mix of horror and determination, James began to push his limits. He found an unlocked utility shed near the facility, a cluttered space filled with tools and discarded paperwork. In the dim light of his flashlight he discovered a stack of files that appeared hastily stashed. He flipped through them, his heart pounding as he read terms like hypnotic induction, psychoactive administration, and neurological reprogramming. One file stood out. It contained a list of names, some crossed out, others annotated with cryptic notes. One name was circled with the words Phase 3, Complete Erasure, scrawled in the margins. James stared at the page, his hands trembling. These weren't just experiments. They were controlling people, erasing their memories, turning them into... what? He didn't know, but the implications were too terrible to ignore. It wasn't long before James became a regular visitor to the facility, slipping past guards and documenting everything he could. He sketched crude maps, took photos of documents and buildings, and recorded snippets of conversations. Each night he returned home with more evidence, his small apartment becoming a chaotic archive of secrets. But the closer he got to the truth, the more the weight of his discovery began to press down on him. He knew he was walking a dangerous line. The facility was guarded for a reason, and the people running it clearly had no intention of letting their secrets escape. Yet James couldn't stop. He was driven by a need to expose what he'd found, to pull back the curtain on a conspiracy that had remained hidden for too long. He didn't know it yet, but his time was running out. But James made a mistake. On his final visit to the mysterious facility, James's growing confidence got the better of him. It was late, the forest cloaked in the thick silence of the night. He had planned this visit meticulously, timing his movements with the guards' rotations and using every shortcut he'd learned over weeks of careful observation. This time, he was determined to get inside the main building, the one with the steel doors and faint flickering lights that seemed to pulse with a sinister rhythm. He slipped through the gap in the fence as he had done before, his heart pounding in his chest. Armed with a flashlight, a notebook and a new camera, James crept closer to the structure. As he approached the building, he noticed a delivery truck parked near the loading dock. Its back was open, revealing rows of metal crates with cryptic labels. He crouched low behind a stack of barrels, taking photos of the crates, hoping the camera's silent shutter wouldn't betray him. But then he heard it, a sharp crack, the unmistakable sound of a branch snapping underfoot. His body froze as the beam of a flashlight swept through the darkness, illuminating the area just feet from his hiding spot. A guard's voice broke the silence, gruff and alarmed. "Who's there?" Panic surged through James. He bolted, his boots pounding against the forest floor as he darted back toward the fence. The shouts of the guards followed him, along with the heavy thud of their boots as they pursued him. His breath came in ragged gasps, his chest burning as he pushed himself harder, faster. But the guards were trained, and they were gaining on him. He felt the impact before he saw it, a crushing weight against his side as one of the guards tackled him to the ground. His camera skittered across the dirt, landing out of reach. A second guard grabbed his arms, pinning him as he struggled. "Don't move!" one of them barked, his voice cold and commanding. James's mind raced, scrambling for an explanation, an excuse, anything that might save him. But no words came. He was yanked to his feet, his wrists bound tightly with a rough rope, and dragged toward the facility. The camera, his notebook, and any shred of evidence he'd gathered were confiscated, leaving him defenseless. Inside the compound, James was shoved into a small, dimly lit room. The walls were concrete, the air stale and suffocating. A single overhead light buzzed faintly, casting harsh shadows that seemed to dance menacingly on the walls. He sat in a metal chair, his wrists still bound, as a man in a dark suit entered the room. The man's face was expressionless, his eyes cold and calculating. "Who are you?" the man demanded, his voice sharp and clipped. James swallowed hard, his mouth dry. I'm no one. I was just hiking. I got lost." "Don't lie to me," the man interrupted, slamming a file onto the table. Papers spilled out, some of them familiar to James. Copies of photos he'd taken, sketches of the facility's layout, and notes he'd written about what he'd overheard. The sight of them made his stomach drop. "How did you find this place?" the man continued. "Who else knows about it?" James stammered, trying to come up with a plausible explanation, but his mind was blank. He could feel the intensity of the man's gaze, like a spotlight boring into his very soul. "I swear I didn't tell anyone," James said, his voice trembling. "I don't even know what this place is." The man leaned in closer, his face mere inches from James's. "And you never will." Before James could respond, a guard entered the room carrying a syringe. James's eyes widened, his pulse spiking as he realized what was about to happen. "No, wait," he shouted, struggling against the restraints, but it was no use. The needle pierced his arm, and within moments the world around him began to blur and fade. The last thing he saw was the man in the suit, his expression unreadable as darkness consumed him. When James woke up, he was lying in his own bed. At first, he thought it had all been a dream. The sunlight streaming through the window, the familiar hum of his apartment, all of it felt so ordinary, so normal. But as he sat up, his head spinning, a wave of unease washed over him. His camera was gone. So were his notes, his photos, his sketches, every piece of evidence he had painstakingly collected. Even his phone, which he had kept locked and secure, had been wiped clean. There were no messages, no photos, no browser history. It was as if the last few weeks had been erased entirely. James stumbled to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face. But when he looked at himself in the mirror, he noticed something strange. A faint bruise on his arm, right where the needle had gone in. The sight of it sent a chill down his spine, confirming that what had happened wasn't just a bad dream. Over the following days, James tried to piece together what had happened, but his memories felt fragmented, like a puzzle with missing pieces. He could recall the facility, the guards, the files marked MK Ultra, but there was a strange emptiness in his mind, as though something had been taken from him. Every time he tried to focus on the details, his thoughts slipped away, replaced by a dull, throbbing headache. He tried to tell his story, to his friends, to anyone who would listen, but no one believed him. His friends chalked it up to stress, suggesting he take a break and get some rest. Even James began to doubt himself, wondering if the memories were real or if they had been planted there, part of some twisted experiment. When he returned to the trail where it had all begun, the facility was gone. The clearing was empty, the chain-link fence and buildings erased as if they had never existed. The only sign that anything had been there was a patch of disturbed earth, overgrown with weeds. James searched desperately for any trace, but there was nothing. As he stood in the clearing, staring at the emptiness, a sense of futility washed over him. Whatever had happened, whoever had taken him, they had erased their tracks, and part of him, with surgical precision. James knew what he had seen, what he had heard, but without evidence, without proof, the truth was as elusive as a shadow. James returned to his life, but it was no longer the same. The quiet predictability he had once cherished was gone, replaced by a gnawing paranoia. Every shadow, every flicker of movement in the corner of his eye felt like a threat. He avoided the woods, avoided conversations about conspiracy theories, and avoided questioning what had happened. But deep down, he knew the truth. Some secrets were never meant to be uncovered, and some questions once asked could never be unasked. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. May this story of secrets and shadows inspire you to reflect, to wonder, and to dream. Sleep well, and let your imagination carry you to places where the mysteries of the world unfold. Sweet dreams. Raina Bennett had been working as Deputy City Archivist of Millbridge for only 6 months when she made the discovery that would change her life, and possibly the way an entire city understood history. Millbridge wasn't a large metropolis, but it wasn't a rural backwater either. It existed in that liminal space where the hustle of daily life met a tight-knit sense of community. The city archives, housed in a squat, blocky building on Belmont Avenue, were seldom visited by anyone other than genealogists researching their family trees or local journalists digging for old planning permits. Raina found the job easy enough. She spent her days processing requests for historical documents, sifting through old maps and city council meeting transcripts. Occasionally, she uncovered something unusual, an old love letter slipped between official papers, a black and white photograph nobody recognised. Most of the time, these oddities were interesting only for a moment before losing their novelty. But on this particular afternoon, as she was reorganising a set of mislabelled boxes in the far corner of the archival storage room, she discovered a sealed cardboard box with no official city label. Its only identifying mark was a handwritten scrawl in black marker, Renewal 2008. Curious, she opened it carefully. Inside, she found a set of tapes, actual videotapes, labelled with cryptic codes, OBJ-X, TT-Preel, and OPCVR. There were about 7 in total, some in battered plastic sleeves. All had a city seal that looked legitimate, but none bore any standard reference number. Puzzled, Raina dusted them off and placed them gingerly on her sorting cart. She walked the short distance down the hall to the seldom-used media viewing room. This small windowless chamber contained a dusty old VHS player and a handful of monitors. Almost nobody used the old equipment anymore, but the city archivist kept them around for just such an occasion. Raina shut the door behind her, took a seat, and inserted the first tape labelled TT-Preel into the machine. At first, the footage was grainy. An off-center camera angle revealed a table in a stark fluorescent-lit room. She saw a man, seemingly middle-aged, wearing a dark suit. Another figure, off-screen but possibly behind the camera, cleared their throat. A voice said, "This is an official record for the eyes of top-tier clearance only." After a few more seconds of distortion, the man in the suit leaned forward and began to speak. The events of September 11th, 2001 must remain consistent with the narrative approved by the Commission. The public is not prepared for the alternatives that might arise should these details become scrutinized. Our team has successfully... The tape froze in a burst of static. Raina's heart pounded. She carefully ejected the cassette and inserted the next one labelled Object X. This time, the footage showed documents scattered across a table. Technical diagrams flashed on screen, some referencing the structural components of the Twin Towers in New York, with notations hinting at internal shaping charges. The plans bore official-looking stamps and engineering seals, but it was impossible to read them clearly. Words like demolition, support columns, and materials analysis were repeated. Raina had read internet theories about 9/11 conspiracies, controlled demolition, holograms in the sky, missiles disguised as planes, but she'd always assumed these were fringe ideas. Nonsense. Yet here, in front of her, was something that looked alarmingly official. Her mind spun. These tapes appeared to suggest a cover-up linking local city officials to an alternative explanation of the 9/11 attacks, one that aligned more with conspiracy theories than with the official story. The next tape was labelled OPC-VR, short for Operation Cover, she wondered, but the tape was jammed, refusing to play. Overwhelmed, Raina realised she needed to step back. The very idea that these tapes existed in her small city's archives was surreal. Why would a town like Millbridge have records that even hinted at a cover-up of the most scrutinised and monumental event of the early 21st century? She checked the hallway to see if anyone was around, certain her face must have been pale as a sheet. The corridor was empty. Everyone else was likely getting ready for the weekend, finishing up their Friday tasks. She decided to lock these tapes in her personal storage cabinet and investigate further on her own time. As the evening sky darkened, she signed out of work, her thoughts racing. Raina didn't know if what she'd seen was real, staged for some reason, or part of some elaborate hoax. But she suspected the tapes might be connected to city officials, past or present, who had ties to certain nationwide agencies. Maybe an old mayor or city council member had once worked in intelligence, or had been close to someone who did, but even that seemed far-fetched. Walking to her car, Raina felt a creeping sense of paranoia. She glanced over her shoulder more than once, half expecting to see someone watching her. The night air was crisp, the street lamps humming. She tried to tell herself that these tapes were either mislabelled or part of some half-baked local documentary project, but the knot in her stomach refused to loosen. She spent a sleepless night, replaying those images in her head. After a few hours of tossing and turning, she decided she had to keep digging. A single night's rest wouldn't change what she'd found. Something monumental lay hidden in those tapes, something that might well rewrite the official narrative about a pivotal moment in American history, or at least tie this small city to a clandestine effort to keep the truth hidden. Unbeknownst to her, as she stared at her bedroom ceiling, her phone buzzed with an unfamiliar unlisted number. Somewhere in Millbridge, or possibly beyond, someone knew that the tapes had been discovered. And now, the real danger was only just beginning. Raina returned to the archives early the next morning, slipping inside the building with a sense of determination that battled her growing apprehension. Over a strong cup of black coffee, she stared at the tapes in her private cabinet. She had brought an external VHS to digital converter, an archaic piece of equipment from her university days. If these tapes held sensitive information, the best move would be to digitize them for safer storage and easier analysis. Before she could begin, her boss, Dr. Harold Gwenther, poked his head through the door. "Morning, Raina. You're in early." She forced a casual smile. "Yeah, wanted to get a head start on the backlog." She watched his eyes flick to the cabinet, then back to her face. He looked puzzled for a moment, but said nothing. "I'm impressed," he replied. "Maybe all of us should take a page from your book." With a nod, he left. Once Dr. Gwenther was gone, Raina locked the door and popped in the jammed tape labelled OPC-VR. With some coaxing, the machine whirred, and a garbled image flickered on screen. She knew from experience that these old tapes could degrade over time, especially if stored improperly. But after a moment, the visual stabilized. A female voice, crisp and authoritative, began to speak over a slideshow of heavily redacted documents. Operation Cover was initiated to ensure all engineering assessments align with official findings regarding the collapse of the World Trade Center towers. The ongoing narrative as presented by the 9/11 Commission must remain unchallenged by outside experts. Raina pressed pause, her heart hammering. Operation Cover? So this was more than just a glitch in the official story. This was a deliberate effort to manipulate or suppress alternative explanations. The voice continued, any references to missile or holographic technology used to create illusions of aircraft or to control demolition must be swiftly discredited. Our cooperation with local officials in strategic locations ensures that any accidental revelations or documentation are intercepted. A jolt of realization coursed through her. Millbridge, being near a major defense contractor's satellite office, could be one of these strategic locations. In the tape, a bullet point list flashed on screen, each line too brief to read in full. But Raina caught glimpses. Engineering profession stance, official line only, 9/11 Commission, partial truths, controlled demolitions, tested scenario. Her mind reeled. If even a fraction of this was genuine, it meant the city archives were storing top-secret materials that contradicted the entire official stance on 9/11. She didn't consider herself a conspiratorial person. She believed facts and evidence. Yet here was evidence, albeit cryptic and unsettling, that conspiracies might not only be rumours of the internet fringe. As the tape sputtered to an end, the last frames showed a black screen with white text. File in compliance with NDA 713, sealed for 25 years from date. Violations punishable by federal law. Raina took a shaky breath and ejected the tape. She realised she was probably already deep in violation territory. Still, questions buzzed in her brain. Why was Millbridge specifically chosen as a repository for these materials? And who else knew about them? She rummaged through the remainder of the tapes, making digital backups as fast as she could. Each one told a slightly different piece of the story. Government officials conferring with local authorities to bury contradictory engineering findings, individuals with thick black bars over their eyes speaking about new technology demonstrations, a hush-hush set of experiments involving holographic projections that could replicate passenger aircraft on radar and in the sky. Between each tape, Raina paused to reflect. Were these real government projects, or a hoax staged by a group of elaborate pranksters? The serious tone and the specificity of the details made it hard to dismiss. She decided the next step was to cross-reference names mentioned on the tapes with official city records. In the quiet hush of the archive's back rooms, she typed furiously on an ancient computer. She looked up references to individuals named or partially named in the tapes. One name, Mayor R. Grimes, popped up repeatedly. She discovered that Robert Grimes had served as mayor of Millbridge from 2000 to 2004. Not exactly a seasoned politician, he'd been a local businessman who unexpectedly won the election. The second name was C. Donovan, presumably Colton Donovan, the head of the City Council's Finance Committee during the same period. Minutes later, Raina located a digital record, an emergency council meeting from December 2001. The summary was minimal, stating only that the meeting was called to discuss potential collaborative efforts with federal agencies on domestic security measures. It was unusual. Millbridge wasn't exactly a hotbed for federal collaboration, at least not that she knew of. While printing out the record, she heard footsteps approaching. She quickly shoved the tapes into a drawer. The door opened, revealing her co-worker, Nadine. "Hey Raina, sorry to bug you. Dr. Gwenther said we might have a new set of microfilms to process." Raina swallowed hard, fighting to regain composure. "Oh, right, I'll get those for you." With a smile, Nadine disappeared, leaving Raina to collect herself. She carefully concealed her growing trove of evidence, locking the tapes in a secure container. She knew she couldn't keep them in the city archives indefinitely. Someone might come looking for them. But for now, it was safer for them to be locked away, at least until she could devise her next move. That evening, as she walked through the near-empty parking lot, Raina noticed a black SUV parked at the far corner. She paused. Perhaps it was just a visitor. Yet she couldn't ignore the prickle of unease that crept up her spine. She got into her car, started the engine, and drove off. The SUV didn't follow, but the feeling of being watched was undeniable. In her small apartment, she locked the door and drew the curtains, every noise in the hallway setting her on edge. The partial truth spinning in her head stoked more questions. If the Twin Towers were truly felled by controlled demolition, as some fringe theorists claimed, why store evidence in a place like Millbridge? Who orchestrated the distribution of these tapes? And what about the missile or hologram technology references? Still awake at midnight, Raina decided to search deeper online. She found forums, half-abandoned corners of the internet dedicated to 9/11 conspiracies. She saw the same theories repeated. The buildings collapsed too neatly, official investigations were incomplete, eyewitnesses saw flashes. She had always dismissed these claims as far-fetched, but seeing them now, coupled with the tapes, made her chest tighten. The reoccurring suspicion was that 9/11 involved illusions, perhaps a mixture of real planes and advanced technology to ensure total devastation. Clicking through old newspaper clippings, she discovered a small note. September 15th, 2001. Mayor Robert Grimes of Millbridge expresses condolences and pledges local resources for national security efforts. It was a brief statement, overshadowed by the much larger coverage of the day's tragic events. Could the tapes be connected to whatever resources he'd pledged? She jotted the question in her notebook. Raina knew that if someone had gone to the trouble of hiding these tapes in the archives, it meant they didn't expect them to be found. She also sensed that time was running out. If they realised she'd uncovered them, they might already be moving to silence her, or, at the very least, reclaim those tapes by force. She turned off her computer and sat in silence, grappling with the explosive weight of her discovery. Something big lay beneath Millbridge's modest facade, a hidden tendril of conspiracy reaching back decades, perhaps all the way to the darkest day in modern American history. She just didn't know yet how deep the roots went. A restless weekend turned into a frenetic Monday. Raina arrived at City Hall with a plan, albeit a desperate one. Speak discreetly to someone who might know about the Grimes administration. She decided to approach an old friend from her college days, David Browning, who now worked as an investigative journalist for the local newspaper, the Millbridge Herald. Although the paper was small, David had always prided himself on unearthing the truth behind local stories. They met at a small diner off Main Street, an old-fashioned place with red vinyl booths and a waitress who knew everyone by name. Raina toyed with a straw in her iced tea, eyes darting to the door every so often. David arrived, looking both intrigued and concerned. "You sounded spooked on the phone. Everything okay?" "Not exactly," Raina said, leaning in. "I've stumbled onto some files. Tapes, actually, that reference September 11th. There's talk of controlled demolitions, holograms, wild stuff. But it's on official city stationery, official seals." David's eyebrows shot up. "Wait, from Millbridge? You're telling me our little city was involved in a cover-up about 9/11? "I know how it sounds," Raina said, lowering her voice. She pulled out a few still images she'd printed from the digitized tapes, discreetly sliding them across the table. David studied them, face growing paler by the second. "These markings. They look legitimate," he muttered. "But for them to be in Millbridge, are you sure they're not fakes?" That's what I kept telling myself. But the more I dig, the more I find references to an operation codenamed Cover, where local officials collaborated with federal agencies to ensure the official narrative remains uncontested. Former Mayor Robert Grimes is mentioned by name. David whistled softly, glancing around to make sure no one was listening. Grimes was always a bit shady. Rumours said he had connections in Washington, though nothing was ever proven. People thought he'd use those connections to secure federal grants for local projects. But to be involved in something like this? Raina nodded. "I need your help verifying some of this. My boss at the archives knows nothing, or so he claims, but I don't trust anyone there. There's also this guy, Donovan, who was on the finance committee. I can't find a trace of him after 2005. It's like he vanished." David scribbled notes in a small pad. "I'll dig, but you have to promise me something. Be careful. If this is real, people won't hesitate to shut you up." They agreed to keep their conversation secret and parted ways. Back in her office, Raina discovered a sealed envelope slipped under her locked door. Inside was a single note. "Stop what you're doing. It's bigger than you. This is your only warning." Her stomach turned. She had no idea who sent it, but the message was crystal clear. Part of her wanted to run, leave the tapes alone and pretend she never found them. Another part, fueled by indignation, urged her to stand firm. She recalled the intangible weight of those tapes, their potential to rewrite history, or at least expose a hidden piece of it. Could she really walk away? That night, David called. "I found something," he said, voice trembling with excitement. "A payment record from 2002, authorised by Mayor Grimes for a contract to a Pinnacle research group. The weird part is that this group specialised in advanced imaging technology. It doesn't make sense for a small city to hire them. There's no public record of any imaging project here." Advanced imaging technology. The word hologram from those tapes echoed in Rayna's mind. So the city might have funded part of a hush-hush technology test? "It's possible," David responded. "But there's more. Grimes personally accompanied federal agents to some demonstration, according to an old newspaper mention, though the article is vague on what it was about. I'm still digging, but it aligns with the theory that they were showing off or testing some high-level technology." Rayna thanked him, her pulse racing. She spent the next hour pacing her apartment, phone in hand, before deciding she needed fresh air. The moment she stepped outside, she noticed that same black SUV creeping along the curb. Its tinted windows were rolled up, the license plate partially obscured by dirt. When she made eye contact, it sped away. The next morning, she arrived at the archives to find Dr. Gwenther waiting by her office. "Ms. Bennett, I need to speak with you," he said. His usually affable demeanour was replaced by something cold and formal. "We've received a complaint. Someone reported you'd been accessing restricted materials without authorization." Rayna's throat went dry. "Restricted? These were just mislabeled boxes. I'm the archivist. It's my job to catalogue and review them." He sighed. "I understand, but the complaint specifically mentioned tapes that require federal classification clearance. Are you aware of such materials?" She forced her expression into one of wide-eyed confusion. "I've never heard of that. Are you sure it's not a mix-up? The box I found was unlabelled or mislabelled." Dr. Gwenther looked uncertain, but there was caution in his eyes. "Let's proceed carefully. I've been told we have to surrender any suspicious or unidentified items to an external review team by the end of the week." An external review team. That would mean the tapes would be whisked away to some black hole, never to be seen again. For a moment, Rayna considered revealing everything to Gwenther, but the note's warning played back in her mind. She decided to pretend ignorance. "Of course, I'll gather everything I found," she said. "If I come across anything questionable, I'll let you know." She spent the rest of the day discreetly transferring the digitized files onto multiple flash drives. If the original tapes disappeared, she wanted backups. By early evening, her nerves were frayed. She checked her phone to see a text from David. "Need to see you. Big update." They met in a deserted park by the river. Dusk was settling in, and warm streetlights cast shaky reflections on the water's surface. David, wearing a hoodie pulled low over his face, had an almost conspiratorial look about him. "I connected with a friend at the county records office," he said, voice hushed. "There's a sealed set of documents referencing a special council directive, signed by Grimes. The directive was about relocating or archiving sensitive federal materials in exchange for federal development grants. The city essentially got hush money, and guess what else? Donovan was the liaison. After leaving city council, he somehow joined a consulting firm in Washington. No trace of him after 2005 is a cover. He's not vanished. He's just operating under a different identity." Rayna's eyes widened. So the city knowingly stored these tapes, the ones referencing September 11th conspiracies, in exchange for funding. Why? David shrugged. Maybe to keep them off the radar in a nondescript place, overshadowed by bigger cities' archives. Or maybe they were planning to destroy them but never did. A sense of vindication mixed with dread. So far, everything lined up. The hush-hush contract, the hidden tapes, the reference to advanced imaging or holograms that might have been tested. It still felt surreal, but piece by piece the puzzle was forming a coherent, if horrifying, picture. "You have to go public," David urged. "This is bigger than Millbridge, but we need more than tapes. We need someone who was part of the operation, an eyewitness, a whistleblower, or else it's just speculation." Rayna knew he was right, but who could she approach? The only living link seemed to be Grimes and Donovan. She had no idea where to find either. "I'll try to find contact info for Grimes," she said. "If I get him to talk." "Then we both better watch our backs," David finished grimly. They parted ways, each consumed by the weight of what they now carried. Rayna returned to her car, once again noticing the black SUV parked nearby. This time its headlights flared to life as she approached. Terrified, she hurried into the driver's seat and sped away, the SUV following at a distance for several blocks. Eventually it turned off onto a side street, leaving her shaken but unharmed. In the quiet of her living room, Raina laid out every clue. Grimes, Donovan, the sealed directive, the tapes referencing controlled demolitions and illusions, the hush money from federal sources. Something dark was brewing, a conspiracy that had lain dormant for years, never meant to be exposed. In that moment, she understood the gravity of her choices. If she pushed forward, she risked her reputation, possibly her safety. But if she didn't, the tapes might vanish forever, and a piece of the truth, whatever it might be, would remain buried. She clenched her fists, determination warming her veins. One way or another she would see this through. 3 days later, Raina managed to track down a lead on Robert Grimes. He was rumoured to be living quietly on the outskirts of a neighbouring county. Under the pretense of researching an article for the Millbridge Herald, she convinced him to give her a brief interview. She didn't mention the tapes, not yet. On a grey Saturday afternoon, she drove out to meet him. His home was a modest ranch-style house surrounded by a chain-link fence. No glimmer of the ambitious mayor remained in the chipped paint or overgrown lawn. Raina knocked on the door, half expecting no answer. But a moment later the door cracked open to reveal an older man with stooped shoulders and weary eyes. "You must be from the newspaper," he said. "Come in." The interior was dim, smelling faintly of old coffee and dusty carpets. She followed him into a small living room, where he motioned for her to sit on a worn sofa. "Mr. Grimes, thank you for agreeing to speak with me," she began. "I'm working on a piece about notable past mayors of Millbridge and their contributions, especially around the early 2000s. He coughed, a raspy sound. "Contributions. That's a charitable word. I did what I had to for Millbridge, but people never understood." Raina leaned forward, deciding to take a calculated risk. "Mr. Grimes, were you aware of any special agreements between the city and certain federal entities around 2001 or 2002? He fell silent. His expression turned grim. "I don't know who you've been talking to," he said slowly, "but that's classified information. Has been for years." Taking a breath, Raina pressed on. "Does it have anything to do with the official narratives around the events of September 11th? His eyes flared with a mixture of anger and fear. "You have no idea what you're getting into," he stood abruptly. "Interview's over. I'm sorry." She stood too, rummaging in her bag. "What if I told you I've seen tapes? Documents referencing something called Operation Cover, tying Millbridge officials to the concealment of contradictory evidence, technical diagrams, references to hologram technology." Grimes's entire posture stiffened. His shoulders locked, and he stared at her with a mixture of shock and resignation. "You found them," he whispered. "They told me everything was destroyed. That was part of the deal." Raina's heart pounded. "So it's true? The city was used as a repository for the real details of September 11th? He sank into his armchair, head in his hands. "Not just 9/11, that's the big one, but there were other hush-hush projects. Federal agencies needed small, out-of-the-way places to store certain records. In exchange, we got federal investment, new roads, expansions to our industrial park. Everybody was happy, or so I thought. Then, one day, they said they'd destroyed all the sensitive materials." Raina showed him a still image from the tapes. His face drained of colour. "I thought I'd buried this part of my life," he murmured. "Those tapes detail preliminary engineering reports that suggested the towers didn't fall the way the 9/11 Commission stated. Some reports even mentioned projected illusions, the possibility that the second impact was partially orchestrated with advanced imaging to ensure maximum psychological impact. It was madness, but they wanted it suppressed." His voice shook as he continued. "I never believed it entirely. But the men who came around, they were serious. Federal badges, some from agencies I'd never heard of. They said if we went along, we'd be doing our patriotic duty." Raina's skin prickled. "And Donovan?" Grimes nodded. "He handled most of the finances. He dealt with them directly. After I left office, he vanished into the system, I suspect with a new identity, courtesy of the same agencies." She felt a pang of both triumph and dread. Here it was, living confirmation that her discovery was no hoax. "I'm going public with this," she said. "I have digital backups. I can't—" Before she could finish, the door burst open. 2 men in dark suits rushed into the living room, guns drawn. "Federal agents," one barked. Stop what you're doing, hands where we can see them. Time seemed to slow. Grimes trembled, arms raised. Rayna dropped her phone in terror. What do you want? She managed to choke out. The taller agent stepped forward. We're seizing all classified materials. That includes anything related to the tapes you have. Hand them over. Rayna's mind raced. She had left the tape secured in her home safe, but she did have a flash drive in her purse. If these agents confiscated it, they might erase her only leverage. Her eyes darted to Grimes, who stared at her silent, guilt-ridden. A spark of courage ignited within her. These tapes prove a massive cover-up. You can't just... The second agent interrupted with a snarl. We can and we will. Your naive attempts to expose national security secrets end here. Just then, another figure appeared at the doorway. David. He had followed Rayna out of caution. Holding up his phone, he said, "Smile, gentlemen. You're on a live stream." The agents hesitated, glancing at each other. David had the camera rolling, broadcasting to an online platform. "If you do anything rash, it's all on record," he said, his voice wavering but resolute. For a tense moment, nobody moved. Rayna's eyes locked on the men's firearms. Finally, the taller agent lowered his gun. "We'll be back," he growled, turning to leave. The other followed, glaring at David's phone with unmasked fury. Grimes let out a shuddering breath as they disappeared. "That was... I... They'll try again," Rayna said shakily, retrieving her phone from the floor. "But now we have some of this on camera, and we have your testimony." David ended the live stream. "We had about 20 people watching," he said. "Not much, but enough to prove there's something going on." Grimes stood, his face etched with fear. "I'm done hiding. If they're onto me already, I might as well help you." Over the next hour, Grimes recounted more details. He explained how, shortly after September 11th, federal representatives approached small to mid-sized cities with an offer: store or assist in handling classified documents to keep them off the beaten path. In exchange, these cities would receive federal grants, infrastructure upgrades, or other perks. Millbridge had been a perfect candidate due to Donovan's connections in Washington. Those tapes were never meant to be found. They made sure only a handful of people knew. "The day I left office, they told me it was taken care of," Grimes explained, voice trembling. Rayna and David exchanged glances. The story was bigger than they'd ever imagined. "We need to go public in a controlled way," David said. "If we just upload everything online, it might get taken down or discredited as fake. We need reputable sources to see this." They planned a strategy. David would prepare an investigative series, using Grimes's on-the-record statements, plus the digitized tape segments. Rayna would preserve multiple copies, hidden with trusted contacts. They would also contact a national journalist, someone with a large platform. That way, even if Millbridge's local authorities tried to bury the story, the national media might pick it up. Grimes insisted they not reveal his exact location for now. He feared immediate retaliation. "But I'll do an audio interview," he offered. "I owe you that much. I owe the country that much." 3 days passed in a tense blur. David scrambled to verify the tape's authenticity through external experts, who confirmed the city seals and official signatures were legitimate. Rayna lived in constant fear, every night punctuated by mysterious vehicles passing her apartment. Sometimes she'd catch a glimpse of men in suits scouring the area. Finally, with every precaution in place, David published the first installment of an exposé on the Millbridge Herald's website, complete with snippets from the tapes, anonymized images, and a teaser of Grimes's testimony. The internet reaction was explosive. Fierce debates erupted on social media, some people dismissing it as nonsense, others proclaiming it the biggest government scandal of the century. Within hours, mainstream news outlets began to call. The city archives were put on lockdown. Agents likely swarmed the building searching for the physical tapes. But Rayna's digital backups were safely distributed. Even if the original materials vanished, the evidence still lived on. In the final weeks that followed, official statements poured out from Washington, dismissing the tapes as unverified and claiming that any local official believing in them was misguided. A new wave of conspiracy theories sprang up, questioning every detail. As time went on, the event might have become just another footnote in the endless swirl of controversies. But for those who listened closely, those open to the possibility that the official narrative might be incomplete, the story of the tapes never quite faded. Rayna left her position at the archives, having sacrificed her peace of mind. Yet she felt a strange sense of purpose. She, David, and Grimes had torn a rift in the carefully woven tapestry that concealed the truth, or at least a piece of it. The secret had breathed air, and no matter how many official statements tried to suffocate it, someone, somewhere would always remember what was revealed. Grainy VHS footage of a conspiracy that upended everything the world thought it knew about that tragic day. And maybe that was enough. Sometimes the mere hint of an alternative story is enough to keep the embers of inquiry burning. In the end, as Raina packed up her apartment and prepared to start anew in another city, she reminded herself of one crucial fact. Truth, once uncovered, can be attacked, ridiculed, and buried in an avalanche of denial, but it can never truly be destroyed. And so long as she remembered that, there was hope that one day the whole story might finally truly come to light. Thank you for tuning in to this 4-part story. Let us know in the comments where you're watching from and the current time, and don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories if you enjoyed this tale. Stay curious, and remember, sometimes the biggest truths are hidden in the smallest places. Poor visibility, and the arrogance of an unsinkable ship as the critical factors. Yet, there have been whispers, hushed speculations about switched ships, potential insurance fraud, rivalries among wealthy men on board, or even bizarre sabotage. Over time, these theories have grown more elaborate. In the story you're about to hear, we'll follow one young man's inexplicable journey from an ordinary life into a realm of dark secrets hidden deep within government files and naval records. It is a journey that will ultimately change him forever. Our main character, Jonah Whitfield, was never a conspiracy buff. He was a rational thinker with dreams shaped not by ghost stories or rumours, but by a sense of duty and a longing for adventure. For him, the Navy represented a chance to see the world, to prove himself, and to uphold a legacy of service that stretched back generations in his family. Little did he know that in the bowels of an old storage room at a naval base, he would stumble upon fragments of information that pointed to a version of the Titanic disaster far more convoluted than he ever imagined. You will follow Jonah as curiosity ensnares him, as he attempts to separate fact from fiction. You will see how a single decision, opening a file he was never meant to see, becomes the spark that ignites the fuse of his destiny. Of course, this story is fiction. Or is it? Legends spring from kernels of truth after all. Perhaps all conspiracies do. We ask ourselves, how many hidden documents rest in quiet corners of governmental archives, never meant to see the light of day? Could the Titanic's sinking have been orchestrated for financial gain, or to eliminate certain wealthy individuals who were obstacles to powerful interests? Accounts vary, but the question remains, why do stories like these continue to persist, generation after generation? Is it because we suspect that official records only tell part of the story? That question, dear listener, is yours to consider tonight. As you relax in bed, commuting to work, or simply unwinding at home, let yourself be drawn into the hidden corridors of Jonah's world. Let your imagination wander through sealed doors and dusty filing cabinets where skeletons of history might still reside. Above all, enjoy this journey into the unknown, one that weaves threads of historical speculation, espionage, and the unwavering human search for truth. Again, if you're new here, remember to comment your location and local time below, and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that challenge the boundaries of what we accept as factual. Let us know your thoughts after you've finished listening or reading, but for now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and allow yourself to drift into the haunting possibilities surrounding the RMS Titanic's untimely demise. Welcome to a tale that merges the fervour of curiosity with the unyielding grip of secrecy. one that may leave you pondering whether some truths are better left buried at the bottom of the sea. Now, let us begin. Jonah Whitfield had grown up listening to his grandfather's stories of the sea, not fairy tales or legends, mind you. His grandfather, a retired naval officer, was far too practical for that. Instead, he spoke of harrowing rescue missions in stormy oceans, the camaraderie of sailors bound by duty, and the quiet moments staring out over endless waves, feeling at once tiny and limitless. Those stories shaped Jonah's boyhood dreams. By the time he turned 18, the stinging smell of salt air and the disciplined life aboard a ship beckoned him more strongly than any college or civilian job could. So it came as no surprise to anyone when Jonah enlisted in the Navy. Boot camp was everything Jonah expected. Physical rigours, mental challenges, and the forging of lifelong bonds. His fascination with maritime history deepened whenever he had spare time. He pored over naval records, read about famous admirals, and studied old ships that had shaped the course of warfare and commerce over centuries. There was a sense of continuity there, a feeling that by joining the Navy, he had become part of a lineage that stretched back through time, connecting him with maritime heroes and tragedies alike. Jonah's thirst for history led him into off-duty research projects whenever he was stationed at a base with a decent library. He'd stay late, flipping through references about everything from Nelson's victory to obscure World War II submarines. That's how, in the quiet recesses of the Stonebridge Naval Base's archives, he first encountered a locked steel cabinet marked simply with stenciled letters, SS Files, Restricted. The red tape was thick. He had no clearance to open it. But there it stood, tempting him with the possibility of secrets just out of reach. He learned from a passing remark that SS might stand for Secret Service or Special Studies or maybe even ship secrets. The rumour mill churned half a dozen guesses. Despite the curiosity, Jonah had no intentions of prying. After all, a sealed cabinet in a restricted corner of the archives was none of his business, and one misstep could jeopardise his Navy career. He had worked too hard to be reckless, but fate sometimes has a way of unravelling the best of intentions. Late one evening, after finishing a logistics inventory assignment, Jonah noticed the base archivist struggling with stacks of documents. Being helpful by nature, he offered to assist in carting the boxes back to storage. The archivist, a weary woman in her 50s named Gladys, gratefully accepted. In the course of shelving them, Jonah realised the boxes were going on the same aisle as that mysterious steel cabinet. That was how he found out the archivist possessed a special key. A minute later, as they were sorting the new materials, the overhead lights flickered, an all-too-common glitch at Stonebridge. Gladys set the key down on a nearby shelf to fiddle with the fuse box, leaving Jonah momentarily alone with that cabinet's looming presence. He wouldn't have considered it, but something about the hush of the corridor, the glint of the key, and the memory of his father's cautionary words, "Sometimes you have to open a door to see if it should remain closed," kindled a spark inside him. Jonah was no thief, yet, against his better judgment, he lifted the key from the shelf and tried it on the cabinet's lock. A loud click startled him. His heart pounded. Time felt suspended as he swung the heavy door open. There were folders, some labelled by ship names he didn't recognise, others by cryptic code names. The label that caught his eye in the second drawer made his breath catch. RMS Titanic, Restricted. He had always held a deep, if casual, interest in Titanic lore. The ship had fascinated the world for over a century. The largest ocean liner of its day, declared unsinkable, only to vanish beneath the Atlantic waves on her maiden voyage. Historians chalked it up to human error, complacency, and a tragic encounter with an iceberg. But here, locked away in a naval archive, was a folder about the Titanic. Why would the Navy, especially a US naval base, have top-secret documents on a British passenger liner that sank in 1912? Before he could rationalise what he was doing, Jonah's hands were on the Titanic folder. He cracked it open. Inside lay aged photographs, typed memos from the early 1900s, and even an internal communication referencing intentional sabotage. The words on the page blurred as he skimmed them. Phrases like Olympic switch, financial impetus, and elimination of key opponents. A wave of confusion and excitement washed over him. He had stumbled onto something far beyond folklore. This was no casual mention of the disaster. It was describing a possible plot. Footsteps echoed behind him, and Jonah hurriedly returned the folder to its place. By the time Gladys reappeared, none the wiser, The cabinet was locked again, the key discreetly returned to the shelf. But Jonah's heart was still racing. He composed himself enough to finish helping Gladys, but his mind swirled with questions he dared not ask. Had he just glimpsed actual proof that the Titanic's sinking was orchestrated? Or had he simply misread century-old documents out of context? Yet the typed memos felt undeniably real. The reference to Olympic switch called to mind a fringe theory he'd once overheard. Some believed that the Titanic's sister ship, the Olympic, had been damaged and was swapped out for Titanic before the voyage, for insurance reasons or darker motives. Jonah always dismissed such claims as fan fiction, or the ravings of conspiracy forums, but seeing official memos in a restricted Navy cabinet was a jolt. Why would the US military keep records about that? Jonah tried to calm himself, reminding his jittery mind that he had no training in analysing historical documents. Maybe these were debunked leads the Navy collected, or even fictional scenarios. Still, the phrase elimination of key opponents echoed in his mind. There had been notably wealthy and influential men on board, financiers, industrialists, some who opposed certain powerful figures of their era. Could it be that someone actually orchestrated the disaster to kill them? The notion was too monstrous to consider, yet he couldn't shake the chill snaking up his spine. He vowed to keep the incident to himself. But as the days passed, a gnawing hunger for clarity consumed him. That single, fleeting glimpse of words like intentional sabotage and Olympic switch felt like a puzzle piece. He needed to know more. Little did he realise that the deeper he ventured into that labyrinth, the more precarious his position would become. The Navy valued loyalty and secrecy. If they discovered what he had done, his career would be the least of his worries. What Jonah did next set him on a collision course with forces he never knew existed. Forces that, for over 100 years, had quietly guarded the truth behind one of the world's greatest maritime disasters, and would do anything to keep it concealed. In the days after Jonah's clandestine peek into the restricted cabinet, a storm brewed within him. Curiosity and apprehension wrestled non-stop in his mind. He lay awake at night envisioning those cryptic documents. A typed letter dated 1912, referencing a hush-hush directive to ensure vulnerable hull plates gave way under stress. Another memo, bearing an American corporate letterhead, hinted at financial deals contingent upon the sinking. One note even listed names of prominent passengers who opposed certain powerful banking interests, men who, if alive, might have swayed future world events. Of course, it all seemed too grand, too improbable. The official story, that an iceberg gashed the hull, that the ship lacked sufficient lifeboats, that she sank with tragic speed, remained the accepted narrative. Yet Jonah couldn't escape the feeling that powerful institutions sometimes orchestrated dark events for profit or political gain. History had enough examples, from false flag operations to secret dealings shaping wars. Could the Titanic's demise be part of that shadowy tradition? Determined to learn more, Jonah devised a plan. Each evening he volunteered for extra archiving tasks at Stonebridge's Records Centre, claiming that he wanted to get ahead on his administrative duties. The archivist, always short-staffed, was happy to accept free help. This gave Jonah a legitimate reason to be near the locked cabinet. He didn't dare open it while others were around, but he hoped to glean additional context from the archived ship logs, personal diaries, or naval correspondences from around 1912, anything that might provide clues. He started with public records, standard references to the White Star Line, the official Titanic inquiry transcripts, radio telegraphs from the night of the sinking. He found nothing unusual at first, only the well-known timeline of distress calls, the Californian's debated proximity, and the Carpathia's heroic rescue. Late into one night, hunched over a table with a single flickering lamp overhead, Jonah found a brittle folder marked Naval Exercises, Atlantic, 1912. Inside he discovered something curious, a typed instruction sheet for a US naval vessel to manoeuvre unusually close to the North Atlantic shipping lanes on the very same week Titanic set sail. The rationale cited was cold water endurance training. Oddly, the coordinates placed this naval vessel near areas later rumoured to be filled with pack ice. What was an American Navy ship doing there? The Titanic was a British vessel sailing from Southampton to New York. Why would the US Navy be anywhere near that corridor, specifically during that fateful time? The official record offered no clarity. It merely provided logistical notes. But Jonah's gut told him this was not mere coincidence. He dug deeper, sifting through cross-reference telegrams. He found a coded exchange about monitoring certain cargo consignments. Another mention, ensure no direct involvement is traceable. Tension knotted Jonah's stomach. Could it be that an American warship had been placed to guarantee the liner's demise? Or to confirm that none survived who weren't supposed to? These late-night investigations didn't go unnoticed. One evening, while Jonah hunched over a desk reading old manifest pages, he sensed someone watching him. The hair on the back of his neck prickled. He turned to see a petty officer from another division, a man he recognised only vaguely, standing in the shadows. The officer's gaze flicked from Jonah to the scattered documents, then back to Jonah. He said nothing, just offered a curt nod and left. Jonah's heart pounded. Had he been too careless? Could word get back to the commanding officers that he was snooping into topics well beyond his pay grade? Trying to be more discreet, Jonah waited until the base was nearly empty. He'd show up with a duffel bag full of groceries, pretending he was grabbing a late snack in the rec room, then slip into the archive. He copied notes by hand rather than photocopying them, for fear of leaving a paper trail. Each new detail he uncovered painted a more alarming picture. Accounts of suspicious cargo, covert alliances, wealthy financiers who stood to gain from sinking a specific ship. Not to mention the rumoured switch between the nearly identical Olympic and Titanic. Some documents even discussed the possibility that the real Titanic was so badly damaged that the shipping company orchestrated an insurance scam. If these documents were genuine, it implied that high-level powers orchestrated a disaster to eliminate certain individuals, or to reap a staggering insurance windfall, or perhaps both. His mounting paranoia reached a fever pitch when he discovered a later memorandum dated 1980, suggesting modern intelligence agencies had assumed custodianship of the Titanic files. They noted these files remained suppressed to preserve diplomatic ties and financial stability, with instructions to destroy any duplicates. Clearly, people with authority, across multiple generations, were actively covering up potential truths about the Titanic's end. One night, as Jonah prepared to leave the base, he glimpsed the same petty officer waiting near the main gates. The officer's gaze locked onto Jonah's. Taking a detour, Jonah slipped into a side corridor and waited, watching the man from a safe distance. After a few moments, the man spoke quietly into a cell phone, then walked off. Jonah exhaled, dread coiling in his chest. He realised he was under surveillance. Perhaps they suspected he was rummaging in the restricted files. He had to be more cautious or risk permanent consequences. Driven by a mixture of adrenaline and righteous anger at the idea of orchestrated mass murder, Jonah decided to share what he'd found with someone he trusted. He confided in Bryce Fletcher, a longtime friend and fellow sailor who had joined the Navy the same year. Over coffee in a dingy diner off base, Jonah spilled everything: his accidental discovery, the mentions of sabotage, and the old memos that put the US Navy suspiciously close to Titanic's final route. Bryce listened, eyes widening with each sentence. "You realise this is insane, right?" he murmured. "We're talking about the biggest maritime tragedy in modern history. You're saying it was purposeful? That's madness," Jonah sighed. "I know, but the documents I've seen, it's not random speculation, it's official. They talk about ensuring the ship meets a watery end to protect certain financial interests. Even the mention of removing prominent dissenters is there." They spoke in hushed tones, glancing over their shoulders. Bryce was torn between disbelief and the weight of Jonah's earnestness. Finally he whispered, "This could ruin you. Or worse, you should drop it." But Jonah couldn't let it go. He felt an obligation to the 1,500 souls who'd perished, if indeed they had been sacrificed for profit. He believed the truth deserved to be known, no matter how long it had lain hidden. Their next question was how to proceed without incurring the wrath of powerful institutions. Bryce, chewing a thumbnail, suggested they quietly compile evidence and leak it anonymously to journalists or historians. That way, at least, the documents might see daylight. Neither of them realised the enormity of what they were up against. In the grand scheme, it wasn't just the US Navy. It wasn't just a shipping company. It might be an entire clandestine network that spanned nations and decades. One that had successfully buried the Titanic's real story for over a century. That night, Jonah made a fateful decision. He would gather physical copies, enough to prove authenticity, and contact an investigative reporter. He didn't yet know how he'd manage it. The restricted cabinet was obviously off limits, and digitizing the documents risked detection. But the idea of doing nothing, of letting the lies remain entombed in watery secrecy, felt unbearable. In a single impulsive act, Jonah set in motion a chain of events that would shake the foundations of his life. There was no turning back. The deeper he dug, the tighter the noose of secrecy would become around him. A few nights later, under the fluorescent hum of the nearly deserted archive, Jonah made his move. He waited until Gladys, the archivist, headed to the supply closet for her nightly restock. Then he used her own key, lifted from her desk for the second time, to open the restricted cabinet. His pulse hammered. Every creak of the cabinet door felt like a cannon blast in the silence. He selected 2 of the thickest folders labelled Titanic. With trembling hands, he slipped them into his duffel bag, burying them under a towel and a spare uniform. It was a crude plan, but he hoped to smuggle them out unseen. He locked the cabinet carefully, returned the key, and left the base, forcing a calm stride. Every passing guard or petty officer made his heart jump, but no one stopped him. Once he was clear of the main gates, relief washed over him. He'd done it. Jonah headed straight to Bryce's cramped-off base apartment. He arrived flushed and breathless. Bryce's eyebrows shot up when he saw Jonah pull the folders out. "You actually did it?" he hissed, helping close the blinds. "My God, man!" They spread the documents on the coffee table, scanning them under a lamp. Each new page amplified the sense of dread. Detailed accounts revealed how White Star Line's parent company was on the verge of financial collapse. Key investors included some of the era's wealthiest men, who had a lot to gain if the Titanic's insurance payout saved their enterprise, or so the theory went. Another stack of letters referenced specific individuals who boarded Titanic, under the assumption they were sailing on a perfectly safe ship. Among them were powerful figures who supposedly stood in the way of certain bankers' ambitions regarding the Federal Reserve's creation. If the ship sank, those opponents would be gone, clearing the path. One letter in particular chilled Jonah to the core. It detailed instructions sent from a naval intelligence liaison to White Star executives, promising discreet oversight of the mission in exchange for future influence. It mentioned coded conversations about hull modifications, arranged payoffs to silence crew members, and the convenient rebranding of one ship as the other. The letter ended ominously. "Ensure all loose ends are submerged." Bryce looked up, his face pale. "This is bigger than we thought," he said, voice taut. "There are references to government officials, shipping magnates, even British lords. A full century of cover-up. If we leak this, we're essentially blowing open a conspiracy that's been kept under wraps for ages." Jonah nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. "The question is how. If we go to any big news outlet, the story might be suppressed before it even airs. We need someone fearless, someone who doesn't mind going toe-to-toe with powerful institutions." They considered contacting small, independent investigative journalists, or even releasing scans online. But that ran the risk of the materials being dismissed as forgeries. They needed credibility. Bryce suggested a well-known historian who specialised in maritime disasters, a woman named Dr. Rosalind Fraser, who had garnered respect for challenging mainstream accounts of naval incidents in the past. "She's published in reputable journals," Bryce said. "If she verifies these documents, it's game over for the official narrative." They agreed. Jonah left the folders in Bryce's care temporarily, planning to get them scanned and encrypted. Bryce, though unnerved, insisted on helping. He couldn't let Jonah carry the burden alone. They parted ways, unaware that they were being watched from the street. A figure in a parked sedan across the road flicked away a cigarette butt and noted their comings and goings. Early the next morning, Jonah found a brown envelope slipped under his dormitory door at the base. Inside was a single photograph. Him and Bryce huddled over the stolen documents, captured through the apartment window. Beneath it, a typed note read, "Return what you've taken. Cease all actions. This is your only warning." A chill lanced through him. Someone had followed him, spied on him, documented the theft. He felt the walls closing in. Was it naval intelligence? Some private agency on retainer to old money families? Panicking, he rushed to Bryce's place, only to find the door kicked in, furniture overturned. Bryce was gone. So were the documents. Jonah's heart thundered. There were no signs of Bryce or any explanation, just a ransacked apartment. He called Bryce's phone repeatedly, but it went straight to voicemail. Jonah felt numb. Had they taken Bryce? Or had Bryce fled? Searching the wrecked living room, he found Bryce's scanning equipment smashed, the laptop missing. The only clue left behind was a single scrap of paper pinned to the wall with a knife. "You've been warned." His mind raced with horrifying possibilities. He considered going to base security, but what if they were compromised? If this conspiracy extended to the higher-ups, he'd be handing himself over to the enemy. Instead, Jonah decided to call Dr. Rosalind Fraser. Bryce had jotted her phone number down on a notepad earlier. She answered on the third ring, her tone wary. Jonah introduced himself in a rush, explaining that he had crucial documents regarding the Titanic's sinking. He didn't go into detail about how they'd been stolen or how Bryce was missing. Dr. Fraser listened quietly, then told him to meet her at her university office in 3 days, provided he could bring proof. He prayed that Bryce had managed to secure backups. If not, he had nothing. His mind whirled. Did Bryce have a second location for scanning? Had he emailed digital copies anywhere? The only possibility Jonah could think of was an old external hard drive Bryce sometimes used for personal projects. Maybe, just maybe, Bryce had saved something there. Jonah hunted through the apartment's debris until he found the drive hidden behind a bookshelf. It seemed intact. Heart pounding, he stuffed it into his pocket. He had no idea what it contained, but it was his last hope. As he exited the building, the floorboards squeaked behind him. He spun around, only to see the same petty officer from before standing in the hallway, his features shadowed in the gloom. "Whitfield," the man said, voice low. "Don't do this to yourself, or your friend. Return what you took and walk away." Jonah's pulse hammered, but he didn't reply. He dashed out the door, footsteps echoing in the corridor, the petty officer not far behind. He sprinted down the stairs, out to the street, weaving between pedestrians. Eventually he slipped into a nearby alley and by luck or desperation lost his pursuer. Breathing hard, Jonah realized he was alone, frightened, and in possession of dangerously incriminating evidence. He feared for Bryce's life, uncertain if his friend had been abducted or coerced. Yet Jonah felt a fierce resolve burning within him. If these conspirators were ruthless enough to kidnap Bryce, they were capable of worse. Surrendering the evidence would solve nothing. It would only bury the truth again and leave Bryce's fate unknown. That night, Jonah crashed at an old motel on the edge of town, paying in cash. He secured the door with both locks, shoved the dresser against it, and pulled the curtains tight. Sleep eluded him. He spent hours hunched over the external hard drive, using his personal laptop to check if anything was there. Relief flooded him when he saw a set of scanned images and text files labelled RMS Titanic Proof. In them were the very documents they had spread on Bryce's coffee table. Bryce had managed to scan them before everything went south. Now Jonah had tangible proof. The question was how to get them to Dr. Fraser, and how to ensure he or the evidence wouldn't be intercepted. He changed his phone number, tossed his military-issue smartphone, and purchased a cheap burner phone. He realised he was risking desertion from the Navy by vanishing like this, but he saw no other choice. The conspirators had routes that reached into official channels, which meant Jonah couldn't rely on normal procedures or chain of command. It dawned on him that if they could make Bryce disappear so quickly, they could do the same to him. Yet, a persistent voice inside urged him to keep fighting. The souls lost on the Titanic, if indeed they were sacrificed, deserved the truth. Little did Jonah know that by morning, every resource of a shadowy network spanning corporate boardrooms, intelligence offices and legacy institutions would be mobilized to hunt him down. Time was running out, and with each moment, the oceanic depths of this conspiracy loomed ever larger, threatening to swallow him as mercilessly as the Titanic herself. Jonah set out for Dr. Rosalind Fraser's university office, under the cloak of pre-dawn darkness. The campus lay a few hours away by bus. He avoided main roads, changed buses twice, and kept his burner phone turned off until he was within a mile of her office. All the while, he felt eyes on him, phantom watchers behind every corner. He could practically feel the invisible net tightening around him. Upon arriving, he found the campus mostly empty, the long corridors lit by flickering overhead lights. He had called Doctor Fraser from a payphone earlier, confirming their rendezvous time. She met him at a side door, her expression coolly academic but betraying an undercurrent of alarm. Jonah must have looked ragged, with shadows under his eyes and adrenaline thrumming through his veins. They spoke in hushed tones inside her modest office crammed with books and maritime artifacts. Jonah booted his laptop, showed her the scanned documents. Dr. Fraser's eyes widened as she read the memos referencing sabotage and deliberate plans. Her initial skepticism ebbed, replaced by fascination and horror. "Where on earth did you get these?" she breathed. Jonah hesitated. "You're safer not knowing the details, but I need you to confirm if these are legitimate. If they are, I want the world to know." She nodded gravely, pulling out her reading glasses. For the next hour she pored over each scanned page, cross-checking signatures and letterheads with reference materials in her extensive library. Occasionally she would mutter something like, "This watermark, I recognise it from early 20th century White Star documents," or "This phrase matches the formal naval style of the 1910s. The further she delved, the more her hands seemed to tremble. Finally Dr. Fraser looked up. "In my professional opinion," she said, her voice hushed, "these documents are authentic. Some of the letterheads and ciphers I've never seen before, but they align with archival references. It's potentially the most explosive revelation about the Titanic in a century. If the public sees these, it could rewrite maritime history." Jonah nodded, a swirl of relief and dread. "So you'll help me reveal them?" She took a long breath. "I will, but we must do this carefully. If these are real, then whoever's guarded this secret for so long won't hesitate to silence us." Before Jonah could respond, a thunderous crash broke the silence. The office door splintered as two men in dark suits forced their way in. One brandished a gun. Dr. Fraser gasped. Jonah dove for the laptop, but the nearest intruder's foot slammed down on his wrist, pinning him to the floor. "Don't move!" the man snarled. Jonah struggled, adrenaline surging, but the second intruder aimed the gun at Dr. Fraser. She froze. "You don't understand," Jonah managed. "The world needs to know," the gunman sneered. "The world needs to remain stable, and you're endangering that." With that, the man snatched Jonah's laptop. The other rummaged through Dr. Fraser's desk, seizing her phone, notebooks, anything that might contain a copy of the files. She tried to protest, but he shoved her roughly into a chair. "Let her go!" Jonah shouted, struggling beneath the intruder's weight on his wrist. Dr. Fraser's voice shook with anger. "You can't silence history forever," she spat. The gunman's gaze flicked from her to Jonah. "Keep talking, and we'll see how quickly your academic career comes to an end, along with everything else." Jonah mustered his courage. "What did you do with Bryce Fletcher? Where is he?" The intruders exchanged a glance. "Not your concern anymore," the man pinning him growled. Then, as swiftly as they came, they backed out of the office, carrying Jonah's laptop and Dr. Fraser's materials. One man kept the weapon trained on them while the other slammed the battered door behind them. For a moment, Jonah and Dr. Fraser sat in stunned silence. Then Jonah yanked open the desk drawer where he'd put the external drive. It was gone. They'd taken it. All the physical evidence Jonah had left was now in the hands of those determined to bury it. Dr. Fraser's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "They can't unsee what I've read," she said softly, as though trying to reassure both Jonah and herself. "I'll write it all down from memory. I'll go on the record." But Jonah's heart sank. No official channel would believe her without the documents, especially when wealthy, powerful forces denied the story. He could feel the precarious nature of their position. "They'll discredit you," he said, voice shaking. "They'll claim you're a fraud or you fabricated evidence, and they'll come after you again." Dr. Fraser gripped the arms of her chair, knuckles white. "So be it. The truth matters." Yet Jonah wasn't sure how far they could take it before meeting an even grimmer fate. He thought of Bryce, kidnapped, killed, or coerced, perhaps locked away in some black site. The hopelessness gnawed at him. From the hallway came a fresh commotion, raised voices, footsteps pounding. Another set of men in uniform burst into the office, led by the petty officer who'd tailed Jonah before. Without a word, they seized Jonah by the arms. One man produced a pair of handcuffs, snapping them around Jonah's wrists. "Jonah Whitfield, you're under arrest for theft of classified materials and desertion," declared the petty officer in a wooden tone. "You will come with us." Dr. Fraser stood, outraged. "He's no criminal. He's—" The petty officer's eyes narrowed. "Stay out of this, ma'am, unless you want to be charged with conspiracy to commit espionage." Jonah, handcuffed and powerless, felt Dr. Fraser's desperate gaze follow him as he was dragged away. He wished he could offer words of comfort or defiance, but the weight of the situation pressed on him like a 1,000-ton hull. If these men were following direct orders from the very conspirators he sought to expose, then Jonah was about to vanish into the labyrinth of clandestine detention, just like Bryce. They hustled him out of the building into a waiting black SUV. As it peeled away, Jonah caught one last glimpse of Dr. Fraser standing in the doorway, dishevelled and frightened, but resolute. He prayed she would keep fighting, though he feared for her safety. The ride felt surreal. Jonah's mind raced, recalling every detail of the stolen documents, every mention of sabotage or financial motive that had led to the Titanic's sinking. He swore he would never forget. But memory alone wasn't enough. He needed the evidence to prove it, and now that evidence belonged to people who would bury it deeper than the ocean floor. Eventually the SUV drove into a naval yard, past multiple security checkpoints. Jonah's attempts to question his captors met with silence. They led him into a stark concrete building, down 2 flights of stairs into windowless corridors. With each step, dread coiled tighter in his gut. By the time they shoved him into a bare interrogation room, the overhead fluorescent light stung his eyes, and the walls felt suffocating. Hours blurred. They left him handcuffed to a metal table, a single camera lens glaring down at him from the ceiling corner. No one came in at first, leaving Jonah alone with his fears. Eventually a man in a crisp uniform, no visible name or rank, entered. His face was like granite. "You've made some powerful enemies, Whitfield," he said, voice low. "But you're still young with a promising future. This can end cleanly if you cooperate." Jonah's mouth felt dry as sand. "What do you want?" The man flipped open a slim file. "All the documents you took from the restricted cabinet, any copies you might have, and the names of anyone else you shared them with. That includes Dr. Fraser." Jonah's thoughts flicked to Bryce, to Dr. Fraser, to the battered remains of all his attempts to reveal the truth. He realised that if he cooperated, he'd condemn them as well. But if he stayed silent, these people could do anything they wanted to him. His future, his freedom, even his life hung by a thread. He mustered a shred of defiance. "I don't have anything left," Jonah said, voice steady, though tears threatened to well in his eyes. "You took it all." The interrogator's lips thinned. Wrong answer. What happened next blurred in Jonah's memory. The door slammed shut. He was left alone again. Hours or days passed in a haze of harsh lights, unanswered questions, and a creeping sense of doom. Each time the door opened, a new wave of demands and threats followed. They wanted assurances that the scandal would never see the light of day. Jonah refused to speak of Dr. Fraser or Bryce. At some point he realised he might never leave this place. He recalled the faces of his family, the pride in his grandfather's eyes when he enlisted, the swirl of joy and dread he felt stepping onto his first ship. Now here he was, a prisoner of the very system he had sworn to serve, all because he'd stumbled upon secrets about a century-old shipwreck. News of Jonah's arrest never made it to the public record. Stonebridge Naval Base quietly filed him under unauthorised absence, and then disciplinary discharge. His name disappeared from the official roster. Even within the Navy, rumours about his fate were hushed up. A few who had known him asked questions, but no answers were forthcoming. He had become another phantom casualty in the endless labyrinth of classified operations. As for Dr. Fraser, she tried in vain to piece together an exposé based on her recollections, but without the original documents, no reputable outlet would accept it. Anonymous threats arrived by mail, and after a few months she resigned her university post, citing stress and health concerns. The world never saw her promised revelations. In the years that followed, an obscure rumour persisted among certain conspiracy circles that a young sailor named Jonah Whitfield had discovered proof that the RMS Titanic was deliberately sunk, forging a chain of hidden alliances and insidious motives. Some claimed he was still alive, locked away in a secret naval prison. Others insisted he'd been quietly executed. Mainstream historians dismissed these tales as rumour, just another layer to the endless swirl of Titanic myths. Yet, in the corners of hushed conversation, on late-night forums, and at clandestine gatherings of maritime enthusiasts, Jonah's story lived on. They whispered that the Titanic's watery grave was not the sole repository of that ship's ghosts. Somewhere on land, behind steel doors and armed guards, an unbroken young man still carried the truth, if only he could be freed to speak it. That truth, of how a majestic liner, loaded with innocent passengers and marked for destruction by hidden agendas, remains locked away, just like Jonah. And as the decades roll on, the question endures. How many tragedies labelled accidents are, in reality, contrived illusions in service of power and profit? For now, we may never know. But the memory of Jonah Whitfield flickers like a faint light in the darkness, calling us to look beyond official stories and question the illusions cast by those in power. Perhaps one day, that spark will reignite. Perhaps then, the real story of the Titanic will finally rise from the depths. Thank you for joining us for this special 4-part story. Don't forget to drop a comment telling us where you're from in the world and what time it is for you right now. If you enjoyed this journey into the hidden corridors of history, be sure to subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that will make you question everything you thought you knew. You right now, and if you wish, how your day has been. And if you enjoy reflective, slow-burning conspiracy stories, make sure to subscribe to Sleep Theories. Tonight's story is titled Shadows in Dallas. It's a historical conspiracy thriller woven around the enduring mystery of the JFK assassination, but told through a modern lens. Follow a present-day investigative journalist as she uncovers shocking connections to events from the early 1960s. Prepare for moral dilemmas, dark secrets, and methodical revelations. Let's settle in and begin. A hush enveloped the old retirement home, the corridors scented by antiseptic and memories of lost decades. Alice Coleman quietly stepped into room 214, a tape recorder in hand. She was meeting Agent Randolph Moore, a retired Secret Service operative who'd served in the Kennedy era. For her assignment, an in-depth feature on the 60th anniversary of JFK's assassination, she'd interviewed numerous figures, but none so close to the White House's day-to-day secrets as Moore. Officially, he was meant to provide nostalgic anecdotes. Unofficially, Alice hoped for a glimmer of something new. Moore, draped in a worn bathrobe, sat by the window. He recognised Alice from a previous phone call, and his lined face brightened slightly. "So, you want to talk about November 63 again, Ms. Coleman?" he said with a gentle rasp. She nodded, pressing record. For the first half hour, he shared mundane recollections, the feel of Texas heat that day, small talk among the staffers, the sense of complacency. He spoke of hearing the shots ring out in Dealey Plaza, the chaos in the follow-up. Alice politely made notes, but all matched the well-trodden official story. At length, Moore's tone shifted. He peered out the window at a leafless oak, then said quietly, "You know, we told the public a pretty neat story about Oswald. But it's bigger, Ms. Coleman. I can't say more." She leaned forward, heart quickening. "Bigger how?" He hesitated, tears glinting in his eyes. He was, well, let's just say, some of our own men might have guided him. Alice's pulse pounded. She'd heard countless theories, but hearing a direct hint from someone with inside knowledge was new. Before she could press further, a nurse arrived, reminding Moore that it was time for medication. The old agent's focus slipped. Alice rose, gently thanking him. As she left, he rasped, "Check Project Crosswinds." They all played along, even the men upstairs. She froze, but the nurse gently escorted her out. She made a mental note. Project Crosswinds. She hadn't encountered that phrase in any mainstream archives. 3 days later, a phone call rattled her mind. Moore had died unexpectedly, officially from heart failure, but the timing spurred Alice's suspicion. Then an unmarked envelope appeared at her desk containing black and white photos, grainy images presumably from the early 1960s. Some featured a figure that resembled Lee Harvey Oswald, but he was standing alongside men in suits. On the back of one photo, scrawled in trembling handwriting, "Crosswinds, 1962. Now, Alice was certain something bigger lurked behind the standard narrative. Her editor, noticing her excitement, cautioned her not to veer into conspiracy-laden territory. The JFK assassination had been probed for decades. "Don't lose credibility chasing ghosts," he advised. But the mention of Crosswinds, combined with Moore's cryptic hint, fueled Alice's determination. She wanted to pursue it, regardless of the risk. To glean more leads, she sought out a name that circulated in niche forums: Samuel Sam Delgado. An archivist with an obsession for conspiracy documents, Sam had compiled a trove of memoranda, old news clippings, and partial diaries from ex-intelligence officials. Over a phone call, he told her, "Meet me at my apartment. I've heard that code word, Crosswinds, once or twice in old declassified CIA files. It might connect to a plan bigger than Oswald alone." She could sense his excitement. He also sounded nervous, as if being watched. That same evening, she arrived at Sam's cluttered apartment in a rundown building overshadowed by a highway overpass. Stacks of file boxes towered precariously in the living room. Newspapers from the 60s spanned every surface. The only clear space was a small table with a flickering lamp. Sam, wiry and dishevelled, greeted her with a quick handshake. "You said you want the truth, right?" He rummaged through a battered trunk, retrieving a folder labelled Crosswinds. Within that folder, Alice glimpsed typed pages referencing a scenario to remove presidential impediments, talk of foreign misdirection, and mention of a designated patsy. The language was cryptic, but it implied a premeditated plan. Sam pointed to one page. They talk about Oswald's defection being manipulated, how key figures in intelligence wanted a scapegoat to blame. The text wasn't conclusive, but it strongly hinted a part of the CIA or some clandestine faction had orchestrated more than a cover-up, possibly the entire murder. Catching her breath, Alice stepped back. "This is extraordinary," Sam shrugged. "It's a fragment. The real motherlode is out there, some hush-hush directive. I've spent years chasing it, but no mainstream journalist took me seriously. You might be the one to break it if you're careful." He then produced a torn letter allegedly from a CIA official to an army general discussing Dallas' final approach, and all compartments remained sealed. The date was early November. Just then, the apartment's overhead light flickered. Sam paused. "That happens when the building's wiring acts up, but I also suspect we're being watched. I've noticed a black sedan parked across the street for days." Alice glanced out the window, seeing only darkness. She asked, "You ever confronted them?" Sam shook his head. "I keep my head down, but they want to ensure none of these doxy mainstream coverage." This revelation heightened her sense that they were treading dangerous ground. Though her editor might balk, Alice felt a moral imperative to continue. If these documents were genuine, they undermined half a century of official denials. But verifying them would be essential. "How do we confirm authenticity?" Sam recommended a forensic approach. "Check the typeface, the codes, consult a ballistic expert about references to bullet angles. We can do it if you commit." She nodded. They parted ways with an unspoken agreement. The story must go on. Late that night, back at her apartment, Alice's phone chimed with a withheld number. She answered, hearing only static, then a distant click. She tried to dismiss it as spam, but her instinct said otherwise. She realized she might be stepping into a labyrinth of watchers and enforcers, people who'd do anything to keep the official story intact. Yet for the sake of history, for truth, and for the memory of that old Agent Moore, Alice decided she wouldn't turn back. The next day she'd begin verifying Project Crosswinds, no matter how far it took her. Sunlight filtered through Alice's blinds as she typed notes on her laptop about Project Crosswinds, referencing the partial documents Sam had revealed. She compiled a short bullet list, references to CIA memos from late in '62, an army intelligence connection, a patsy plan, and suspicious mentions of removing the occupant of the White House. She felt a mix of excitement and dread. If true, the ramifications would be explosive. Government complicity in assassinating a sitting president. But she needed credible, modern-day experts to weigh in. That morning, Alice drove downtown to meet Marianne Fowler, forensic analyst at a local university. Fowler specialised in ballistic and historical authenticity analysis. Over coffee in a near-empty campus cafe, Alice spread out scanned copies of the Crosswinds text. Fowler donned reading glasses, scanning the typed lines methodically. The typeface does appear consistent with early 60s government typewriters, Fowler murmured. But for a definitive test, I'd need the original carbon or original paper. Digital scans make it trickier. She asked about ballistic references. Alice pointed to a paragraph mentioning angles of the bullet trajectory. Fowler frowned. This matches certain controversies about multiple shooters, though the official line said single bullet. If these notes are genuine, it suggests agency involvement. She paused, caution in her gaze. I'm not a conspiracy buff, but if what you show me holds up scientifically, it's extremely damning. Alice left the meeting with partial reassurance. Fowler remained sceptical but intrigued, willing to do further checks if they somehow got original documents. Meanwhile, Sam Delgado texted her a new lead. An ex-CIA logistics officer was rumoured to live in rural Louisiana. He might confirm Crosswinds, Sam wrote, though he was notoriously reclusive. By midweek, Alice and Sam decided to travel to New Orleans. The city had a swirl of old rumours tying Oswald to local associates or intelligence cutouts. Perhaps they'd find more references. They hopped a flight, quietly checked into a budget motel on the outskirts. Sam insisted on caution, eyeing every parked car suspiciously. We're definitely on radars now, he muttered. They won't let Project Crosswinds come out uncontested. In a musty library corner rummaging through local archives, they encountered fleeting mentions of a Major Garrity, an intelligence operative rumoured to have recruited assets in the early 1960s. This name matched some of the faint scrawls in Sam's docs. T. Garrity. Sam gasped softly. Thomas Garrity, CIA paramilitary officer, known for covert ops in Cuba. If Garrity was part of Crosswinds, he might still be around or might have gone underground. One evening, Sam arranged a secret meeting with an elderly man nicknamed Pappy, rumoured to have been a driver for a mob-linked politician in 1963. They met in a dimly lit bar near the French Quarter. Pappy arrived wearing worn slacks, a cane in hand. Over a slow conversation, he mentioned how men in suits visited certain local crime figures, apparently forging an alliance of convenience to remove Kennedy. He recalled overhearing lines about ensuring the blame falls squarely on that Marine. The name Oswald came up in hushed tones. Pappy's account was scattered, but it matched the gist of Project Crosswinds. He said, "Some folks said the plan was bigger than the Mafia, like high-level spooks steering the Mafia as pawns." When Alice pressed for details, Pappy's voice wavered. "I only know they called it a necessary measure. I didn't want to know more." He looked fearful, as if even decades later, the spectre of reprisal hovered. Moments after Pappy's departure, Sam discovered his notes rummaged through. He'd left them on the bar table for a minute, and now half the pages were missing. "Where?" he hissed. A quiet panic enveloped them. They scoured the bar. The bartender shrugged ignorance. Possibly they'd been pickpocketed. Possibly an agent of Garrity's was lurking, snatching evidence. Sam cursed under his breath, eyes darting about for watchers. Alice realised they must be extremely careful. So far, none of this had gone public, and forces were determined to keep it that way. Returning to the motel, they found the door slightly ajar, the lock jimmied. Inside, the lights were on, the place ransacked. Sam's laptop was gone. The safe with some original documents was forced open. A single note scrawled on the bed. "Stop now." Fear hammered in Alice's chest. This was no random burglary. Sam sank onto a chair, shoulders trembling. "They're serious," he whispered. "If we push further, we might end up like that old Agent Moore." But for Alice, something fundamental shifted. She saw how far these conspirators would go. Retreating now meant letting them bury the truth for good. She phoned Manny, her colleague, summarising the break-in. Manny insisted, "You gotta get out of there, or go public now." She hesitated. The documents were partially stolen, the story was half-formed. She responded, "I need better proof. Then we go public. I can't run off a spree." Manny reluctantly accepted, promising to keep a lookout for suspicious activity back at their city. In the following days, as they tried to salvage leads, they spotted a man trailing them, a tall, stoic figure with a military bearing. On a hunch, Sam recognised him from a decades-old photograph, Thomas Garrity. Late one night, Garrity cornered them outside a closed library, leaning against a parked car. "I suggest you two stop rummaging in dead men's secrets," he said, voice low. "No one wants the public undone by illusions of betrayal. Let the past remain in the shadows." Sam tried to protest, but Garrity's cold gaze froze him. Garrity added, "This is your last warning." Then he slipped away, leaving them shaken. The real threat had materialised. An ex-operative who'd once done the system's dirty work, presumably tasked with shutting them down. Alice, though rattled, found renewed resolve. If Garrity was actively interfering, it meant they were onto something truly incriminating. They discussed next steps. "We have to connect these dots. Find a direct chain from an intelligence directive to JFK's murder. Tie it to current power figures," Alice said. "We suspect they never fully lost influence. Perhaps certain politicians soared to prominence under the shadow of Crosswinds." Sam nodded. "One name that keeps surfacing in modern contexts is Senator Evelyn Marsh. She has known intelligence ties going back to the 70s. Maybe she's part of a cover-up lineage." Despite the risk, they decided to head for Washington, D.C. to investigate Marsh's circle. The next morning they checked out of the motel, cautious not to be followed. Sam suggested travelling separately. They parted ways. Alice hopped a flight to D.C., Sam took a bus. On the flight, Alice studied her remaining notes, anxious about what might happen if Marsh turned out to be a key conspirator. Marsh was a respected senator known for hawkish stances on national security, often rumoured to have deep intelligence connections. As the plane descended over the sprawl of DC, Alice closed her eyes, recalling how deeply the official story of JFK's assassination was ingrained in public consciousness. Unravelling it threatened the reputations of entire agencies and power structures. No wonder they guard it so tightly, she thought. The break-in, the stolen documents, Garrity's intimidation, these were not mere coincidences. She braced herself for the labyrinth of hush-hush corridors and polite political facades that awaited in the capital. Arriving in Washington, D.C., Alice felt the city's imposing calm. Towering federal buildings, sweeping avenues lined with marble facades, and the constant hum of political manoeuvring. She found a modest hotel near the capital, checked in under an alias, mindful that Garrity or other watchers might track her. That evening, Sam Delgado joined her, having arrived by bus. They set up a small command centre in the hotel room, rummaging through the surviving documents they had salvaged. The plan: approach Senator Evelyn Marsh under the guise of a routine historical inquiry about JFK legislation, see if she slipped any clues. Before confronting Marsh, Alice arranged a quick meeting with Dr. Marianne Fowler, who happened to be in DC for a forensic conference. They met in a corner of the conference centre cafeteria. Fowler had done some preliminary checks on the ballistic references from their scanned documents. She revealed, "They strongly imply multiple shooters from different angles. The official single bullet theory collapses if these documents are authentic." She sipped coffee, adding, "I remain cautious. Fakes can be clever. But the language about coordinated triangulation lines up with what certain witnesses always suspected." Then Fowler's brow furrowed. "Just be aware. These findings challenge decades of official statements. Expect pushback." Armed with a set of safe questions and a hidden voice recorder, Alice scheduled an appointment at Senator Marsh's office. Officially, the interview was about a retrospective on Cold War politics. Marsh, a poised woman in her 60s, greeted Alice with a polished smile. "Delighted to offer some historical perspective," she said. The office decor boasted framed photos of Marsh with various presidents, plus an award for national security leadership. Sam waited in the lobby, discreetly fiddling with his phone. Initially, Marsh recited well-rehearsed lines about the era's complexities, praising the intelligence community's efforts to defend freedom. Then Alice gently pivoted to JFK, referencing fresh archival rumours about an inside plot. Marsh's expression tightened slightly. "Those allegations are baseless conspiracy talk. The Warren Commission was thorough," she insisted. Still, her voice carried a subtle tension. Alice pressed further. "What do you know of Project Crosswinds? A newly uncovered directive from the early 60s suggests infiltration by certain intelligence factions." Marsh's jaw clenched. She paused, carefully responding, "I'm not familiar with any such project. Possibly an unofficial rumour. Let's maintain focus on known historical facts." But her eyes betrayed alarm. Sensing the shift, Alice probed. "We suspect the existence of modern guardians of that secret. Would you disavow them?" Marsh stood abruptly. "This interview is over. I won't indulge discredited theories." She escorted Alice to the door, the staff politely but firmly ushering her out. The final glance Marsh gave was a silent warning. Outside, Sam approached, hushed. "That was short. Guess we rattled her." Indeed, Marsh's abrupt cut-off signalled their suspicion was correct. She either knew or was part of something. That night, returning to the hotel, they discovered a typed note slipped under the door. "Marsh is untouchable. Back off." The note had no signature. Sam's paranoia soared. "They have eyes in her office too." Alice found it more impetus to push forward. Over the next few days, they combed through public records of Marsh's early career. They found glimmers of involvement with intelligence committees, hush-hush oversight in the 70s, when certain family jewels documents about CIA misdeeds surfaced. Marsh apparently aided in sanitizing the final report. The puzzle: Marsh had a stake in bearing revelations about the JFK plot to protect not just the intelligence agencies but her own ascendancy, built on that hush. One evening, Sam returned with a lead. An old colleague of Marsh's staff, now retired, might talk under anonymity. They arranged to meet in a quiet suburban diner. The staffer, trembling with nerves, insisted on no recording. He whispered, "Marsh was groomed by a network that thrived after the assassination. She knows how it was orchestrated from within the agency and certain generals who despise Kennedy's approach to foreign policy. They called it Crosswinds. I overheard references once. She ensures it remains hidden. If it surfaces, everything unravels, the trust in national institutions, her legacy, everything." He refused more detail, left quickly, glancing over his shoulder in fear. That confirmed Marsh's direct link to the conspiracy's legacy. Alice concluded they needed a single, undeniable piece of evidence tying Marsh and the old guard to the orchestrators in 1963. Something that modern media couldn't dismiss as speculation. Sam recalled hearing rumours of an old CIA safe house in Northern Virginia containing archived materials. It might hold original memos or logs. Such a bold lead was risky, but if Garrity or others hadn't destroyed them yet, it might be their best shot. "We have to look," said Alice, "even if it's a needle in a haystack." As if on cue, Garrity cornered Sam in a convenience store parking lot that afternoon. While Alice waited in the car, she glimpsed them talking tensely. Garrity's stance was threatening, though not openly violent. Sam returned to the car, shaken. "He said we won't find anything. The safe house is empty, cleaned out years ago. Don't be foolish." Then he said next time, "They won't just warn us." This intimidation only heightened their resolve. but the tension soared. They realised Garrity was an unstoppable enforcer, loyal to the old conspiracy's cause, or at least loyal to Marsh's directives. In the midst of that tension, Dr. Fowler delivered new ballistic findings via email. She had discovered anomalies in official ballistic logs from 1963, timing mismatches that pointed to multiple shots from different angles. If your documents referencing those angles are correct, it means the official single-shooter line was impossible. The bullet trajectories dispute it. She concluded, "I now strongly suspect the existence of a covert group directing the outcome. I stand ready to confirm in a published piece if you gather enough additional proof." This was a big step for Fowler, who had been initially reluctant to challenge official narratives. Encouraged, Alice saw a path to building a robust case. Now, they faced a fateful choice: gather the rumoured safe house records, if they even existed, and risk direct confrontation with Garrity and Marsh, or go public with partial evidence, risk being labelled conspiracy nuts, and maybe see to Fowler's ballistic analysis overshadowed. Considering the high stakes, they decided to press forward. "We can't let them bury it again," Sam said. "We find that safe house or any surviving records. If it's empty, fine, we tried. If it's not, we might blow this wide open." Though fear gnawed at them, the moral weight of revealing how the democracy's highest office might have been toppled by internal conspirators overrode their caution. They planned a stealth approach. Sam had gleaned the approximate location from obscure footnotes. They'd drive out at night, carefully avoiding watchers. The next day, they'd attempt a clandestine search. The risk was enormous, but with Garrity and Marsh looming, the window of opportunity was closing. So ended another chapter in their increasingly perilous quest. The capital city, seat of power, had proven how deeply those strings could be pulled to hide old crimes, yet the intangible sense of righteous purpose drove them on. They'd soon find themselves at the threshold of a place that might hold the final puzzle piece, a direct link to the men who orchestrated the shots fired in Dallas decades ago. The question: would Garrity arrive first to erase it all, or would they manage to secure enough evidence to finally expose the true shadows in Dallas? Late at night, a sedan cruised along a winding rural road in northern Virginia. Alice drove while Sam scoured a tattered map. According to rumour, an abandoned CIA safe house sat near a wooded property line. The sky was moonless, thick with hush. They parked out of sight, proceeding on foot. Overgrowth and a weathered chain-link fence suggested no active caretaker. The hush crackled with tension. Garrity might appear at any moment. They found a padlocked door leading to a small bungalow half buried under vines. With minimal fuss, Sam pried open a rotted window. They slipped inside, flashlights illuminating dusty furniture. The interior smelled of old paper and mould. A few battered filing cabinets stood in the corner. "This must be it," Sam murmured, if Garrity or Marsh didn't already clear it out. They rummaged through drawers, most empty or filled with mundane forms. Then, behind a wooden panel, Sam discovered a hidden compartment. Inside, a slim metal box labelled Crosswinds. Alice's heart raced. Opening the box revealed typed memos referencing an executive action blueprint, detailing infiltration steps, discrediting certain personnel, arrangement of a staged assassin. Names included Oswald, General B, agency liaisons, and cryptic references to ordered by upper echelons with senatorial assurance. Even mention of Project Crosswinds culminating in Dallas, 11/22/63. Hard proof. The memos were signed off with coded initials. They carefully photographed each page, adrenaline surging. If authentic, these documents proved a portion of the CIA and political figures orchestrated JFK's death. Abruptly, footsteps crunched outside. They froze, lights off. A calm voice. "You two can't learn, can you?" "Garrity." The door banged open. Sam ducked behind a dusty couch, clutching the metal box. Alice crouched behind a battered desk. Garrity's flashlight beam swept the room. He advanced with measured steps. "Ms. Coleman, Sam Delgado, I know you're here. Drop that box. Step out or I'll do it for you." Tension clamped Alice's chest. She texted Manny a quick, "Safe house under attack," then stashed her phone. Garrity spoke again. "You realise you're meddling in national security? This is bigger than you. The country needs the official story intact." She glimpsed the silhouette of Garrity's pistol in the faint beam. Fear hammered in her, but she mustered courage. The memos must not be lost. Sam whispered to Alice, "I'll distract him. You slip out the back window with the docs." She protested silently, not wanting to abandon him. But Sam signalled urgency. Garrity advanced deeper, nearing the desk. Sam popped up from behind the couch, brandishing a broken chair leg. "Over here, Garrity!" he shouted. Garrity spun, startled. Sam lunged, the chair leg meeting Garrity's forearm. A short scuffle ensued. Garrity easily disarmed Sam, tossing him into a shelf with a loud crash. While Garrity was occupied, Alice crept to the side window. The metal box clutched to her chest. She hoisted it, climbing out with difficulty. The sound of a gunshot cracked inside. Fear jolted her. She didn't know if Sam was hit. She scrambled out, stumbling in the dark. Another shot echoed, then a third. Her mind reeled with dread, but she pressed on, memorizing Sam's last instruction. "Get the evidence out." She dashed into the thicket, crouching behind trees. A single overhead glance told her Garrity wasn't immediately chasing. She heard muffled shouts from inside the safe house. Possibly Sam was pinned, or worse. She texted Manny once more, hand shaking. "Shots fired, have docs, need help." Manny responded, "Police en route," though she doubted local authorities could handle Garrity's covert ties. Nonetheless, she kept moving. She prayed Sam might slip away somehow. Eventually, after a tense half-hour navigating darkness, she reached the parked sedan. She stashed the metal box in the trunk, heart pounding with anguish over leaving Sam behind. But revealing these documents might be his only hope. She started the engine, headlights off, rolled down the road until safe to turn them on. Once on the highway, tears streamed. She overcame the guilt with a vow. "I'll expose everything, rescue Sam." But for now, the documents needed to get out. At dawn, she found a safe motel near a different county. Manny arrived after a frantic drive from the city. They pored over the newly discovered memos. The language was shockingly explicit, references to how Oswald shall be presented as the lone extremist, a mention of arranging infiltration in New Orleans for plausible associations, instructions for certain media infiltration to push the official line, even footnotes about friendly senator aides ensuring the commission's compliance. One senator's name was redacted, but cross-references suggested it might be Marsh or her predecessor. Manny gasped. This is more than enough to blow up decades of official narrative. They faced a choice: publish immediately, or confirm authenticity with Dr. Fowler. They decided on a middle path, scan them, secure backups, then meet Fowler for final verification. Manny would also tip a few trusted media contacts to prepare for a major scoop. Meanwhile, they'd try to contact Sam or confirm his fate. Several calls and texts to Sam's phone went unanswered. Fear coiled in Alice's gut. She prayed Sam was alive. Within hours, national headlines got wind that new documents allegedly emerge on JFK plot. Manny's media leaks were unstoppable. A short snippet on a major news site asked, could a new generation of researchers reveal a government plot? Marsh swiftly addressed the press, calling it baseless rumour, dangerously irresponsible. She didn't mention Alice by name, but spoke ominously about journalists dabbling in treason. Meanwhile, inside sources told Manny that Marsh had convened a closed-door meeting with intelligence bigwigs. A sense of final confrontation loomed. In a quiet lab, Dr. Fowler examined the box's original typed pages. She used ultraviolet light, checking the paper's age, typewriter patterns. She concluded the documents were very likely from the early 1960s, consistent with official stationery watermarks, showing no sign of forgery. Coupled with ballistic references matching her prior analysis, Fowler was ready to publicly attest that these items were authentic. "This is indeed the soaking gun," she said. She recognized how explosive it was, but moral duty demanded truth. As Alice prepared to release the entire trove online, Manny received a tip from an inside staffer. Senator Marsh had demanded the FBI investigate the theft of classified documents. She might orchestrate a legal clampdown, brand them as national security threats. Also, Marsh had apparently engaged Thomas Garrity to track down the missing box. Meanwhile, Sam Delgado's fate remained unknown. A swirl of tension overshadowed the moment. Alice recognized once they pressed publish, they'd have no protective shield. The conspirators might act violently or use legal sabotage, but the only path was forward. Midnight approached. In a small safe-house apartment Manny had borrowed, Alice hovered over her laptop, hand trembling on the mouse. The digital scans of Project Crosswinds documents were queued. Manny nodded grimly. Dr. Fowler on speakerphone confirmed readiness to back them up with her ballistic evidence. With a single click, the entire trove would go public, open for the world to see. That moment was mere seconds away. In the hush, Alice recalled Sam's unwavering devotion, risking everything for the truth. She inhaled, pressed the button. The final part of their plan was in motion. They braced for a collision with Senator Marsh and Garrity, the culminating struggle to shatter a half-century of national deception. Within minutes of Alice uploading the Project Crosswinds documents, a ripple coursed through social media. Bloggers, conspiracy forums, and eventually mainstream news sites began echoing the key revelations. A CIA-led directive aided by certain army generals, culminating in the Dallas assassination. The material included typed memos, references to Oswald's role as a scapegoat, potential collusion with mafia elements, and even cover-up involvement by powerful politicians. Shockwaves spread, overshadowing the usual nightly headlines. Even so, some demanded more proof. As dawn broke, the mainstream press hammered the story with headlines. Leaked memos suggest government plot in JFK killing. Authenticity under review. Senator Marsh fired back, issuing a statement. These so-called documents are unverified, illegally obtained. We must not let fringe conspiracy distract from real national interests. Yet behind the scenes, Marsh scrambled, summoning her legal teams, pressuring allies in intelligence to discredit Alice. A storm of official denials took shape, but Dr. Fowler stepped forth with her forensic analysis. She appeared in a short segment on a major network, carefully explaining the physical authenticity of the pages. She highlighted how the ballistic references resolved the old magic bullet controversies. Viewers watched, stunned. Marsh's attempts to brand the evidence as forgeries lost momentum. Public curiosity soared. In the swirl, Alice arranged a covert meeting with Senator Marsh, offering an off-the-record chance to respond. Marsh surprisingly agreed, perhaps hoping to spin the narrative. They chose a neutral space, an empty event hall after hours. Manny set up a camera feed, ready to stream if needed. Marsh arrived, flanked by a stern-faced aide. She wore her polished smile. "Ms. Coleman, you're courting national sabotage. This entire fiasco jeopardizes trust in our institutions," Marsh began calmly. Alice retorted, "Senator, these documents show that powerful figures orchestrated JFK's murder. The public deserves to know. Did you or your predecessors share complicity?" Marsh's polite mask cracked. "I was not around in '63, but yes, I represent a lineage that believed in safeguarding national security by any means. Some secrets must remain buried to keep America strong. The chaos you're unleashing helps no one. Manny, hidden, recorded every word. Marsh realised too late this conversation was on the record. She grew furious, hissing, "You vile opportunist." Suddenly, Thomas Garrity burst in from a side door, pistol in hand. Manny froze behind the camera. Marsh whipped around. "Garrity, why are you all here?" he glowered. "I am cleaning up your loose ends, Senator." Marsh's eyes flashed anger. "We do not kill them in a public broadcast, you fool! Stand down!" Garrity spat. "You lost control. This entire scandal threatens us all." In a standoff, Garrity advanced, aiming at Alice. She tensed, heart pounding. Chaos erupted. Manny tried to tackle Garrity. A shot rang out, grazing Manny's shoulder. He collapsed with a cry. Marsh shouted in panic, "Stop, Garrity! We can salvage this!" Garrity ignored her, turning the weapon at Alice. She ducked behind a chair, trembling. Sensing it was do or die, Manny, despite the pain, wrenched himself up, lunged at Garrity again. Another shot fired wide, lodging in a table. Marsh stumbled back, her perfect composure shattered. She shrieked, "You're destroying everything!" Garrity roared back, "We do what must be done!" The scene was chaotic, but Manny managed to knock Garrity's arm enough to send the pistol skittering. Alice seized the moment, dashed forward, retrieving the gun, holding it unsteadily. Garrity lunged for her, but Manny blocked him and they could pin Garrity down. Unbeknownst to Marsh, Manny's camera had been streaming to a small online platform. The scuffle, the senator's meltdown, Garrity's confessions about ends justify means, it all broadcast live. The partial admission from Marsh about a lineage preserving secrets at all cost went public. Observers on the internet watched, stunned, as it became apparent that a high-level figure condoned lethal methods to keep old secrets hidden. Police sirens soon approached. In the final moments, Marsh tried to salvage dignity, stammering to the camera that everything was misconstrued. But the broadcast ended with uniformed officers storming in, subduing Garrity, paramedics tending Manny's wound. Alice felt relief mingle with exhaustion. They had forced a confession, or near enough, out into the open. The entire conspiracy was effectively laid bare for national scrutiny. In the days that followed, Marsh faced a firestorm. Public calls for her resignation mounted. Congressional committees demanded an inquiry. She tried to disclaim involvement, but the partial meltdown on camera was damning. Garrity was arrested, though rumours swirled he'd take the fall alone. Meanwhile, Manny's minor injury was treated, and he was released from the hospital with a bandaged shoulder. Dr. Fowler stepped forward, confirming the ballistic data, lending the final blow to the official single-shooter theory. In the swirl, Alice pressed authorities about Sam Delgado's fate. Garrity, under interrogation, grudgingly admitted Sam had escaped the safe house, wounded but alive. He'd fled, uncertain of his direction. This spurred a new search. A few days later, Sam reappeared, calling from a hospital in another state. He'd sustained a minor gunshot wound, but managed to slip away while Garrity gave chase. He was safe now, though shaken. Alice wept with relief. She realised how close they'd come to losing him. The documents plus Marsh's meltdown spurred a major national debate, overshadowing typical news. Polls reveal the public was half in shock, half in denial. Some refused to believe the government orchestrated JFK's death, calling it a hoax. Others demanded immediate prosecutorial action. The White House declared a special commission to review the newly revealed evidence. Historians declared it the biggest revision of 20th century American history in decades. For Alice, the experience was bittersweet. She'd uncovered the truth, but at great cost. Sam's injuries, Manny's brush with death, her own near-lost faith in the system. She felt no triumph, only relief that the old Agent Moore's final cryptic warnings had led her here. She remembered how the story started with a simple anniversary piece. Now it ended with a national reckoning. She often revisited the memory of Agent Moore's frail voice. He was just a patsy. Indeed, the entire truth was darker than she imagined. Months later, Alice visited Dealey Plaza in Dallas. The sun shone on the famous old book depository, the vantage point that for decades was claimed to be the lone shooter's nest. But she now knew multiple vantage points were used. She stood quietly reflecting on how easily official narratives can shape history for generations. Sam, mostly recovered, accompanied her. They laid flowers as a token for the memory of that day in 1963, for the watchers, the scapegoat, the complicity. "We did what we could," Sam said softly. Alice nodded. Back home, Manny's article series titled Shadows in Dallas, the Crosswinds Documents, soared in readership. Fowler's forensic testimony became standard reference for new documentaries. Garrity's trial ended with him scapegoated by the government apparatus, ironically reminiscent of Oswald's fate. Senator Marsh resigned under scandal, facing ongoing investigations that might or might not lead to convictions. Yet even with so much revealed, some corners of the public remained unconvinced. "It's too big," they said, or "We can't rewrite history now." But the seeds of truth, once planted, took root. Thus the final lines of the JFK conspiracy story were no simple conclusion. The revelation sparked endless ramifications, rewriting textbooks, fueling more controversies, forging a new acceptance that sometimes the greatest secrets can endure for decades, until a few persistent souls bring them to light. Alice Coleman, once a modest journalist assigned to an anniversary piece, had shattered a portion of national myth. The cost weighed on her heart, but the voice of her conscience said it was worth it. So concluded the saga of Shadows in Dallas, a conspiracy undone by unwavering determination, proving that, in the end, even the darkest secrets can be forced to face the sunlight. The hum of the tiny office's fluorescent lights droning in the background. She was the last one left in the newsroom tonight, as usual. A faint headache pressed at her temples, not from exhaustion alone, but from the nagging sense that she was on the verge of a story bigger than anything she'd tackled before. The rest of her colleagues had gone home, unconvinced by the cryptic messages referencing long-dead CIA programs that she'd been obsessively researching. Now, illuminated only by the cold glow of the computer screen, Eva reread the tip that had landed in her inbox hours earlier. MK Ultra is just the beginning. Look deeper. They never fully stopped. They only changed names. Start with the lost transcripts in the 1950s, then see how new subjects appear even after the official closure. The truth is rotting in old boxes. A friend. Her heart pounded each time she scanned those lines. She'd been aware of MK Ultra, the CIA's infamous mind control experiments from the 1950s and 1960s. Everyone with an interest in conspiracy law had heard about LSD trials and rumoured psychological torture. But she'd assumed it was ancient history, relegated to half-baked documentaries and disclaimers about different times. Yet something in the tip implied an ongoing presence, a lingering shadow. Could it be possible? She found herself both sceptical and intrigued. It was this tip that had her rummaging through declassified archives posted online, scanning for anything that might confirm or deny the cryptic claim. So far, she'd found only blacked-out paragraphs, heavily redacted references to code names, talk of safe houses and volunteers, involuntary sedation. Enough to suggest widespread wrongdoing, enough to keep her up at night. But not enough for a solid lead. She needed more, something tangible. A faint squeak in the hallway startled her. She shut her laptop, half expecting a co-worker, but nobody appeared, probably the old building settling. Eva exhaled, then reopened her laptop. She typed a short piece for the next day's editorial updates, just a small mention of newly revealed CIA documents, but her editor had already made it clear, "We can't run some half-cocked conspiracy as front-page news, Eva." She clenched her jaw, saving her notes in a hidden folder titled MK. At exactly 10:52 p.m, her phone buzzed. An unknown number. She hesitated before picking up. "Hello?" No immediate reply, but she caught breathing. Then a man's voice, low and wavering. "I read your piece about mind control archives. You're onto something. I can't talk freely. Meet me tomorrow, noon, at Crescent Park. I have patient files you need to see." The line clicked dead before she could respond. Her heart hammered. Patient files? Something ongoing? She packed up, a swirl of thoughts fueling a mild adrenaline surge. The tipster sounded spooked. She typed a quick text to her friend Manny from the crime desk. "If I vanish, ask about Crescent Park." Manny had teased her about paranoia, but she'd learned never to take a stranger's call in such matters lightly. Once outside, the cool night air offered a mild relief from her pounding heart. She double-checked the darkened street for suspicious cars, half laughing at her own caution. The only sign of life was a stray cat rummaging near the dumpster. Driving home, she reflected on her last big break, a child trafficking ring case that nearly cost her a lawsuit. Her editor had stuck his neck out for her, but now the paper's budget was shaky. Another fiasco might sink them both. Still, something about potential ongoing mind control experiments, or at least a cover-up, felt too big to ignore. If the CIA or whichever branch was still burying these secrets, it wasn't just old news. Real people might be suffering, or had suffered, without recognition. By the time dawnlight crept through her apartment blinds, Eva had hardly slept. She dragged herself to the tiny kitchen, slurping coffee that tasted burnt. The TV on low volume recapped mundane local updates. No mention of secret experiments or covert operations, just typical morning chatter. She turned it off, unsettled. Maybe she was chasing a ghost, but what if there's substance to it? She recalled Watergate once started as a seemingly small burglary story. Maybe this was her chance to unearth a revelation. At her desk by mid-morning, she tried to focus on routine tasks, but anxiety gnawed. The hush in the office told her the place was half empty. Manny teased her from across the aisle. "You look like you saw a ghost, kiddo." She gave him a half smile, reminded him about the text. He teased back, "Better not vanish, or I'll have to run your story." She muttered a thanks, feeling only slightly reassured. Noon arrived. She parked near the park's entrance, scanning for watchers. People strolled with dogs, kids played around the swings, an old man fed pigeons. A normal midday scene. She wandered the walking path, nerves on high alert. Then she spotted a man leaning against a large oak tree, looking distinctly uneasy. 30s, short hair, dark-rimmed glasses, clutching a manila folder. He locked eyes with her and gave a small nod. "Ms. Moreno?" he asked. She nodded. He introduced himself as Doctor Samuel Green, a psychiatrist who had stumbled upon irregularities in certain patients' backgrounds, cases that seemed linked to bizarre LSD-induced trauma from decades past. But these patients were younger, not old enough to have participated in the historical MKULTRA. "I suspect a follow-up program, or inherited impact. I'm not sure. But their nightmares, phobias, they mirror something deeper, and I found partial mention of questionable sessions in old files." Dr. Green's voice quivered. He handed over a few pages. "I can't go public alone. The hospital board would discredit me. But maybe you can gather enough to make them speak." Eva skimmed the pages, glimpsing references to unusual therapy sessions, sensory deprivation, and dose regimens. The language was reminiscent of those old CIA docs, yet these logs were dated within the last decade. Chills ran down her spine. Could it be a direct link or a copycat operation? As they spoke, Dr. Green's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, face blanching. "I have to go. They're calling me in. Just be careful, Ms. Moreno. I fear we're stirring something bigger. If you dig deeper, try to find an ex-operative named Renee Walker. She might talk, or she might vanish first." With that, he hurried off, disappearing behind a hedge, leaving Eva with the folder in hand. She sat on a park bench reading over the patient notes, disjointed references to memory wiping, reinforcement loops, post-hypnotic triggers. If authentic, it was horrifying. Then a presence behind her made her jump, a well-dressed man with a calm smile. "Researching old conspiracy myths?" he asked, voice smoothly polite. She recognised the chill that overcame her. This must be someone from that side. She stammered an excuse and stood. The man casually said, "Take care, Ms. Moreno. Some things are best left alone." He walked away, leaving her heart pounding. It had begun, an intangible cat and mouse. She watched him fade into the crowds, uncertain if she was imagining the threat. But her gut said no. She clutched Doctor. Green's documents. Something real was at stake. She swallowed, recalling Manny's wisecrack. Better not vanish. She willed herself to remain resolute. If these covert experiments were ongoing, ignoring them was unconscionable. She'd chase each lead, despite the lurking menace. The story had chosen her, or so it felt. She refused to let fear muzzle the truth. Eva pressed the elevator button for the sub-basement at her newspaper office. She rarely ventured down there. Only old archives, dusty microfilm, and a supply room that smelled of mildew. Yet after meeting Dr. Green, she needed any historical angle the paper's meagre records might hold. If MKUltra's rumoured follow-up programs left any footprints, perhaps scraps of local coverage existed in the stacks. The elevator rattled downward, flickering overhead lights giving it a slight horror movie vibe. She tried to calm her nerves. The strange man in the park, the phone call with Doctor, Green, these felt like the opening act of a noir thriller. Yet real life was seldom that cinematic, she reminded herself. Fear only helps if it spurs caution. She rummaged through rusted file cabinets in a dim corner. A single flickering bulb cast dancing shadows. Among manila folders labelled Health Medical 1970 to 1985, she found an unremarkable subfolder titled PsyOps/LSD Trials. Her pulse raced slightly. She'd never known that the local paper had such a subfolder. Inside were a few yellowed clippings from the late 1970s, referencing a rumoured government clinic that tested psychoactive treatments. But the articles were incomplete, ending abruptly. One paragraph suggested a link to a travelling Project Mindscape, but no follow-up piece was found. Eva carefully snapped photos with her phone. She recognised the hallmark, references to CIA disclaimers, local officials claiming ignorance. The bylines were from a now-deceased reporter, Margaret Allen. If only Margaret were alive to share her notes. Maybe Manny, the crime reporter, could help her find more leads on Margaret's old records. She swallowed the dryness in her throat, trying to quell the sense that she was venturing into territory that left previous reporters spooked or worse. Late that afternoon, Eva followed up on the phone numbers listed in Dr. Green's partial patient notes. Many were out of service, but one answered, a trembling voice of a middle-aged woman named Anya Caldwell. She was hesitant. "I'm not sure I can trust you," she said, stammering. Eva explained that, Doctor. Green pointed her toward Anya, promising confidentiality. After a long pause, Anya invited Eva to come by her apartment at dusk. "I just want the nightmares to stop," she murmured. Nervous but determined, Eva arrived at a modest, slightly run-down building on the city's outskirts. Anya greeted her with wary eyes, ushering her into a living room cluttered with half-finished puzzles and stacks of self-help books. She looked exhausted, with dark circles beneath her eyes. Over a shared cup of lukewarm tea, she recounted bizarre fragments. "I remember, being a teenager, told I was going to therapy for depression, but it felt more like tests. They'd show me swirling lights, ask questions while I was half-dazed. Sometimes I'd wake up not knowing how I got there." Her voice shook. "They kept calling it a clinical trial for advanced therapy. My mother said it was recommended by a government-sponsored mental health initiative. That was decades ago, but even as an adult I have these triggers, flashes of a cold lab, men in suits, strange tones piped into headphones." She pressed her hands together, trembling. "If your Dr. Green is right, I was part of something bigger. The idea that it's connected to MKUltra terrifies me." Eva fought an impulse to comfort Anya physically. She settled for a gentle, reassuring tone. "We'll find the truth," she promised softly. She felt a deep ache in her chest. This woman's trauma wasn't a sensational story. It was heartbreak. The impetus to expose the conspiracy became more personal. She took careful notes, then offered Anya a contact for a free legal advisor if needed. In that moment, Eva realised she was crossing from mere observer to advocate, whether she liked it or not. That evening, Manny called unexpectedly. "Eva, I was rummaging in the old broadcast tapes from the 1980s. Found something labelled Mindscape Test in a dusty corner. Want to see?" She drove over to Manny's place. They watched the battered VHS on his ancient player. Grainy black and white footage flickered. A panel discussion, presumably from a local TV show, featuring a stern older man who claimed to be a psychological consultant, discussing LSD therapy and hush-hush government cooperation. Another figure's face was blurred. Manny tapped the screen. "Look at that silhouette. Doesn't it remind you of Dr. Green's mention of an operative named... Oh, was it R. Walker or something?" The name Renee Walker flared in Eva's mind. In Dr. Green's notes, he'd suggested a Renee W. might be an ex-operative. The blurred figure indeed had a female voice, talking about the moral conflict of messing with minds in a monotone heavily disguised. Manny's eyebrows rose. Could this be her? If so, she's been trying to blow the whistle for decades. The final frames froze on the older man referencing national security as reason for secrecy. The show ended abruptly with a sign-off date of 1983. They made a copy of the VHS on Manny's digital converter. This might be precious evidence if it linked a real face to a hidden operation. Manny agreed to keep quiet while Eva pursued the lead further. She left with an uneasy sense that each new clue was simultaneously clarifying and tangling the bigger picture. Secret therapy trials, an ex-operative with regrets, hush-hush LSD expansions decades after MKUltra was shut down. Driving home in the dark, Eva checked her rearview mirror repeatedly. The distinct sense of being followed brushed over her nerves. Once she glimpsed headlights behind her that matched each turn, but eventually they veered off. Paranoia or reality? She recalled the man from the park, that grin laced with implied threat. She half laughed at her jumpiness, yet a gnawing tension remained. This story was stirring powerful forces. She could almost feel the intangible watchers creeping in. Her phone buzzed near midnight. Dr. Green again, voice taut with worry. "I got pulled aside by hospital administration. They want me to stop referencing these LSD trauma theories. Something about protecting patient privacy, avoiding baseless accusations. I sense official pressure. We must move quickly, Ms. Moreno, or we lose momentum." She responded that she'd discovered a possible lead. Someone named Renee Walker might have crucial knowledge. Green said he'd heard that name whispered in old psychosurgeon circles. "I'll see if I can find a contact for her," he offered. They agreed to meet discreetly soon. Before hanging up, he added, "Be careful. I suspect we're hitting a nerve with the agency folks." That night, Eva double-locked her apartment door. She rummaged through her laptop, printing out the newly found documents. She didn't want them only in digital form. Too easy to alter or delete if her system was hacked. She stashed the physical copies in a taped-up binder under her bed. A flicker in her computer screen made her heart jolt, as if someone might be remotely accessing it. She quickly turned off Wi-Fi. Possibly a glitch. Possibly not. She laid in bed, thoughts whirling. So far, she had a meltdown tapestry of half-truths. Old LSD projects, traumatized patients, clandestine 1980s interviews, a possible ex-operative named Walker. The pattern suggested that the original MKUltra's dark legacy had mutated or never fully ended. If she published now, she'd face immediate pushback. If she delayed, she risked losing Dr. Green or Anya's cooperation under intimidation. Balancing these risks felt like treading a razor's edge. In the stillness, she recalled how Anya's eyes brimmed with fear, how Manny bravely rummaged archives for her. She wanted to protect them, to do justice by their stories. Sleep crept in slowly. Outside, city lights glowed, oblivious to the hidden war for truth happening in shadowy corners. As she drifted off, the last thought crossing her mind was the question, if I push deeper, how far will they go to silence me? And am I truly ready for that fight? Eva's editor glowered at her from behind a cluttered desk the next morning. "I'm not shutting down your story," he clarified, "but you'd better bring me something solid. No cloak and dagger rumours. I can't risk a defamation lawsuit or a government clampdown. This paper's fragile enough, kid." She nodded, biting back a retort. She understood the precarious finances. She also knew she had more leads to chase, so any immediate confrontation here was pointless. Around lunchtime, a call came in from a blocked number. She picked up, half expecting Doctor, Green or Manny. Instead, a woman's voice, husky with a slight rasp, spoke. I read your piece on historical LSD trials in the local aggregator. You're more correct than you realise. If you want real answers, meet me at the old bridge, 9 p.m. tomorrow. Park discreetly. Come alone. Click. The line died. Eva's pulse spiked. Another tipster? She guessed this might be Renee Walker, the ex-operative. The hush in that voice suggested caution. She decided to keep the meeting from Manny for now, not wanting more people at risk. She texted Doctor. Green. Potential major source. We'll update if it pans out. He simply responded, watch your back. That evening, as Eva locked up her desk, she nearly collided with a tall man stepping into the hallway. He wore a tailored suit, eyes cool with confidence. Ms. Moreno, he said softly, I'm Marcus Tate, Government Relations. We appreciate your interest in historical CIA documents, but caution you to verify authenticity. Many fabricated stories circulate. The tone was polite, but the underlying message bristled. She recognised that name, Marcus Tate, someone rumoured to hold a senior intelligence position, known for smoothing over controversies. She forced a tight smile. Thanks for the tip. I always verify sources. He nodded, letting a silence hang. Then he said, we wouldn't want your publication to inadvertently publish disinformation. It could harm reputations. Be sure you have facts, not fantasies. With a parting nod, he vanished into the corridor. She stood there, adrenaline surging. He'd found her. The friendly facade was a classic intimidation tactic. She breathed deeply, reaffirming her resolve. That night she dreamt of interviews with masked figures, swirling records, half-lost diaries. She awoke in a cold sweat. Checking the time, 4 a.m., she realised she wouldn't sleep further. She rummaged through her notes. Anya Caldwell's anguished recollections, Dr. Green's partial patient logs, the hush around Project Mindscape, plus Manny's discovered VHS clip. The puzzle edges were forming. They all indicated that MKUltra had spawned follow-ups under different names. The cruelty of it, unwitting subjects manipulated for psychological experiments, fired her outrage. She jumped at the ping of an incoming email. A hush of dread passed over her. Possibly Manny with a new find. She opened it to see a single line. Stop. We see you. Remember the children's story that ended in tragedy. No sender, no signature. Her hands trembled. She quickly forwarded it to Manny with the subject line. Threat. Fear and anger twisted in her chest. But backing off now would be cowardly. She decided to press forward. Come morning, Manny visited her desk, eyes grim. That threat email. Should we call the police? She shrugged wearily. The police might brush it off as a random troll, or they might be compromised if this is deeper. I'll keep it documented, though. Manny frowned, placing a small digital recorder in her hand. At least carry this for tomorrow's meeting. Record everything. If you vanish, we'll have a clue. She gave a shaky smile, appreciating the support. She also texted Doctor, Green to ensure he was safe. He answered that nothing new had happened, though he felt uneasy at the hospital, noticing a suspicious stranger loitering outside his office. The sense of watchers multiplied, as if a net tightened around them. That afternoon, Eva visited Anya Caldwell's apartment again, bringing groceries as a small gesture of kindness. Anya looked more frazzled than before, eyes red, hands trembling. She said she'd had another flashback. I woke at 2 a.m., hearing the voice of a man telling me to recite phrases. My heart pounded. Then I realised it was a dream, or a memory. She rubbed her temples. It feels like they planted triggers in me, half-lost commands. I can't separate reality from induced illusions. Eva consoled her gently, promising progress was being made. She didn't mention the upcoming clandestine meeting. The last thing Anya needed was further agitation. Instead, Eva recorded a short statement from her about the therapy sessions as a child. Tears welled in Anya's eyes as she recalled a windowless room, swirling colours, the smell of antiseptic. They'd strap me to a seat, talk about unlocking hidden recesses of the mind. I was just a kid, her voice cracked. Then it all went black. Leaving Anya's place, Eva felt both anger and heartbreak. This woman was living in a psychological labyrinth shaped by monstrous experiments. She clenched her fists. No matter the risk, the truth must surface. As dusk approached, Eva found her mind swarming with scenarios of the next day's meeting. She packed a small messenger bag with essential items: phone, digital recorder Manny gave her, spare battery, some printed docs for reference. She wore comfortable dark clothing, wanting to blend in at night. She half expected a spy novel twist, pursuit by unmarked cars. But the actual day remained quiet, as if the forces arrayed against her were letting her approach the meeting unimpeded. Her phone chimed. Manny again, urging caution. If anything goes sideways, call me, or text a single letter to indicate trouble. She typed an appreciative reply, fighting a swirl of both gratitude and guilt. She was dragging Manny into dangerous waters, but she needed an ally. That evening, the city lights flickered against a starless sky. Eva rummaged for the steel in her spine that had propelled her through tough stories before. Yet tonight felt different. Lurking government watchers, threatened whistleblowers, traumatized survivors. She double-checked her apartment's locks, set an alarm for early morning. She'd meet the mysterious caller at 9 p.m. tomorrow. The hush in her apartment felt oppressive, as though shadows on the walls were more than mere illusions. Her last act before bed was to rewrite her notes into a more coherent timeline. 1950s to 1970s, MK Ultra official timeline. 1983, local TV interview with an ex-operative, likely R. Walker, discussing a spin-off project. 90s to 2010s, Dr. Green's patients show LSD-induced psychological trauma, some referencing secret therapy. Present, threats from a man named Marcus Tate, presumably an agency official. She underlined tomorrow night, Old Bridge, Renee Walker. She imagined the conversation that might unfold, the revelations that might come. A swirl of dread and excitement coalesced in her gut. If this was indeed Renee, the puzzle's missing piece might fall into place, giving the story unstoppable momentum. At midnight, lying in bed, phone on her nightstand, she stared at the ceiling. She pictured the silent watchers, the cunning Tate, the heartbreak in Anya's voice, Dr. Green's caution. Sleep eluded her again. She whispered to herself, "We're all just threads in a bigger tapestry. But maybe, if we weave them together, the truth can't be cut." The beep of the clock turning 12:01 a.m. sounded eerily loud, marking the transition to the day that could change her life. She closed her eyes, mustering the nerve for what was to come. The next day breezed by in a haze of tension, each hour feeling like a coil tightening. Eva barely focused at work, her mind fixed on the upcoming meeting at the Old Bridge. By late afternoon, Manny sidled over to her desk, concern etched on his face. "You sure about going alone?" She nodded, feigning confidence. "If I show up with a crowd, this source might vanish," Manny exhaled. "Then keep me posted. We can't lose you to some dark fiasco." She promised she'd text him the moment she left the meeting. The unspoken fear hung between them, that these conspirators played dirty. Just before 9 p.m, Eva parked a few blocks away and walked the rest. The Old Bridge, a disused iron span over a shallow river, sat in a dimly lit portion of the city seldom patrolled by normal evening crowds. Broken street lamps gave it a half-forgotten gloom. She clutched her phone and Manny's digital recorder, scanning the area for watchers. A solitary lamp at the bridge's midpoint cast a sickly glow on corroded metal beams. The hush here felt oppressive. Near the lamppost, a cloaked figure stood with hunched shoulders. Eva approached cautiously, heart thudding. As she drew near, the figure lifted a hood, revealing an older woman's face lined with weariness. She spoke first, voice rough but subdued. "You're Eva. I'm Renee Walker. That's all the introduction we have time for." Renee's gaze flicked about as though expecting an ambush. "Listen closely. I used to work for the agency. Not full field ops, more like logistical tasks. But I saw enough. MK Ultra was official from mid-50s to 73, we know that. But they rebranded. They carried on select sub-projects under new code names, tested mind manipulation on unsuspecting people. LSD was just one tool. They tried hypnosis, synthetic compounds, memory erasure. It goes deeper than official records show." Eva's pulse quickened. She pressed record discreetly. "And does it continue to the present day?" she asked. Renee inhaled shakily. "In fragments, yes. Various labs quietly funded. Some doctors recruited. I parted ways decades ago, overwhelmed by guilt. I tried hinting at the truth in that old 1983 broadcast, but I was discredited, threatened." Renee handed Eva a small flash drive. On here are partial logs from the 1990s. They mention a Project Halcyon, a newer iteration focusing on advanced mind conditioning. I can't confirm if it's fully active now, but I suspect it never ended. She paused, scanning the darkness. They never fully let go of the dream of controlling thoughts, altering behaviours, and the worst part, many subjects have no idea they were used. Eva pressed for specifics about LSD experiments. From what I gather, Anya Caldwell might be a victim. Renee frowned. Yes, that name surfaces in old rosters. She was one of the teenage participants identified as emotional vulnerability prospects. They used sedation, subliminal triggers, aiming to shape behaviour patterns. It was monstrous. Some attempts at total reprogramming, they said. A tremor passed across her lips. I can't undo the past, but I can help you expose it. The hush of the night weighed on them. The dull roar of the distant city traffic underscored how separate they were from normal life. Eva felt sick imagining countless lives like Anya's. She asked, "Who's directing it now? Is it the CIA, a private contractor?" Renee shook her head. "Could be a black-budget wing. Marcus Tate is a top figure in suppressing all public references. If he's after you, be extremely careful. He's cunning, well-connected." Suddenly footsteps echoed on the far side of the bridge. A flashlight beam swept across rusted railings. Eva's heart lurched. Two silhouettes approached. "We need to go," Renee hissed, pulling Eva aside. The footsteps quickened. Eva glimpsed suits and glints of drawn handguns. Possibly Tate's men. "Split up," Renee whispered, "and hide the flash drive." Eva stuffed the drive into her jacket pocket. They parted ways at the middle of the bridge, each slipping into darkness behind opposite support beams. The footsteps reached the lamppost, a hushed voice speaking. They were just here. Another answered, "Spread out. Check the perimeter." A chill of adrenaline shot through Eva. She crouched low, quietly texting Manny. "Bridge. Surrounded. May need help." Peering from behind the beam, Eva watched one agent pass mere feet away. She held her breath. He scanned the shadows with a small flashlight. Luckily, a shrill siren from a distant street corner spooked them. Perhaps a random police cruiser. The men, evidently not wanting a confrontation, retreated. Eva seized the moment, creeping in the opposite direction along a narrow catwalk under the bridge. Heart pounding, she emerged onto a deserted side street, then sprinted to her car blocks away. No sign of Renee. She hoped the ex-operative also escaped. She hopped in her car, hands trembling, and sped off, only allowing herself to exhale when the headlights behind her revealed no pursuers. Her phone beeped, a text from Manny. "Hang tight, on my way." She replied that she was safe for now, heading to an all-night diner. Manny insisted on meeting. The swirl of fear and relief left her half nauseous. Manny slid into the diner booth, breath ragged. Eva recounted the confrontation. Manny looked alarmed, but also intrigued. "So now you've got a flash drive from a presumably high-level operative. That's gold, or a hornet's nest," she nodded. "Both, likely." She'd scrolled quickly on her phone, discovering the flash drive was encrypted. She'd need a friend skilled in decryption, someone not easily traced. Manny offered a contact, a freelance hacker named Jules who owed him a favour. They ordered coffee and greasy fries, neither having eaten. In a subdued tone, Manny murmured, "We should confirm, Doctor. Green's safe. If Tate's men are stepping up, Green might be a target too." Eva texted Green. No immediate reply. Anxiety spiked. "We might check his office tomorrow if we don't hear back." Their phones buzzed simultaneously with news alerts. Local psychiatrist under investigation for data breach. Manny read the headlines in dismay. They're going after Green's professional license. Could be Tate's doing, trying to muzzle him. Eva felt a pang of guilt. Her story might have put Green in the crosshairs. She resolved to push forward faster. The unstoppable momentum of a cover-up often thrives on time. If they revealed enough evidence soon, the conspirators might not contain the fallout. They parted near dawn, Manny heading home to rest, Eva returning to her apartment. The memory of the men on the bridge lingered in her mind. The hush in her living room felt oppressive. She locked her door, triple-checking. Renee risked her life to supply that flash drive. I can't let it go to waste. She shot a final text to Manny. "We'll decode the drive tomorrow. Then we blow the lid off. I won't let them bury this." As she sank onto her sofa, she wondered about the moral weight of dragging all these people into a confrontation with an invisible machine that had been perfecting secrecy for decades. The lingering question, how many times had truth been stifled before? Yet the small voices of survivors, the haunting guilt in Renee's eyes, the betrayal felt by Dr. Green, all demanded an answer. Sleep eluded her once more. Outside, the city's neon glow tinted the horizon. She pictured the blank expressions of Tate's men, the relentless push to keep everything hidden. In the hush of her sleeplessness, she vowed to see the mission through, no matter how deep the shadows extended. Sunlight streamed through the blinds as Eve awoke from a fitful doze on her sofa. Her phone beeped incessantly with notifications. She rubbed her eyes, glancing at the screen. Manny's messages and missed calls. "Where are you? Green's gone. His clinic says he's on emergency leave, possibly forcibly taken." Fear jolted her awake. She quickly phoned Manny. He answered breathlessly. "Security cameras at the hospital show men escorting Green into a black SUV last night. Some hush-hush official paperwork. He's vanished." Eva felt her stomach lurch. They'd struck back swiftly, removing Dr. Green. She realized the time for caution was past. She had to blow the story open before more vanishings occurred. Manny reminded her that they had the flash drive from Renee to decrypt. "Jules is waiting in a cafe basement," he said. "We can do it now. Then we release everything online." Eva nodded, mind whirling. She grabbed her laptop, the flash drive, and an external battery. They met at a dingy cafe's back room. Manny's contact, Jules, was a small woman with spiky hair, hunched over a battered MacBook. The basement smelled of coffee grounds and dust. Without preamble, Jules accepted the flash drive, then typed feverishly. "High-level encryption, but let's see. Must be older code." A swirl of lines scrolled on the screen. Manny and Eva hovered, tension mounting. Minutes became an hour. Jules cursed softly, then grinned. "Got it. Directory of PDFs, some video files, a few text logs. Let's open the text logs first." She double-clicked. A hush fell as they read references to Project Halcyon, Advanced Psychosomatic Reconditioning, Subject Group Number 47, Supplementary LSD Regimens, dates up to 2014. Manny exhaled. They continued these mind control experiments well into the 21st century. Good God. Scrolling further, they saw mention of key personnel, M. Tate, in an oversight role. Manny's eyes flared. Marcus Tate, so he's not just covering old secrets. He's actively overseeing a new iteration. This is the smoking gun. Additional lines detailed sedation protocols, session durations, and modifications to memory imprint techniques. The moral horror was tangible. One PDF attached, titled Survivor Case Anya C. 1979, revealed Anya Caldwell's role in an adolescent program. Another named Doctor. Green recognized him as a potential risk if discovered. Manny and Eva exchanged grim looks. They'd found clear proof that Green was in danger for a reason. Manny hissed, "We must publish. Now." As they prepared to upload the files to their paper's server, Eva's phone rang. Marcus Tate's number displayed, a twist in her gut. She answered with trembling calm. Tate's voice was clipped. "I assume you have something from Ms. Walker. We have Doctor. Green in custody for national security reasons. We can talk terms." Her anger flared. "You kidnapped a psychiatrist? You're insane." Tate responded calmly. "He's alive, Ms. Moreno, but release that data and events may escalate unpredictably. The government will deny everything, brand you a hoaxer, maybe a traitor." Eva's gaze flicked to Manny. She put the call on speaker. Tate continued, "We can handle Ms. Caldwell's claims as mental illness. The ex-operative Walker's testimony is hearsay. We only fear if you tie it all with falsified documents. Step away, and Dr. Green's life returns to normal. He might even reappear, cross us, and we can't guarantee anything." The line clicked dead. Manny shook his head in disgust. "He's basically blackmailing you with Green's safety." Eva's hand trembled over the laptop trackpad. Manny whispered, "If we give in, we bury the story. They keep Green hostage, or at least muzzle him. If we publish, Green's in real danger, possibly Anya or even us as well. But the truth, it could save countless future victims." The weight of that moral dilemma pressed heavily. She thought of Anya's broken memories, Doctor, Green's unwavering courage. The unscrupulous power of Tate's threat hung like an anvil. In that hush, Jules cleared her throat. "I can upload everything anonymously to multiple whistleblower platforms. Once it's out, they can't stop it, but it has to be your call." Eva closed her eyes. A swirl of guilt for Green, but a deeper responsibility for all potential victims. She realized that if she caved, they'd remain forever manipulated. She recalled the vow she made after meeting Anya. No more hiding. Eva typed a quick final note into the top of the dock. Summarising the new revelations, then nodded at Jules. Do it. In seconds, Jules hammered a few keystrokes. The screen showed progress bars uploading the entire folder, text logs, PDFs, old videos, to a major document leak website. Manny simultaneously drafted a story for their own paper's site, referencing the leaked files. They set it to auto-publish within the hour. No turning back. Within minutes, social media chatter exploded. Major leak reveals possible continuation of MK Ultra under codename Halcyon. Manny's phone vibrated non-stop. Eva's email inbox flooded. The fuse was lit. She expected an onslaught of official denials, trolls, maybe half-truth excuses, but at least the genie was out. The hush of decades was shattered. The next steps unfolded in a blur. Large news outlets picked up the story. Government press liaisons fumbled with, "We're investigating these unverified documents." Statements. Conspiracy forums erupted with triumph. Mainstream anchors expressed cautious skepticism. Eva glimpsed a fleeting moment of satisfaction amid the swirl, though worry for Dr. Green overshadowed it. Late that evening, Manny called, breathless. Breaking news. Dr. Green turned up at a roadside motel, disoriented. He says men dropped him off, told him to keep silent, but he's alive. Eva felt tears of relief. She sped to the motel, finding Green shaky but physically unharmed. He recounted being interrogated in a sealed room, forced to sign a non-disclosure. Then once the story went public, they deemed him worthless as a bargaining chip. "They might spin this as me being delusional," Green said, trembling. "But the docs are out there now. They can't bury it all." Days later, official inquiries erupted. Politicians demanded clarity on whether new mind control experiments existed. The CIA hammered out statements about historic wrongdoing. Marcus Tate vanished from public view. Some rumoured he was reassigned or quietly retired. Others said he was orchestrating new spin from behind the scenes. Meanwhile, survivors like Anya Caldwell found partial validation. She and others formed a support group. Dr. Green resumed practice with renewed resolve. Eva's article soared in readership, catapulting her from local reporter to national figure. She felt uneasy about the spotlight, but recognised it gave her a platform to continue pressing for accountability. Manny teased that she'd become a journalistic hero, though she felt more relief than pride. The cost had been high: fear, risking her friends, and nearly losing Dr. Green. In the weeks that followed, talk of Halcyon overshadowed earlier controversies. Investigations opened, lawsuits formed. Yet as time wore on, factions in government worked to recast the data as inconclusive or tampered with. The net effect? Some believed wholeheartedly, others dismissed it as a sensational hoax. The full truth remained muddled. But at least the seeds were planted, shining a harsh light on an unsavoury legacy that refused to be quietly erased. In a reflective moment, Eva visited Anya's small apartment, bearing a fresh bouquet. They sat quietly, sipping tea. Anya thanked her for exposing the hidden hand that scarred her youth. "I may never get all my memories back," she said softly, "but knowing I wasn't crazy, that means everything." Eva squeezed her hand. She realised that even partial victories matter in a landscape of secrecy. One drizzly morning, Eva received an unmarked package at her desk. Inside lay more classified files, referencing tangential mind experiments in other states. No note, no return address, perhaps from another whistleblower. She gazed at them, heart heavy. The shadowy machine was bigger than she'd imagined, still shifting, still covering tracks, but she felt neither terror nor despair this time, only a renewed sense of mission. We've come this far, we keep going. Standing by the office window, she watched raindrops on the glass. The hush of the day felt oddly comforting. She recalled the swirling LSD session logs, the battered survivors, the hushed voices. A swirl of regret for those who never saw justice, but also a sense of hope that one day more pieces would come to light. The truth, once illuminated, can't fully be shoved back into darkness. And thus, among the swirling secrets, Eva Moreno resolved to remain that persistent light, shining however she could into the darkest corners of shadows of the mind. had hurried out moments ago, muttering about a fierce storm that might spook their livestock. The thunder overhead rumbled, setting Betty's nerves on edge. She paused in the kitchen, about to douse the lantern for a moment's rest, when a flash of brightness cut across the black horizon. Not lightning, but something else. She dashed to the open doorway. A narrow, blazing streak arced overhead, sputtering sparks like metal scraping the atmosphere. It vanished behind a ridge just beyond the ranch fields, followed by a bizarre, echoing boom. The ground trembled. Betty's heart hammered. Could it be a plane crash? She called out for her father, but heard only the storm's roar. Grabbing her slicker, she ran into the rain, scanning the fields for any sign of him. In the distance, an otherworldly glow flickered behind the far fence line. The cattle bellowed in alarm. Something definitely had come down from the sky. Something big. It might be debris or wreckage. Gritting her teeth, she pushed through the mud, praying her father was safe. The next morning, word spread through Roswell about a ranch where strange debris had been discovered. Neighbours whispered about metal that bends and then reforms, rumours of symbols etched on scraps. But hours later, the Army Airfield's official statement shifted the story. First, it was said to be a flying disc, then abruptly relabelled a weather balloon. The confusion only fueled speculation. Some insisted the material was too exotic for a mere balloon. Others shrugged it off as a fancy government project. For local folks, it was a passing curiosity, except for those who'd witnessed the lights in the storm. That same day, Danny Cole, an eager junior reporter at the local newspaper, was on the trail of the weirdest assignment of his budding career. He'd heard that Betty Navarro's father had driven into town early, telling a few folks about the odd metal he found in his grazing fields. By the time the army arrived to hush him up, the rumour mill was already blazing. Danny's editor, an older man with a short temper, tossed him a single line of instruction. Go find out if this is news or nonsense. With a pencil behind his ear and a notepad in hand, Danny steered his battered truck toward the Navarro ranch. En route, he spotted a row of army trucks rumbling back to Roswell, tarps covering what appeared to be crates. Odd tension itched at the back of his mind. Why would the military be so secretive about a balloon crash? Arriving at the dusty driveway, he found Betty Navarro standing by a fence, her clothes still stained with mud from the prior night. She eyed him warily, suspecting he might be another official come to strong-arm her father. He introduced himself gently, explaining he was just a local reporter hunting for the truth. That seemed to ease her suspicion. With a tired sigh, she nodded toward the pasture. We're not supposed to talk about it. The army men told us it's classified, but all we want is to understand what happened on our land. Walking alongside Betty, Danny glimpsed the flattened tall grass where something had skidded. A few scorched patches dotted the ground. She recounted how she'd found her father near dawn, staring at twisted shards. He was convinced it wasn't from any typical plane or balloon, like nothing he'd seen in 40 years of ranching. Then soldiers swarmed in, whisked away the wreckage, told him to keep silent or face dire consequences. He now lay in bed, nerves frayed, spouting paranoid worries that he'd be hauled off if he talked. Betty bristled at the thought. He just stumbled on that debris. We're no criminals. She led Danny to a small shed where her father had stashed a single piece he'd pocketed, an L-shaped sliver of dull silver about the size of a paperback. She handed it over with trembling caution. Danny turned it in his hands, marvelling at how lightweight it was. Aluminum, he guessed, but pressing his thumb left no dent. Even repeated attempts to crease it failed. Suddenly Betty took it back, folded it almost in half with surprising ease, then let go, and it snapped back to its original shape. No signs of bending or stress. Danny swallowed hard. This can't be normal metal. From behind them an engine roared, making them jump. The jeep skidded to a stop near the shed. 2 uniformed men hopped out, guns visible at their hips. One barked, "Step away!" That's government property. They marched over, demanding the piece. Betty clutched it to her chest, her eyes flashing. Danny, pulse racing, tried to calm the situation. "We're just looking, sirs. She's the owner of this ranch." But the men ignored him, forcibly snatching the debris from Betty. They levelled a cold glare. "Stop meddling, or you'll regret it." With that, they drove off in a cloud of dust, leaving Betty trembling in fury. The feeling that something was deeply amiss sank into Danny's gut. That afternoon, a press release from the Army Airfield stated unequivocally that the recovered wreckage was a weather balloon. The local sheriff's office parroted the same line. Meanwhile, half the town whispered about flying discs, UFOs, or secret weapon prototypes. The radio crackled with crackpot call-ins. Danny's editor, spooked by the Army's sudden interest, told him to drop the story. No sense stirring trouble, kid. But Danny's curiosity burned. The conflicting accounts, plus the bizarre behaviour of those soldiers, hinted at something bigger. This was no ordinary crash. Back in his small apartment, Danny typed out notes about Betty's testimonies, the odd metal fragment, the ominous warnings. He had no illusions that printing any of it in next morning's edition would be easy. Yet the sense that Roswell was at the centre of a swirling conspiracy made him determined. He needed more angles, more proof. The next step, find out if anyone else had glimpsed the lights or had scraps of wreckage. But as he mulled over names to contact, a knock hammered on his door. Peering through the peephole, he saw two strangers in plain suits. He opened the door a crack. One man hissed, "Cole? We know you've been snooping at Navarro's place. Let it go." The second man stepped forward, voice low and menacing. "You didn't see anything unusual. Remember that." Then they left, footsteps echoing in the hallway. Danny's pulse thundered. In one day he'd witnessed a crashed object of unknown origin, encountered bullying soldiers, and now faced intimidation at his own doorstep. He realised that whatever fell in Roswell wasn't just scraps of metal. It might be the key to a story that could upend everything the public had been told. The question was, how far were these unseen forces willing to go to keep a lid on it? And was Danny, a fledgling reporter, brave or foolish enough to push onward? Clutching his notes, he sat on the edge of his bed, mind racing. Something extraordinary had shattered that New Mexico sky last night, and the shadowy efforts to hide it were as real as the desert thunder still rattling in his memory. He decided, I won't be scared off. Tomorrow, he'd dig deeper, step by step, determined to uncover the truth. The day after the men in suits threatened him, Danny Cole woke early, consumed by a sense of purpose. He typed up what he had so far, the unusual debris with shape memory properties, the contradictory official statements, the intimidation attempts. But in rereading it, he realised the piece lacked definitive evidence. A sensational claim needed more than hearsay. He needed additional eyewitnesses or a smoking gun. Without that, his editor would never run the story, and the Army might label him a crank. He headed first to the local sheriff's office, hoping for a chat with the deputy who'd initially tipped him off about the Navarro ranch. The station's waiting area smelled of stale coffee, but the deputy seemed cagey now, eyes darting as he spoke in hushed tones. "Look, kid, I told you about the ranch because I figured something smelled fishy, but now folks from the Army in some unknown suits have shown up, telling me to keep quiet. They're using words like national security." The deputy looked genuinely spooked, refusing to say more. "Don't drag me deeper into this, Danny. I got a family." With that, the conversation ended. Next, Danny tried visiting local ranchers, who might have glimpsed unusual lights during the thunderstorm. Several admitted hearing a bizarre boom, or seeing flashes that didn't match normal lightning. But none had concrete proof. One ranch hand mumbled about metal scattered across the field, but the Army confiscated everything the next morning. Another said she saw Army trucks hauling large tarps. Still, speculation remained rumour level. Despite the swirl of talk, there was no tangible artefact to show. The net apparently had been cast wide. The Army seemed determined to erase all physical traces of the crash. As Danny walked down Roswell's main street late that afternoon, a voice hissed from an alley, "Psst, Cole!" He glanced over, startled, to see a tall, lanky figure beckoning. Oliver Grayson, a local recluse known for odd theories about secret government tests. He wore rumpled clothes and clutched a rolled-up sheet of paper. "I have something you'll want to see," he whispered. Danny approached warily. Oliver's eyes darted left and right, as though expecting watchers. Oliver led him to a dingy back room behind a boarded-up photography studio. There, he unrolled the sheet. It was a large negative from a camera, apparently capturing streaks of light in the sky. "Took this the night of the storm," Oliver said, voice trembling with excitement. The negative showed multiple lines, perhaps meteor-like trails, except one line curved oddly, as if under controlled flight. "I was out trying to snap lightning shots. Then I saw these lights. They moved too intelligently to be random." Danny squinted. The negative quality made it difficult to interpret, but it definitely looked peculiar. If real, it might bolster the claim that something extraordinary flew overhead that night. Why not show the police? Or the paper? Oliver snorted. They'd call me a crank. Also, those men in suits rummaged through my place. I barely hid this negative before they arrived. They took everything else. He inhaled shakily. I know they're covering up something big. That evening, the Roswell Army Airfield held a hasty press conference. Major Harold Tate, a tall, composed officer, took the podium. Beside him, a bland visual display of a weather balloon's diagram was pinned up. Journalists from the local paper asked if the Army still stood by their explanation. Tate nodded gravely. Yes, we recovered a balloon and related radar reflectors. No evidence suggests anything unusual. He urged citizens to trust official channels, denouncing wild rumours about unknown craft. Danny was in the back, scribbling notes. He saw the tightness in Tate's jaw when asked pointedly about the ranch location, or the rumoured strange metal. Tate repeated the same line. Balloon materials, nothing else. The tension in the room was palpable. Then, in a moment of quiet, Danny asked, Major, can you confirm you visited or seized property from any civilian homes, like the Navarro Ranch, for purely weather balloon debris? Tate's eyes flickered. Those are routine procedures, he replied stiffly. If folks have mistaken ordinary junk for something else, we clarify and remove what belongs to the government. No further explanation. Over the next few days, Roswell's rumour mill intensified. Some insisted the entire crash was a hoax. Others whispered about little men taken to the base. In local diners, talk alternated between scornful jokes and uneasy speculation. Meanwhile, the Army presence around the outskirts grew. Patrols began restricting access to remote desert roads, claiming it was for safety. They're systematically shutting down the story, Danny thought. One morning, Betty Navarro arrived at the newspaper's office, flustered. She explained that her father had been visited again by men in suits, who repeated the weather balloon line and threatened legal trouble if he said otherwise. He's a proud man, but he's frightened, Betty said, eyes flashing with anger. She placed a battered envelope on Danny's desk. Inside was a second chunk of that bizarre metal. We'd kept it hidden. I can't just let them stomp on the truth. Danny touched the fragment. Indeed the same strange properties. He promised to safeguard it. Through a contact at the local airfield, Danny arranged a secret meeting with Dr. Evangeline Parker, rumoured to be an aerospace engineer quietly assisting Major Tate's project. Late one evening, they met in a deserted hangar's shadows. Parker, her face etched with worry, confirmed that the debris was not from any standard balloon or plane. She'd run tests showing unearthly durability and superlight composition, yet official instructions forced her to classify it as common. She felt deeply torn, a sense of duty to her country versus moral unease about perpetuating a lie. She showed him lab notes, incomplete but revealing anomalous chemical structures. I suspect it's a technology we can't replicate with known alloys, she whispered. But if I speak openly, I'm done, possibly imprisoned. Danny gulped. So the Army's lying, systematically? Parker nodded. They claim it's to prevent mass hysteria or foreign exploitation, but it's bigger than that. They might be dissecting something that rewrites everything we know about flight. She urged him to be cautious. As dawn neared, Dr. Parker disappeared into the gloom, leaving Danny reeling. Advanced metal, reverse engineering. The puzzle pieces aligned. The Army's clampdown was more than mere pride or embarrassment. They wanted to harness an unearthly find. Could it truly be from beyond Earth, or was it advanced domestic tech? Regardless, the secrecy suggested a massive conspiracy. With Oliver Grayson's photograph, Betty's second metal piece, and Dr. Parker's hints, Danny now had potential proof. Yet he felt watchers behind every corner. Each phone call crackled suspiciously. An unmarked sedan loitered near the paper's building. Even his editor avoided him in the hallway. Fear weighed heavy. If Danny published, would these men in suits escalate? Could he vanish like some folks rumoured? At midnight in his cramped apartment, Danny typed a draft article titled Debris in the Desert, More Than a Balloon. He included everything. The rancher testimonies, the inexplicable metal, Oliver's photograph, Parker's anonymised statements. He planned to show it to the editor in the morning. If only I can get the paper to run it. But something told him the next 24 hours would decide whether the truth saw daylight or was buried deeper than the desert dunes. He slept fitfully. The hush of late-night Roswell broken only by the soft hum of passing military vehicles, an ominous lullaby that underscored how close he stood to something bigger than he'd ever imagined. The next morning, Daniel Cole arrived at the paper with a glimmer of hope, only to discover the editor's door locked and a meeting in progress sign. Murmuring voices leaked through. It sounded like the editor was speaking with men who had crisp, authoritative tones. Danny knocked once, hesitated. The door cracked open. A grey-suited man with cold eyes peered out. "We'll be done soon," he said icily. 5 minutes later, both men brushed past Danny without a glance, disappearing down the corridor. Danny entered the office to find his editor, sweaty and shaken, rummaging through some papers. "Kid," the editor began, voice trembling, "I can't run your piece. These, army reps said it's national security. They threatened legal action if we print speculation." Danny's protest died in his throat, seeing the fear in the older man's eyes. He realised the story was effectively blacklisted from local press. "I'm sorry," the editor added quietly, refusing to meet Danny's gaze. "Write about anything else you want, just not this." With the local newspaper gagged, Danny's frustration peaked. That afternoon he found Oliver Grayson hunched in a corner booth at a dusty cafe. The frantic man shoved an envelope across the table, negatives from the prior night's attempt at photographing new lights. "Look at these," Oliver whispered, eyes darting. "I spotted more strange aerial objects over the ranch region, different from standard planes. I tried to call the radio station, but they brushed me off. The local press is compromised. We got to go bigger national." Danny studied the negatives in the dim cafe light. They were faint, but some lines indeed suggested unusual flight patterns. Could be illusions, but combined with Dr. Parker's statements and the metal shard, it formed a mosaic of evidence. "We might have to contact a bigger outlet," Danny said, nodding, "but the army's already breathing down my neck." Oliver shrugged, fear glimmering. "They'll destroy me if they find out. But if we do nothing, they'll bury the truth forever." That night, Danny typed a detailed account from home, 8 pages typed single-spaced, hoping to mail it to a national wire service. The phone rang near midnight. He answered groggily. Static hissed. Then a mechanical-sounding voice said, "We see your typewriter blazing. Stop, or the next knock you hear won't be so polite." The line went dead. Adrenaline spiked. He dashed to his window, peering outside. Sure enough, a dark sedan idled across the street. This was an escalation. They were tapping his calls. "I need to vanish if I want to get this out safely," he realised. He stuffed the typed pages, plus Oliver's negative prints, plus Betty's second metal shard into a satchel. Then he wrote a quick note to Betty, telling her to meet him at a deserted gas station near the highway at dawn. After a sleepless night, he quietly slipped out before sunrise. The sedan was still there, but the occupant apparently dozed off, or so Danny hoped. He guided his battered truck onto the dusty roads, heart pounding. At the designated spot, Betty arrived in her father's old pickup. She looked anxious, hair tied back. They compared notes. She'd had more visits from stoic men claiming the family best remain silent. They demanded the last piece of debris. She'd feigned ignorance. "We have to get this to someone who'll help," she said. "But who?" Danny decided to contact Dr. Evangeline Parker again. Maybe she had scientific colleagues outside the region who'd verify the artifact's authenticity. Betty agreed. They set out to find Parker at a secret location, a friend of a friend's empty barn on the outskirts, where Parker occasionally retreated for privacy. The drive felt surreal, desert wind whistling past. Both half expected a military checkpoint at any moment. They found Parker waiting in the barn's shadowy interior, eyes shadowed with fatigue. She had news. The base was intensifying its security. Major Tate was rumoured to have formed a special unit to track subversive elements in Roswell. She also claimed she'd seen glimpses of a second site where more debris had been stored, and possibly biological materials. She refused to elaborate, but her haunted expression said it all. "I'm done playing along," Parker murmured, scanning the artifact shard Betty extended. "We need to publish proof, or history might rewrite itself as a trivial balloon incident." Just then, a booming voice rang out. "Freeze!" A group of uniformed soldiers, led by none other than Major Harold Tate himself, emerged from behind bales of hay, their rifles aimed unwaveringly. The trio, Danny, Betty, Parker, raised their hands in alarm. Tate's eyes glinted with cold triumph. "Breaking onto private property, conspiring to steal government assets, you're all in serious trouble." He nodded at a subordinate who grabbed the metal shard from Parker's hands, sealed it in a pouch. Danny's breath caught. "We're simply verifying the truth, Major. You have no right." Tate cut him off with a sneer. "I have every right. This is a matter of national security. You meddle beyond your depth. People who push too far in matters like these often vanish." Betty bristled, fists clenched, but a soldier pointed a gun barrel her way. She glared silently. Tate motioned for them to be bound with zip ties. Another soldier rummaged through Danny's satchel, extracting the typed documents and Oliver's negatives. Tate eyed them, mouth twisting in disgust. "You journalists think you can decide what's best for the public. Sometimes they must be protected from truths that so panic." He gestured for a nearby soldier to confiscate everything. As Danny was shoved to the ground, he glimpsed Parker trying to maintain composure. She locked eyes with him. Some quiet signal passed between them. Then, unexpectedly, an old caretaker from the barn area stepped in, feigning confusion, stumbling with a lantern that spilled oil, igniting a small flame on the dusty floor. Soldiers panicked, distracted by the sudden smoke and possible barn fire. In the chaos, Parker lunged, snatching a single negative from the soldier's hand. She tucked it into her coat. Another swirl of dust, and the caretaker yanked a side door open, beckoning the captives to flee. Disoriented, Tate barked orders to secure the perimeter, but the smoke gave Danny, Betty and Parker precious seconds. They scrambled out the side door, stumbling across the yard to Betty's truck. Shots rang out, bullets whining overhead. Parker slid into the back, Danny hopped in the passenger seat. Betty gunned the engine, tires spewing gravel as they roared away. Soldiers tried to chase them on foot, but the swirling desert dust obscured the pursuit. In the rearview mirror, Danny saw Tate's furious silhouette receding into the haze. Once they were miles away, hearts pounding, they pulled the truck onto a sidetrack. Parker breathlessly produced that single negative she'd saved. It's not everything, but it's something. She rummaged in her pocket, revealing a crumpled note she'd scribbled about the chain of custody for this exotic metal. A hush fell. They'd lost most of their evidence, again, but they still had enough for a partial exposé, especially with Parker's direct testimony. "We have to leave Roswell," Parker said quietly. "Tate will lock the town down searching for us. The only way is to get these documents to an outside journalist or radio station that's not under their thumb." Betty swallowed, gazing at the desert horizon. "If we vanish, who takes care of my father? The ranch?" Danny placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We'll come back once this is out in the open, but right now, we either reveal it or watch it get buried." Parker nodded resolutely, glancing at the negative. "Let's drive. I know a contact in Santa Fe who might help." And so they set off, headlights cutting through the twilight. The net around them had never been tighter, but they still had one path forward. Gather allies beyond Roswell's borders, show the world a glimmer of the truth, and hope it would spark the unstoppable question: what really happened in the desert sky? Night fell across the high desert as the battered pickup rumbled northward, carrying Danny Cole, Betty Navarro and Dr. Evangeline Parker. They kept to back roads, skirting major highways where military checkpoints might lurk. The hush was broken only by the whir of the engine and the trio's tense whispers about next steps. Parker clutched the negative and her partial notes like lifelines, conscious that each piece of evidence could vanish with one ill-timed ambush. They arrived in Santa Fe near midnight, parking behind a nondescript boarding house. Dr. Parker led them to a second-floor room lit dimly by a single lamp. Inside waited Hank Beringer, an ex-war correspondent turned freelance journalist known for publishing controversial exposés. Parker had met him briefly at a scientific conference and knew he had a penchant for stirring trouble. He listened wide-eyed as they recounted the Navarro's ranch debris, the Army's hush campaign, Oliver Grayson's photo negatives, and the persistent threats from Major Tate. Hank rubbed his stubble, glancing through the negative. "You sure about the unearthly angle?" he asked, sceptical. Parker offered a battered envelope containing her scribbled analysis of the debris' extraordinary properties. "I can't claim it's alien," she clarified, "but the composition defies known alloys. We suspect the official line is a cover for advanced tech. Possibly foreign, possibly beyond anything we've seen." Hank's eyes flickered. He sensed a goldmine of a story, yet fear tempered his excitement. "This is bigger than a typical scoop. You realise the consequences if they've decided this is top secret." Betty exhaled. "We do, but we can't let them intimidate the entire region. My father's ill. My ranch is crawling with men who bark classified at every turn. People deserve the truth. Hank suggested an immediate plan. Broadcast a shortwave radio bulletin at dawn to a friendly station, then telegram certain national newspapers. I know some folks in Chicago who might run it if I vouch for authenticity, he mused. That way, the story would break faster than the army could muzzle it. But the group also realised that if the army got wind of their location, they might be raided any moment. They set watch shifts, snatching brief hours of restless sleep. At dawn, the group used Hank's radio set to contact a small independent station on the west coast. Parker spoke carefully, summarising, "Unidentified debris, not consistent with weather balloons, suppressed by local authorities, eyewitness intimidation." The station's operator sounded astonished, promising to broadcast snippets soon. Meanwhile, Hank drafted a telegram to a Chicago desk editor, hinting at Roswell fiasco unravelling, unearthly materials confirmed. He left out direct mention of aliens to keep it credible. Then, the group braced themselves. If the cavalry was coming, it'd be soon. They didn't wait long. Mid-morning, a knock rattled the boarding house door, tension spiked. But when Betty cracked it open, it was Oliver Grayson, dusty and dishevelled. He'd hitchhiked after escaping another ransacking of his place, surmising they might have fled to Santa Fe. In his satchel was a battered film canister. "A second set of the best negatives," he wheezed, chest-heaving. "I stashed them in an abandoned well. Good thing, because men came at dawn, turning my place upside down." Oliver's images depicted not just the original streaking lights, but subsequent late-night captures of more patrol flights, possibly the army searching or retrieving more fragments. "This is proof they're conducting operations out there," Oliver insisted. Hank carefully examined the negatives, nodding. "We can incorporate these into the telegram, combine them with Parker's data to form a cohesive angle. The army found advanced debris, is conducting covert retrieval, lying about it." Before they could finalise the story, Parker's face fell. She confided that while analysing the material at the base, she'd overheard rumours of a body, some alleged occupant discovered at the crash site. Officially, it was said to be a test dummy or a small monkey from a high-altitude experiment. Yet whispers suggested something more bizarre. "I can't prove it," she admitted, but the hush surrounding it was intense. Tate seemed fixated on sealing that aspect in particular. This possibility unsettled everyone, even Oliver, who thrived on outlandish theories. If a body, human or otherwise, existed, the cover-up stakes skyrocketed. "Now we're dealing with cosmic-level secrets," Oliver breathed. Betty, however, maintained composure. "We share only what we can verify. The rest remains rumour." They typed up a comprehensive piece, scanning the negatives for partial prints to attach. Hank proposed they physically deliver the story to a bigger city, like Denver, where the newspapers might risk printing it. But travelling was risky. Any attempt to cross the desert roads might result in capture. Meanwhile, the dawn shortwave broadcast had already teased a bombshell revelation from Roswell, setting the stage for a confrontation. "It's a gamble either way," Danny said. "If we stay put, Tate's men might swarm in. If we move, we might get intercepted. We need to outmaneuver them." Oliver suggested a decoy plan. He'd drive his beat-up car in one direction, making it conspicuous. The rest would slip out at dusk in another route, carrying the final story. With luck, the army or men in suits would chase Oliver's decoy, letting them escape. The group agreed. Time was too short to refine it further. That evening, tension ran thick as Oliver took off, windows down, radio blaring, heading south. About half an hour later, Danny, Betty, Hank and Parker quietly loaded into the truck and turned north. They stuck to back lanes, avoiding main highways. The desert twilight cloaked them. For a while, all seemed calm. Then, near a lonely stretch, headlights appeared behind them, quickly closing in. "They found us," Betty muttered, pressing the gas. The pickup rattled dangerously. 2 black sedans flanked them, forcing them onto a dusty side path. Gunshots cracked. Parker ducked, cradling the precious documents. The truck wove between cacti and scrub brush, dust plumes swirling. Betty proved an adept driver, swerving at high speeds. The sedans lost traction in the shifting sand, sliding. The truck seized that gap, bounding over a small ravine. The chassis groaned, but held. In the rearview mirror, Danny saw the sedans come to a halt, one stuck in the gully. The men leaped out, shouting, but the truck kept rolling away. Through it all, Hank clutched the seat, white-knuckled, muttering curses under his breath. At last, they rejoined a firmer dirt road. The headlights behind them had vanished. Each occupant exhaled in relief. They pressed on under starlight, aiming for a safe haven rumoured to be a small printing press in the next county. Somebody who might put out a short-run publication, or at least forward their story to a national wire. The sense of dread lingered, but they had come too far to turn back. With every mile, the major pieces of the puzzle, fragments, photos, testimonies, burned in Danny's mind. If they succeeded, the official narrative might shatter. If they failed, the army would bury this story once and for all. In that moment, Danny realised how razor-thin their advantage was. They had the story that could change everything, but that truth carried a heavy cost. Recalling the crashed object's memory metal and the hush around rumoured occupants, he wondered if the public was truly ready. Yet he believed people deserved to decide for themselves, no matter how extraordinary. We're nearly there, he thought, gripping the satchel. Soon, they'd stand at a press that might finally echo the real events from the desert sky. But fate still had a few moves left in this dangerous game. Under the faint glow of dawn, the pickup rattled into the modest farm where a small independent press was rumoured to operate. An old barn doubled as a printing workspace. The owner, Miriam Solis, greeted them with wary eyes. She'd heard rumours of mysterious soldiers roaming the countryside, but agreed to help, if it truly was as urgent as they claimed. Dr. Parker, with all the seriousness an aerospace engineer could muster, affirmed they carried evidence of an unprecedented find and an active cover-up. Miriam sighed, sensing their desperation. "I can set type for a short print run," she said, "but distributing it widely might be tricky." They hauled in the battered documents and the partial negatives. Hank began writing a final introduction that framed the story for an outsider. He avoided hyperbole, sticking to verifiable points: ranch debris, memory metal, army intimidation, Parker's partial lab results, contradictory official statements, Oliver's photos. Meanwhile, Betty hovered near the door, scanning the horizon for any sign of approaching vehicles. Each time a dust swirl appeared, her heart kicked up a notch. Midway through typesetting, tyres crunched outside. Everyone froze. Betty peered through a crack in the barn door. A single black sedan parked in the yard. Out stepped Major Harold Tate, alone. He raised his hands as if to show no immediate threat, calling out calmly, "I know you're in there." Danny stepped out, jaw tight. The group formed a semicircle behind him: Betty, Parker, Hank and Miriam. Tate's eyes flicked over them, landing on Parker. "Doctor, I'd hoped you'd see reason. Your brilliance is wasted in these theatrics," she glared. "I've seen enough twisted orders. I won't be your pawn." The Major exhaled, then turned to Danny. "You're about to put the entire region at risk. Our country is not ready for this. Our enemies might exploit the technology." Tate's voice softened. "This crash, whatever it is, should remain under top security. Why feed the public hysteria? Why give foreign powers an edge?" Danny clenched his fists. "Because the truth belongs to everyone, not just the army. People have died for lesser secrets, and your men threatened innocent ranchers who stumbled on it. That's not how we do things in a free country." Tate's mask of composure cracked slightly. "You think it's that simple? The moment this story goes out, we lose control. We can't control who else might come sniffing around, maybe sabotage or weaponize the find. Sometimes deception is the only shield." Parker stepped forward, eyes fierce. "What if the technology you're shielding has moral or cosmic ramifications? Should a handful of men decide for the entire planet?" A tense silence fell. Tate drew a deep breath. "I can't let you publish this, but I respect your convictions. If you step away, I'll ensure no harm befalls you or your families." He glanced at Betty, offering a glimmer of sympathy. "That includes your father, Ms. Navarro." The threat was implicit. Defy him, and all bets are off. The group exchanged grim looks. A wave of doubt flickered in Danny's mind. Was the truth worth the potential blowback? But then Betty's voice, quavering but resolute, broke the hush. "We've seen how your men bullied an old rancher. We know you confiscated the debris. If you hush us now, what about tomorrow or next year? This story is bigger than any one of us." Parker lifted the manila envelope containing the last negative. "Major, we're not traitors. We love this country. But burying this secret fosters paranoia and control. People deserve transparency. Maybe it fosters more caution. Perhaps it spurs unity if it's truly otherworldly." Tate's expression hardened. The conflict was ideological, irreconcilable. He extended a hand. "Give me the envelope. Walk away from all this." Time felt suspended. Danny recalled how he started this as a fresh reporter, stumbling onto an odd debris story. Now he stood on the brink of shaping national headlines with revelations that could alter how humans view their place under the sky. Could he trust that the Army's paternalism was right? Or was it a smokescreen for consolidating power? The moment weighed heavily. He sensed the ghosts of the thunderstorm's illusions, the memory metal glinting, the hush in the desert that seemed to hold its breath. He turned to the press owner, Miriam Solis, who was trembling but determined. She whispered, "If we do this, we do it now." Hank took the typed copy to the press machine. With a screech of hinges, he began inking plates. Parker clutched the negative. Tate stepped forward, voice raised. "Stop! I won't let you do this. You'll regret." But he paused as Parker pointed out how many copies they could churn out in an hour. Even if Tate destroyed the press now, some copies might slip out, or the negative might be mailed. The cat was out of the bag. Suddenly another vehicle rumbled in, kicking up dust. Out leapt Oliver Grayson, wearing an exuberant grin. "I led more army men on a wild goose chase, circled around to help." He toted a spare camera, battered but functional, possibly for capturing any final confrontation. Major Tate, pinned between them, realised his position. Physically outnumbered, his backup misled. He glared, fists clenched, but couldn't forcibly stop the printing. He might shoot, but that would cause a scandal. The standoff ended with Tate stepping back, face pale with anger. "You're making a mistake, but I won't kill you over it. When chaos breaks from your revelations, remember this moment." In the tension-laden barn, the press whirred. Sheets came out bearing headlines: "Unexplained debris," "Scientists denounce balloon claims." The story included Parker's partial analysis, Oliver's photo of strange lights, Betty's testimony about the ranch, Danny's chronicle of intimidation. Only a small local print run, but enough copies to mail to key radio stations, newspapers or allies. The group, fueled by relief and adrenaline, prepped envelopes. They distribute them discreetly, ensuring the news spread beyond Roswell's sphere of control. Major Tate stared, chest heaving. No bullets flew, no arrests occurred. He simply gave a final glare and turned away. The black sedan roared off. Possibly he'd craft a new strategy or blame incompetent subordinates. But at least for now, the honest story would surface. Danny's chest tightened with both triumph and a pang of worry. The Army might spin fresh narratives, might brand them cranks or seditionists. Still, if the seeds of doubt were planted, public scrutiny might keep the Army from fully smothering the truth. Within days, a handful of radio hosts read excerpts from the newly minted pamphlet on air. A few out-of-state journalists visited, intrigued but cautious. The Army responded with more official statements about advanced weather balloons, Project Mogul, or test dummies. The broader press remained uncertain. Some newspapers printed small pieces referencing contradictory Roswell reports, but larger outlets hesitated. The official line overshadowed the local pamphlet's claims, leaving the general public divided. For some, Roswell became a fleeting curiosity. For others, a symbol of suppressed truth. Nevertheless, the conspirators, Danny, Betty, Parker, Oliver, secured small victories. A few investigators believed them, quietly gathering more evidence. Parker found a new job under an assumed name, continuing to speak out in coded ways. Betty's father improved in health once the ranch was left alone. Oliver dropped out of sight soon after, rumoured to be trekking the deserts in search of hidden crash remains. Danny kept writing, penning long articles about the Roswell affair for any magazine or newspaper that would listen. Reception was lukewarm, but seeds of doubt grew. As months turned into years, the mania died down. The official story grew codified, taught as case closed. Yet in Roswell's dusty corners, whispered recollections persisted. Some nights, old ranchers told grandchildren about the day government trucks hauled away metal that defied logic. Dr. Parker, in an interview decades later, would recall her fleeting contact with that impossible alloy and how it changed her perspective on Earth's place in the cosmos. Danny Cole's battered pamphlet copies would circulate among UFO enthusiasts, fueling endless speculation. One evening, not long after the press run, Danny returned to the Navarro ranch. The storm clouds had rolled in again, thunder echoing across the desert. At the fence line, Betty joined him, each leaning on a post. They remembered that first night, the uncanny flash overhead, the ground shaking. Beneath the star-flecked sky, they wondered if the truth ever fully emerged. Did the exotic debris come from beyond Earth, or was it some hush-hush tech tested by shadowy labs? Did the occupant rumours hold weight? They might never know, but they had tried. They had pried open a corner of secrecy, leaving a crack for future revelations. In the hush of that desert evening, an odd hush reminiscent of the calm before a storm, they felt the weight of what they'd ignited. The official narrative might stand for decades, but the real story lived on in these few who had touched the impossible. Echoes in the desert sky lingered, beyond disclaimers and disclaimers, and for those who cared to look, the dusty roads near Roswell still whispered that something extraordinary once fell from above, and the effort to hide it was equally extraordinary. In the end, the story's impact was measured less by immediate media frenzy than by the subtle shift in public imagination. The seeds of suspicion and wonder blossomed into modern UFO lore. Others would pick up the thread, investigating anew. Through it all, the desert wind carried the memory of lightning-scorched nights and metals that wouldn't break. A silent testament that sometimes, in the quiet corners of the earth, bigger truths loom than any single cover-up can fully silence. Something large, possibly geological in nature, lurked on the ocean floor near the Azores. But the data didn't look like any typical seamount or ridge formation Mara had ever logged. She carefully sipped from a chipped thermos, trying to quell her excitement. After years of scanning silt-laden seabeds, she'd finally seen glimpses of suspicious geometry on the sonar, like vast rectangular outlines or partially collapsed columns. Could it be a ruin? And if so, how ancient? She suppressed a shiver at the thought of stumbling onto a genuine piece of lost civilization. Her phone buzzed. Mara flipped it open. Reception was spotty this far out, but an incoming message had made it through. It was from the Oceanic Discovery Fund, the main sponsor of her expedition. The gist: funding terminated. We regret to inform you, etc. Anger flashed through her. She stared at the wave patterns lapping the ship's hull. Of course the money dried up right when she was close to a breakthrough. She typed a quick response, but no signal remained to send it. She'd have to deal with that later. For now, nothing would stop her from investigating these anomalies. Suddenly, footsteps pounded across the deck. A young intern, Omar, scrambled up from below, breathless. "Doctor? Kendall! The electronics lab is flickering again. Some kind of interference." Mara dashed below to see for herself. Sure enough, monitors in the cramped lab displayed vertical lines of static. A faint humming reverberated in the hull. She pressed her ear to the metal. This was not normal acoustic noise. It almost felt like a low-frequency pulse emanating from deep underwater. Late that evening, still wide awake from the buzz of discovery, she sat in her makeshift office and flipped through archival references on her laptop. Plato's dialogues about Atlantis, the more modern theories about a sunken landmass. She rolled her eyes at the sensational claims populating corners of the internet. Yet her sonar scans strongly suggested massive man-made shapes. If it was some advanced sunken city, the ramifications would be immense. Atlantis? A soft knock on the cabin door startled her. Omar handed over a sealed envelope addressed to Dr. Monsieur Kendall. It had no postage. She tore it open to find a small flash drive labelled Project Trident, restricted. Inside was a single typed note. "You're on the right track. They'll try to silence you. Don't back down." Mara's pulse raced. She'd never heard of Project Trident. Was this a tip from a whistleblower? She quickly plugged the drive into her laptop. Password-protected files. She tried a few guesses. No luck. She set it aside for the moment, unsettled. Back on shore 2 days later, Mara faced a bureaucratic nightmare. Her sponsors had withdrawn funds without explanation. Her research permit was suspended, pending safety reviews. She smelled a deliberate clampdown. Checking her bank account showed abrupt cancellations of grants that should have lasted another year. Furious, she reached out to colleagues, but they all offered apologies and said their hands were tied. The next day, her entire lab at the university's marine archaeology department was found vandalised. Computers smashed, data backups missing. It reeked of sabotage, though no one could prove it. Desperate for outside help, Mara contacted Eric Lawson, an investigative journalist she'd admired from afar. He wrote for an independent media outlet known for exposing corporate pollution scandals and questionable government projects. She'd never spoken to him personally, but she'd glimpsed him at a conference once, grilling a shady CEO in a hallway. If anyone could bring attention to her suppressed findings, it was Eric. They arranged to meet at a rundown cafe near the pier, well away from her usual academic circles. Mara arrived clutching the battered laptop that held her last copies of the sonar scans. Eric appeared a bit older than his byline photo, tired eyes but still brimming with curiosity. After ordering coffee, she showed him the partial sonar images, rectangular outcroppings, deep grooves too symmetrical to be natural. She explained how her sponsors withdrew funding the moment she got close to a breakthrough. Eric studied the images, frowning. Looks like man-made structures, or at least artificially altered. But why would anyone want to shut you down? The scientific world loves big finds. Mara shrugged. I suspect government involvement. That leaked flash drive labelled Project Trident. No clue what it is yet, but it's obviously top secret. Someone wants me silenced. Eric's expression darkened. I've seen it before. Some black budget project. I can try to crack the password or reach out to my sources. If your sonar readings point to advanced ruins, that's major. Possibly too major if certain agencies plan to exploit it. Weapons, technology, or maybe national pride in controlling a historical site. She nodded. If this is Atlantis or something akin to it, it'll be the biggest find in centuries. But if unscrupulous powers are seizing it, we risk losing that knowledge to black programs. He grinned wryly. Well, I love ticking off unscrupulous powers. Count me in. That evening, Eric introduced her to a hush-hush network of whistleblowers and data hackers. They set about decrypting the flash drive. Meanwhile, Mara realised the gravity of forging this alliance. She was a scientist, not an activist. But the cat-and-mouse dynamic swirling around her research gave her little choice. If official channels were compromised, only the spotlight of public scrutiny might protect her. Within days, Mara's hunch about government meddling was confirmed. A mild-mannered man in a suit arrived at the Marine Archaeology Department, politely asking about her whereabouts. The departmental receptionist recalled he flashed some official ID from a naval intelligence branch. She found it odd. That same evening, she discovered an unmarked car following her from the grocery store. Adrenaline spiked. After rushing to Eric's makeshift office, a cramped space above an old printing shop, she found him hunched over a computer. Mara, he said quietly, I've got partial decrypts from that flash drive. Mentions of a Commander Alex Cross, Project Trident lead, special appropriations to secure Atlantean technology. It's real. They call it Atlantean. Probably the same site your sonar uncovered. Her breath caught. Atlantean technology. So the rumours of a hidden advanced city might be more than myth, and the government, led by someone named Cross, was actively seeking it. She sank into a rickety chair, overwhelmed by the magnitude. Cross's unit must have the resources to sabotage my funders, she muttered. To remove me from the field, keep the site hush-hush. But why? Eric typed rapidly, scanning newly discovered references. They're talking about harnessing bioorganic structures and advanced energy from the ruins, possibly for military advantage or a world power move. Mara's stomach turned. This can't remain hidden. If this city or technology is real, it belongs to everyone, not some covert black project. Eric nodded, face grim. Exactly. Time's short. They know you're onto them. We have to strike first, gather indisputable evidence from the site itself, then blast it across every news outlet that'll listen. At that moment, her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Stop digging, Doctor. Kendall. No second warning. She showed it to Eric. He set his jaw. We'd better get you out of your apartment for a while. They're not bluffing. Thus, in less than a week, Doctor. Mara Kendall's quiet scientific pursuit spiraled into a conspiracy-laden race against a clandestine government branch. With Eric's journalistic connections, she prepared for an unsanctioned dive to the coordinates, hoping to retrieve physical evidence of a lost civilization. If she succeeded, they'd have the leverage to blow Project Trident wide open. If she failed, or if Cross's men found her first, the greatest archaeological find in history might remain forever locked behind a veil of secrecy. The real question was, how far would these unseen forces go to ensure the truth stayed buried beneath the waves? Distant thunderheads boiled over the horizon as Dr. Mara Kendall, Eric Lawson, and a small, hastily assembled crew prepared to depart on the Sea Lotus, a salvage vessel that belonged to one Captain Bryce, Hammer Hammond. The name fit, tall, broad-shouldered, with a disposition shaped by countless risky operations. Initially, Mara had reservations about involving a mercenary type, but with official funding cut and covert agents lurking, legitimate channels were closed. She needed an experienced, discreet salvage captain. Hammond's boat swayed at the dock, engine rumbling. He tapped a thick finger against a laminated map. "So these coordinates are from your fancy sonar, Doc. This is deep water near the mid-Atlantic ridge. Currents can be brutal, but I've seen worse." Mara nodded, adjusting the harness on a diving suit. "We'll use a remote submersible first. If the scans confirm a large man-made structure, we do a direct dive. Time is precious. The Crown, the government, won't be far behind." Eric, fiddling with a handheld camera, shot a quizzical glance. "Just so we're clear, Captain, we're not salvaging anything for profit alone. We're documenting the site for proof. If it's Atlantis or some advanced ruin, that belongs to the world." Hammond shrugged. "Hey, I get paid for my boat and my expertise. If we find gold or some fancy tech, I'm not opposed to an extra bonus, but I'm not suicidal. If it's protected by deep-sea guardians or triggers a war, I'll happily watch from a safe distance." With that uneasy arrangement, they cast off. The Sea Lotus ploughed through choppy seas for 2 days, forging a zigzag route to avoid prying eyes. Eric used his satellite phone sparingly, checking if any suspicious craft tailed them. So far, so good, though all felt the tension coil. At night, Mara lay awake, the hum of the engine underscoring her dreams of submerged pillars and swirling glyphs in basalt walls. She suspected mythic Atlantean wonders, but also dreaded the hidden cost of unveiling them. On the 3rd day, the sea calmed. Early morning found them in an expanse of ocean dotted with drifting sargassum. Mara, in the vessel's cramped control room, studied her laptop's feed from a small advanced sonar toad behind the boat. The readout displayed a cluster of rectangular shapes some 300 metres below. Her heartbeat soared. That's it. Definitely symmetrical outlines, not typical geology. Excitement spread across the crew. Even Hammond cracked a grin, muttering something about treasure. Eric readied his cameras. Mara carefully deployed the ROV, remotely operated vehicle, a sleek underwater drone equipped with lights and cameras. The screen flickered as the ROV descended, watery darkness swallowing it by increments. The feed displayed swirling plankton at first, then murky gloom. At about 200 metres, a faint shape emerged, columns or partial walls, crusted with barnacles. When the ROV's floodlights cut through the haze, the feed revealed a massive archway partially collapsed, draped in seaweed. Fish darted around carved friezes. Mara gasped. The style looked archaic, yet geometrically precise. Long-lost architecture built on a scale unimaginable. A lump rose in her throat. If these images were real, it could rewrite civilization's timeline. Her trembling voice crackled over the boat's comm. "These structures, they confirm an advanced design. I see inscriptions or symbols on the stone. This might be the real deal." The cabin erupted in murmurs. Eric's eyes glowed with the thrill of a career-defining scoop. Hammond whistled softly, rapt. Suddenly the ROV's feed flickered. The telemetry spiked, instruments reading a low-frequency pulse. The image jittered, then stabilized. "What the?" Mara muttered. She steered the drone closer to a half-buried obelisk. A faint glimmer caught the camera's lens, something crystalline embedded near the top. The drone sensors beeped, warning of electromagnetic interference. All at once, the ROV's thrusters faltered. "I'm losing power," she said, frantically toggling controls. The video feed cut to static. Eric cursed. "Did we just lose our best evidence?" "Wait," she said, resetting connections. The feed returned, but dangerously glitchy. Enough to see the drone had snagged on an outcrop. She coaxed it free. However, the battery read near depletion. They had to surface it or risk losing it. As the ROV ascended, glimpses of that crystalline device glowed faintly. Possibly technology, not just decorative stone. Mara exhaled in awe. Atlantean technology, perhaps. She recalled the rumoured accounts in Plato's dialogues about harnessing energies from special crystals. Most archaeologists labelled that pure myth, but the drone's weird power fluctuation suggested otherwise. She retrieved the ROV with shaking hands, eager to analyse the recorded data. That night they anchored to recheck the footage. Everyone gathered in the vessel's small mess area, eyes glued to Eric's laptop. The partial images of the archway, the carved murals, and that glowing crystalline object were mesmerising. Mara's mind whirled with possibilities. If the entire city existed at deeper strata, who built it, and how advanced were they? In the midst of this electrified atmosphere, a second vessel's lights appeared on the horizon. Hammond peered through binoculars, cursing. That's a military patrol boat, no doubt about it. Tension spiked. Could it be Commander Alex Cross's unit? Before they could react, a radio call crackled. Unidentified vessel. Power down and prepare for inspection. This is a restricted zone. The entire crew stiffened. Mara's heart hammered. She'd never heard of any official restrictions here, but apparently Project Trident had declared it so. Hammond clenched his jaw. We can't outrun them. We'll have to bluff or hide the evidence. Eric stashed the memory cards in a watertight pouch, shoving it into a secret compartment behind a panel. The rest of the crew scrambled to appear innocent. Soon, a small military inflatable pulled alongside. 3 armed men boarded, clad in black gear with no insignia. The leader, his posture rigid, introduced himself curtly as a government liaison. He glanced around suspiciously. We have intel suggesting you're trespassing near a classified research site. Mara forced a calm facade. We're just oceanographers sampling fish populations. The leader's cold gaze lingered on her. Your vessel matches a known suspect's pattern, a Dr. Mara Kendall. Might she be aboard? Hammond spoke up, feigning ignorance. No, Doctor. Kendall here. Name's Bryce Hammond. This is my salvage crew. Eric pretended to be part of the same. The armed men inspected the ship's compartments, poking around for any sign of advanced scanning gear or relics. Thanks to the crew's quick thinking, they found nothing incriminating. Just mundane salvage equipment and some camera gear that Eric spun as standard documentary gear. A tense standoff loomed, but eventually the officers seemed annoyed rather than triumphant. The lead liaison, scowling, leaned into Hammond. If you see or hear of Dr. Kendall, you do well to report it. She's wanted for questioning. He flicked a glance at Mara, perhaps suspecting but lacking proof. Stay out of restricted waters if you value your license. With that, they left as abruptly as they'd come. The military vessel receded into the night. Once the coast was clear, everyone exhaled. Mara rubbed her temples. They're sure I'm out here. We have to act quickly. Eric nodded. We've got footage from that first site, but it's partial. We need more conclusive evidence, a piece of tech, or direct imagery of something undeniably advanced. Hammond shrugged. I'm game, but they'll be back. Next time, they might confiscate everything. Or worse. Mara steeled herself. Then we'll go deeper. There must be a main complex. The drone readings suggest a larger structure further below. If we can retrieve even a small artifact from that crystalline device, it might be enough to blow the cover-up wide open. Thus, they planned a daring sub-dive. The next morning, weather permitting, they'd descend in a pressurised submersible Hammond had stowed. While it wasn't top of the line, it could handle moderate depths. Mara would pilot, Eric would document, and Hammond might assist. They'd have to watch for government intercepts. If Commander Cross was as ruthless as rumoured, any direct confrontation could turn lethal. In a quiet corner, after the others turned in, Mara replayed the ROV footage. She paused on a single frame, capturing that faintly glowing crystal, embedded in ancient stone. What secrets did Atlantis truly hold? The idea that an advanced civilization once thrived under the Atlantic sounded like fantasy, yet the evidence kept piling up. She recalled the warnings from the flash drive, that certain parties intended to harness bio-organic Atlantean tech for covert agendas. A chill ran down her spine at the thought of a superpower controlling energies beyond modern comprehension. She pocketed a small silver charm her mother had once given her, a token of courage. Tomorrow they'd dive into the literal depths of the unknown. She prayed they'd surface with the truth and not vanish, another casualty of men in black gear and hush-hush orders. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Commander Cross likely readied his next move. The race for Atlantis had truly begun. Before dawn the following day, the Sea Lotus drifted quietly above the target coordinates. Wind ruffled the surface in gentle swells. In the cargo hold, Captain Hammond oversaw final checks on the submersible, a bulbous craft capable of seating 3, albeit uncomfortably. Mara suited up in a wetsuit and climbed into the cramped cockpit alongside Eric, who set up a portable camera rig. They'd attempt to record everything, even if the sub's instrumentation might glitch again near the Atlantean structures. Meanwhile, half a world away in a classified government site, Dr. Elena Vargas extracted a sample from a writhing organic mass that pulsed in a containment tank. She was a top bioengineer specialised in marine organisms, but these samples defied all known science. Glistening strands of Atlantean tissue, rumoured to be synthetic and organic simultaneously. She had no clue where they originated, only that her superiors demanded breakthroughs in harnessing its self-regenerative properties. The once lively hum of research had turned uneasy. Guards patrolled every corridor, and rumours swirled about an imminent field test. Eleanor's conscience squirmed. Was she enabling a monstrous new weapon? Commander Alex Cross, tall and severe, entered the lab, boots echoing on polished floors. He studied a data readout, lips pressed thin. "Progress?" he demanded, voice low. Dr. Vargas hesitated. "We've achieved partial integration with conventional biotech, but the unknown tissue remains unstable without an environmental factor we can't replicate." Cross's gaze flicked to the pulsing mass. "We have leads that Dr. Kendall is close to unearthing a central Atlantean power source. Once we secure it, we'll unlock this tech's full potential. Keep working." He pivoted on his heel, leaving Elena with a mounting sense of dread. She recognized the name Kendall from hush-hush files. If that archaeologist was truly onto ancient technology, Cross would do anything to claim it. Elena resolved to discreetly watch for an opportunity to do the right thing, whatever that might be. Back on the Sea Lotus, the submersible's hatch sealed with a hiss. Mara, Eric and Hammond exchanged tense nods. "Descent in 3, 2, 1, Hammond said, flipping switches. The submersible sank into the Atlantic's murky depths, tethered by a communication line that Omar and the rest of the crew monitored topside. Inside the cramped cabin, overhead lights cast a dim glow on the controls. The water outside turned from pale turquoise to deep midnight blue. As they passed 200 metres, Eric inhaled sharply. "Look, starboard." Through the thick glass window, they glimpsed the partial archway they'd seen on the ROV feed. Battered columns angled from the seabed, fish darting around them. The sub's sonar beeped with labyrinthine echoes. This was no small ruin. There might be entire boulevards entombed in silt. Mara's pulse pounded. She angled the sub's external camera, capturing every detail for posterity. Deeper they went. The sub's lights illuminated carved walls, half-collapsed domes, and terraces reminiscent of a lost metropolis. Eric's voice quivered with awe as he filmed. This is insane. The detail, symbolic inscriptions, were basically rewriting history. Hammond carefully manoeuvred around chunks of fallen debris. The sub's hull creaked under the water pressure, reminding them of the risk. They followed the ROV's last known trajectory, approaching the zone of interference. Sure enough, electronic dials flickered, but the sub-system stayed mostly functional. Then, a faint glow shimmered ahead. Mara keyed the thrusters gently. There it was, a large square plaza with a towering spire at its centre. In the spire's base, a crystalline device pulsed a soft bluish radiance. Meanwhile, Dr. Elena Vargas had decided to act. Seated alone in her sealed lab office, she typed a coded message to an external server. She'd gleaned enough from overheard conversations. A hush-hush operation led by Cross was about to seize a newly discovered Atlantean site. Her data indicated these relics were potent, but also potentially catastrophic if misused. She pressed send, praying the digital handshake reached someone outside the facility's firewall. If it got to the right hands, maybe an alarm would be raised. She heard footsteps. Shutting her terminal in panic, she turned to see Cross enter again, brows knitted. "We've located Dr. Kendall's vessel. They're diving now. Prepare for a containment team to examine your latest findings. Expect an influx of new specimens soon." Eleanor nodded mutely, heart racing. She suspected it wouldn't be just specimens. They might bring captured civilians or forcibly conscript her into on-site research. Time was running short. At the ocean floor, Mara guided the sub toward the glowing spire. The energy pulses spiked on their monitors, nearly shorting out the camera. Eric, filming incessantly, whispered, "We're going to blow minds with this footage." Indeed, the structure bore Atlantean script and faint images of humanoid figures merging with aquatic life. Some advanced synergy beyond normal science. The crystal embedded in the spire's base looked partly dislodged, as if centuries of tectonic shifts had shaken it loose. Hammond hovered the sub a metre above the seafloor. Mara used the sub's manipulator arm to reach for the crystal. The moment the claw brushed it, a surge of white light crackled up the spire. The sub's lights flickered. "Steady," she murmured, carefully prying the crystal free. Freed from its socket, the device pulsed faster, as though reacting to the sub's presence. In that instant, the environment changed. The seabed trembled, silt billowing. Columns around them shifted ominously. A partial collapse triggered. An urgent beep sounded, someone pinging them via the sub's comlink. "Captain, do you read?" the voice crackled. It was Omar from the surface. "We've got an unidentified sub inbound. Looks military." The camera feed from above showed a sleek black sub diving in their direction. Fear clenched Mara's gut. Cross was here. "We need to get out now," Eric hissed, eyes on the crystal they'd just retrieved. The sub rumbled from mild quakes in the ruined city. Hammond pivoted the craft, thrusters pushing them away from the spire, but the interfering pulses messed with the sub's stability, forcing them to navigate carefully. Meanwhile, the black sub closed in on the sonar screen, 800 metres and closing. Up top, the Sea Lotus reported a second contact. A smaller ROV launched from the black sub, likely armed or rigged to sabotage them. Hammond cursed under his breath. "We can't outrun them in these cramped corridors. We might have to hide." Mara scanned the sub's sensors for a possible nook or collapsed passage to duck into. She spotted a hollow behind a fallen arch. There, about 50 metres starboard. They inched the sub into that alcove, powering down non-essential lights to reduce their electronic signature. The seafloor stirred with unsettled debris. Eric killed the cabin lamps, relying on a single red emergency light. They sat in tense silence as the black sub's sonar pings reverberated. Minutes felt like hours. The black sub's pings passed overhead. Through a porthole they glimpsed a sleek shape gliding among the ruins, scanning for them. Commander Cross's men must be inside, searching for the Atlantean artifact. Mara's breath was ragged. She kept a tight grip on the retrieved crystal, wondering if it was all worth it if they got captured or worse. At last, the black sub glided away, presumably scanning other corridors. Hammond seized the chance. Now or never. He fired thrusters, slipping out of hiding. They soared upward, aiming for open water above the city, but before they broke free, the sub behind them reappeared, spotting them. Alarms beeped. "Brace yourselves," Hammond snarled, dodging a swirl of debris as the black sub launched some sort of net or tether. The net hissed through the water, barely missing them. The sub's tail brushed a column, sending a jolt through the cockpit. Sparks flew from a console. Mara wrestled the controls, heart hammering. They had to outrun that advanced sub. Eric tried to broadcast their position to the Sea Lotus, but static hiss filled the line. The near cat-and-mouse chase ended when Hammond found an opening in the ruined spires. The black sub, forced to manoeuvre carefully, lost a few seconds. That was enough. The Sea Lotus must have recognised their distress because a tether from above lowered swiftly, offering them a direct pull to surface. They latched on, the Sea Lotus's winch hauling them up at full speed. The black sub fired again. A luminous projectile soared through the water, but it fell short, losing range as the submersible ascended. Soon, bright sunlight sliced into the sub's windows. They breached the surface, adrenaline surging in every occupant. The deck crew scrambled to help them aboard. Everyone let out shaky exhalations. They had the crystal device, partial footage, and their lives. Barely. In that moment, Mara realised the scale of the conspiracy swirling around them. The government's resources, the advanced technology of that black sub, all pointed to a determined effort to seize or hide Atlantean relics. She clutched the crystal, energy pulsing faintly beneath her fingers. They had a tangible piece of Atlantis, but time was short, and Dr. Elena Vargas's research back in the clandestine lab, unknown to them, hinted at even more ominous possibilities. Next steps. They had to reveal everything. or at the very least ensure that this technology wouldn't vanish into black vaults, never to see the light of day. Dr. Elena Vargas paced her cluttered lab, heart pounding. The sample she'd been studying for weeks, an organic crystal grown from Atlantean tissue that reacted oddly to electromagnetic fields, now quivered on its own. She'd glimpsed top-secret documents referencing an upcoming field test. Her misgivings grew. Each day, Commander Cross demanded progress on integrating Atlantean biology with modern weaponry. Now that Cross was closing in on the rumoured main site, Eleanor realised her research would pivot from the theoretical to the violently real. At last, she resolved to flee. Under cover of a pre-dawn shift change, she slipped into a storage area, pocketing a few small vials of critical samples, plus encrypted notes. She'd contact outside help, some group who believed in open research instead of militarization. She recalled reading about Dr. Mara Kendall, an archaeologist rumoured to be blacklisted by the same people employing Elena. They might be natural allies. Stepping out into a deserted corridor, she nearly jumped when a security guard approached. Elena forced a smile, showing a phony pass indicating a late-night calibration run. The guard grunted and waved her on. Heart drumming, she hurried to an exit. Outside, the desert air felt cold and bright stars hung overhead. The hidden facility, somewhere in the southwestern US, sprawled behind chain-link fences. She made it halfway to her car when a siren blared. They discovered my lab entry logs. She sprinted, lab coat flapping. Bullets ricocheted off asphalt. She dove behind a concrete barrier, panicked, but fate favoured her. A supply truck roared out, forced open a gate, distracting guards. In that chaos, Eleanor scrambled to her car, gunned the engine, and sped off into the night. She had no illusions. Her life was now on the line. Simultaneously, Commander Cross stood in a cramped control room aboard the black sub, fists clenched. The confrontation at the Atlantean city had failed to net Dr. Kendall or the artifact. He seethed. "They have the crystal. We cannot allow that data to go public." An officer nodded. "Yes, sir. We're tracking the salvage ship's heading, but they keep changing routes. Also, an internal breach was reported. Doctor, Vargas fled with unauthorized materials." Cross's glare turned icy. "Then we have 2 leaks to plug. Focus on Kendall first. Vargas is secondary. We can handle her later." Even as frustration simmered, Cross believed in a single truth. Controlling Atlantean relics was vital for national and global security. Better in our hands than in rogue states or naive scientists. That justification fueled his every extreme measure. Aboard the Sea Lotus, euphoria from the dive soon turned to worry. They had an artifact brimming with unknown energy. Mara studied it in a makeshift lab, noting how it emitted faint pulses at intervals. The boat's instruments occasionally glitched. "This thing could revolutionize energy production," she murmured, voice hushed. "But if misused, who knows?" Eric nodded, flipping through notes. "We must go public ASAP, but we need more. The footage from the city helps, but a single crystal might be dismissed as a hoax. We need a credible platform to confirm authenticity." He turned to Hammond. "Can we land in a neutral port? Maybe Lisbon or Casablanca? Somewhere we can get real lab analysis done without immediate government crackdown." Hammond scratched his chin. "Sure, but every port has watchers. Cross's men might intercept us. We'll have to slip in quietly, or find a friendly facility offshore." A crackle from the radio interrupted them. "Incoming signal for Dr. Kendall. It's coded," Omar called. Mara rushed to the radio console. Through static, a voice said, "Doctor. Kendall, Eleanor Vargas. I know about your Atlantean find. The government, Commander Cross, plans to forcibly harness it. I have proof. They're after me too." Mara's eyes widened. "Another ally from inside the system?" Eleanor's voice trembled. "I've seen glimpses of weaponized organic tech. If you have a real Atlantean artifact, they'll stop at nothing. We must meet, share data, expose them before it's unstoppable." Mara turned to Eric, mind spinning. "She's the inside contact we needed. But how to arrange a rendezvous without cross-tracking us both?" After coded back and forth, they decided to meet at an abandoned oil platform in international waters, a neutral spot away from prying authorities. Eleanor could charter a plane or boat. The Sea Lotus could slip there. With luck, they'd gather all evidence, Elena's inside info, Mara's artifact, Eric's footage, and blow Project Trident wide open. But time was short. Cross's black sub was rumoured to roam the Atlantic. Elena, fearful of pursuit, insisted they meet within 72 hours. If not, she warned, Cross's agents might relocate her old lab and accelerate their doomsday research. Reluctantly, the crew set course for the platform, charting a zigzag route to evade detection. Meanwhile, at a hush-hush briefing in DC, official spokespeople began a campaign to discredit Dr. Kendall. Leaked press releases labelled her a disgraced academic peddling fake Atlantis theories for personal fame. Eric's outlet was threatened with lawsuits if they published inflammatory nonsense. The mainstream press, swamped with sensational headlines about other global events, gave limited attention to the Atlantis rumour. Some online circles buzzed about it, but official sources repeated the same line: no credible evidence of advanced ruins. Through manipulative press strategies, Cross kept a lid on the story for now. Eric watched these developments with clenched fists. "They're burying us in misinformation," he told Mara. She nodded. "We'll need a bombshell, like Elena's insider documents, plus tangible lab results on this crystal. Once people see that and the raw sub-footage, we might break through the spin." Still, the creeping dread that Cross might physically stop them overshadowed every plan. Days turned into a frantic blur. The Sea Lotus changed headings at random, scanning radar for suspicious vessels. Tension frayed nerves. Omar needed rest from constant watch shifts. Eric typed stories on a battered laptop, prepping for a massive info dump once the final puzzle pieces arrived. Mara found herself on deck at dawn, eyes on the horizon, reflecting on how her quiet pursuit of an archaeological dream had become a cloak and dagger drama. She fingered the Atlantean crystal, its faint pulses matching her heartbeat as though it shared her anxious anticipation. That afternoon, they neared the coordinates of the abandoned oil platform, a rusted hulk rising from the waves like a ghost. Seabirds circled overhead. From a distance, the structure looked deserted. No sign of Elena or any other craft. They approached cautiously, hooking a rope ladder to a corroded railing so they could climb onto the platform. The ocean swelled beneath them, metal groaning as if resentful of their intrusion. Stepping onto the deserted walkway, they waited. Eric set up a vantage point with binoculars, scanning for Elena's approach. Hammond readied a sidearm just in case. Time crawled. Then a small speck appeared on the horizon, a motorboat heading their way. They waved signals. The boat came close, revealing a lone figure in a hood. Once she was near, the figure climbed the ladder. She pulled back the hood, revealing a woman with anxious eyes. Eleanor Vargas. She clutched a black briefcase. Doctor? Kendall? Eric Lawson? She exhaled in relief. "I have documents, proof of genetic manipulation, experiments on..." But she froze mid-sentence. Her gaze flicked to a distant corner. "Wait, do you hear that?" Mara strained her ears. Faint rotor blades? Suddenly a helicopter swooped overhead, black and unmarked. Gunmen peered from open doors. Commander Cross? Possibly. The platform reverberated with the thrum of rotors. Then a second chopper soared into view, ropes uncoiled. Armed men in tactical gear descended, forming a perimeter. The small group on the walkway realized they were outnumbered, cornered. Cross himself stepped off one chopper, face grim. Dr. Vargas, Dr. Kendall, Mr. Lawson, all in one place, convenient. Soldiers levelled rifles. The wind whipped at Cross's coat as he advanced. "Hand over the artifact and any documentation, now." Eleanor paled. Eric tensed, camera in hand. Mara's mind raced. If they surrendered, the truth would vanish. Cross gave them a mocking smile. "You have no idea what you've stumbled upon. This technology could tip the balance of global power. In the wrong hands, like incompetent civilians, it's catastrophic. In ours, it preserves order. You can't possibly comprehend the stakes." Mara, teeth gritted, clutched the crystal in her jacket pocket. She felt its pulses intensify as if reacting to the confrontation. Eleanor clutched her briefcase. Hammond, gun half raised, whispered to Mara, "We can't take them all. We're done." Cross raised a hand. Soldiers stepped forward, ready to seize them. The standoff crackled with tension, no easy escape. If they lost this moment, all hopes of unveiling Atlantis to the world might be crushed. As the swirling rotor wash battered them and Cross's men closed in, the only question was, could they break free one last time, or had the government finally cornered them in the quest for Atlantis? Commander Cross's men fanned out across the rusted oil platform, rifles trained on Mara Kendall and her companions. The helicopter blades overhead thundered. creating an invisible cage of swirling air. Dr. Elena Vargas clutched her briefcase of incriminating files, while Eric Lawson hovered protectively near her, camera half raised. Captain Hammond, outnumbered, could only grit his teeth in frustration. Mara felt the Atlantean crystal throbbing in her pocket, a silent testament to the ancient city's secrets and the peril they faced. Cross stepped closer, voice calm yet menacing. Hand them over. Crystal, files, everything. This fiasco ends without bloodshed, and you can walk away. Resist, and I can't guarantee your safety. Elena's eyes flashed with defiance. You'll bury the truth. Use Atlantean tech for weaponry. I won't let you. Cross's lips curled. You naive scientists think you can handle powers beyond comprehension. The world teeters on chaos. Only strong leadership can keep a lid on it. Now, one last time, the artifact. Mara's heart pounded. She recalled the cataclysmic destruction the Atlantean city nearly triggered during their dive. She knew the technology demanded cautious stewardship, not militarization. Summoning courage, she shook her head. No, Commander, this belongs to humanity, not your secret program. Cross's gaze hardened, and a soldier advanced. Suddenly the platform trembled. A low rumble emerged from beneath the waves, as though something stirred in the deep. Everyone paused. Hammond peered over the edge. Earthquake? Or... Then, without warning, a large shape broke the surface a few hundred yards away. A rising mass of collapsed Atlantean ruins, or part of the seafloor shifting. The water churned violently, sending swells that rocked the oil platform. Soldiers staggered. One helicopter veered off, nearly losing control. Mara recognized the faint glow emanating from that partial structure. Could it be another Atlantean outpost, roused by the crystal's removal from the city? She had no time to ponder. The platform lurched again. Twisted metal groaned. Cross barked orders for his men to maintain position, but confusion reigned. Hammond seized the moment, yanking Eric and Elena behind a stack of rusted drums. Mara followed, heart thundering. Bullets pinged off metal, soldiers firing wildly to corral them. A cluster of soldiers cornered them behind the drums. Cross marched up, fury in his eyes. Enough! This entire region is destabilizing. Give me the relic, or we all sink with the platform. In the background, the newly emerged Atlantean structure jutted from the sea, water foaming around it, as if an underwater quake had lifted a chunk of the city skyward. Elena, trembling, interjected. Commander, you know unleashing this power could cause global disasters. So many variables we barely understand. Continuing in secrecy invites catastrophe. Cross's jaw tightened. Catastrophe, if it's in the wrong hands, yes. But under disciplined control it can ensure we're never challenged again. He nodded to the armed soldiers. We'll forcibly take it if needed. Mara realized that even if she gave up the crystal, Cross would never let them go free with knowledge that incriminated him. She exhaled sharply. You talk about preserving order, but you're stoking chaos. She patted her jacket pocket. This artifact's presence triggered that seismic shift, or awakened something. If we don't handle it responsibly, we risk more chaos, maybe on a planetary scale. Cross's gaze flickered with doubt, but he refused to relent. Better we handle it than letting amateurs tamper with unknown forces. We have protocols. At that instant, a deafening crack rang out. The southwestern corner of the platform collapsed into the sea. Metal beams snapped under stress. Soldiers scrambled to keep footing. Retreat to the choppers, one yelled. Cross, torn between capturing the group and saving his men, barked conflicting orders. Mara locked eyes with Hammond. If they didn't flee now, they'd be pinned under wreckage or gunned down. Eleanor clutched the briefcase and pointed to the small boat she arrived in. We can use that to escape, if we can reach it. Eric tightened his grip on the camera, determined to preserve evidence of the Atlantean structure's emergence. In a blur of motion, they sprinted across the swaying catwalk. Soldiers fired sporadically, but rising steam from cracks in the platform partially obscured the line of sight. Cross cursed, snatching up a rifle. The group wove around broken rails, leapt over twisted debris. The ominous shape in the ocean kept rising, spewing jets of bubbles. The entire region felt on the verge of meltdown. Hammond managed to knock aside one soldier with the butt of a crowbar. Eric kicked another's weapon free. Eleanor ducked a swinging baton, nearly losing her briefcase. Mara felt a bullet whiz by, adrenaline surging. Then, with a final push, they slid down a broken ladder onto the small boat's deck. Eleanor revved the engine, face pale but resolute. Commander Cross, spotting them from a higher walkway, aimed his rifle. For a moment, Mara thought they'd all be shot, but a sudden jet of steam erupted from a fissure in the platform beneath Cross. He staggered, dropping the rifle into the churning water. Another soldier dragged him back from the edge. They exchanged glances of panic, the entire structure on the brink of collapsing into the boiling sea. Cross roared in frustration. The small boat sped away from the listing platform. Mara, breath heaving, looked over her shoulder to see the black helicopters scrambling to lift off. One rose unsteadily, only to be pelted by debris from the disintegrating tower. It spun out of control, crashing into the waves with an explosion. The other helicopter managed to get airborne, but retreated, presumably with surviving soldiers. Whether Cross escaped or not was unclear. The platform folded into the ocean in a shriek of twisting metal, swallowed by the swirling water. The group steered well clear of the collapsing site, the ocean churning violently. For a time they simply drifted, stunned by the near-death ordeal. The newly emerged Atlantean structure in the distance continued to bubble and spout water jets, as though releasing pent-up energies. Mara clutched the crystal, half expecting further cataclysm. Yet after a final thunderous groan, the ocean calmed, leaving behind a half-submerged ruin that quickly sank back below the surface, like a gasping breath of some ancient beast now returning to slumber. Eric rubbed salt spray from his eyes, then started filming the wreckage. We have on-camera proof that some monstrous forces were at play. Our story just went from shocking to insane. The footage, the documents, it's unstoppable. Eleanor exhaled a shaky sigh, hugging the briefcase to her chest. Project Trident's unethical experiments, Cross's covert ops, all of it can be exposed. I just pray the Atlantean relic doesn't fall into new hands that repeat the same mistakes. Mara, heart heavy, stared at the artifact's pulsing light. We have a moral duty to ensure it's used for knowledge, not power. We'll bring it into the public eye, let the global scientific community assess it openly. She paused, thinking of the potential for a worldwide scramble. But that might spark a scramble among nations. Still, secrecy is worse. Some hours later, they rendezvoused with the Sea Lotus. The crew welcomed them with relief, though subdued by the scale of what had happened. Omar quickly uploaded the video footage to secure cloud servers. They compiled Elena's testimony, her lab notes, and the subdive recordings. Eric put finishing touches on an investigative piece, weaving the raw data into a narrative that laid bare the entire conspiracy. Project Trident, the stolen Atlantean technology, the clandestine sabotage, the near catastrophe at the oil platform. Once it was ready, he hit publish across multiple news sites. A digital avalanche began. Within a day, the story exploded online. Social media buzzed with images of the partial Atlantean ruins, dramatic standoffs, and the meltdown of the platform. Government spokespersons scrambled to deny any Black Project involvement. Some channels called it a hoax, but the sheer volume of corroborating evidence, testimony from Dr. Vargas, the recovered artifact's initial lab tests, submarine footage, proved hard to dismiss. Congressional hearings loomed. Allies in the academic community offered labs to analyse the crystal, urging transparency. Eric's outlet soared in readership, but also faced hacking attempts. Dr. Vargas sought temporary asylum with an international watchdog group, protected from retaliation. Meanwhile, Commander Cross's status remained unknown. Some rumours claimed he perished on the platform, others whispered he'd fled with a handful of loyal operatives. Either way, Project Trident was exposed. Investigations launched into missing funds, unethical experiments, and attempts to sabotage Dr. Kendall's research. In the ensuing weeks, the global community demanded open exploration of the Atlantean site. Various institutions vied for a seat at the table. Mara Kendall found herself an unlikely figurehead. Though exhausted and still shaken by the meltdown, she recognised the new responsibility, safeguarding Atlantean relics so they wouldn't be misappropriated again. She formed a collaborative foundation with ethical guidelines, ensuring any recovered technology wouldn't be hidden or weaponized. Sailing away from the site, she gazed at the shimmering crystal one last time, faint pulses resonating with the ocean's rhythm. We might never fully grasp the wonder of Atlantis, she mused, but at least for now the truth is free, no longer cloaked in deception. In her mind, she pictured the submerged pillars, the half-buried domes that spoke of a civilization advanced beyond ancient imagination. She whispered a silent pledge to honour its legacy. simple. Just him, his rig, and the endless stretch of highway. But sometimes, the road led to places he never expected. Driving was Charlie's refuge. The hum of the engine beneath him, the rhythmic roll of tyres on pavement, and the vast, open skies above. It was his version of freedom. There were no office politics to navigate, no meetings to attend, and no deadlines beyond the ones set by his dispatcher. It was a job that required focus and patience, qualities Charlie had in abundance. He liked the routine of it, the way each delivery started and ended with a clear purpose. Most days the miles blurred together. The roads were familiar, even comforting. He knew the best diners to stop at for a slice of pie, which truck stops had the cleanest showers, and the stretches of highway where the sunsets seemed to last forever. He loved the quiet moments when the world felt like it belonged to him alone, the only sound the low rumble of his truck and the occasional whisper of wind through the windows. Charlie didn't consider himself the adventurous type. He wasn't the kind of guy who went looking for excitement or mystery. In fact, he avoided it whenever possible. His life was a steady rhythm of pickups and drop-offs, punctuated by the occasional call to his sister, or a quick stop to visit a friend on the way through town. It was predictable, and he liked it that way. But driving wasn't without its surprises. Over the years, Charlie had seen his share of odd things on the road. A bear wandering too close to the interstate, strange lights hovering in the distance late at night, and once, a car inexplicably abandoned in the middle of nowhere, its doors wide open as if the occupants had vanished into thin air. None of it had rattled him too much. He chalked it up to the quirks of life on the road and kept moving. Still, there was something about the open road that always felt a little otherworldly. Maybe it was the way the landscape seemed to stretch on forever, or the way the stars looked brighter and closer when you were miles from the nearest city. Charlie had spent countless nights parked at rest stops, leaning against the hood of his truck and staring up at the night sky. He liked to imagine the stories those stars might tell if they could talk, stories of travellers like him crisscrossing the country in search of something they couldn't quite name. Charlie wasn't a dreamer by nature, but he did have a quiet appreciation for the unknown. He liked the idea that there were still mysteries in the world, things waiting to be discovered just beyond the horizon. But those thoughts were fleeting, passing through his mind like the tumbleweeds that sometimes skittered across the highway. For the most part, Charlie kept his focus on the road ahead, content with the life he'd built and the steady rhythm of his days. He never imagined that one of those roads, the same roads he'd travelled countless times, could lead him somewhere he wasn't meant to go, somewhere that would shatter his carefully constructed world of routine and simplicity, somewhere that would make him question everything he thought he knew about the job he'd always thought was so ordinary. It started with a routine delivery. His dispatcher called it a special route, which wasn't unusual. These jobs usually meant more pay and tighter deadlines. Charlie didn't ask questions. He wasn't the type to pry. He picked up the sealed cargo from a nondescript warehouse outside of Las Vegas, a heavy reinforced crate with no markings. The manifest simply read, "High-value equipment." That wasn't uncommon either. Truck drivers carried plenty of things they weren't meant to ask about. The instructions were precise. Follow a specific route, no detours, and arrive at the drop-off point by 2 a.m. The GPS coordinates were deep in the Nevada desert, but Charlie didn't think twice. He'd driven through the desert plenty of times, delivering goods to remote military installations. It was all part of the job. The sun was setting as Charlie turned onto a narrow, unmarked road. The desert stretched out in all directions, the horizon glowing in shades of orange and purple. The only signs of life were the occasional jackrabbit darting across the cracked pavement and the faint hum of his engine echoing in the stillness. His headlights cut through the growing darkness as he followed the route on his GPS. After an hour of driving, he approached a security checkpoint. The road was blocked by a high chain-link fence topped with razor wire. 2 armed guards stood by a small booth, their faces shadowed by the brim of their caps. The insignia on their uniforms was unfamiliar, but their presence made it clear. This was no ordinary delivery. Charlie rolled down his window as one of the guards approached. The man didn't speak, just motioned for Charlie's paperwork. Charlie handed it over, his heart beating a little faster. The guard studied the documents, then nodded and waved him through. The gate creaked open and Charlie drove on, his curiosity gnawing at him. The road ahead was smooth, eerily pristine compared to the cracked pavement outside the fence. As he drove, the landscape changed. Large, hangar-like buildings loomed in the distance, their shapes barely visible in the moonlight. The air felt heavy, charged with an unexplainable energy that made Charlie's skin prickle. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. His GPS pinged again as he double-checked the coordinates, signalling that he had arrived at the drop-off point. The area wasn't what Charlie had expected. It wasn't the usual industrial depot or a warehouse tucked away in a quiet corner of town. Instead, it was a desolate stretch of concrete leading to a massive hangar, its steel doors looming like the entrance to a fortress. A single overhead light flickered, casting erratic, shifting shadows that danced across the asphalt. The air felt heavier here, as though the weight of the place itself pressed down on him. He cut the engine, the silence that followed feeling almost unnatural, broken only by the faint rhythmic hum of distant machinery. Charlie climbed down from the cab, his boots crunching against the ground as he stretched his legs. He glanced around, half expecting someone to appear immediately, but the area was eerily empty. The light above buzzed faintly, adding to the tension. For a moment he considered honking the horn to announce his presence, but something about the atmosphere made him think better of it. After a few minutes, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a man in a crisp white lab coat, his expression blank and his gait purposeful. Behind him were two guards, each wearing dark uniforms and carrying weapons holstered at their hips. Their presence wasn't casual. They moved with precision, their eyes scanning the area as if they expected trouble. The man in the lab coat stopped in front of Charlie, his gaze sharp but devoid of any warmth or friendliness. He held out a clipboard without introducing himself, his movements mechanical. Charlie hesitated, then took the clipboard, scanning the document briefly. It was the standard delivery confirmation, but the strange location and the armed guards made him feel like he was signing away more than just a shipment. "You'll unload the crate and bring it inside," the man said, his tone clipped and efficient. He didn't offer a name, an explanation, or even a hint of small talk. Charlie simply nodded, sensing this wasn't the kind of place where questions were welcomed. As he moved to the back of his truck, the guards followed closely, their boots echoing against the concrete. He could feel their eyes on him, scrutinizing every move he made. The crate was large, heavy, and reinforced with thick steel edges. It was unmarked, save for a series of stenciled numbers on its side, nothing that gave away its contents. Charlie had hauled plenty of odd cargo over the years, but something about this crate set his nerves on edge. Using the pallet jack, he carefully wheeled the crate down the truck's ramp, the metal clanking softly as it touched the ground. He manoeuvred it toward the hangar doors, where the man in the lab coat was waiting. The guards stayed close, their presence more oppressive than helpful. The hangar's interior was unlike anything Charlie had ever seen. The air was cooler, carrying a faint metallic tang, and the overhead lights bathed everything in a harsh, sterile glow. Rows of equipment lined the walls, machines with sleek, futuristic designs that looked more at home in a science fiction movie than a government facility. Some hummed faintly, their lights blinking in patterns Charlie couldn't decipher. Others were silent but ominous, their purposes entirely alien to him. As he wheeled the crate into place, Charlie's eyes darted around the room. He couldn't help but notice the way the lab coat man and the guards avoided looking directly at certain pieces of equipment, as though even they weren't entirely comfortable with what surrounded them. A strange tension hung in the air, an unspoken understanding that this was no ordinary workspace. The man in the lab coat gestured to a designated spot near the back wall. "Right there," he said, his voice devoid of inflection. Charlie complied, carefully lowering the crate into place. He secured it as instructed, the guards watching every movement as though they expected him to do something wrong. "Is that it?" Charlie asked, breaking the silence. His voice sounded too loud in the cavernous space, echoing off the walls. The man in the lab coat didn't respond. He simply nodded, his attention already shifting to the crate as if Charlie no longer existed. As Charlie turned to leave, something caught his eye. A large translucent panel mounted on the far wall. The surface glowed faintly, its opacity shifting like frosted glass under a faint light. Behind it, he thought he saw movement. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, a flicker of shadow that disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, but it was enough to make him stop in his tracks. "What's behind?" he started to ask, but the words died in his throat. One of the guards stepped forward, his hand resting on the holster at his hip. "Time to go," the guard said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Charlie's mouth went dry. He nodded quickly, forcing his eyes away from the panel. As he walked back toward his truck, he could feel the guards' presence behind him, their steps measured and deliberate. It was as if they were herding him out, ensuring he didn't stray or look too closely at anything he wasn't supposed to see. Climbing into the cab of his truck, Charlie's hands trembled slightly as he gripped the wheel. He started the engine, the familiar rumble doing little to calm his nerves. As he pulled away from the hangar, he cast one last glance in his side mirror. The translucent panel was barely visible through the open hangar doors, but in that fleeting moment, he thought he saw it again, a shadow shifting behind the glowing surface. He told himself it was just his imagination, a trick of the light or the exhaustion from the long drive. But no matter how hard he tried to convince himself, the unease lingered, crawling under his skin like an itch he couldn't scratch. The image of the translucent panel and the faint movement behind it replayed in his mind, an unshakable reminder that he had seen something he wasn't meant to. The GPS continued to hum directions, urging him back toward the main gate, but the unease clawing at Charlie's chest wouldn't let him obey. Something about the narrow, well-worn side road just ahead called to him, a whisper of forbidden knowledge he couldn't ignore. He hesitated for only a moment before jerking the wheel and veering off the marked route. His heart pounded as the truck's tyres crunched over the gravel, every turn taking him further away from the path he was supposed to follow. The side road twisted and snaked through the facility's outskirts, its bends obscured by the shadows of low hills and sparse desert vegetation. The abandoned buildings that lined his path seemed to loom larger as he passed, their windows like hollow eyes watching his every move. At first, he saw no signs of life, just darkness and the occasional rusted chain-link fence, rattling faintly in the breeze. But as he drove deeper, things began to shift. He noticed subtle signs of activity, a faint glimmer of light from a distant structure, tyre tracks freshly carved into the dirt, the unmistakable silhouette of guards patrolling a perimeter. His breath quickened. The urge to turn back tugged at him, a voice of reason growing louder in his mind, but his curiosity burned too hot to be extinguished. He pressed forward, gripping the wheel tighter as the road widened and led him into what felt like the heart of the facility. At last, he pulled his truck into the shadow of a massive hangar, its dark metal walls blending into the night. He killed the engine, the abrupt silence amplifying the sound of his own rapid breathing. For a moment, he just sat there, the weight of what he was doing pressing down on him. Then, as though compelled by an unseen force, he climbed out of the cab. The air here was different, thick, charged, as if it hummed with an invisible current. Every step Charlie took felt deliberate, his boots crunching softly on the gravel as he crept closer to the hangar. A faint glow seeped through a crack in the enormous doors, and he found himself drawn to it like a moth to a flame. He crouched low, the cool metal of the hangar's sidewall brushing against his hand as he leaned in to peer through the gap. The interior of the hangar was breathtakingly vast, stretching farther than his eyes could follow. The air inside was cold, a stark contrast to the desert night beyond. Rows of futuristic workstations lined the walls, each manned by technicians clad in pristine white lab coats. They moved with quiet precision, their faces illuminated by the pale blue light of glowing monitors. Charlie's eyes scanned the room, drinking in details that felt like something out of a dream or a nightmare. And then he saw it. At the centre of the hangar, suspended impossibly above the ground, was a craft like nothing he'd ever imagined. Its shape was sleek, almost organic, with smooth metallic curves that shimmered like liquid under the harsh overhead lights. The hull was etched with strange, glowing symbols that pulsed faintly, as though alive. The air around the craft seemed to ripple subtly, distorting the light in a way that made it difficult to focus on its form for too long. Charlie's breath caught in his throat. This wasn't any kind of military tech he'd ever seen. This was something else, something not of this world. The realization sent a chill down his spine, and for a moment he couldn't move. His mind raced, struggling to process what he was seeing. His hands gripped the edge of the doorframe so tightly his knuckles turned white. The technicians moved around the craft like surgeons in an operating room, their movements synchronized and deliberate. It was clear they were conducting tests, but on what or why, Charlie couldn't begin to guess. A soft mechanical hum filled the air, barely audible but somehow felt deep in his chest. It was coming from the craft, a rhythmic vibration that seemed to resonate with the very walls of the hangar. He stared at it, transfixed, until a faint sound behind him shattered the spell. "Step away from the door," a voice commanded, sharp and unyielding. Charlie whipped around, his heart lurching into his throat. 2 guards were approaching, their weapons drawn and pointed squarely at him. The beams of their flashlights cut through the darkness, illuminating his frozen form. Panic surged through his veins, and before he could think, his instincts took over. He bolted. The shouts of the guards rang out behind him, their voices sharp and urgent. Charlie's boots pounded against the gravel as he sprinted back toward his truck, his mind a blur of fear and adrenaline. He could hear their heavy footsteps gaining on him, the clatter of their gear echoing in the night. Every breath burned in his lungs, but he didn't dare slow down. He reached the truck and yanked open the door, his hands trembling as he fumbled with the keys. The guards were closing in, their shouts growing louder, but finally the engine roared to life. He slammed the door shut and threw the truck into gear, his foot pressing hard on the gas pedal. The tyres spun for a moment before gripping the gravel, sending up a cloud of dust as he sped down the road. In his rearview mirror he could see the guards giving chase, their figures silhouetted against the distant lights of the hangar. But as he rounded a bend, the facility began to fade into the background. For a fleeting moment, relief washed over him. He thought he might have escaped, but his hope was short-lived. As he neared the main gate, a blinding spotlight erupted ahead of him, flooding the road with harsh white light. He squinted against the glare, his truck screeching to a halt. The tyres left deep grooves in the dirt as the vehicle came to an abrupt stop. Ahead, a line of vehicles blocked the road, their engines idling ominously. Armed guards stepped out, their weapons raised and trained on him. Charlie's breath came in ragged gasps as he realized he was surrounded. There was no way out. Slowly he raised his hands, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst from his chest. The guards approached, their faces impassive as they barked orders. They pulled him from the truck, cuffing his wrists with practiced efficiency. The cold metal bit into his skin, a stark reminder of his mistake. As they led him toward one of the waiting vehicles, Charlie cast one last glance over his shoulder. In the distance, the hangar loomed dark and silent, its secrets once again hidden from view. The faint glow of the translucent panel burned in his memory, a haunting image he knew he'd never forget. The guards shoved him into the back of a black van, its interior as cold and unyielding as the cuffs around his wrists. The doors slammed shut, sealing him in darkness. As the vehicle pulled away, Charlie's mind raced with unanswered questions and a growing sense of dread. He didn't know where they were taking him, or what would happen next. All he knew was that he'd seen something he was never meant to see, and that knowledge would cost him more than he'd ever imagined. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. As you drift off, let this story remind you of the mysteries that might lie just out of sight, hidden in the most secretive corners of the world. Sleep well and sweet dreams. Bostrom's argument was particularly compelling. If humanity ever reached a point where it could create hyper-realistic simulations, it was likely that countless simulated worlds would be created. Statistically, the odds of living in the one base reality were slim. Most likely we were already in a simulation. At first, Daniel laughed it off, but the more he read, the harder it became to ignore. Strange memories surfaced, moments from his past that didn't quite add up. A childhood friend he could remember vividly one day seemed like a distant blur the next. Patterns began to emerge in the world around him. Coincidences that felt too perfect, glitches that he had previously chalked up to his imagination. One night, Daniel decided to test the theory for himself. It had been weeks of consuming forum posts, articles, and late-night podcasts about the simulation hypothesis. The idea had started as a passing curiosity, but now it gripped him, gnawed at the edges of his perception, and made him question the very ground beneath his feet. If reality was as structured and artificial as the theories suggested, there had to be a way to prove it, or at least glimpse behind the curtain. He sat at his desk, illuminated by the glow of his computer screen, and began writing a simple program. It wasn't anything extraordinary, just a piece of code designed to generate random numbers. The logic was straightforward. The output should be completely unpredictable. Yet, as he stared at the rows of numbers that scrolled across the screen, he noticed something unsettling. At first it seemed like a coincidence. A number here, a number there, repeating after a few cycles. He rubbed his eyes, convinced he was imagining things, but the more he watched, the clearer the pattern became. Every few intervals the same sequence appeared like a song stuck on loop. The numbers weren't random at all. It was as if an invisible hand was guiding them, injecting order where there should have been chaos. Daniel's heart raced. He ran the program again, tweaking variables, trying different algorithms. Yet no matter how he adjusted the parameters, the pattern remained. It was subtle, but undeniable. It felt deliberate, like someone, or something, wanted him to notice, and that was only the beginning. Once Daniel began paying attention, the glitches seemed to follow him everywhere. Lights in his apartment flickered without warning, even though his landlord had just installed new fixtures. Objects on his desk seemed to shift position when he wasn't looking. His coffee mug moved slightly to the left. A pen rolled a few inches away from where he'd placed it. He told himself he was imagining things, but deep down he wasn't so sure. The strangest moments happened when he ventured outside. On his usual walk to the park, he began to notice strangers behaving oddly. One day, a man in a dark coat walked past him, muttering to himself. Daniel didn't think much of it until later, when he saw the same man again, walking in the exact same way, muttering the exact same words. It wasn't déjà vu. It was like a scene repeating in a poorly rendered video game. And then there was the bird. It was a quiet afternoon, the kind Daniel usually enjoyed. He sat on a park bench sipping coffee when he saw a sparrow dart across the sky. It was an ordinary sight, but halfway through its flight the bird froze. It wasn't slowing down or adjusting its path, it was frozen in midair, its wings caught in an unnatural pause. Daniel blinked, his heart pounding. A second later the bird resumed its flight, as if nothing had happened. He stood up, his coffee forgotten, and scanned the park. No one else seemed to notice. Parents pushed strollers, joggers passed by, and kids chased each other near the swings. To them, the world was moving as it always had. But to Daniel, something was wrong. The bird's pause had lasted only a fraction of a second, but it was enough to shatter his sense of normalcy. He began to see these glitches everywhere. A car parked on the street blinked out of existence for a moment, only to reappear in the same spot as if nothing had happened. Digital clocks glitched, showing impossible times, 4:73 a.m. or 25:01 p.m, before correcting themselves. Even conversations with strangers felt scripted. A cashier at the grocery store repeated the same phrase twice, word for word, with the same intonation and rhythm, as though she had been reset mid-sentence. Daniel couldn't escape the feeling that the world around him was unravelling. Or perhaps it wasn't unravelling. It was revealing itself layer by layer, as if daring him to dig deeper. As weeks passed, Daniel's obsession consumed him, like a fire spreading through dry wood. What had started as a casual curiosity about simulation theory had evolved into an all-encompassing fixation. His once tidy apartment now resembled a war room. Walls covered in hastily scribbled notes, strings of red yarn connecting photographs and diagrams, and stacks of open books teetering precariously on every available surface. The soft glow of computer screens illuminated the chaos, their hum a constant background noise as Daniel delved deeper into his quest for answers. Friends had stopped reaching out, their texts and calls ignored until they dwindled into silence. Daniel barely noticed. His world had narrowed to a singular purpose, to prove that reality was not what it seemed. Days and nights blurred together as he scoured the internet for clues, digging through obscure forums, listening to late-night podcasts, and watching grainy videos of supposed glitches in the Matrix. He wasn't just exploring anymore, he was hunting. desperate for something tangible, something irrefutable. And then, one night, he found it. It was nearly 3 a.m, the hour when the world outside seemed the quietest and Daniel's mind felt the sharpest. He was scrolling through a forum dedicated to simulation theory, its threads filled with a mix of wild speculation, eerie anecdotes, and the occasional well-articulated argument. His eyes skimmed past a post titled "Proof Hidden in Plain Sight," and then stopped. The author of the post, a user known only as Observer, had a reputation in the community for their cryptic but compelling insights. The post was unlike anything Daniel had seen before. Observer claimed to have found evidence of the simulation, not in the form of glitches or anomalies, but encoded messages embedded within reality itself. The post included no direct evidence, only a series of cryptic clues and riddles, each one urging readers to look for patterns in everyday life. "They don't hide the truth," Observer had written. "It's right in front of us. Numbers, symbols, alignments, they all point to the same thing. Pay attention to the things you ignore. The messages are everywhere." Daniel's heart raced as he read and reread the post, the words resonating with a strange and unshakable truth. The messages were vague, almost maddeningly so, but they struck a chord deep within him. He began to notice them everywhere. The next day, Daniel bought coffee at his usual cafe. As he handed the cashier a $10 bill, his eyes fell on the receipt. The total was $4.42, an unremarkable amount until he noticed the timestamp printed at the bottom, 4:42 p.m. It was the same sequence of numbers he had seen on his phone battery days earlier, and it sent a shiver down his spine. Later that evening, as he walked through his neighbourhood, he passed a billboard advertising a clothing brand. The slogan, written in bold, sleek font, read, "It's all connected." It wasn't the kind of phrase that would normally catch his attention, but tonight it stopped him in his tracks. The words seemed directed at him, as though they were a private message hidden in plain sight. And then there were the stars. Daniel had always been fascinated by the night sky, often spending hours gazing at the constellations from his balcony. But now even the stars seemed to hold secrets. One clear night, as he studied the sky, he noticed an unusual alignment. 3 stars, brighter than the others, formed a perfect triangle. It wasn't a recognised constellation. He'd checked his star charts, and yet it felt deliberate, like a signature left behind by the architects of his reality. The more Daniel looked, the more he found. Random numbers on receipts began to repeat with eerie precision. Phrases and advertisements seemed to echo his own thoughts. Even snippets of conversations overheard on the subway felt too perfectly timed, too meaningful to be mere coincidence. The world around him was starting to resemble a puzzle, one that begged to be solved. But for every clue Daniel uncovered, a new question arose. Were these patterns real, or was his mind playing tricks on him? If the messages were intentional, who or what was leaving them? And most importantly, why? The answers, Daniel felt, were tantalizingly close. Yet the more he searched, the more the lines between reality and illusion began to blur. His once firm grasp on the world around him was slipping, replaced by a growing sense of unease. Somewhere, buried within the fabric of existence, he was certain the truth awaited him. All he had to do was find it. Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching him. At first it was subtle, a twinge of unease when he sat in front of his computer for too long, or the sense that shadows shifted slightly in his peripheral vision. But as days passed, the signs became impossible to ignore. His computer began behaving in ways that defied explanation. Files he hadn't touched would open on their own, random error messages would flash across his screen, and his webcam light flickered on for a few seconds at a time, though he had never enabled it. Each new glitch sent a shiver down his spine. He tried to rationalize it. Perhaps it was a software bug or malware. He ran scans, reinstalled programs, even replaced his webcam entirely. But the anomalies persisted, and with each one, the sensation of being observed grew stronger, like an invisible presence was scrutinizing his every move. Then came the night everything changed. It was late, well past midnight. The quiet hum of the city outside was barely audible over the faint whir of Daniel's computer fan. He had been sifting through yet another obscure forum thread, his tired eyes scanning lines of cryptic text, when the screen suddenly went black. His fingers froze mid-typing, The room plunged into an unnatural silence. Even the gentle buzz of his desk lamp seemed to fade away. Before he could react, white text flickered onto the dark screen. The words were simple but chilling. "You're getting close." Daniel's breath caught in his throat. His pulse quickened as he leaned forward, his face illuminated by the eerie glow of the message. He stared at the screen, half expecting more text to appear, but none did. He tried to type something, anything, but the keyboard was unresponsive. The message remained for a few more moments before vanishing, leaving the screen blank once again. He sat back in his chair, his heart pounding in his chest. Was this a prank? Had someone hacked into his system? Or more terrifyingly, was this a response to his relentless digging into simulation theory? The thought sent a cold chill down his spine. The message felt deliberate, as though whoever, or whatever, had sent it was watching him in that very moment. In the days that followed, Daniel's world began to feel more surreal. Conversations with people took on an uncanny quality. Friends and strangers alike spoke in clipped, almost mechanical tones, repeating phrases with eerie precision. The cashier at the grocery store said, "Have a nice day," in the exact same cadence on 3 separate visits. It was as though the people around him were following a script, their responses pre-programmed and devoid of spontaneity. Even the sky seemed unnatural. Daniel noticed that the clouds rarely moved, hanging in place like props on a painted backdrop. The colours at sunset were too vivid, too perfect, as if rendered by an artist with an overactive imagination. The air itself felt heavier, charged with an invisible tension that made his every breath feel laboured. And then, one fateful night, it happened. Daniel was sitting at his desk, staring at the blinking cursor on his screen. He had been trying to write down his thoughts, to make sense of the strange events that had been unfolding. But his mind was a whirlwind, and the words refused to come. Suddenly the lights in his apartment flickered and went out. The hum of his computer died, plunging the room into an almost oppressive silence. He sat motionless, his eyes adjusting to the darkness. For a moment he thought the power outage was a coincidence, a mundane inconvenience. But then, in the corner of the room, a faint glow began to emerge. It wasn't the warm light of a candle or the cold blue of an LED. It was something entirely otherworldly, shifting in colour and intensity like a living entity. The glow grew brighter, pulsing rhythmically as it filled the room with an ethereal light. Daniel's breath hitched as he stood, his movements slow and cautious. Within the glow he began to see patterns, lines of cascading numbers and symbols, shimmering and shifting like the surface of a disturbed pond. These symbols moved too quickly to comprehend, but their presence felt purposeful, as though they were the very building blocks of reality itself. It was as if a veil had been lifted, exposing the intricate machinery that lay beneath the surface of his world. Daniel's chest tightened, his mind racing with questions and fears. Was this the truth he'd been searching for? Was he witnessing the raw code of the simulation? Or was his mind playing tricks on him, conjuring visions from the depths of his obsession? Compelled by a mix of terror and curiosity, Daniel reached out. His fingers trembled as they moved closer to the glowing mass. The moment his hand made contact, a surge of energy coursed through him, jolting him like a bolt of lightning. He gasped, his vision flooded with a kaleidoscope of images and sensations. He saw flashes of his life, memories both familiar and foreign. He saw himself as a child playing in the park, but the scene felt off, as though it were a recording played back on faulty equipment. He saw faces of people he didn't recognise but felt he should, their expressions frozen in time. Most disturbingly, he saw himself from a distance, not as a human being but as a sequence of data, lines of ones and zeros stretching infinitely into the void. The experience lasted only a few seconds, but it left Daniel reeling. As the glow faded and the room plunged back into darkness, he collapsed into his chair, his body trembling with exhaustion and fear. His mind raced to make sense of what he had seen. Was it a glimpse of the truth? Or had his obsession driven him to the brink of madness? In the silence that followed, one thought echoed through Daniel's mind. The world he knew would never feel the same again. In the days that followed, Daniel struggled to make sense of what had happened. He replayed the events over and over in his mind. The glowing code, the surge of energy, the kaleidoscope of images that had flashed before his eyes. Was it possible that he had truly glimpsed the underlying fabric of reality, or had his mind, pushed to the brink by his obsession, simply conjured it in a moment of exhaustion? No matter how many times he turned the question over, the answer remained elusive. He began to move through life with a strange sense of detachment. Every moment, every interaction, every sensation carried with it the faint echo of artificiality. The world around him, once vibrant and full of life, now felt like a carefully constructed facade. Conversations felt scripted, as though the people around him were reading from lines they didn't fully understand. The sound of traffic outside his apartment seemed monotonous, like a looped recording playing on repeat. Even the city lights that twinkled in the distance felt calculated, their brightness too perfect, their arrangement too deliberate. Daniel spent hours staring out the window of his apartment, watching the world unfold below. He noticed details he had never paid attention to before. The way pedestrians seemed to walk in synchronized patterns, the way the wind rustled the trees as though following an unseen rhythm. It was as if the simulation, if that's what it was trying harder than ever to convince him of its authenticity. But the harder it tried, the more artificial it felt. One evening, as he watched the sun set behind the city skyline, a strange calm settled over him. The colours of the sky, vivid oranges and purples fading into deep blue, felt impossibly beautiful, almost as if they had been painted just for him. And in that moment, Daniel realised something profound. Whether the world was real or simulated didn't matter. His experience of it was all he had, and it was no less meaningful for being uncertain. The laughter of a child playing in the park, the warmth of the sun on his skin, the taste of his favourite coffee, these things felt real. They brought him joy, comfort and connection, and perhaps that was enough. Daniel didn't stop wondering about the nature of reality. His curiosity was too deeply ingrained to simply vanish. But he no longer let it consume him. Instead, he began to focus on the things that grounded him, the friends he had neglected, the hobbies he once loved, the simple pleasures that made life worth living. If the world was a simulation, then it was a beautiful one, and he would cherish it for what it was. As he sat by his window that evening, the city lights twinkling in the distance, Daniel felt a sense of peace he hadn't known in months. The question of whether his world was real or fabricated faded into the background, replaced by a quiet acceptance of the mystery. Some truths, he realised, didn't need answers. Sometimes the beauty of the question was enough. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. May this story of reality and illusion inspire you to reflect, to wonder, and to find comfort in the unknown. Sleep well, and let your dreams carry you to a place of endless possibility. Sweet dreams. Of legendary newsmen, scribbling her own headlines on scraps of paper. Her parents, humble folks in a small Ohio town, nurtured that spark, proud their daughter aspired to uphold journalistic integrity in an era defined by fast-click sensationalism. As an adult, Natalie landed a job at Veritas Web News, an up-and-coming independent media site. It wasn't a mainstream newspaper, but it had a loyal readership that appreciated long-form investigations rather than clickbait. She poured her heart into each story, determined to tell narratives that mattered. But the reality of modern journalism soon tempered some of her starry-eyed dreams. Budget constraints, editorial pressures, and the constant deluge of superficial trending topics pulled attention away from deeper digs. Still, she persisted. Her big break, or so she thought, arrived one brisk fall morning when she was assigned to cover a press conference at the Capitol. A political scandal had erupted around a senator suspected of funneling federal grants to a dubious private contractor. The briefing was standard fare. A gaggle of reporters swarmed a podium, each trying to capture the day's soundbite. But Natalie noticed something peculiar. The questions, posed by journalists from major outlets, were strangely uniform, as if reading from the same script. It struck her as off. After the third nearly identical query, a chill trickled down her spine. Later that evening, as she typed up her piece, an email popped into her inbox. The subject line read, "Mockingbird resurrected." It came from a burner account with a string of random letters and numbers. At first she assumed it was spam, but curiosity piqued. She opened it. The message was brief. "If you care about real journalism, look into the history." Operation Mockingbird never died, only changed its feathers. Don't trust the silence. Operation Mockingbird? Natalie had a vague recollection of that term from college, an alleged CIA campaign in the mid-20th century to recruit journalists, shape narratives, and manipulate public opinion. Officially, the story went that it was either overblown rumour, or, if it did exist, it had been shut down decades ago. Intrigued, she pressed further, reading late into the night. She discovered how, in the 1970s, congressional hearings hinted at CIA payoffs to media figures. Documents exposed a clandestine program that placed agency-friendly reporters in key newsrooms. The rumour was it continued in some form, steering coverage on sensitive topics. Most historians dismissed the modern version as pure conspiracy fodder. But the following day, a startling coincidence. The minor story Natalie had been investigating, an inquiry into potential corruption in a city planning commission, was abruptly pulled from publication by her editor, citing legal concerns. Yet no lawsuits had been threatened. No external calls had demanded it be shelved, at least as far as she knew. Something in her gut told her these events might connect. Was she paranoid, or was someone exerting pressure behind the scenes? In the journalistic world, sometimes spiking a story at the last minute was normal. But combined with the cryptic email and the odd uniformity she'd observed at the press conference, a pattern emerged that felt disturbingly deliberate. Unsure where else to turn, she sought out a retired reporter who once mentored her, James Jim Wilder. In his heyday, Jim had been a grizzled investigative journalist for a major newspaper, chasing the CIA's tail during the Cold War. He'd retired in partial disgrace after refusing to burn a source, but to Natalie he remained a stalwart figure of unwavering principles and old-school grit. His modest home on the outskirts of DC bore the hallmarks of a life spent digging through archives, towering stacks of books, old newspapers, and microfiche reels. Over tea she described the press conference, the suspicious email, and her shelved story. Jim listened, nodding gravely. "Operation Mockingbird," he said, voice tinged with a cynicism honed by decades in the field. "I was hot on that lead back in the 70s. My editors told me it was a relic. Then one day, I found part of a file, redacted, but it mentioned continuing operations well into the 80s. I tried to push further, but I was stonewalled, threatened even." He leaned back, a nostalgic gleam in his eyes. "I always suspected it never really ended. Why would it? If you have a program that effectively shapes public opinion, you don't just toss it away. You adapt." Natalie felt both a thrill of validation and a pang of worry. "You have any proof left, Jim? Anything I can use to confirm or deny the rumour?" "Got a few pages locked up. They're not exactly conclusive, more like puzzle pieces. But if you're determined, maybe you can do what I never did. Find the missing links." He sighed. "Just be careful, kid. The CIA doesn't mess around when it comes to controlling narratives." From an old filing cabinet, he withdrew a battered folder stuffed with yellowed papers. Natalie flipped through them, seeing references to assets in major newspapers, coded code names, partial financial ledgers with blacked-out lines. One note read, "Coordination for maximum impact, RE, foreign policy coverage." Another referenced journalists receiving monthly retainer fees from front organisations. The cryptic nature made it tough to pinpoint exact individuals or timeframes. She left Jim's house with the folder tucked under her arm, mind buzzing. If Operation Mockingbird had indeed gone underground, who was running it now, and how widespread was it? The next day she approached her editor, a pragmatic, overworked woman named Rosalind. Cautiously, Natalie broached the topic of her cancelled story, asking why it was shot down so abruptly. Roslyn offered a vague explanation about concerns from higher-ups, which was odd because their publication was independently funded. Higher-ups? Who exactly? As Natalie pressed, Roslyn snapped, "We can't fight every battle, Natalie. We've got a lawsuit on our hands if we're not careful." And that was that. The conversation ended with a finality that unsettled Natalie. She could practically smell the unspoken fear. That evening, unable to let it go, she typed out a summary of her Operation Mockingbird suspicions, intending to pitch it as her next investigation. She laid out the facts, historical background, the bizarre press conference uniformity, Jim's half-buried leads, her own cancelled story. But she hesitated before sending it. The risk of being branded a conspiracy theorist was high. She decided first to poke around quietly, test the waters. Her next step was to track digital breadcrumbs. That's when she called in a favour from her friend Alison Wu, a cybersecurity specialist with a reputation for finding invisible connections in massive datasets. Alison worked freelance for non-profits and had a soft spot for Natalie's dogged pursuit of truth. She agreed to help, intrigued by the challenge. Within hours, Alison sent a cryptic text. "I found something. Let's talk in person." They met at a quiet cafe, away from the usual DC journalist hangouts. Over a latte, Alison explained, "I scanned social media posts, news site logs and press releases from multiple outlets. The pattern is subtle, but there's cross-referencing of language. Key phrases appear simultaneously on major networks within hours, not days, and it's too consistent to be coincidence. It's like someone's feeding the same script to multiple anchors and columnists." Natalie's skin prickled. She recalled the press conference's identical questions. "Could be PR agencies, right? Politicians sometimes push talking points." Alison leaned forward. "Sure, but typically each channel still has a unique spin. Here, the exact wording is repeated. I also found that certain journalists who used to have varied viewpoints on foreign policy issues started echoing the same hawkish lines around the same time, about 6 months ago. Very abrupt shift. 6 months ago, a national security flare-up involving a rival nation had dominated headlines. Could that have been the impetus for some clandestine operation ramp-up? The possibility made Natalie's heart race. Before they parted, Alison advised caution. If there's a hidden entity actively shaping coverage, they'll notice if someone's snooping. Tread lightly. That night, the intangible sense of being watched crept in. While drafting an article about an unrelated topic, Natalie thought she saw a flicker on her laptop screen, like a remote access attempt. Paranoia or reality? In bed, she tried to quell the gnawing apprehension. She reminded herself that conspiracies often turn out to be simpler stories of bureaucratic bungling. But Jim's fearful recollection and Alison's data analysis kept returning to her mind. A question loomed. If Operation Mockingbird is still alive, how far does it reach now? And what lines will its guardians cross to keep it secret? Unknown to her, the chain reaction had already begun. In a secure office somewhere in the city, a man studied digital logs, noticing spikes of research activity around Mockingbird and CIA media infiltration. He made a phone call. A single chilling directive followed. "Contain this." Natalie Reyes had lit the fuse, and soon she would learn how far some people would go to snuff out the truth before it saw the light of day. At sunrise, the city awakened to another day of politics, hustle, and orchestrated spin. Ethan Park walked briskly through the marble halls of a secure building in Langley, Virginia. A polished intelligence officer in his early 40s, he exuded composure. His suit was immaculate, and his impeccable posture seemed to say, "I hold secrets you wouldn't believe." Park oversaw what the agency officially dubbed information coordination, a benign phrase that, in reality, masked an entire department's mission to guide media narratives beneficial to US interests. In his neatly organised office, a wall-mounted screen flickered with rotating news feeds from major networks. He took pride in how seamlessly synchronised these channels often were, thanks to carefully placed assets and manipulated talking points. But now there was a snag, an overly curious reporter named Natalie Reyes. Park read the internal memo. She'd triggered certain digital tripwires by searching for Operation Mockingbird, a mundane relic to most, but to Park's department, it was a code word that still carried weight. He frowned. The program's official moniker had been retired decades ago, replaced with new code names, but the old ghost remained. Park typed a few commands, pulling up a dossier on Natalie. She was young, relentless, with ties to a retired journalist rumoured to hold partial evidence of continued CIA involvement in media circles. This warranted caution, perhaps a gentle nudge to redirect her. If that failed, sterner measures. He placed a call to a contact at a large national newspaper, a journalist rumoured to be on a quiet retainer. I need you to run some negative coverage on this Natalie Reyes. Cast doubt on her credibility. She's dabbling in conspiracy. Use subtle language, though. Nothing overt. The conversation ended with a curt acceptance. Park leaned back, satisfied. Often, simply tarnishing a reporter's reputation could forestall deeper scrutiny. If that didn't work, well, the CIA had more tools in its arsenal than just a media smear. Meanwhile, Natalie met her old mentor Jim Wilder again in a secluded corner of a public library. With hushed voices, they flipped through the battered folder he'd given her. One particular memo from 1984 grabbed her attention. It outlined a continuation plan if mainstream media infiltration ever risked exposure. Terms like asset relocation, front organizations, and intelligence-owned wire services were used. Chilling in its matter-of-fact tone, it suggested a blueprint for infiltration well beyond the 1970s. "See," Jim murmured, "this is what I was afraid to publish back then. People would call me insane. I almost lost my job just for possessing these documents. My editor told me, stop chasing ghosts. But a source inside the agency confirmed it was real. Next day, that source disappeared." His voice trembled at the memory. Natalie placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. She could sense the old terror creeping back into his eyes. "We won't let them silence us," she promised, though her heart raced. Later, she and Alison Wu convened in a cramped windowless room at the Veritas Web News office. A TV on the wall showed breaking news about a foreign policy crisis, a spike in tensions with a Middle Eastern nation. The newscaster rattled off stark accusations in a near-unanimous chorus repeated across multiple channels. Alison paused the screen. "Look at the phrases. Immediate threat to American security. Urgent necessity of a firm response. Across different networks. Same phrasing, same emphasis." Natalie's pulse quickened. "This is exactly the pattern you noticed. Coordinated messaging, as if from a single script." She felt a rush of determination. People deserved to know their news might be shaped by something far deeper than standard PR. But how to prove it in a way that no one could dismiss as tinfoil hat conspiracy? She needed a living source, someone on the inside, or at least someone who had direct knowledge. Jim's documents were partial. They needed more. Alison typed furiously at her laptop, searching for any trace of ex-CIA staffers who once oversaw Operation Mockingbird. Most were dead, retired, or seemingly off the grid. Then she froze. "Natalie, check this out." She showed Natalie an obscure online post referencing a company man who'd come forward in the 90s, claiming Mockingbird was rebranded and expanded to new mediums. The post mentioned a name, William Grayson, ex-CIA. He gave a handful of interviews to small alt-media outlets, and then vanished. Could he still be alive, Natalie wondered aloud, and if so, could we track him down? It was a long shot, but no other leads looked promising. They rummaged through old digital archives, scouring references to Grayson. Eventually they uncovered a half-baked clue. A user on a conspiracy forum claimed to have spotted him living under an alias in rural Pennsylvania. No verification, though. The search consumed hours. Their editor, Roslyn, passed by, frowning. "Are you two focusing on anything we can actually publish soon? We're behind on clicks this week." Natalie feigned a polite smile. "We're working on an important investigative piece. Trust me, it'll be worth it." Roslyn sighed. "Just remember, we can't run ghost stories without proof." Then she left them to it. That evening, a wave of weariness hit Natalie. She decided to step away from her desk, stretch her legs, maybe pick up coffee. Stepping out of the office, she almost collided with a tall man in a crisp suit. He flashed a warm grin that didn't reach his eyes. "Natalie Reyes, Ethan Park, CIA Public Affairs Liaison. I'd love a moment of your time." She blinked, instantly on guard. "How did you find me?" He chuckled, ignoring the question. "We keep track of who's writing what about the intelligence community. Part of my job is to address misconceptions before they get out of hand." They walked side by side, the city's evening bustle swirling around them. "It's come to our attention that you're investigating some old conspiracy theories about CIA infiltration of the press." Park continued smoothly. "I'm here to advise you not to go down that rabbit hole. It's a waste of your talent." Natalie's throat tightened. "So, you're here to offer me official CIA statements?" He shrugged. "Sure. On the record, Operation Mockingbird was a Cold War artifact discontinued decades ago. Off the record, we prefer if you focus your energies on more pressing, real issues. We wouldn't want unsubstantiated rumours harming our national security or your credibility." There it was, a threat dressed as friendly counsel. Natalie recognised intimidation when she heard it. "Is that an official warning?" Park's voice dripped with condescension. "I'm just offering guidance, because if you keep poking around, you might find yourself in dangerous territory. You never know who you might upset." She glared at him, her heartbeat thudding. "I'm not afraid of the truth, Mr. Park." He gave a tight-lipped smile. "The truth is a matter of perspective, Ms. Reyes. Have a pleasant evening." With that, he slipped into a black SUV idling at the curb, leaving her standing in a swirl of contradictory emotions. She felt anger, fear, and a resolve that now burned hotter than ever. The CIA was actively trying to steer her away, confirmation enough that something was going on. When she returned to the office, her laptop screen displayed an error message. Attempting to reboot, she found her system compromised, documents scrambled, half of her Operation Mockingbird notes missing. She paled. She'd let her guard down, stepping out without locking everything properly. Alison, upon hearing the news, rushed over to attempt to salvage. A few frantic keystrokes and her face fell. "They wiped your files. Probably planted a Trojan to remove any reference you've gathered. The best I can do is restore partial backups from a day ago." Though upset, Natalie wasn't entirely undone. She had made additional copies and stashed them offline thanks to a tip from Jim. But this invasion signalled a new level of danger. She glanced around the dimly lit newsroom, half expecting masked men to appear from the shadows. She swallowed hard and locked eyes with Alison. "We can't back down." Alison nodded, jaw set. "We'll take triple precautions from now on." Natalie's phone buzzed. A text from Jim. "We need to talk. Urgent. Meet me at my place." She left the office immediately, adrenaline spiking. Upon arriving at Jim's modest suburban home, she found him visibly shaken. "Somebody's been snooping around," he whispered, pointing to signs of forced entry, a cracked window, scattered papers. "They took a bunch of my old files. The only reason I even have some left is because I hid them off-site." His voice was unsteady. "I've lived with fear for decades, but never quite like this." Natalie's heart ached. She reached for his hand. "We'll protect you, and we'll find the truth." "I promise," Jim gave a hollow laugh. "Be careful who you trust, kid. The CIA has tentacles everywhere. Even the White House might not be immune. We used to say the pen is mightier than the sword, but that's only if people get to read the words." Natalie nodded, an uneasy weight settling on her chest. Just then, her phone buzzed again, this time from an unknown number. A single line of text. "Stop chasing ghosts. Final warning." She looked at Jim, then the phone, her fingers trembling. No more illusions. The stakes were real. She recalled Ethan Park's thinly veiled threat and felt a wave of determination push back her fear. If the CIA truly had an ongoing operation to shape mass media, that was bigger than anything she'd ever touched. In that moment, Natalie Reyes made a silent vow. She would see this through, no matter the risk. Because if the watchmen of democracy were compromised, then someone had to expose it, and she was ready to be that someone. The next week was a blur of covert meetings, encrypted messages, and mounting tension. Natalie avoided her usual haunts, suspecting constant surveillance. She used burner phones, changed her daily routes, and met sources in unpredictable locations. The more obstacles she encountered, the more she sensed she was onto something monumental. With Alison Wu's help, she discovered a single name surfacing repeatedly in the digital footprints left by suspicious PR agencies: Project Nightingale. Nothing official turned up in a search, but references to it appeared in the metadata of certain intelligence-linked press releases. That could be the modern code name for a resurrected mockingbird, or at least some offshoot. Frustration boiled. She needed a key insider, someone with direct knowledge. After scouring forum posts and chasing rumours, she and Alison pinned their hopes on William Grayson, the ex-CIA operative who'd allegedly admitted in the 1990s that the agency still manipulated domestic media. If he was alive, maybe he possessed the final puzzle piece. They followed the lead to a small, desolate town in Pennsylvania. Thick forest surrounded them as they drove down winding roads. The local motel clerk said he'd never heard of Grayson, but an older man at a diner recognised the description of the recluse living in a cabin by the lake. Encouraged, they set out. The cabin stood alone on a gravel path. Overgrown grass, warped porch steps, a battered mailbox. Nervous, Natalie knocked. No answer. She knocked again, more firmly, and the door creaked open, revealing a man in his 60s with unkempt hair and piercing eyes. He eyed them warily. "We're looking for William Grayson," Natalie said gently, holding up her press badge. "My name is Natalie Reyes. This is my associate Alison. We have questions about Operation Mockingbird or something that might have grown out of it." Grayson's face froze at the mention of Mockingbird. Then he glanced around as though expecting watchers. "Come in," he muttered, stepping aside. The interior was claustrophobic, filled with shelves of old books and a perpetual haze of stale coffee. Once they settled, Grayson sank into a wooden chair, wariness etched into every line of his face. "I left the agency over moral objections," he began haltingly. "That was back in '89. They taught me the art of shaping public narratives, not just abroad, but at home. I believed we had to protect the public from dangerous ideologies, but it got out of hand. We were shaping everything, wars, elections, even economic policy coverage. So I blew the whistle in a half-hearted way. No mainstream outlet would believe me. The smaller media that did, they were smeared, or I was labelled a crank, so I vanished." He paused, taking a shaky breath. But it never ended. They repackaged it. I've seen glimpses of the new directives, infiltration of digital platforms, sponsorship of influential voices on social media, expert pundits on cable news. They can craft illusions that become reality for millions. Alison asked, voice hushed. "Do you have proof? Documents? Recordings?" Grayson rubbed his temples. "Over time, I compiled a hidden archive. It's not all here. I keep it distributed in multiple places, but I can show you enough to confirm your suspicions." He stood, rummaging through a trunk in the corner. He pulled out a file marked with a symbol, a stylized nightingale. Natalie's eyes flickered with recognition. "Project Nightingale?" He nodded. "It's the modern iteration. The branding is deliberate, a sweet voice singing in the dark, unremarkable but comforting. They've established entire shell NGOs that funnel money to journalists, social media influencers, even think tanks. That's how they maintain plausible deniability. The money looks like legitimate grants or philanthropic donations." Before Natalie could ask more, headlights swept across the window. A car approaching. Grayson stiffened, his face contorted with alarm. "No one ever comes here at this hour," he hissed. Alison peered out the window. A black SUV. Could be locals, or not. Grayson's eyes blazed. "We need to leave. Now they must have tracked you." He shoved the file into Natalie's arms. "Take this. It's partial but damning. I'll hold them off." Natalie opened her mouth to protest, but Grayson urged them urgently. "Go out the back. There's a path through the woods. Don't look back." The next moments were a scramble. They slipped out a rear door, hearts pounding. Behind them they heard loud knocking, a muffled confrontation, then Grayson's raised voice. Natalie's stomach twisted with guilt leaving him there, but she sensed he wanted them to protect the evidence at all costs. She and Alison fled into the forest, stumbling through moonlit undergrowth until they reached their car. They sped away, hands trembling on the wheel. Hours later, back in DC, they combed through the file. Even half intact, it was explosive. Internal memos naming corporate media partners, bullet point strategies for amplifying particular foreign policy lines, lists of favoured journalists with coded references to monthly payments. The date stamps were recent, some less than a year old. They had exactly what they needed to blow the lid off a modern-day Mockingbird scheme, but they also feared immediate retaliation. Natalie's phone soon confirmed that fear. A barrage of missed calls from Jim Wilder, each more frantic. She called him back, but only got his voicemail. Then a single text arrived from an unknown number. "Grayson is gone. Next is Wilder. Surrender the files." Terror and rage warred in her chest. She had to protect Jim. She tried calling him repeatedly. No answer. She rushed to his home with Alison. When they arrived, the front door was ajar and the living room a ransacked mess. Jim was nowhere to be found. Police arrived shortly after, summoned by a neighbour who heard suspicious noises, but there was little for them to do except file a missing persons report. Natalie insisted Jim was abducted. but the skeptical officer only nodded politely. No sign of forced entry, he observed. He might have left voluntarily. The subtle condescension in his tone stung. Reeling from the loss, Natalie recognised the gravity of the situation. If they had the gall to abduct Jim, they wouldn't hesitate to come after her or Alison next. But if they hid, who would expose the truth? In the hush of her battered office at Veritas, she laid out the dire facts. They have Jim, and we have evidence. Our only leverage is going public. If we sit on this, they'll pick us off. If we release it with no plan, it'll be spun as fake. We need maximum impact, an unstoppable wave of coverage. Alison nodded. We can set up a secure live stream. Once it's broadcast widely, it becomes nearly impossible for them to scrub. Natalie pictured Jim's face, remembering how he once told her, "We can't let fear bury the truth. We either fight or fold." She inhaled shakily. "Okay, let's do it. We'll gather everything. Grayson's docs, Jim's old memos, your data analysis. Then we'll call out the CIA by name and present the evidence." It was a bold, borderline reckless plan. They faced smear campaigns, hacking, or worse. But enough was enough. Too many good people had been silenced, and the manipulative machine would keep turning unless someone jammed a wrench into its gears. That night, as they prepared, the building's power cut out, plunging the newsroom into darkness. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Alison grabbed her laptop, adrenaline surging. Natalie's heart hammered. They locked the door, hearing men's voices outside, possibly CIA ops, possibly mercenaries on their payroll. Scrambling, they uploaded files to multiple cloud storages, setting timed social media posts. If the men outside broke in, at least their progress wouldn't vanish. With each passing second, the footsteps drew closer. A crash in the hallway signalled forced entry, curses in hushed tones. Alison typed a final command, then turned to Natalie. "We're out of time." A battering ram slammed against the door, splitting the frame. The door burst open. 2 men in dark clothing rushed in, weapons drawn. "Don't move!" one snarled. Natalie and Alison stared at them, braced for the worst. The man advanced, seizing Natalie's laptop. He ripped cables from the server. "Where are the documents?" he demanded. She thought of Jim's abduction, of Grayson's cabin. Her voice shook with defiance. Too late. They're already out. Which wasn't entirely true, yet. But the partial uploads might buy them seconds. Suddenly a shout from behind. Veritas's security guard had returned from his rounds. "Freeze!" he yelled, brandishing a flashlight. The intruders turned just for a moment. It was enough for Alison to slam the enter key on her phone, triggering a mass upload. The men lunged, but the digital die was cast. In the confusion, Natalie and Alison dove past the intruders, sprinting down the corridor. Another crash of footsteps, shouts, confusion. They spilled onto the street, gasping for air, and flagged a passing car for help. Miraculously, the driver recognized Natalie from her bylines. He sped them away into the night. Breathless, they realized the final, crucial step remained. The public reveal. Sure, they had begun the upload, but it needed an accompanying explanation. A moment in front of the world's eyes. The only question was, how do they announce it without being immediately discredited or cut off? Alison clutched a small flash drive, the fallback plan. "We need a secure platform for a live broadcast, not just a file dump, something unstoppable." Natalie nodded, tears in her eyes. "And we have to do it soon. They might still track us." In the swirling neon lights of city streets, they huddled in the car's back seat, forging a last-ditch plan. Tomorrow they'd attempt the biggest expose of their careers. They'd go live, on camera with proof in hand, naming names. If that meant risking everything, so be it. Because if no one else would blow the whistle on a resurrected Operation Mockingbird, then Natalie Reyes would. And she would do it with the entire world watching, or die trying. Morning dawned on a tense Washington, D.C. The sky was grey, promising rain. Natalie Reyes and Alison Wu had scarcely slept, huddled in a borrowed loft courtesy of an old college friend. Their enemies had advanced on them so forcefully that they couldn't risk returning home. They needed a new vantage, a chance to strike back. Over lukewarm coffee, they finalised the plan, a live-streamed press conference via multiple platforms. Social media would be the engine, Twitter, YouTube, independent streaming sites. Once the feed went live, viewers could download and mirror it faster than any entity could scrub it. They would drop everything. Grayson's documents, digital footprints, references to the CIA's direct meddling in mainstream media. They had no illusions about what might happen afterward, but the world would see. Natalie's heart thundered. She quietly hoped the revelations might force the release of Jim Wilder if the CIA had him. Public attention could be the best shield. She pictured Ethan Park's smug face, the masked intruders, and the battered figure of William Grayson who'd risked everything. This final act had to work. Midday arrived. They set up in an anonymous co-working space with robust internet, courtesy of a sympathetic activist who believed in press freedom. The room was small, fluorescently lit, with bland grey walls, a nondescript environment for a potentially world-shaking broadcast. Alison tested the streaming rig one last time. "We're good. 5 minutes to go." Natalie exhaled, forcing calm. She wore a simple blouse, no makeup beyond the bare minimum. She wanted no illusions here, just raw truth. She scribbled bullet points on a notepad, mentioned Grayson's name, mention Jim Wilder's abduction, highlight Project Nightingale, display the memos. The hush felt electric. Finally, the countdown reached 0. A red light on the camera blinked to life. The feed was live. Natalie fixed her gaze on the lens, voice clear yet quavering with adrenaline. "Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Reyes, a reporter with Veritas Web News. I'm broadcasting live today because evidence has come into my possession that could change our understanding of modern media. I have reason to believe the CIA's controversial Operation Mockingbird never ended, but continued under new code names, most recently something referred to as Project Nightingale." She held up a digital document for the camera. This file, obtained from a former CIA operative named William Grayson, details the infiltration of mainstream and online media by intelligence operatives. We have discovered that journalists, anchors and influencers may be receiving talking points directly from intelligence agencies. These documents indicate the shaping of narratives around foreign conflicts and political scandals, all to maintain certain agendas. Alison switched to slides on the screen. Scans of memos, partial financial logs, coded references to major networks. The feed soared in viewership. Thousands, then tens of thousands, quickly escalating. Comments poured in with shock, skepticism and occasional vitriol. But the story was out. Natalie continued. "We believe individuals connected to this project are orchestrating uniform messaging across multiple outlets. In recent weeks, I and my colleagues have endured surveillance threats and attacks. My mentor, journalist James Wilder, has disappeared under suspicious circumstances. This is direct assault on press freedom." She paused, struggling to steady her breath. "I urge you to examine these documents for yourself. We're releasing them to the public domain. They are available at multiple mirror sites. Should one link go down, others will remain. This is bigger than political partisanship or fleeting headlines. It's about the integrity of our news and the question of who really decides what Americans see and believe." Alison flicked to the final set of documents. Internal CIA memos referencing nightly sync calls with select anchors. The text was partially redacted but still telling. At that moment the chat feed exploded. The viewer count soared past 100,000, then 200,000. The story was viral. Mid-sentence, the room's overhead lights flickered. Natalie's stomach clenched, a sign that someone might be trying to cut the power. But so far the feed continued. She pressed on. "We name these figures not to smear every journalist, but to highlight that some, listed in these pages, may have compromised their integrity. We call on them to respond, to prove us wrong, or come clean if they've been pressured." As the final slides concluded, Alison ended the broadcast. The entire stream, just under 20 minutes, was archived in real time across countless channels. By now, it was unstoppable. Breath shuddering, they ended the feed. Then they heard it, a pounding on the door. Fear twisted in Natalie's gut. Alison braced herself. They expected suits with guns, maybe Ethan Park himself. But when the door swung open, in strode a pair of men in plain suits. One flashed credentials, FBI. Natalie felt her heart skip. The lead agent spoke. "Ms. Reyes, Ms. Wu, we're here to ensure your safety. We've received credible intel of a threat against you." He held up a phone showing frantic orders from higher-up officials. "We need to get you out now." They didn't resist. In the corridor, they glimpsed more agents, guns drawn, scanning for threats. The entire co-working building was on lockdown. Outside, a throng of curious onlookers formed, presumably alerted by the viral broadcast. As they were escorted to a waiting vehicle, Natalie noticed Ethan Park standing nearby, partially obscured behind a car. They locked eyes. His expression burned with fury. For a moment she thought he might approach. Instead, he slunk into the crowd and disappeared. In the hours that followed, the internet roiled. Major news outlets scrambled to respond. Some anchors ridiculed the evidence as baseless. Others demanded investigations. Social media brimmed with conspiracy theories, jokes, and heartfelt calls for accountability. The White House press secretary fielded relentless questions about the CIA's involvement in domestic media. Official statements alternated between denial and promises of a full inquiry. As the clamour rose, the FBI placed Natalie and Allison under protective status, citing genuine threats. Representatives from civil liberties organisations arrived at the safe house, offering legal counsel. Natalie felt simultaneously relieved and overwhelmed. She had prepared for the possibility that half the country might label her a traitor, but she hadn't braced for the avalanche of headlines. In the swirling news coverage, a story emerged. Jim Wilder was found at an undisclosed medical facility, unconscious but alive. Preliminary statements suggested an accident, yet the details were murky, fueling speculation that he'd been forcibly drugged or injured in captivity. Natalie pressed for more information, but the FBI withheld specifics, claiming an ongoing investigation. She refused to let them bury his case in secrecy. Days later, a somber press conference took place on Capitol Hill. A handful of courageous lawmakers, spurred by public outcry, promised to form a special subcommittee to look into the allegations. Whether it would be a genuine investigation or a whitewash remained uncertain. Ethan Park, for his part, vanished from public record. Sources claimed he was placed on administrative leave or reassigned. Others whispered that he'd left the country. The CIA's official stance: no comment on personnel matters. As time wore on, the immediate storm of coverage gave way to endless debate. Some journalists dug deeper, finding corroborations of infiltration. Others hammered Natalie, Allison, and Grayson's story as selective evidence. Meanwhile, the Mockingbird trended on social media. People demanded answers. How many anchors were compromised? Which stories were shaped? Was foreign policy manipulated to justify wars? For Natalie Reyes, a bittersweet triumph lingered. She had sacrificed her normal life to reveal what she believed was a crucial truth. She'd lost her sense of personal safety, and yet she'd ignited a national conversation about press integrity and the invisible hands shaping public discourse. The next steps, congressional hearings, investigations, potential trials, would be slow and rife with political manoeuvring. But at least the taboo was broken. Weeks later, as the chaos settled into a new normal, Natalie found a quiet moment to visit Jim Wilder at a rehab centre. He was awake but frail, still fuzzy about what happened to him. She held his hand, recapping the fallout from her exposé. He smiled weakly. "I always knew you'd take the story further than I ever could. Wish it didn't cost so much." His voice cracked. Natalie's throat tightened. "I'm sorry you got hurt. But the world knows now, Jim. They can't unknow it. That's worth something." He squeezed her hand. "They'll try to bury it or spin it. Keep fighting." And she would. She was no longer the wide-eyed reporter hoping for a byline. She was a journalist who had stared down one of the most powerful institutions on Earth, and the fight was far from over. In her final reflection, she considered the public's reaction. Some outraged, some apathetic, some cynically believing nothing would change. The deeper question remained: even if the CIA was forced to back off, who else might pick up the same tactics? Corporations, foreign powers, hidden alliances. The intangible power to shape reality was too tempting, too valuable to remain dormant. She realized her mission might continue for the rest of her career, or her life. For now, though, she'd done all she could, shining a spotlight on the hidden corridors of power. The blueprint for media manipulation had been laid bare, forcing society to confront an uncomfortable truth: that illusions can become real if repeated often enough, and that the guardians of democracy must remain vigilant. Above all, the journalists who refuse to let fear silence their pens. her. Prepare for scientific intrigue, covert operations, and a mystery that stretches beyond our world. Now, settle in, dim the lights, and get comfortable for this 10-part adventure that will carry you beyond the edge of the map. Let's begin. The old radio crackled across the ship's bridge, drifting in and out of static. Lieutenant Harold Talbot gripped the microphone, his knuckles bone white. "This is USS Hawthorne," he repeated. "We have encountered an anomaly at—" His coordinates garbled in static. Others in the control room exchanged nervous glances. The compass spun wildly like it had lost all sense of direction. Through the porthole the sea churned with unnatural energy, and the horizon was black as if it had vanished into a void. Outside, the whine of the wind built to a roar. Then, cutting through the tumult, a startled voice shouted, "Lights! There, beneath the waves!" A half-dozen crewmen pressed to the windows. Sure enough, ribbons of pale, flickering radiance swirled under the roiling ocean. Some claimed it looked like an underwater craft. Others insisted it had to be exotic marine bioluminescence. Before anyone could gather sense or courage, the lights blazed in brilliant turquoise, illuminating the entire ship's hull from below. Talbot's last recorded words, barely audible over the crackle, were, We're being pulled in? God help." Then the broadcast ended. The USS Hawthorne vanished with eerie finality. When search teams arrived days later, no scrap of debris or shred of evidence floated on that calm expanse of ocean. The official Navy line chalked it up to a catastrophic storm. But whispers persisted of something else, an impossible force dwelling within the Bermuda Triangle. Fast forward decades to present day. The small auditorium at the Miami Oceanographic Summit hummed with polite applause as Dr. Cassie Nolan concluded her presentation. She was in her late 30s, with an air of quiet determination and a streak of stubborn curiosity. Her topic had been Unexplained Oceanic Anomalies, a statistical overview, but the hush in the room suggested it was anything but dull. She'd just shown data on bizarre electromagnetic fluctuations in the Atlantic, specifically in that infamous region called the Bermuda Triangle. A wry smile crossed her lips as the applause died down. Standing behind the podium, she glanced at her notes. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the rational portion of my talk. I realise the Bermuda Triangle has its share of tall tales, but my data strongly indicates repeated anomalies, magnetic distortion, unusual weather bursts, unexplained compass deviations. Perhaps we should keep an open mind. She stepped down, expecting the usual trickle of questions from curious colleagues or the occasional cynic. Instead, she found herself face to face with a wiry man in a fisherman's cap. His eyes were rimmed with exhaustion. "Dr. Nolan," he said urgently, voice trembling, "I need to talk with you." He introduced himself as Luis Ramirez, a local fisherman who'd spent his life working the waters off Florida's coast. After hearing her lecture, he had mustered the courage to approach. "I saw lights," he whispered. "My boat got caught in a freak storm. It appeared out of nowhere near the triangle. I swore I saw something shining under the sea." He handed her crumpled coordinates scribbled on a stained slip of paper. "I've told others. They say I'm crazy. But you might understand." Cassie's eyes flicked to the coordinates. They were suspiciously close to an area known for marine accidents, but rarely acknowledged by official channels. She thanked Louis and promised to look into it, ignoring the cynicism tugging at her mind. After all, she was a scientist who believed in data, but if these claims matched her existing patterns, it could be significant. Later that evening, back at her modest office near the University of Miami, Cassie pored over her mentor's old notebooks. Dr. Rourke, once a respected oceanographer, had vanished under bizarre circumstances years ago while researching the same region. He'd left behind cryptic remarks about a powerful electromagnetic phenomenon. Cassie's own data had begun to echo Rourke's notes, unexplained spikes in an underwater sensor's logs. The next morning, as she compared Rourke's final sketches with Luis's coordinates, a firm knock sounded on her door. She opened it to find two men in suits, flanking a silver-haired woman with a crisp posture. The woman introduced herself as Agent Whitfield of a government bureau Cassie had never heard of. "Dr. Nolan," Whitfield began calmly, "we're aware of your interest in that region of the ocean. We strongly advise you to discontinue your investigations for your own safety. This area is classified under national security protocols." Cassie's brow furrowed. National security? We're talking about anomalous readings, not some nuclear facility. Whitfield's polite smile never wavered. The specifics are need to know, and you do not need to know. Consider this a friendly caution. We have no wish to see a brilliant mind squandered. Or threatened, Cassie interjected, voice taut. Whitfield shrugged. Interpret as you will. Good day, Doctor. With that, the trio turned and left, leaving Cassie stunned in her own doorway. Her heart hammered with equal parts fear and curiosity. Government interest in an oceanic anomaly. Something about it reeked of cover-up. She recalled the fisherman's haunted eyes and Dr. Rourke's cryptic last expedition. She couldn't just walk away. Pulling out her phone, Cassie called an old friend, Jake Moreno, a freelance dive instructor with a reputation for fearless, some might say reckless, expeditions. If she wanted to collect data from deep underwater, she'd need someone like him, someone who wouldn't balk at the mention of the Bermuda Triangle. Over a scratchy connection, she explained her hunch. There's an anomaly out there, Jake. Government's involved. My mentor disappeared investigating it. I've got to see it myself, or I'll regret it forever. Jake's response came swiftly. Tell me when and where. Cassie realised in that moment she was crossing a line from academic curiosity into something riskier. The tension coiled in her gut. Yet an undercurrent of excitement surged through her, like she was close to unlocking a secret older than the legends themselves. Even as she hung up the phone, however, a sense of foreboding pressed in. She gazed at the scribbled coordinates on her desk, thinking of the vanished fisherman's sightings, the hush-hush warnings from Agent Whitfield, and the shadow of Dr. Rourke's disappearance. The Bermuda Triangle beckoned with its riddles, and Cassie was about to chase them headlong, unaware of just how deep and dangerous those waters could become. The sky brooded over the Florida Keys the day Cassie Nolan and Jake Moreno met at a small marina. Clouds drifted in ominous clumps, and the late afternoon sun shimmered through patches of heavy humidity. The moment Cassie arrived, she spotted Jake by a battered fishing boat, arms folded over a well-worn t-shirt. He was ex-Navy, lean with an easy confidence, though faint worry lines creased his forehead. They exchanged a brief hug. Long time, Jake remarked with a half-smile. I see you're still chasing weird phenomena. Cassie's eyes danced with both eagerness and caution. You know me. Once I get a puzzle in my head, I can't let it go. He gestured toward the boat's deck. Ready to board your new research vessel? He said it teasingly, but Cassie could sense he'd already prepped for a serious outing. The deck was stacked with crates labelled as oceanographic sensors, along with scuba gear and a sealed barrel that presumably contained a remotely operated vehicle, ROV, for underwater exploration. A third person stepped out from below deck, a petite figure with short-cropped hair. Dr. Nolan, she asked, extending a calloused hand. Olivia Park, tech specialist. Jake wrote me in for communication support. Cassie recognised the name from a university networking event. Olivia was rumoured to be brilliant in all things digital, from satellite uplinks to encryption. Great to have you, Cassie said, shaking her hand. We'll need every advantage if we're venturing into the Triangle. They got underway just before twilight. The boat chugged through calm waters, though the gloom in the sky hinted at an incoming storm. Cassie couldn't shake the memory of Agent Whitfield's warning. Why would the government clamp down so hard if this was just maritime folklore? It only served to heighten her suspicion that they were on the cusp of uncovering something major. Anchored some miles out, they commenced the first stage of Cassie's plan, collecting baseline data. She wanted to chart normal ocean conditions before venturing into the specific coordinates from Luis Ramirez. She and Olivia deployed a series of floating buoys equipped with sensors to track temperature, salinity, and electromagnetic variance. If anything was unusual, these devices would pick it up. Jake watched the horizon, arms resting on the wheel. We need to move fast, Cass. Clouds look like trouble. The forecast says a squall might blow through tonight. Time is always short, Cassie replied, glancing up. But storms aside, I worry about, well, you know. Jake nodded grimly. The same unspoken threat weighed on them. Official interference. He tapped the throttle, setting a course for the Triangle's edge. Night fell, turning the water into a black mirror. On the boat's small radar, faint echoes popped up. Tiny fishing vessels, cargo ships in the distance. Then, out of nowhere, a massive shape slid into view on their screen, hugging the same route. A much larger vessel, no transponder ID. Olivia frowned at the radar. Could be Coast Guard or a private ship running dark. They exchanged uneasy glances. "We'll keep an eye on it," Jake said, turning off their own navigational lights. "No sense advertising we're out here." Around midnight, the ocean turned uneasy. A stiff wind ruffled the surface, building to choppy waves. Cassie huddled with Jake and Olivia over a chart in the cabin. "We're about an hour from Ramirez's coordinates," she said. "We'll do a quick pass, launch the ROV, gather data, and get out." Jake nodded. "Works for me. Let's just hope the squall holds off." Outside, the skies grumbled as if in protest. Suddenly a glare of white light blazed across them, accompanied by a droning roar. They rushed to the deck to see a helicopter overhead, searchlights cutting through the darkness. In the swirling beam, a voice boomed through a megaphone. "This is the US Coast Guard. Heave to. Prepare for inspection." Jake's grip tightened on the wheel. "We didn't request any assistance. This is suspicious." Cassie's heart pounded. "Agent Whitfield," she murmured. "They're trying to scare us off." A taut exchange followed over the radio. Jake insisted they were on a legitimate scientific survey. The Coast Guard repeated orders to halt. Over the speaker, new instructions came. "You must exit these waters. This area is restricted." Olivia typed furiously on her console, trying to get a fix on the Coast Guard's vessel. Instead, she found encrypted signals bouncing around. "They're not exactly standard," she whispered to Cassie. "Something about their communications is off." Sensing a standoff, Cassie decided to parley. She radioed back, voice steady. "Understood, but we have a valid research permit from the University of Miami. We'll comply. Just give us some time to retrieve sensors." A tense beat passed. Then the helicopter circled once more, searchlight scanning them. "You have 1 hour to vacate. If you remain, we will enforce maritime security protocols." The rotor wash receded as the chopper veered away, presumably to monitor from a distance. Jake exhaled, beads of sweat on his brow. "An hour. That's barely enough time." Cassie clenched her jaw. This had to be intimidation, yet she refused to be turned back so easily. "We do a quick survey, then get out. If they chase us, we'll handle it." So they pressed on, heartbeats hammering. The helicopter's lights winked in the distance, a reminder of watchful eyes. As soon as they reached Ramirez's coordinates, they hurriedly launched the ROV, diving it into the inky depths. Cassie guided the controls and a video feed flickered on. Greenish water, swirling particulates, no sign of a seabed at these depths yet. Then the ROV sensors pinged, a slight electromagnetic fluctuation. Cassie's excitement soared. "We're picking up something unusual. Jake, keep us steady." Deeper the drone went. Olivia monitored the readings, each spike more pronounced. The feed showed faint glimmers, possibly phosphorescent organisms. Suddenly the ROV camera caught a fleeting sparkle, a swirling pattern of lights, reminiscent of swirling plankton blooms but somehow structured. Cassie's breath caught. "Did you see that? Switch to high-resolution mode." Before they could, the ROV feed sputtered. A wave of static fuzzed the screen, then it went dark. Simultaneously, the boat's lights flickered. The engine coughed. The entire vessel lurched as if buffeted by an invisible force. Outside, the wind rose to a roar. Jake cursed under his breath, wrestling with the controls. "We're losing power!" "Electromagnetic surge," Olivia shouted over the howling wind. "It's messing with our systems." Panic clawed at Cassie as the boat pitched in a violent wave. This wasn't a normal storm. She could almost feel an unseen presence roiling beneath them. In the swirling chaos, they scrambled to pull the ROV back up, but every instrument was going haywire. Suddenly, searchlights blazed again from above. The helicopter was back, its loudspeaker cracking with urgency. "This is your final warning." Lightning flashed, illuminating the water in a stark white glare. Cassie glimpsed swirling pockets of luminous plankton, or something else, just below the surface, swirling with the waves. Then, in a monstrous crash of thunder, the storm unleashed its fury in full force. Jake gunned the engine, trying to stabilize them. The Noah-like sensors rang with error codes, and across the swirling black seas, Cassie thought she saw another set of lights, far off in the distance, a massive, shadowy shape half lost in the rain. It could be the Coast Guard vessel, or something else entirely. With no choice, they retreated, battered by waves and hammered by the storm. When they finally cleared the worst of it, the boat's systems began to stabilize. But half their gear was damaged, the ROV jammed, and all the data they'd gathered remained scrambled. They had risked everything for only glimpses of something incredible and very real. And yet, beneath her exhaustion, Cassie felt a surge of certainty. Whatever they'd encountered wasn't just local folklore. The Bermuda Triangle's phenomenon was real, and the government evidently knew more than it was letting on. Cassie was no longer driven by mere curiosity. She sensed a bigger truth lurking beneath those waves, something that might rewrite what humanity knew of its own oceans. The question was, how far would she go to reveal it? And how dangerous would the next step become? A restless night blurred into morning as Cassie, Jake and Olivia docked at a small, out-of-the-way marina. Each was soaked to the bone, clothes stiff with salt. Their battered boat drew a few curious stares, but the watchers quickly turned away, perhaps used to seeing battered vessels limping back from ill-advised adventures. They found a dingy diner near the docks, ordered strong coffee, and tried to make sense of the scrambled data. Olivia had salvaged what she could from the ROV's partial recordings. The monitor on her laptop flickered with jumbled frames, flickers of phosphorescent, swirling shapes, and then static. Jake rubbed a hand over his stubble. "We nearly got drowned out there, and for what?" Cassie's cheeks reddened. "I know it looked hopeless, but the readings, those spikes were massive. We confirmed there's a powerful electromagnetic field messing with electronics. That alone is worth investigating. Plus, we glimpsed lights underwater." Olivia sipped her coffee, eyes tired but focused. "Cassie's right. We might not have a perfect video, but the sensor logs show short bursts of electromagnetic flux. It's off the charts, something unnatural. The real question is, do we keep pushing?" Jake stared out the diner window at the drifting gulls. "We gave it a shot. The government made it clear they don't want us near. We can't just keep running from Coast Guard intercepts." Cassie clenched her jaw, rummaging in her satchel. She pulled out a tattered binder. "These are from Dr. Rourke, my mentor. He documented similar anomalies decades ago, but also references a hush-hush branch of the government. He suspected it was bigger than just random phenomena. He mentioned possible advanced technology." Olivia raised an eyebrow. "Advanced technology, as in alien? Or a lost civilization?" Cassie shrugged. He was ambiguous, but some references read like he believed there was an intelligence behind these anomalies, not just random magnetism. Jake tapped the table. "Look, I'm not thrilled about tangling with the feds again. We need a safer approach. Maybe we gather old logs from other ships, check any declassified archives. If we find a pattern, we can confront them with evidence." Cassie's eyes lit up. "Data approach. We can do that, but we can't do it alone." That's when Olivia piped up. "I know someone who can help. A friend in cybersecurity. She's resourceful at digging into government records, even ones behind multiple layers of encryption. Name's Helena. If there's a digital trail, she'll find it." They agreed. While Jake rested and handled repairs, Cassie and Olivia would head inland. They parted ways at the marina, with Jake promising to keep an eye on any suspicious watchers. Later that day, Cassie and Olivia sat in a cluttered apartment living room, the walls lined with computer monitors and electronics. Helena was a sharp-tongued hacker in her late 20s, sporting neon-dyed hair and an irreverent smirk. She listened to their story with surprise, then curiosity. "You want me to break into government servers and find references to Bermuda Triangle anomaly, or Operation Hush Hush? This is high-risk stuff," Helena said, tapping out a staccato rhythm on a mechanical keyboard. "It's vital," Cassie insisted. "We just need leads, any hidden files from the past decades mentioning unexplained maritime incidents. Something to prove or disprove the official narrative." Helena sighed dramatically. "Fine, but if men in black suits show up at my door, I'm throwing you two under the bus." Olivia half grinned. "Deal." As Helena's screens flickered with lines of code, Cassie felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. She recalled Agent Whitfield's stern visage, that unwavering voice. If they were crossing lines, the consequences could be dire. Hours passed in a tense hush, broken only by the clack of keys and Helena's occasional grunt. Finally, a triumphant beep rang out. "Got something," she whispered. "It's partial, redacted, but yeah, we have multiple references to a classified set of missions under codenames like Project Siren and Operation Blue Current. Dates range from the 1950s to early 2000s, Olivia's eyes gleamed. What do the files say? Helena scrolled. In summary, the government commissioned specialized vessels to observe anomalous electromagnetic phenomena in the Atlantic, specifically in an area matching the Bermuda Triangle. Mentions of submersible lights, and at least 2 incidents where US naval ships disappeared. Official cause, storms, but the internal memos suggest cover-ups. Cassie's stomach flipped. This validated everything Rourke suspected. Any recent activity? Last reference is from about 7 years ago. Project Hydra Watch, a field station. Could be an island or atoll used as a listening post. Helena turned the monitor around. Coordinates are partially blacked out, but I have a general region. It's about 70 miles from where you folks were last night. Cassie and Olivia exchanged a charged glance. The covert listening station in the triangle? If it was still operational, that might explain the swift government response. Helena went on. One more interesting tidbit. Repeated mention of non-terrestrial possibility, flagged in these internal notes. The phrasing is vague, but it points to the suspicion of something not of Earth. A hush fell. Cassie's breath caught. The government had considered the possibility that the anomalies were alien in origin. Eager for more detail, they pressed Helena, but many files were heavily redacted. Accessing deeper levels triggers advanced security, she warned. We risk being traced if I push further. Cassie wanted to say, do it anyway, but she recalled Jake's warning about caution. This is enough for a lead, she concluded. We know they had missions to study these anomalies, and they suspect something extraordinary. That island base might hold physical evidence. Olivia nodded. We find it. We find proof. Helena ejected a flash drive, handing it over. Here's everything I got. Tread carefully. On the way out, Cassie thanked her. Despite the existential risk, a surge of excitement coursed through her. She had real, if partial, proof of official knowledge about the Triangle's mysteries. By dusk, Cassie and Olivia regrouped with Jake, who'd patched up the boat. We've got a location, Cassie announced, unfurling a rough chart. She pointed to a region of islets near the Triangle's perimeter. Somewhere in that archipelago is a deserted island used as a listening station. We find it. We find out what's going on. Jake studied the chart, lips pressed into a tight line. This is in the heart of the area. If the government's patrolling, it's going to be guarded. We can approach by night, keep a low profile, Olivia suggested. We're not going to waltz in through the front door, but if the station's abandoned, maybe no one's there. Cassie recognised that this plan danced on the edge of trespassing into what might be a top-secret facility, but the urgency burned in her. The truth could be in those files or equipment. If we confirm the presence of alien tech or advanced submarines, we could blow this wide open. Jake inhaled slowly. Count me in, but we do it smart. No repeating last night's fiasco. Olivia cracked a nervous smile. Let's just hope they don't have guard drones or something. As they finalised their stealth approach, a faint dread pulsed in Cassie's chest. She thought of Doctor, Rourke, of Agent Whitfield, of the vanishing Navy ship from so long ago. The Bermuda Triangle was more than a legend. It was a stage for extraordinary forces, and they were about to step into that stage's backstage where secrets lingered. Outside, the last glow of sunset cast the harbour in bruised purples and oranges. The team loaded gear in silence. Tomorrow they'd sail for the island base. Cassie whispered a silent prayer for luck, or maybe for courage. For once she suspected they'd need more than just data and logic to survive what awaited them. The sea was eerily calm under the moonlight as Cassie, Jake and Olivia steered their small boat toward the cluster of islets rumoured to house the abandoned listening station. In the distance, reefs glimmered faintly, illuminated by streaks of pale lunar light. The hush of the waves seemed unnatural, as if the ocean itself held its breath. They'd set off after midnight to minimise the chance of detection. Radar on minimal power, no running lights. The only guide was a single GPS device that Olivia had rigged to broadcast a scrambled signal. The plan was simple: approach under darkness, anchor off the coast, and slip ashore on a dinghy. Jake took the helm. We're close. According to Helena's partial coordinates, it should be on the eastern side. Let's swing around quietly. Cassie peered through binoculars, scanning the silhouette of the main island. By the faint starlight, she could just make out a rocky shoreline with thick brush beyond. No signs of buildings or lights. It does look deserted, she murmured. Olivia studied a tablet in the glow of a red flashlight. Thermal imaging is inconclusive at this distance. No big heat signatures. We may be in luck. They anchored in a sheltered cove, hidden behind a natural rock formation. Then they lowered the inflatable dinghy, slipping onto the stony beach. The air felt heavy, laced with the brine of seaweed and the promise of storms. Cassie's adrenaline spiked with every crunch of gravel underfoot. Moving inland, they found themselves wading through waist-high grasses. The wind rustled the foliage, creating ghostly whispers in the darkness. At last they crested a small rise, and beneath the moonlight they spotted a row of rusted antenna towers jutting skyward. "There," Olivia whispered, pointing. "Must be the station." A chain-link fence encircled the compound. The gate, corroded and hanging off its hinges, suggested long-term neglect. They slipped inside without difficulty. What greeted them was a cluster of squat concrete buildings with peeling paint. Government seals had once adorned the walls, but now they were mostly faded or defaced by graffiti. Jake took point, scanning with a flashlight. "No signs of recent footprints," he muttered. "Doesn't mean it's truly abandoned, though. Stay sharp." They tried the nearest building. The door stuck, but Jake shouldered it open with a creak. Inside, a musty smell enveloped them. Rows of metal desks and outdated electronics filled the space. An old control centre, perhaps. Loose wires dangled from the ceiling. A row of filing cabinets lined one wall. Cassie's pulse raced. These are the artefacts of a covert station once dedicated to monitoring the Triangle. She flicked on a pocket flashlight, scanning the desk surfaces. Dust coated everything. One nameplate read, Lieutenant Commander R. Harrington. Another bore a partial label of Project Hydra Watch Phase 3. Her mind roiled with questions. Hydra Watch. Could this have been the final iteration of that hush-hush mission Helena discovered? While Jake guarded the entrance, Cassie and Olivia rummaged for files. Most were locked in steel cabinets, but rust and time had weakened them. Jake pried one open with a crowbar. Folders tumbled out. The top was labelled Submarine Anomalies, 1978 to 1984. Cassie's hands trembled as she flipped through. Grainy photos of swirling luminescent patches under the sea, typed notes referencing unidentified underwater craft, lights at 300 meters depth, non-US submarine potential. Some paragraphs had entire lines blacked out. She turned more pages, reading about repeated salvage missions that returned with bizarre sensor data. Olivia rummaged in a separate crate, unearthing reel-to-reel tapes labelled with dates. "These must be audio recordings," she whispered. "We should see if there's a playback machine." They carried the tapes to the battered control console in a corner. Miraculously, an old reel-to-reel player stood there. With some fiddling and a portable battery pack, Olivia managed to power it up. The spool began turning, producing a crackling hiss. A voice, faint and distorted, emerged. Base Echo calling HQ encountered strong readings at coordinates, larger than any submarine known. Non-human, repeat, non-hurt. The recording cut into static. Another snippet from a different tape. "We've lost contact with 2 dive teams. The lights are forming patterns, possibly an intelligence behind." Then more static. Cassie felt her throat tighten. This was it. Direct acknowledgement that the station had observed something decidedly not man-made. Agent Whitfield's warnings suddenly had sharper context. Suddenly a metallic clang echoed from outside. All 3 froze, hearts thudding. Jake signalled them to kill the lights. Through the dusty windows they glimpsed faint beams scanning the compound. Footsteps on gravel. Someone was here. They doused their flashlights, hugging the shadows. Cassie's mind raced. They'd been silent on approach. Who discovered them? Government contractors? Another faction? She recalled the fiasco with the Coast Guard helicopter. This time they might not be so polite. A rasping radio voice filtered through the gloom outside. 2 vehicles, east perimeter. Sweep the buildings. Jake gestured for them to move. They crept to the rear door, stepping out onto a narrow catwalk behind the building. The watchers outside fanned out. A quick glance told Cassie these weren't official military in standard uniforms, possibly private security with black ballistic vests armed. Olivia clutched the reel tapes. Cassie stuffed the key documents in her backpack. They had proof, but they also had to escape. The trio ducked behind crates and slunk between a gap in the fence. Each footstep felt like a thunderclap in Cassie's ears. At any moment, floodlights could catch them, and they'd be pinned down. A guard's voice barked, "Check around back." Flashlights flickered nearer. Cassie squeezed behind an old generator, hardly breathing. The guard's steps clanged past, painfully close, then receded. Jake beckoned them forward. They sprinted through the brush, desperate to reach the dinghy. Shots rang out behind them. Whether warning shots or attempts to disable them, they weren't sure. Heart pounding, Cassie pushed through vines and thorny bushes. By the time they reached the beach, night clouds had drifted across the moon, shrouding them in blackness. They launched the dinghy with trembling hands, adrenaline fueling each motion. In minutes they were rowing out to their boat, tying off lines and firing up the engine. From the island behind them, faint lights bobbed along the shore. The security team was searching, but the sea was now Cassie's ally, swallowing their silhouette. They sped away into the darkness, hearts rattling. Once at a safe distance, they allowed themselves to breathe. Cassie slumped on a bench, cradling the battered file in her arms. They had risked so much, but they'd found more than they'd hoped. The tapes, the documents, references to non-human signals. Proof that the Triangle's reputation wasn't merely superstition. As they turned for open water, thunder rumbled in the distance. Cassie stared at the horizon, half expecting monstrous lights to rise from the depths. The island's outlines faded into night, but the sense of being hunted never left. She rubbed the raw edge of her neck. "They nearly caught us," she said, voice trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. Jake answered quietly, "We'd better watch our backs. They won't stop here." And in Cassie's mind, the puzzle pieces kept shifting. Government secrets, possible alien craft, and that unstoppable pull of the unknown. She clenched the file, vowing to see this through. If there was more to uncover, if Dr. Rourke had guessed about an intelligence beneath the waves, she intended to bring it all to light, no matter the cost. They regrouped at a modest motel far from the main tourist strip, a place with threadbare carpets and flickering exterior lights that no one gave a second glance. In a cramped room with 2 beds, they spread out their newfound evidence, the reel-to-reel tapes, the typed reports on Operation Blue Current, old photos of shimmering ocean anomalies, references to non-human signals, and scrawled charts that mapped the Triangle's depths. Jake paced in front of the door, seemingly restless, while Cassie and Olivia huddled around a battered tape recorder that Olivia had salvaged from the island. The device whirred as a new reel played, revealing a deeper level of detail than the earlier fragments. Male voice, static-laced. "We have established that these signals are not random. Patterns repeat every 22 minutes. The pulses, they resemble a form of communication." Another voice. "You're suggesting intelligence?" Male voice. "We can't confirm the source's origin, but it's massive, and it's moving at depths beyond our current submersible range. We suspect a craft or structure." The tape fizzled, then resumed. Male voice. "HQ demands secrecy. Morale is low. 2 divers reported visions, lights forming geometric shapes, possibly attempts at contact. Then we lost them. No wreckage found." Cassie's heart pounded at every syllable. So they'd believed something was actively trying to communicate? She exchanged a glance with Olivia, whose face was lit by the flickering green light on the recorder. Jake finally spoke up. "They concluded it might be alien?" Cassie rubbed her temples, exhaustion warring with adrenaline. "They never said the word alien explicitly, but non-human signals is pretty close, and these are official recordings, not just rumours." "I'm amazed they didn't destroy this stuff," Olivia muttered. "Or maybe they tried, but the place was abandoned in a hurry." Jake sank onto the bed, hands clasped. "Now we have partial proof, but who do we even share this with? The government obviously wants it hidden, and the mainstream media might label us lunatics." Cassie exhaled. "Science journals might take it more seriously if we present solid data, but we only have scraps. We need something that can't be dismissed. Hard evidence, something modern, undeniable, like actual footage of the phenomenon under the water or physical samples." Olivia nodded. "If we can broadcast it widely in real time, they can't just hush it up." Jake frowned, leaning forward. "Broadcast from where, though? Out on the open sea will be easy targets for the Coast Guard or these Black Ops teams." Cassie bit her lip, her mind drifting back to Dr. Rourke's last journal entries. He wrote about an incredible electromagnetic spike near the deepest part of the trench. That's where we encountered that insane storm. Maybe that's the source. If we can get a submersible down there with cameras... Jake gave a rueful laugh. "Last time we tried, we almost got fried. Our ROV got scrambled. We'd need serious protection from electromagnetic interference." Olivia's eyes brightened. "I might know a place. The university's Marine Tech Institute has a deep-sea submersible with specialised shielding. They were testing it for cosmic ray research. Problem is, it's locked behind bureaucratic fences." Cassie grinned. "We have an ally there, Professor Leland. He might give us access if we phrase it right." Jake's brow creased. That's a huge risk, but it might be our best shot. They set about planning. While Cassie and Olivia hammered out how to approach Professor Leland, Jake insisted on reinforcing the boat's systems, improving the electromagnetic shielding, installing backup generators. If they had to coordinate a submersible dive in those waters, they needed top-notch gear to keep the mothership afloat. Days blurred as they worked covertly. Cassie visited Professor Leland on campus under the pretense of discussing a collaboration. With hushed urgency, she revealed partial truths. We've discovered extraordinary anomalies in the Atlantic that require advanced submersible exploration. I know you have the Aegis Sub-1 in development. We need to borrow it. Please, this is bigger than a research paper. The professor, a stout man with a genial smile, grew serious upon hearing about governmental interference. Though sceptical, he admired Cassie's drive and recalled Dr. Rourke's brilliance. Your mentor did hint at major discoveries, Leland mused. All right, I'll see if I can expedite some hush-hush loan of the sub, but the board can't know, and if anything goes wrong... Cassie gripped his hand, gratitude shining in her eyes. We'll handle it, I promise. Meanwhile, Jake and Olivia rummaged for high-tech solutions. Olivia used her cybersecurity know-how to procure a real-time satellite data link, so when they eventually dove, they could attempt a live broadcast. We'll store backups in multiple servers, she told Cassie. If the feds try to jam us, we can at least send fragments out. One evening, Cassie returned to the motel to find a battered envelope slipped under their door. Inside was a single photograph, a blurred snapshot of her meeting with Professor Leland on campus. No note, just the unmistakable threat that they were being watched. She felt a cold dread coil in her gut. They're on to us, she murmured to Jake. He cursed under his breath. We might not get another chance if they clamp down. Let's act soon. When the submersible was finally delivered to a secluded dock, thanks to a few discreet staffers loyal to Leland, Cassie stood in awe before the Aegis Sub-1. It was shaped like a sleek pod, gleaming with reinforced plating, designed to handle deep trench pressures and shield-sensitive instruments from cosmic radiation. They'd repurposed that for the Triangle's electromagnetic onslaught. A day of frantic modifications followed. Jake integrated an extra battery bank. Olivia installed custom software to patch the sub's cameras directly to her mobile command unit on the boat. Cassie triple-checked every sensor, magnetometers, sonar, thermal imaging. Time was running short, though. Agent Whitfield and her shadowy cohorts could swoop in at any moment. Even the weather forecast predicted intensifying storms near the Triangle. Cassie had no illusions about the danger, and yet, the deeper the secrecy, the more determined she became. On a rainy afternoon, they loaded the last crate onto their boat, securing the submersible to the deck with heavy straps. As lightning flickered on the horizon, Cassie gazed at the surging waves. She thought about the tapes referencing alien signals, the old ship vanishings, Dr. Rourke's unyielding quest. Are we absolutely sure about this? Jake asked quietly, stepping up beside her. We might be unleashing something we can't handle. Cassie took a moment to answer, remembering the terror of the storms and the hush in the tape recordings. If it's something beyond Earth, or even if it's just advanced tech from who knows where, the world deserves to know. Rourke believed that. So do I. Jake nodded, resolved. Then let's do it. They planned to depart at dawn for one final approach into the Triangle. The storms had battered them once, but this time they'd be prepared, with a submersible that could theoretically withstand the electromagnetic chaos. Their objective was simple yet monumental: descend to the depths, capture definitive evidence, and broadcast it to the world before forces of secrecy could clamp down. In the motel that last night, Cassie barely slept. She lay awake imagining what might lurk beneath the ocean's surface, an alien craft slumbering in a watery tomb, or perhaps a living intelligence swirling in those hidden trenches. When slumber finally came, her dreams churned with phosphorescent shapes, ghostly transmissions, and the distant echo of voices trapped underwater. By morning, the horizon still seethed with storm clouds. It felt like an omen. Yet they set off, hearts pounding into the swirling seas, armed with technology, determination, and the unwavering belief that truth, even the strangest truth, must eventually surface. Grey clouds hung low over the Atlantic, the wind carrying a briny chill as Cassie's expedition boat cut through the waves. The Aegis Sub-1 sat on deck, lashed down, its sleek hull glistening under intermittent drizzles. Jake steered into open water, while Olivia double-checked the communications rig in a sheltered corner of the deck. Cassie stood near the bow, scanning the horizon. This region was the heart of the Bermuda Triangle, an area that had frustrated explorers and enthralled storytellers for generations. She felt a jolt of nerves recalling her near-disastrous attempt just days ago. But now they had more robust technology and an unwavering purpose. Once they reached the approximate coordinates gleaned from Dr. Rourke's notes and the old Project Hydra references, Cassie signalled for them to hold position. The boat's sensors beeped with an uneasy rhythm. Olivia's console showed subtle electromagnetic fluctuations, well above normal ocean background. Jake cut the engine, letting them drift. Wind's picking up, but not too bad yet, he observed, scanning the sky. Indeed, dark clouds scudded overhead, though the storm front seemed miles off. They wasted no time. Together they manoeuvred the submersible crane, lowering the Aegis Sub-1 into the water. The sub bobbed, tethered by a thick cable that connected to the boat's power lines and data. Once Cassie and Jake climbed inside its cramped cockpit, they sealed the hatch. Through a small viewport, the watery expanse beckoned, dark and infinite. Olivia's voice crackled through an earpiece. "I'm reading you loud and clear. Try to keep communication short so the link doesn't overload if the electromagnetic surges spike." Jake ran through final checks. Oxygen levels, thruster controls, lighting systems. All good. Let's submerge. A mechanical hum vibrated through the hull as the sub began descending. Water streamed past the acrylic dome windows, transitioning from bright surface blues to a dim green twilight. Cassie's heart pounded in time with the pressure gauge climbing. She glanced at the instrument panel, specifically the magnetometer. Already it was dancing. They sank deeper, the temperature dropping. At 100 meters, fish flitted by in shimmering schools. At 200, the sunlight faded to near black, replaced by the sub's floodlights. Cassie scanned for any sign of unusual objects or luminous phenomena. "Nothing yet," she murmured, keeping the tension from her voice. Jake advanced the thrusters, guiding them farther into the trench. A cloud of sediment drifted up, swirling around them. The sub's sonar pinged, revealing the seafloor dropping sharply ahead. Cassie felt a jolt of adrenaline. "We're nearing the major drop-off. Let's keep a steady rate of descent." Back on the boat, Olivia's console beeped with an urgent tone. "Cassie, Jake, picking up a spiking electromagnetic field. Watch your instruments." Inside the sub, the lights flickered momentarily. Jake cursed, adjusting a dial. "Shielding's active, but the surge is strong." Then, out of the gloom, they glimpsed a faint glow far below. Cassie pressed her face to the viewport. "Do you see that?" she whispered. A pale, bluish luminescence shimmered at the edge of visibility. Jake angled the sub's cameras. On the overhead screen, the glow took shape. A series of patterns, almost like drifting curtains of light. "Could be some strange bioluminescent algae," he speculated. Cassie felt goosebumps prick her arms. "Let's get closer." Cautiously they descended. The glow intensified. Streams of luminous particles twisted in what looked like a geometric swirl, almost too organized to be a natural marine phenomenon. The sub's instruments crackled. Cassie tapped the camera feed button, beaming the images topside to Olivia. "Receiving partial feed," Olivia's voice came faint. "It's glitchy, but... oh my god, I see it. That's not normal plankton." At around 400 meters, the sub's sonar picked up a large structure on the ocean floor. Massive, metallic. Jake slowed their approach, shining the sub's powerful headlights. Across the screen, a curved expanse of what looked like dark metal or alloy came into view. Barnacles clung to portions, but large swaths shimmered smoothly. Cassie's pulse thundered. This is no mere rock formation. They edged closer. Some parts of the structure jutted upward in spire-like formations. Others lay partially buried in sediment. Even at first glance it looked too symmetrical, too artificial to be a random undersea ridge. Cassie's mind raced. Could it be a downed craft? Possibly an advanced submarine, or something far beyond known technology? Jake guided them around a protruding ridge, and they beheld a deep indentation, like an entrance or portal. A faint glow emanated from within, pulses of light that matched the swirling luminescent patterns outside. "We have to record this," Cassie breathed, activating high-resolution cameras. "Liv, are you getting this?" Static hissed in their earpieces. Olivia's response was broken. In and out. Massive data surge. "Keep filming." Suddenly a wave of energy hit. The sub's power flickered. Instruments spiked red. Alarms blared and Cassie fought to steady the controls. Jake cursed, pushing the shield generator to maximum. The entire sub shuddered. Through the viewport, the swirling luminescence escalated, spinning faster around the structure. For a moment, Cassie glimpsed a pattern of markings on the metal hull, indecipherable glyphs or symbols. Then a bright flare erupted, and the sub's electronics shorted. Darkness swallowed them. Only emergency backup lights remained. Cassie's heart hammered in the pitch black. "Jake, systems are down." He fumbled with manual resets. "We have partial life support, trying to reboot main power." Outside, the swirl of lights continued. Cassie's stomach twisted at the notion that whatever lay in that structure might be reacting to their presence, or was it sending a signal somewhere else? Gradually, some instrumentation returned. Jake managed to restore basic thrusters. The sub's external cameras flickered on momentarily. "We should ascend," he insisted. "We can't risk being stuck down here." Cassie yearned to explore further. The structure beckoned with unspoken secrets, but rationality won out. They had enough footage to prove something extraordinary. "Let's go," she agreed. They rose through the water column, battered by intermittent electromagnetic pulses that threatened to sabotage them at every turn. When they finally breached the surface, the sea greeted them with lashing rain and roiling waves. Above, thunderheads seethed, and lightning forked across the sky. Jake navigated the sub back to the mothership, where Olivia helped winch it aboard amidst the rising storm. The instant the hatch opened, Cassie sputtered out breathless words. "We found a craft, or structure. Definitely not natural. We have footage, though it's glitchy." Olivia's eyes were wild with excitement and worry. "I caught partial glimpses, enough to show a massive artificial object down there." But their triumph was short-lived. Through the sheets of rain, a series of lights approached on the water's surface, multiple vessels closing in fast. Cassie recognized the silhouette of a military-style boat. The radio crackled with an authoritative voice. "Vessel, stand down. You're ordered to surrender your submersible and any collected data." Jake's knuckles whitened on the boat's throttle. "We've got company!" Lightning illuminated the menacing outlines. Cassie's mind reeled. They had the evidence of a lifetime, but the government wasn't about to let them broadcast it freely. The ocean pitched violently, as if echoing the tension. "We have to protect the footage," Olivia shouted over the gale. "I'll start uploading right now." Cassie nodded, adrenaline surging. The final confrontation had arrived. Whether they escaped or not, the truth could still get out, unless these forces managed to silence them first. Rain pounded the deck in relentless sheets as the ominous vessels drew nearer. Cassie, Jake and Olivia braced themselves against the howling wind. The searchlights sweeping across the waves reminded Cassie of the earlier run-ins, but this time it felt more final, like a net closing around them. Olivia hunched over her console under a tarp, fingers flying over the keyboard. "I'm initiating the data dump to multiple secure servers," she hollered. "If they jam us, we lose the real-time broadcast. We still have local copies on drives, but that's risky." Jake exhaled sharply, scanning the boat's limited arsenal. They had no real weapons, just a few flares and a handheld emergency kit. "We can't outrun a naval vessel in this storm," he gritted, "but maybe we can stall them long enough for the upload." Cassie felt a swirl of dread and determination. She clutched the submersible's camera module, which contained the crucial raw footage. If all else failed, they needed to protect that hardware. Leaning into the wind, she keyed the radio. "Unidentified vessel, this is a civilian research craft. We are in distress from the storm. We have no contraband or..." A harsh voice interrupted. "Cease transmissions. Power down your equipment. Prepare to be boarded." A surge of panic struck her. They were going to confiscate everything. Cassie's eyes snapped to Olivia. "Keep the data flowing, no matter what." A spotlight swept across their deck, and they saw the outlines of armed men in black tactical gear on the approaching boat. The staccato bark of a loudspeaker. "Shut down communications or face immediate action." Jake revved the engine in a desperate attempt to shift the boat's position, but a massive wave rocked them, nearly capsizing. The storm had grown furious, waves cresting at 8 or 10 feet. Salt spray stung Cassie's eyes as she scrambled to hold onto the railing. Up on the makeshift command station, Olivia cursed. "They're jamming part of the signal. Upload speed is dropping." Lightning flashed. In that momentary glare, Cassie glimpsed something else stirring in the distance. A swirl of luminescence beneath the surface, reminiscent of what they saw deeper down. Could it be that the submerged structure was activating again, fueling the storm or intensifying it? Suddenly a smaller speedboat peeled off from the main vessel, cutting through the waves toward them. Gunmen stood at the bow. Cassie's stomach lurched. She heard a crack. Gunfire. Or was it the thunder? Jake spun the wheel, but the surging sea left them at the mercy of the storm. The speedboat drew alongside, lines thrown, grappling hooks clattering against the deck. Within seconds, armed figures began hauling themselves aboard. Lightning illuminated one figure stepping forward, gun raised. Even through the rain, Cassie recognised a face. Agent Whitfield. Her silver hair was plastered to her skull, eyes cold. "Doctor!" "Nolan," she called over the wind. "Stand down, you're coming with us." Cassie's rage flared. "You have no right. We're in international waters, investigating a natural phenomenon." Whitfield's expression hardened. "This is beyond your pay grade. Hand over all data and equipment immediately." Jake moved to intervene, but two other agents trained their rifles on him. Olivia, trembling, hovered near her console. "We've already transmitted some of it," she spat. "You're too late." Whitfield's gaze flicked to the overhead radio mast. With a curt nod, she signalled her men, who slashed cables, yanking out modules. Sparks flew as the boat's primary radio and data link severed. Olivia let out a cry, yanking the laptop from the surge protector just before an agent seized it. With guns pointed, Cassie and Jake were herded toward the stern. Whitfield advanced on Olivia, wrenched the laptop away. "No more transmissions," she hissed. "And the submersible data, where is it?" Cassie's mind raced. She had the camera's raw storage in a waterproof case strapped inside the sub's cockpit. If they discovered that, everything was lost. She prayed it remained hidden amidst the chaos. She decided to confront Whitfield directly. "You saw our recordings, didn't you? The storm, the structure below. Why hide it? The world deserves to know." Whitfield's jaw clenched. "Doctor? Nolan, this is about preventing mass panic and safeguarding national security. If you understood the stakes, you'd realise we're protecting you from forces you cannot fathom." A colossal wave slammed the boat, nearly sending everyone sprawling. The agent with the laptop lost his balance, and the device crashed onto the deck, skittering dangerously close to the railing. At that same moment, a flash of brilliance erupted from the ocean behind them. Cassie stared in awe as swirling lights broke the surface, dancing like ghostly will-o'-the-wisps. Thunder boomed overhead, and the sky seemed to open in a torrent of rain. Whitfield's men balked, momentarily transfixed by the eerie spectacle. That gave Jake the opening. He lunged forward, knocking aside one rifle. Shots rang out into the air. Cassie dropped to the deck, adrenaline pounding. Olivia scrambled for the laptop, grabbing it before it could slip into the sea. Another agent lunged, tackling her. Cassie rushed to help, but was seized by a burly operative who pinned her arms. Lightning illuminated the water once more, revealing those otherworldly luminescent spirals. They seemed to pulse in a deliberate pattern, the same pattern Cassie had seen on her sub's instruments. The storm howled louder, as if nature itself mirrored the fury of the confrontation. Suddenly a deep, thrumming vibration coursed through the hull, nearly toppling everyone. The boat's metal fittings rattled. Whitfield's eyes widened in alarm, and she shouted orders. "Retreat to our vessel! Everyone, we're pulling out!" Cassie guessed the anomaly was intensifying. Agent Whitfield's men grabbed her and Jake forcibly. They motioned to Olivia, but she clung to the boat's railing, refusing to budge. That's when the ocean near the stern erupted in a colossal whirlpool. The swirling lights coalesced in an eerie ring. Another pulse hammered the boat, disabling electronics. The lights on the deck flickered out. Whitfield's expression finally cracked with genuine fear. She stared at the mesmerising vortex. "No, not now," she muttered, as if she had suspected something like this but prayed it wouldn't happen. The swirling overcame the rudder, spinning the boat in a slow circle. Cassie felt the agent restraining her lose his grip, staggering. She seized the moment, broke free and lunged to help Olivia, who was pinned by an operative. Jake slammed a guard with an elbow, sending the rifle clattering. The sea pitched the deck violently. Another swirl of lights rose, forming a halo around the boat. Cassie's hair stood on end from the static charge in the air. She looked up at the roiling sky, pulses of lightning dancing overhead. Shots rang out again. Whitfield's voice, "Hold your fire! We need them alive!" But it was too late. A monstrous wave crashed over the rail, sweeping gear and men alike. Cassie felt herself lifted by the wave, tumbling in cold chaos. She flailed, grasping at the slick deck as water rushed past. She glimpsed Jake clinging to a stanchion, Olivia lost in the swirl, Whitfield's men being tossed by the wave. The boat rolled precariously, half submerged in the watery madness. In a final deafening crescendo of thunder, the swirling lights flared. Cassie could only watch in breathless terror as an impossibly bright glow engulfed them. For a heartbeat, it felt like the ocean floor yawned open, pulling them into some other realm. Then darkness. Warmth on Cassie's cheek pulled her from unconsciousness. She opened her eyes to see pale sunlight filtering through tattered clouds. Pain throbbed through her limbs. She tasted salt on her cracked lips. She lay sprawled on a deck strewn with debris and seaweed. The boat seemed battered but afloat, listing slightly. A groan from nearby. Jake lay under a broken crate, bruised and coughing. Slowly she crawled over to help lift it. "You alive?" she whispered. He grimaced, pressing a hand to his ribs. Alive enough. No immediate sign of Whitfield's men. The boat's main mast was snapped, electronics thoroughly trashed. Cassie felt disoriented, as though she'd been through a dream. The last memory was that blazing light and swirling vortex. Had they been tossed miles away by the storm? She staggered to the railing. The ocean was unnaturally calm, turquoise blue under a watery sun. Far off she glimpsed an unfamiliar shoreline. Not the Florida coast, though. This place had black rocks arching in jagged spires, the terrain dotted with lush green. Jake joined her, wincing at each step. "That's not any key I recognise. Where are we?" Cassie could only shake her head. The compass was worthless, spinning aimlessly as before. The GPS was dead. She turned to check for the submersible. Miraculously, the Aegis Sub-1 still clung to the deck, albeit battered. The crane rig was half bent, but the sub's hull looked mostly intact. Sudden panic seized her. "Olivia!" She frantically searched the deck. They found her near the stern, tangled in rope, drenched and unconscious, but her pulse beat faintly. Cassie and Jake carefully freed her. After a few nerve-wracking minutes, Olivia coughed up seawater, blinking in confusion. "What happened?" Relief rushed through Cassie. "We survived somehow." All around them, the boat's wooden railings were splintered, gear scattered, but it floated. There was no sign of Agent Whitfield or her men, possibly washed overboard or retreated in another vessel. "Any working electronics?" Jake asked. Olivia tried the portable devices, all fried. The only hope might be the sub's internal system, which had its own shielding. "I'll see if the sub's battery or comlink remains," she said, though her eyes held doubt. Cassie, gazing again at the distant shoreline, felt an eerie sense that they weren't simply off the Florida coast. The environment, the colour of the water, the shape of the land, it looked different, almost otherworldly. "Could we have drifted to an uncharted island?" she asked softly. Jake frowned. An uncharted island in these latitudes. Hard to believe in 2023, but the Triangle is known for messing with navigation. They spent the next hour mending themselves and rummaging for supplies. The fresh water stores survived. Some rations were soggy but edible. Cassie discovered a waterproof case lodged in a corner. Inside, the sub's camera memory unit. She hugged it to her chest, a flash of triumph. Our evidence. It's still here. But that joy was tempered by the new crisis. They were stranded. The boat's engine was swamped, the radio dead. Unless they fixed something or found external rescue, they'd remain adrift. By midday, they rigged a makeshift sail from the torn mast and spare canvas. The breeze nudged them toward the mysterious island, which loomed nearer, a rugged coastline of black volcanic rock and thick rainforest beyond. Jagged cliffs rose, casting shifting shadows on the water. As they approached, the atmosphere felt oddly charged. The ocean remained glass calm near the shore, and the sky had an unsettling haze, as if a permanent storm lurked on the horizon but never quite arrived. They spotted a narrow inlet. With careful manoeuvring, they guided the battered boat into calmer waters, eventually mooring at a small natural harbour. Cassie hopped onto a rocky ledge, wincing at the bruises on her legs. The air smelled of moss and brine. Birds cried overhead. No sign of human habitation. Jake tested a chunk of black rock with a pocket knife. Volcanic. Must be a small remote atoll. But the question is, how did we end up here so suddenly? Olivia joined them, scanning with a handheld sensor that had minimal function. Magnetic fields still weird. low-level interference, could be pockets of the same anomaly we saw at sea. They ventured cautiously along a shoreline path. Strange, twisted trees grew from cracks in the basalt, their roots glistening with moisture. Cassie noticed patches of luminous algae clinging to tide pools, a faint echo of the undersea lights they'd witnessed. A short hike led them to a broader cove. There, in a clearing, they discovered something extraordinary. The wreckage of multiple old boats, some rusted hulks half buried in sand, others mere splinters. Painted on one corroded hull, Cassie recognised the letters H-A-W-T. She gasped. USS Hawthorne, she whispered, recalling the fabled Navy ship that vanished in the 1950s. Jake's eyes widened. If that's the same ship, this island might be a graveyard for those lost in the Triangle. They pressed on, stumbling upon more debris from different eras, a wooden mast with 19th century styling, plain fuselage fragments that looked World War II era, modern yacht remains. It was as if the island had magnetically drawn in vessels from across decades. Olivia's voice trembled. All those vanishings, they ended up here. Cassie knelt by a weathered nameplate from a cargo vessel reported missing in 1972. She felt a pang of sorrow, imagining the fates of countless sailors. No human remains in sight. Did they vanish, or move inland for survival? Jake pointed deeper into the jungle. We might find answers that way, but let's be careful. They ventured further inland, forging a path through ferns and twisted vines. The air was muggy, insects buzzing in thick clouds. The vegetation seemed oddly vibrant, with flowers of unusual hues. Cassie suspected the same electromagnetic oddity that affected technology might also be fueling odd growth. Eventually they reached a clearing where massive stone pillars jutted from the ground, ancient and covered in alien glyphs, the same style of markings Cassie had glimpsed on the submerged structure. Her breath caught in wonder. This can't be a coincidence. Something or someone built these. Olivia ran her fingers over the carvings. This is beyond known history. Could it be a lost civilization, or something else? Jake scanned for footprints or signs of life. If castaways survived, maybe they found these ruins, but I see no fresh tracks. A hush fell over them. Cassie's mind whirled. The Bermuda Triangle had been rumoured to be cursed or supernatural, but these pillars hinted at advanced or ancient origins, possibly linked to the underwater craft. She pictured the swirling lights, the ephemeral storms. Maybe the ones who vanished are gone, Cassie said softly, heart heavy. Or maybe they left. In the distance, a rumble of thunder made them jump. The sky overhead churned with grey. Jake looked up warily. We should find shelter. This place doesn't feel safe. Indeed, an uneasy energy filled the clearing, as if unseen watchers lurked just beyond the tree line. Cassie felt her pulse quicken. They had stumbled onto the heart of the Triangle's secret, an island seemingly out of place and time, hosting remnants from countless lost expeditions and stone pillars older than any modern chart. With no immediate rescue in sight, they'd have to rely on their own resourcefulness, and the possibility that the submersible might help them solve the riddle of the island's bizarre magnetism. Cassie forced a steady breath. She might be trapped, but she wasn't giving up. The next step was to survive, unravel the enigma of these ruins, and hope that revealing the truth might set them free. Night fell quickly over the mysterious island, wrapping the jungle in a claustrophobic darkness. Cassie, Jake and Olivia had returned to their boat to gather supplies, flashlights, sleeping bags, rations. With no functional radio, they were effectively marooned. Lightning flashed on the horizon, revealing gnarled treetops swaying in the wind. They camped near the clearing of ancient pillars, choosing a spot beneath a leaning rock overhang for partial shelter. Cassie built a small fire using driftwood and scraps from the old wrecks. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the worn glyphs etched into the towering stones. As they huddled for warmth, the conversation inevitably drifted to the day's surreal discoveries. Olivia toyed with the battered remains of a handheld device. I can't get a signal. There's no satellite coverage. Maybe the electromagnetic interference is blocking everything. Jake rubbed his chin, eyes on the monolithic pillars. Could these have something to do with the phenomenon we saw under the ocean? It's like they share the same design language. Cassie took out a sketchbook from her backpack. She started drawing the glyph patterns from memory, cross-referencing them with the shapes she'd glimpsed on the submerged structure. They appear geometric, almost fractal, could be a written script or even symbolic code. In the silence that followed, they listened to the distant crash of waves against the rocky shore. The hush felt eerie, as though the island itself was holding its breath. Something rustled in the underbrush, prompting them to snap on flashlights, but they found only wind-stirred leaves. As fatigue set in, they took turns at watch, each haunted by the knowledge that no rescue was forthcoming. Sometime after midnight, Cassie dozed off under the shimmering constellations, though the ghostly pillars loomed in her dreams. At dawn, they woke to a startling scene. The previously calm area around the pillars now sparkled with beads of condensation, and in the rising sunlight the glyphs appeared faintly luminescent, like they'd absorbed energy overnight. Cassie stepped closer, heart pounding. They're glowing. This is new. Olivia snapped photos, though their cameras were reduced to near manual function. Must be the humidity reacting with whatever the pillars are made of, she said, though she didn't sound convinced. Jake rubbed his temples. I want to check the rest of the island. Maybe we'll find more structures, or survivors. They packed up their meagre camp and ventured deeper inland. The path meandered through dense foliage. Gnarled roots tripped them, and vines draped overhead. Occasionally they spotted remnants of old crates or scraps of cloth, evidence that castaways had once been here. Midday brought them to a steep ravine. A narrow footpath led downward. At the bottom, water trickled in a small stream. Crossing it, they found a hidden grotto. Within this natural amphitheatre of rock they encountered a startling sight. A mosaic of stones arranged in a spiral pattern, each etched with the same alien glyphs. At the centre stood a carved altar. Cassie's breath caught. This is no random ruin. Someone built a ceremonial site or something akin to it. Jake circled the altar. Who, though? Ancient civilization? Or maybe those who ended up stranded here tried to communicate with whatever's in the ocean. Olivia knelt, running her fingers along the spiral mosaic. It's meticulously done. Could these stranded sailors have deciphered the glyphs? A wave of dizziness hit Cassie as she stared at the altar, her mind conjuring an image of swirling lights beneath the waves. She recalled the old reel tapes describing signals and attempts at contact. Was it possible that across decades, castaways tried to replicate those signals here on land? Suddenly a crunch of footsteps behind them. They spun around to see a figure emerge from behind a boulder, Agent Whitfield, her uniform torn and hair matted, but her posture still rigid. She held a pistol, aimed warily at them. Jake tensed, stepping forward protectively. "You're alive." Whitfield's eyes flicked from Jake to Cassie. "Likewise. I suspected you'd head inland." Olivia glared. "Looking for something?" Whitfield lowered the pistol slightly, grimacing. "We got separated when the wave hit. My men. I lost track. I found one corpse on the beach. The rest scattered." Cassie's anger simmered. All this secrecy, and for what? Look at us now. Stranded. Tell us the truth. Whitfield hesitated, the lines in her face etched with fatigue. "You think it's simple? We've known about anomalies in the Triangle for decades, maybe centuries. Some in the government suspect extraterrestrial involvement. Others believe it's an unknown Earth-based phenomenon. Either way, it's considered too dangerous for public knowledge. We fear the panic, the exploitation, the potential conflict if foreign powers scramble here," Jake scoffed. "So you're willing to kill for it?" She clenched her jaw. "I follow orders. The directive is to contain the situation, but I never expected we'd end up here." Her gaze flicked to the spiral mosaic. "This island it's not on any map. My superiors only whispered rumours of a lost zone." Olivia folded her arms. "And now you see it's real. Will you keep trying to bury it?" Whitfield's shoulders slumped slightly, as if an internal struggle weighed on her. "I have to protect national security, but this place defies everything. If we want to survive, maybe we do need to pool resources." Cassie sensed a shift, a glimmer of uneasy alliance forming. "Truce, then," she suggested quietly. "We find a way off this island, or we uncover the key to why it exists. But no more guns and faces." After a tense pause, Whitfield nodded. She holstered her pistol. "Truce, for now." They spent the next hour exploring the grotto together. Whitfield admitted she possessed partial knowledge of earlier secret missions that identified an interdimensional rift theory, though never confirmed. The intense electromagnetic surges might warp space-time in localized pockets, pulling vessels from various eras. Olivia found curious remains in a small alcove, rusted personal items, scraps of journals, no bodies, possibly from castaways who died or vanished. One scribbled note read, "The lights call from beneath. We answer on land. The gate must open." Cassie's skin crawled. A gate? Could they have believed these pillars or altars were a means to connect with whatever is beneath the ocean? A distant rumble of thunder broke their musings. Whitfield frowned. "Another storm's brewing. We can't linger." Returning to the boat, they decided to share supplies and watch each other's backs. Whitfield was grudgingly grateful for a place to rest. Under the watchful eye of the looming pillars, the odd alliance took shape. That evening the wind rose again, rattling the battered hull. As they huddled in the glow of a lantern, Cassie studied the camera unit from the submarine. The footage they captured might be the only real proof of that underwater structure. She glanced at Whitfield, who stared into the darkness with haunted eyes, likely torn between her duty and the unsettling reality they all faced. In her mind, Cassie kept returning to that cryptic note. The gate must open. Could the island's ruins serve as a beacon or a key? If so, a key to what? She recalled the swirling lights, the sense of intelligence behind them. Perhaps the next step lay not in merely escaping, but in comprehending the phenomenon, why it brought them here, and how it might let them go. Storm-laden clouds churned overhead at dawn, casting the island in shades of grey. Cassie, Jake, Olivia, and the reluctant, ally-turned-adversary agent Whitfield gathered near the ancient pillars. Despite the tension in the group, they'd agreed on a plan. Explore the possibility that these ruins interacted with the electromagnetic anomalies, perhaps opening a way to escape. Using sketches from the mosaic in the grotto and the glyph patterns on the pillars, Cassie attempted to piece together a cohesive design. The spiral in the grotto and the arrangement of these pillars, it might be some sort of symbolic representation of the ocean floor structure, she hypothesized. If the castaways tried to replicate signals from underwater, maybe they believed these pillars could resonate. Jake rubbed his sore shoulder. Resonate how? Like a giant antenna? Olivia nodded, following Cassie's logic. Yes, maybe. The electromagnetic surges might be triggered by a certain arrangement or activation. The question is, do we even want to activate them? Last time we faced an anomaly, it stranded us here, Whitfield frowned. But if we can harness the phenomenon, maybe we can open a path back, or at least send a powerful enough signal for rescue. She looked uneasy, admitting that a more extraordinary method might be needed. They spent the morning clearing debris from the clearing, uncovering additional stones that had fallen over time. With each revealed glyph, Cassie felt a thrill of discovery. She recognized patterns akin to waveforms or frequencies. If they matched the pulses recorded on the sub's instruments, they might replicate those pulses here on land. Jake rigged a makeshift generator from the boat's salvageable engine parts, hooking it to a coil of copper wire. We can create an electromagnetic field, direct it into these pillars, see if that does anything. Olivia set up the sub's sensor suite on shore, linking it to a small console. I'll monitor real-time feedback. If we get a spike like we did out at sea, we'll know. Whitfield kept watch, pistol at her side. Although an uneasy truce still hung over them, her sense of mission remained. She occasionally asked Cassie pointed questions. If you manage to open some sort of rift, do you realise the risk? Something else might come through. Cassie paused in her wiring. We're already dealing with unknown forces. Doing nothing keeps us trapped here. I'd rather take a leap of faith, especially if it aligns with how these pillars were meant to function. As the afternoon wore on, they assembled a ring of cables around the largest pillar cluster. With the generator revved, a low hum filled the air. Cassie carefully toggled power, stepping back as the cables glowed faintly. She glanced at Olivia. Any changes? Olivia's console flickered. Slight electromagnetic rise, but we're well below the levels we recorded at sea. Jake frowned, adjusting the generator's output. Let's dial it up, but watch for surges. They increased power. The hum deepened, and the glyphs on the pillars began to shimmer with that eerie luminescence. The ground beneath them vibrated softly. A sudden swirl of wind whipped the clearing, scattering leaves in a spiral. Cassie's hair stood on end. That's more than just a breeze, she muttered. Olivia's eyes widened at her console. We're hitting a spike, like a resonance frequency. Whitfield took a step back, eyes darting around. Is the storm reacting? Overhead, thunder rumbled, but the swirling wind in the clearing felt different, like a localized vortex forming among the pillars. Dust and small stones lifted into the air, circling them. The glyphs glowed brighter, each symbol pulsing in sequence. Jake called out, "Shut it down if it gets too big." Before they could, a column of light shot up from the centre of the pillars, piercing the low-hanging clouds. Cassie shielded her eyes as the brilliance reflected off the basalt. The ground shook harder, a quake rattling teeth. A roar of static filled their ears. Cassie's mind flashed to the sub's dive, the swirling lights beneath the ocean. Could she be bridging a link between the underwater craft and this island? The air crackled with electricity, arcs snapping between the pillars. Then, as swiftly as it began, the vortex expanded outward with a deafening crack. A wave of force knocked them all off their feet. The generator shorted in a burst of sparks. The blinding light receded to a faint glow. When Cassie scrambled up, dizzy, she realized something had changed. The sky overhead was no longer thick with storm clouds. Instead, it was a placid grey, the sort of day one might see on a calm morning back in Florida. She blinked, heart pounding, scanning the horizon beyond the pillars. Jake helped Olivia to her feet. Whitfield stumbled against a stone, thoroughly rattled. Olivia squinted at her console. "We've got location data, somehow. GPS is flickering back, signal partial, but we're near Bimini. That's hundreds of miles from where we were." A wave of confusion and relief washed over them. Had the phenomenon transported the island, or them, or simply shattered the anomaly that trapped them? Regardless, they were no longer in that lost zone. The environment around them looked subtly different, the flora slightly more familiar. They rushed back toward the shore, hoping to see if the battered boat had also jumped. Sure enough, anchored in calmer waters, the boat remained, bobbing gently. But the black volcanic coastline was gone, replaced by coral sand typical of the Bahamas. The island they were on now seemed smaller, more in line with known geography. Cassie's mind reeled. They had escaped the lost zone. The swirling, ephemeral realm that had captured so many vessels was behind them. Some kind of electromagnetic or dimensional event reversed by powering the pillars. Whitfield's stance softened, awe mingling with her stoic demeanour. We made it out." Jake breathed a shaky laugh. "Never thought I'd be happy to see normal water." Olivia tapped her console. "We can attempt radio contact. The interference is minimal now. I might be able to hail local channels." Cassie gazed across the waves, imagining how close they'd come to permanent entrapment. They still had the submersible's footage, plus real-time accounts of the phenomenon. And the final turn of events suggested that these ancient constructs and the underwater craft were linked in ways that defied conventional science. Whitfield exhaled, setting her pistol aside. "The best we can do now is orchestrate a controlled disclosure. If we just let the news break recklessly, it could spark chaos." Cassie met her gaze. "People deserve to know, but yes, we must do it responsibly, step by step with facts, not sensationalism." Jake stepped in, resting a hand on Cassie's shoulder. "First, let's get off this new island, fix that boat, and get medical care. Then we can worry about changing the world." A slight smile tugged at Cassie's lips. She nodded, though deep down she recognised they stood at the threshold of an enormous shift. The Bermuda Triangle mystery might never be fully solved, yet they had glimpsed enough to reshape humanity's understanding of what lurked in the ocean's depths. As they gathered themselves, Olivia managed to get a faint radio signal. A crackling voice responded in English. Cassie felt tears well in her eyes. They were truly back within a known reality, carrying knowledge of an unknown one. Whitfield, listening quietly, seemed oddly humbled. "I'll contact my superiors. Perhaps for once we can do the right thing." Cassie left the pillars behind, stepping onto the sand with an unsteady but resolute stride. The camera module pressed to her chest, the cryptic glyphs etched in her memory. An unspoken vow formed. She would devote her life to responsibly unveiling this truth, whatever it meant for science, for humanity, for the grand tapestry of the ocean's secrets. In the distance, the low hum of an approaching plane or helicopter carried across the wind. Rescue? Military? Perhaps both. The final chapter of their wild journey was about to begin, but the greater story, how the world would react to the revelation of ancient, possibly alien influences in the Bermuda Triangle, was only at its dawn. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey into the Bermuda Triangle's hidden depths. If you enjoyed this conspiracy-laced adventure, let us know where you're watching from in the comments below and what time it is for you right now. Don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories to ensure you never miss a story like this, one that pushes the boundaries of the unknown and encourages us to keep questioning the secrets of our extraordinary world. Sleep well and stay curious. Were about routine lobbying, but the deeper Ethan dug, the more he saw patterns that didn't add up. Names recurred in odd contexts, referencing hush-hush policy summits that no mainstream coverage ever touched. What caught his eye one late night was a recurring symbol in the margins of certain files, a faint watermark shaped like an all-seeing eye perched above stylized wings. Next to that watermark, the name V. Holt appeared again and again. Ethan's heartbeat picked up. He recognised that all-seeing eye from older, more sensational conspiracy lore. People called it an Illuminati emblem, or sometimes a Masonic derivative. He'd rolled his eyes at it in the past. Nobody with common sense took that stuff seriously. But now it was right in front of him, embedded in documents that otherwise looked legitimate. He was seated in his cramped one-bedroom apartment in the outskirts of Philadelphia. At 29, he looked older than his years, with permanent dark circles under his eyes from too many late nights sifting obscure data. A part-time gig at an independent online magazine paid some bills, but his real passion lay in chasing leads on hidden power structures, UFO cover-ups, big pharma conspiracies, hush-hush deals. Once in a while he'd strike gold, but more often people dismissed him as a conspiracy blogger. Tonight, the clock read 2:45 a.m. Thin walls separated Ethan from a neighbour's muffled TV. Outside, a light drizzle pattered on the window. Rubbing his face, he gulped the dregs of cold coffee, determined to keep going. Something about these documents demanded more than his usual casual approach. Scrolling further, he found cryptic references to a global steering meeting, with lines like Media Narrative Alignment, VH, Q3 Planning. Another pointed to a think tank with a bland philanthropic name, listing major news organisations as partners. It made his stomach clench. Were these genuine coordinates for controlling coverage? He hammered out a draft blog post tentatively titled, "Are we being led by hidden hands?" But he hesitated to publish. There were too many unknowns. He needed more concrete proof, or at least a credible second opinion. The next day, stiff from lack of sleep, Ethan rode the subway to a local library, where he'd arranged to meet a friend, Dr. Celia Monroe. She was a visiting historian at Temple University, known for her published research on Renaissance-era secret societies in Italy. They'd become acquaintances after Ethan pestered her for background on some papal conspiracy for an older piece. In the library's hushed reading room, Celia gave him a polite if tired smile. She was in her early 40s, with curly dark hair pinned back, wearing business casual attire that suggested she'd come straight from teaching. "I hope this is important," she whispered, setting her coffee thermos aside. "I'm behind on grading." Ethan pulled out printouts of the suspicious documents, flipping to pages with the winged eye watermark. "Have you ever seen this symbol in your research?" She squinted at it. "Sure, an eye in a pyramid or an eye in various forms is common in esoteric traditions. The wings add a twist. Doesn't necessarily prove anything by itself." He nodded, leaning in. "What about the name Veronica Holt? Have you encountered references to a V. Holt in context with modern secret societies?" Celia's eyebrows rose. Veronica Holt is a big name in philanthropic circles, CEO of the Holt Foundation. They do public health initiatives, sponsor educational reforms, that sort of thing. Some revere her as a champion of humanitarian work. "Humanitarian or manipulator?" Ethan murmured. "Check out these lines about media narrative alignment. If the Foundation's philanthropic veneer covers deeper agendas..." Celia carefully read the lines, frowning. "This is suspicious, yes. But do you realise how many conspiracies revolve around wealthy foundations? The Illuminati rumour surfaces every time a billionaire invests in global policy. I know, but this watermark, plus the repeated references to hush-hush summits, I suspect a genuine secret group, not just rumour. Celia sighed. If you're hinting at the actual Illuminati, historically they were an 18th century Bavarian society suppressed by the government. Some conspiracists claim they never really went away, that they morphed into a global puppet master. But mainstream academics dismiss that. Ethan's voice hushed. Could the mainstream be ignoring something real? Maybe they exist under different names, controlling philanthropic organisations to shape world events. Celia shook her head slowly, but a seed of curiosity gleamed in her eyes. All right, I can't promise anything, but let me see if I can trace that symbol in archival references. They parted with an air of unresolved tension. Ethan felt a flicker of optimism. Celia's practical approach could yield tangible leads, or confirm he was chasing phantoms. Back in the city, Ethan tried to pitch a follow-up article to his editor at the small news site he freelanced for. The editor, a jaded man in his 50s named Carl, frowned at the Illuminati angle. I like conspiracies that bring clicks, but come on, Ethan, this is ancient territory. We need fresh angles, not rehashes of centuries-old boogeymen. But the philanthropic tie, the modern front, there's something huge here, Ethan pressed. Carl shook his head. Maybe if you can find ironclad evidence, otherwise do a piece on local corruption. That's your strength. The brush-off stung, but Ethan had expected it. He trudged home, a swirl of doubts in his mind. Was he imagining connections? The mainstream scorn for Illuminati talk was near universal, but if a group was truly that powerful, they'd want the public's scorn to remain. A couple of nights later, he got an email from a throwaway account. Stop rummaging in places you shouldn't. This is your first and final warning. His heart lurched. The subject line read, "The Eye Sees." Attached was a single grainy photo of Ethan outside the library, unmistakably him, looking over his shoulder. He closed the email, pulse pounding. A moment later, the message auto-deleted, leaving no trace. Someone was watching. He realised with a chill that he'd never published anything about the Illuminati or Veronica Holt yet. This threat was about raw research. If real Illuminati agents were monitoring him, he wasn't just chasing a fantasy. Spooked but determined, Ethan called Celia at once. She answered groggily. He'd woken her. He poured out the details of the threat. She was silent for a moment. That's concerning. I have some references you might find interesting. I discovered a mention of a 19th century text, Ordo Occultus Sumerium, rumoured to have instructions for an international power structure. But the text vanished from university archives in Rome decades ago. Some suspect it ended up in private hands. Ethan's heart beat faster. Could that text link directly to the modern group? It might. The iron wings motif apparently appears on page 1 as a master emblem. He exhaled, mind racing. We need to find that text. Celia let out a soft, resigned laugh. You make it sound easy. People have tried. It's considered a lost treasure among occult historians. Unless you have resources in black market antiquities, I doubt we can track it. But Ethan was already scribbling notes, ignoring the knot in his stomach from the threat. One clue at a time, Celia. We'll figure it out. Hanging up, he felt a spark of purpose. The fear lingered, but the puzzle beckoned. He'd gleaned from every corner. Old librarians, fringe collectors, who knows? If the real Illuminati existed, they might have left a paper trail once upon a time, and Ordo Occultus Sumerium could confirm it. That same week, Ethan posted a short cryptic teaser on his personal blog. The Eye in the Wing, corruption at the highest levels. He withheld details, but implied a major exposé was coming. The response was mild. His followers were used to big conspiratorial claims, but one email arrived from a new address. I can help. Luke. At first, Ethan assumed spam, but the message read simply, "We share a common interest. I once walked among them. They are real, but you must be cautious. They watch everything." Attaching a phone number, the email vanished from his inbox soon after, as though it self-destructed. Ethan's skin prickled. A self-professed insider? He dialed. A male voice answered, taut with nerves. "So, you're the blogger stirring up illusions about the Illuminati." "Not illusions, evidence," Ethan retorted, a dry chuckle. "Evidence. If only you knew how deep it goes. I used to be close with them, or at least a branch of them. We parted ways. I want to help, but not over the phone. Meet me in DC?" Ethan's anxiety soared. This could be a trap, but if the man was legitimate... Fine, Ethan forced calm. A public place. Send me details. Luke murmured agreement and hung up abruptly. Ethan sank onto his couch, mind spinning. In 1 week he'd gone from chasing symbolic scraps to clandestine phone calls and threats. If these forces were real, his life was about to get complicated. He remembered reading about journalists who claimed to expose major conspiracies only to be discredited, financially ruined, or worse. He glanced at a framed photo of his sister and niece smiling at a family barbecue. He felt a pang. He'd hardly visited them lately, too consumed by the next big story. If the Illuminati was truly after him, they might threaten the people he cared about. Yet turning back now seemed impossible. The puzzle's gravity pulled him forward. He felt an odd sense of destiny, or at least unstoppable curiosity. As dawn's light seeped through the window, he pressed his laptop open one more time, scanning flight prices to Washington, D.C. All the while, that symbol of the winged eye lingered in his thoughts, a silent challenge from the shadows. He murmured aloud, "Let's see how far down the rabbit hole goes." Little did he know, the journey would lead him across continents, into centuries of hidden history, and force him to confront the biggest question of all. Did the world even want the truth, if it might undermine everything they believed? Ethan arrived in Washington, D.C. on a dreary afternoon. The sky brooded with grey clouds that matched the city's austere architecture. He trudged off a budget bus that smelled of stale coffee, shoulders tense. For a moment, he questioned the wisdom of meeting a stranger who claimed, "I once walked among them." But curiosity and the thrill of a potential breakthrough overrode caution. He'd chosen a busy cafe near Capitol Hill for the rendezvous. Public enough to deter violence, but discreet enough for a hushed conversation. Tucked into a corner booth, he ordered an espresso and waited, scanning the faces of patrons for signs of recognition or hidden intent. About 15 minutes in, a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair approached. He wore a cheap baseball cap and carried a battered briefcase. With a quick glance around, he slid into the booth across from Ethan. "You must be Ethan," the man said in a subdued voice. "I'm Luca Desi." Ethan sized him up. Luke's eyes held a haunted look, like someone who'd known both privilege and betrayal. Fine lines creased his face, and his posture was guarded. "Luke," Ethan began, voice tight. "You said you were close with... them. The Illuminati," Luke grimaced. "They don't call themselves that. Not these days. But yes, it's the same lineage. The group has rebranded, merged with other networks, and infiltrated everything from philanthropic boards to intelligence agencies. I was part of a major think tank. On the surface, we were economists and policy experts. Underneath, we had an unspoken code." Ethan's pulse quickened. "And Veronica Holt? Do you know her?" A flicker of discomfort crossed Luke's face. "I met her once. She was rumoured to be on the Society's inner council. They hide behind philanthropic foundations, using them as a front to sway global policies. They shape narratives, Ethan. The media, the educational systems, even the arts. Always behind the curtain, never letting themselves become the story." Ethan tried to swallow his excitement. He'd never heard such direct confirmation before, but he needed something tangible, something that would hold up under scrutiny. Why come forward now? Luke exhaled. Guilt, mostly. "I had a crisis of conscience. The final straw was seeing them destroy a colleague's reputation because she objected to certain manipulations. She wanted the group to be more transparent, to earn public trust. They ousted her, and she ended up in ruin." He paused, glancing around as if expecting watchers. "But be warned. If you push too hard, they'll come for you in ways you can't imagine. They can freeze bank accounts, sabotage your credibility, pit law enforcement against you, or worse." Ethan's stomach churned, recalling the threatening email. "I've had a taste, but that only proves I'm onto something real." Luke slid a worn envelope across the table. "Inside, you'll find partial membership rosters, though heavily coded, and references to certain special gatherings. Pay attention to the location code names. Rome, London, stateside enclaves. They rotate. A major gathering is rumoured soon. Maybe they'll finalise some global reorganisation, monetary policies, digital tracking expansions, things that seem unconnected but yield enormous control." Ethan opened the envelope discreetly. Pages of cryptic columns, code names, some repeated references to OWS, Delta Group, Project Aurora. Then he saw the winged eye symbol scrawled at the top of one sheet. He felt a jolt of validation. Thank you. But how do I decode the membership list? Luke offered a thin, pained smile. They use classical ciphers, partial shifts referencing key historical events. My mind's too rattled to recall every detail. But you have an ally, right? The historian, Dr. Monroe? She might crack it if she recognizes the references. Ethan nodded, adrenaline coursing. Yes, Celia. She started researching that symbol. Luke's gaze hardened. Ethan, they won't let you waltz away with this knowledge. If you plan to expose them, be prepared for personal ruin. They truly believe society can't handle full disclosure. The masses would tear civilization apart if left to their own devices, they say. Ethan's voice was a near whisper. I can't let fear stifle the truth. Luke studied him for a moment, seeming to weigh sincerity. Then watch your back, he rose. I'll be in touch if I survive. He left money for coffee and slipped out. Ethan stared after him, a swirl of exhilaration and dread. The envelope felt heavier than mere paper. Outside, the city's hustle pressed in. Politicians, lobbyists, tourists scurried around Capitol Hill. Ethan slipped into anonymity among them, but a seed of paranoia grew in his mind. Anyone could be an operative. Any camera could be feeding watchers. He wasted no time returning to Philadelphia, stashing copies of Luke's documents in multiple secure cloud drives. Then he called Celia Monroe. She answered after a few rings, sounding distracted. Celia, I have something big. Membership rosters, coded references to gatherings. We need to decipher them. She inhaled sharply. All right, come by my office tomorrow, but Ethan, are you sure about this? You're messing with forces that might be unstoppable. His throat tightened. All the more reason to keep going. The next morning, Celia's office in Temple University's history department was a cramped space lined with books on medieval and Renaissance secret societies. Ethan arrived early, locking the door behind him. He spread out Luke's cryptic pages on her desk. Celia donned reading glasses, scanning the coded lines. These references: Alpha 19, Beta 23, Ecliptic, Aeneas. Possibly classical allusions. Aeneas might refer to Virgil's Aeneid, used as a key text for some shift cipher, or it could be code for an upcoming event in Rome, since the story is deeply tied to Rome's mythical foundation. Ethan's pulse quickened. Luke hinted they hold a major gathering in Rome. Could that be next on the calendar? Celia flipped another page. Look here, September 15. Apparatus Mundi initiation, 66.6%. The date is coming up in 2 months. Apparatus Mundi might be a cryptic name for their overarching plan. 66.6% could imply 2/3 completion of something. He scratched his chin. Wait, do you recall any historical references to an Apparatus Mundi from older texts? Celia typed rapidly on her laptop, cross-referencing digital archives. Yes, there's a 17th century treatise rumoured to describe a method of controlling social frameworks, economics, religion, media. Though of course, 17th century media was more like pamphlets and sermons. Some scholars connected it to a proto-Illuminati group. If these modern conspirators adopted that same name, it could be symbolic. Ethan's mind whirled. So they're 66.6% done with a plan to unify global systems under their Apparatus Mundi? That's downright apocalyptic. Celia rubbed her temples. If they truly believe in a top-down system for world stability, they might see themselves as benevolent shepherds, or they might just crave total power. He frowned. Luke mentioned a major monetary shift, maybe digital currency infiltration, or a global financial reset. If I can confirm it, maybe I can blow this wide open. But skepticism nagged at him. Were these cryptic lines proof enough, or could they be misinterpretations? Celia noticed his doubt. We need more than code words. We need real names, real events. Ethan nodded. Luke said there's a big meeting soon, possibly in Rome. If we can find the exact date, location, maybe I can gather photographic or recorded evidence, Celia inhaled sharply. You'd risk travelling abroad, sneaking into a secret summit of global elites. That's near suicide. He gave a wry smile. In my line of work, we call it an occupational hazard. Will you help me? She hesitated, conflict in her gaze. I can't ignore the moral imperative. If you're right, if they're about to orchestrate something massive, someone has to blow the whistle. But yes, it's dangerous. Let me see what else I can decipher from these references. For the next few hours, they pored over the pages. Celia identified classical ciphers referencing Dante's Inferno, linking numeric codes to lines from the text. The numbers matched partial times, 9:30, 2000 or so forth. They gleaned a possible date, September 15th, the same date from the Apparatus Mundi initiation. Location hints suggested a historic building near the heart of Rome, maybe something affiliated with a philanthropic group. A few lines read, Holt Foundation, Sala Aurelia, final alignment. Ethan's heart pounded. Veronica Holt was apparently heading a final alignment meeting in a place called Sala Aurelia. He tapped at his phone, searching for the name. There's a Palazzo Aurelia in central Rome, used as a high-end event space. The Holt Foundation is indeed hosting a philanthropic summit there mid-September. Celia's eyes flicked up from the documents. So the official story is a philanthropic gala, but under the surface, it's the Illuminati's big day, he exhaled. We have a time frame, a place, and an event. If I can get inside, maybe I can film or record something. That's unstoppable proof. Celia looked uneasy. I can't see how you'll get in with standard press credentials. They'll sniff you out. He shrugged. I might have to go undercover. You have any academic invitations to that gala? She looked flustered. I was actually invited to a separate symposium in Rome around the same time. A small academic talk on Renaissance manuscripts. The sponsor, the Holt Foundation. Ethan's eyes widened. You're basically on the inside track. This can't be coincidence. They might want you close to keep an eye on your research, or they see you as benign. She swallowed. I could attend, see if I can glean more from the inside, but infiltration, that's something else entirely. Meanwhile, Ethan's phone buzzed, an unknown number. Warily he answered. Graves, a female voice said coldly. This is Veronica Holt. I believe you've been sniffing around my affairs. Ethan's hand trembled. Ms. Holt, She spoke calmly, an undercurrent of menace. Your blog posts, your queries to various organisations, we're aware. I caution you, truth is a fragile commodity. Spread lies or half-truths, and you'll hurt the people you claim to protect. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. Are you threatening me? I'm offering guidance. You fancy yourself a journalist? Real journalism demands responsibility. Some knowledge is best left undisclosed. You've been warned. The line went dead. Celia stared, eyes wide. That was her? She basically admitted to watching you. That's huge. Ethan's stomach churned. She's brazen. She wouldn't call if she wasn't sure she could neutralise me. We need that proof soon. His mind reeled with possibilities. He could publicise all they had right now, but it was a cryptic puzzle that wouldn't convince the masses. A direct infiltration of the Rome summit might be their only chance to blow it open definitively. But he worried about the danger. Already he pictured an army of well-dressed security with hidden earpieces or watchers in the Roman streets. And if this secret society had centuries of experience, they'd be masters at eliminating threats. He forced a shaky grin. Then again, nobody ever changed the world without risk, right? Celia sighed. You're incorrigible. All right, I have a flight to Rome booked for my talk. I can register you as my research assistant or something, if that helps get you into the broader event. Relief flooded him. That'd be perfect. She rose from her chair, collecting the coded docs. I'll see if I can interpret more of these references. But Ethan, brace yourself. If everything you suspect is real, we're about to confront a global machine, and it might not crumble easily. He nodded, a grim set to his jaw. I've always known the truth is costly. Guess I'm about to pay in full. They parted, each weighed down by the magnitude of what lay ahead. That evening Ethan cancelled a dinner with family. He told them he was travelling for a big story. They expressed worry, but he offered scant details, not wanting to endanger them. Lying in bed, he stared at the ceiling, mind swirling. The next stage of his life would revolve around exposing an alleged Illuminati plot. If he succeeded, he'd be either a hero or a marked man, possibly both. He felt the flutter of fear, but also an undercurrent of excitement. After all these years of chasing hints and half-truths, he was about to square off with the most iconic conspiracy in human history. Before sleep claimed him, he checked his phone one last time. Another anonymous text had arrived. Beware false allies. The eye has many watchers. He set the phone aside, heart pounding. False allies, indeed. Could Luke betray him? Could Celia or someone else be compromised? The only certainty was that trust would be a scarce resource in the looming confrontation, and so he drifted off. uncertain whether morning would bring new revelations or fresh threats, or both. One thing was sure, the unstoppable march toward Rome had begun. When Ethan and Celia landed at Rome's Fiumicino airport, the Mediterranean sun greeted them with a warm glow that almost dispelled the tension swirling within. They trudged through the arrivals hall with minimal luggage. Ethan had insisted on travelling light to avoid suspicion. Rome, Celia mused, taking in the bustle of tourists. City of echoes, so many layers of history and secrets. Ethan forced a half smile, scanning the crowd for any watchers. I have a feeling we're about to discover some of those secrets firsthand. They flagged a taxi to their modest hotel near the city centre. En route, Celia quietly pointed out landmarks. The Colosseum's ancient arches, the grand Vittorio Emanuele monument, winding cobblestone streets brimming with life. Ethan, usually enthralled by such surroundings, felt only a faint stirring of awe. His mind remained fixed on the looming philanthropic gala at Palazzo Aurelia. At the hotel, they were greeted by an envelope at the front desk. Inside, a formal invitation to the Holt Foundation Cultural Preservation Gala, scheduled in 3 days' time, addressed to Dr. Celia Monroe and an unnamed research assistant. Ethan's nerves spiked reading it. This was real. They had a foot in the door. The invitation included instructions for a preliminary orientation the next afternoon at a smaller conference hall. After dumping their bags in their shared suite, a cramped space with a single desk, Celia opened her laptop. I have my academic panel tomorrow, but we can finalise our infiltration plan after that. Maybe we can gather intel during orientation. Ethan nodded, pacing. Right. Let's keep our eyes peeled for any signs of tight security or suspicious individuals. Meanwhile, I'd like to see if we can glean more from local archives. Maybe dig up the Ordo Occultus Summarium or references to it. Celia raised an eyebrow. You realise that text has been lost for decades. But sure, we can try. The National Library or certain church archives might hold clues. He rubbed his hands together. We have 2 or 3 days before the big event. Let's use them. They parted ways the next morning. Celia headed to her academic talk, while Ethan visited the Biblioteca Nazionale. The library's grand halls smelled of old books and polished wood. Despite the presence of digital catalogues, many rare collections were off limits to the general public. At a desk labelled Special Collections, Ethan politely requested access to manuscripts referencing the rumoured text. The librarian, a stern older woman, shook her head. Mi dispiace, signore, but these volumes are restricted. You need special permits from the Ministry of Culture. He attempted his best persuasive smile. Could I see just an index of them, to confirm references for academic research? She regarded him with thinly veiled suspicion. One moment. Leaving him alone briefly, she returned with a battered index book. These records are incomplete. You have 15 minutes. Ethan scanned the entries, heart pounding. He found a listing from 1865. Ordo Occultus Summarium, rumoured donation, never confirmed. Beside it, a note read, relocated to private estate, no official record. He jotted it down. Private estate. Where? Another line referenced a partial translation done by an Italian scholar in 1902 stored in the library's archives, Shelf M21, but a subsequent note read, M21 missing since 1937. He sighed. The text had apparently eluded countless seekers. This was a dead end for now. Still, he left with renewed conviction. So many references to this text. If the Illuminati had it, they were guarding it fiercely. Maybe he'd find out more at the gala. That afternoon, Celia texted him from the orientation site. You have to see this. Security is intense. I told them you're my assistant. No issues yet, but they're scanning IDs, taking photos, possibly facial recognition. Careful. Ethan hurried to join her, arriving at a stately conference hall near the Tiber River. The place was swarming with staff wearing Holt Foundation badges, some in suits with earpieces. A suspiciously high ratio of them moved with practiced vigilance. He stepped inside a mosaic-floored foyer, greeted by Celia, who handed him a visitor's pass. She leaned close, whispering, They've got uniformed guards, plus hidden muscle. I recognised at least 3 men who looked like ex-military, possibly private security. He forced a casual nod, scanning the room. Attendees milled about, discussing heritage restoration, cultural archives. Among them, Ethan spotted two well-dressed individuals wearing subtle lapel pins of the winged eye symbol, just like the watermark. A chill shot through him. He approached a refreshment table, feigning interest in pastries, while covertly eavesdropping on these pinned individuals. They spoke in hushed tones, a melodic accent that might be Spanish or Portuguese. He caught a snippet. "The final alignment meeting is strictly invitation only. Ms. Holt arrives tomorrow. We must ensure no infiltration." Ethan's breath caught. They were referencing infiltration. They definitely suspected infiltration was possible. That spelled danger. Celia sidled over, apparently studying a schedule pamphlet. "We got to tread lightly," she murmured. "If they sense we're suspicious, we'll be barred from the main event." He nodded, taking a pastry to appear casual. "What's next on the orientation schedule?" Short keynote about global cultural cooperation, then a guided tour of the Palazzo Aurelia's exhibit halls. We can see the main gala area. Sure enough, a polite hostess announced they'd be going to Palazzo Aurelia next. Celia and Ethan joined a small group of scholars, artists, and foundation staff boarding a luxury shuttle bus. The staff pinned with the eye symbol boarded a separate tinted SUV, no doubt top tier. Palazzo Aurelia stood near the outskirts of central Rome, perched on a gentle hill. The building exuded Renaissance elegance with tall windows, ornate columns and sprawling gardens. A perfect place for a philanthropic gala, and apparently a clandestine Illuminati conclave. Guides welcomed the group inside, leading them through marble corridors. Busts of Roman emperors dotted the halls. Gilded frames displayed classical paintings. All the while, discreet cameras lined the ceiling corners. At last, they reached the main ballroom, where dozens of workers set up stages, lighting rigs, and plush seating. The hostess explained the gala would feature philanthropic panels, cultural exhibits, and an exclusive dinner for high-level guests. Ethan hung back, capturing mental snapshots of vantage points and possible hidden access doors. He noticed a locked set of double doors guarded by a stern-faced man. A sign in Italian read, "Private, authorized access only." He whispered to Celia, "I'd bet good money that's where the real meeting will happen." She pursed her lips. "We can't just waltz in." "Of course not," he murmured. "We'll need cunning. Maybe slip away during the dinner portion." After the tour concluded, they returned to the shuttle. On the ride back, one of the pinned staffers gave Ethan a lingering stare as if memorizing his face. Ethan kept his expression neutral, but inside tension coiled. They were definitely suspected. That evening, back at their hotel, they strategized in hushed tones. "We have 2 days until the gala," Celia began. "Tomorrow Ms. Holt arrives. The final day is the event. We need to confirm exactly when the hidden conclave meets." Ethan nodded. "One approach. If you're recognized academically, you might get invited to sub-events. I can shadow you. Alternatively, we scout the layout, find a discreet place to hide during the day, then emerge during the meeting." Celia frowned, scanning the gala's printed schedule. "I see references to breakout sessions tomorrow evening, but no detail. That might be it. Or maybe the real meeting is after midnight." He tapped the schedule. "Luke's documents mention a time, 9:30 p.m. That might align with a hush-hush late session, possibly after the official dinner." Celia drummed her fingers. "If we do sneak in, can we film or record? We need more than hearsay, but phones might be jammed or confiscated." Ethan revealed a small pen-like camera. "I brought a micro camera, local storage. Might slip it in my coat pocket, aim it discreetly." She shook her head, a faint smile. "You came prepared." He attempted a grin. "I try. But let's be mindful we might only get one shot. If we get caught, who knows what they'll do." They paused, the enormity of the risk pressing down. Then Celia inhaled. "All right, we proceed. Tomorrow I'll try to glean info from the staffers or see if any invitations come my way. Meanwhile, you observe and plan entry routes." The next morning, a swirl of tension roused Ethan early. He used a burner phone to call Luke, hoping for last-minute tips. It rang unanswered. Strange. Luke had said he'd remain cautious but available. Had something happened? Midday, Celia texted that she'd been invited to an evening reception at Palazzo Aurelia for VIP guests. She was told to bring one assistant if she wished. "They're letting you come," her text read, "but keep low." Ethan's gut twisted. Could it be a trap? Still, refusal would blow their cover. He quickly ironed the only decent blazer he owned. By dusk they arrived at the palazzo's main entrance. A string quartet played softly in the courtyard. Candle-lit lanterns lined the walkway. Men and women in formal wear chatted, sipping champagne. Ethan felt out of place among the high society atmosphere. Holt Foundation staff greeted them politely, scanning their invitations. Ethan tried to stay calm under the suspicious gazes. Inside, waiters circulated with hors d'oeuvres. The chatter of polite conversation hung in the air, occasionally punctuated by laughter. Chandeliers cast warm light across frescoed ceilings. Celia glided through the crowd, exchanging pleasantries with fellow academics, while Ethan lingered near the edges. He spotted high-profile attendees, a foreign diplomat, a billionaire tech mogul, a famed neurosurgeon, all presumably enticed by the Foundation's philanthropic facade. Suddenly a hush spread. Veronica Holt entered, flanked by aides. She was taller than Ethan expected, her silver hair swept into a graceful style. She wore a dark, elegant dress, exuding confidence. Applause rippled as she greeted the gathering, praising their dedication to cultural heritage and global unity. Ethan's pulse hammered. So there she was, rumoured Illuminati ringmaster. As she approached a group, he sidled closer to overhear. Holt's voice was rich and assured. Tomorrow's main session will address pressing global issues, inequality, climate change. We hope to unify philanthropic strategies for maximum impact. I trust you'll find it enlightening. Enlightening indeed, Ethan thought. He felt a trickle of fear and excitement. Her speech was so polished, so genuine on the surface. Yet according to Luke, she was a puppet master behind the scenes. He spotted the pinned staffers again, posted at discreet vantage points. One stared at Ethan with open suspicion. He pretended not to notice, turning to snag a flute of champagne from a passing tray. Celia drifted over, whispering, "We should keep a low profile. I sense we're being watched." Ethan sipped the champagne, scanning for an exit route. "I'll slip around, see if I can find that locked corridor. Cover for me if anyone asks." She nodded, voice tight. "Be careful." He ambled away, weaving past cliques of guests engaged in small talk about art and charity. Eventually he edged down a less crowded hallway. Sure enough, he found the same locked double doors from yesterday, now guarded by 2 staffers. No sign of an easy pass. As he feigned interest in a nearby painting, he heard footsteps behind. A voice. "Lost, Mr. Graves?" He turned to see a tall woman, late 30s, with a refined accent. She wore a subtle brooch featuring the winged eye. Ethan forced a calm grin. "Just exploring the palace. So many beautiful halls," her lips quirked. "Some places are off limits. We prefer guests stay in designated areas. Let me show you back to the reception." He recognized a polite threat. "Of course." Reluctantly, he let her guide him away. The hint of intimidation confirmed they weren't messing around. Back in the main hall, Veronica Holt herself was wrapping up a short speech on transformative philanthropy. Applause followed. Then she mingled briefly, drifting within a few feet of Ethan. He felt the hair on the back of his neck stand. She glanced at him, her expression polite but distant. "Dr. Monroe, is this your assistant?" Celia introduced Ethan. Holt's gaze flicked over him, calculating. "I hope you enjoy tomorrow's sessions, Mr. Graves. We're keen to show the world how collaborative effort can truly shape the future." Her handshake was cool, her smile unwavering. Ethan managed a polite nod, hiding the swirl of tension. This was the woman who'd threatened him on the phone. Face to face, she seemed flawlessly charming, but he sensed the steel beneath. Soon after, the event wound down. As the last guests filtered out, Ethan and Celia exchanged glances. Tomorrow would bring the official gala, and presumably the covert final alignment behind closed doors. They had to be ready. Outside, night had fallen over Rome's ancient streets. They caught a taxi, neither speaking much. The magnitude of the next day pressed upon them. Somewhere behind Palazzo Aurelia's locked doors, a centuries-old society would gather to finalise a plan that could reshape global power. Back at the hotel, Ethan tried calling Luke again. No response. Anxiety gnawed at him. Could Luke have been compromised? Celia laid out a battered notebook. "We have to assume tomorrow night is the moment. We'll blend in during the official dinner, then slip away. If we catch them in secret deliberations, we record everything. That's our shot." Ethan exhaled, exhausted yet wired. "Yeah, if we vanish, well, at least we tried." She managed a shaky laugh. "Encouraging." They turned in for the night, though sleep was elusive. Ethan replayed the day's events in his mind. Veronica Holt's commanding presence, the pinned staffers, the security. He clutched the pen camera he planned to hide in his jacket. If all went right, soon he'd have footage that could expose a global conspiracy older than modern history. But beneath his determination lay a flicker of dread. What if they were 2 steps ahead, luring him into a trap? He set that fear aside. No turning back now. As Roman church bells chimed midnight, he drifted off into uneasy dreams filled with winged eyes, labyrinthine corridors, and faint echoes of the word apparatus mundi. Ethan awoke to the sound of distant church bells tolling in the early Roman morning. A sliver of light peeked through the drapes of the small hotel room, illuminating dust motes dancing in the still air. He stretched, feeling the stiffness in his back from a night spent half awake, haunted by visions of locked doors and winged eye emblems. Across the cramped space, Celia sat at the tiny desk, already poring over documents on her laptop, hair still a mess from sleep. She glanced up with a tired smile. "Morning. I've been reading up on the Ordo Occultus Sumerium references again. If it really is tied to the Illuminati's tradition, it could outline their entire philosophy and methods." Ethan rubbed his eyes. "And the day of the gala is finally here. We're out of time to do more research. Tonight's our only window to catch them in the act." Celia nodded, then gestured to her screen. "I found a nugget. There's a mention in an old scholarly article that Ordo Occultus Sumerium contained elaborate instructions on rituals or initiations that revolve around symbolic gestures, handshakes, coded phrases, that kind of thing. Maybe that's relevant to how they recognize each other. If we spot something at the gala, we'll know." Ethan's nerves fluttered. We can't exactly watch for secret handshakes without drawing attention, but every clue helps, and it might confirm we're seeing the real Illuminati. This event, it's a high-stakes infiltration. Celia closed the laptop. We also have to consider an escape plan in case it goes sideways. That building will be full of security. He exhaled, going over mental checklists. The microcamera pen was ready. He had a digital audio recorder disguised as a key fob. We record everything, then slip out. If we can't get away, we'll upload our evidence from within. I have a script that auto-sends the files to multiple servers once my phone detects a specific keyword. Celia raised an eyebrow. Impressive, but let's hope it doesn't come to an all-out chase in the palazzo corridors. They spent the morning in tense readiness. Around noon, they ventured out for a final reconnaissance walk near Palazzo Aurelia. The city was bustling. Tourists snapped photos of statues and fountains, unaware of the clandestine gathering about to take place behind the majestic palace walls. By early afternoon, they returned to the hotel to rest and prep. At 6 in the evening, they changed into their formal attire, Celia in a sleek black dress that lent her an air of quiet confidence, Ethan in a dark suit borrowed from a friend back home. It was slightly tight in the shoulders, but it would have to do. The pen camera clipped inside his jacket pocket. The key fob recorder slipped in an interior fold. They arrived at the Palazzo Aurelia just as the sun dipped low over the rooftops. The courtyard bustled with black cars delivering VIPs in designer evening wear. A string quartet played softly. Staffers scanned invitations under golden lights. The main gates were decorated with lush floral arrangements, giving the entire scene a veneer of opulence and warmth. But Ethan's unease only grew as he recognized some of the security personnel from the orientation, unsmiling men with watchful eyes. Celia gripped his arm lightly. "Steady," she whispered. "We belong here, remember?" They handed over their invites. A flight attendant nodded and waved them inside the grand foyer, where sparkling chandeliers illuminated polished marble floors. Waiters offered champagne flutes. The hum of refined conversation filled the space. Painted ceilings depicted classical gods and angels looking down from swirling clouds. Celia gently steered them near a side corridor, scanning the area. "We should mingle first, not vanish too soon. Otherwise they'll suspect we're snooping." Ethan agreed. As they meandered among the crowd, they spotted familiar faces, philanthropic leaders, university deans, ambassadors. Veronica Holt stood near the centre, engaged in lively conversation with a small group of dignitaries. She wore a stunning silver gown, her expression poised, as if nothing could ruffle her calm authority. At one point, Holt's gaze drifted toward Ethan, and their eyes locked for half a second. Her lips curved in an almost imperceptible smirk. acknowledgement that she knew precisely who he was. The moment felt like a minor jolt of electricity. Then she returned to her conversation, dismissing him as if he were of no concern, or so it appeared. Staffers soon ushered attendees to the main ballroom for the official dinner. A sweeping staircase led them to a massive hall decked out with round tables draped in fine linens, ornate centerpieces and flickering candlelight. Soft classical music drifted from an unseen string ensemble. Ethan's stomach churned with anxiety, but he forced a polite smile at the table they were assigned. As the dinner began, course after course of delicate Italian cuisine, Ethan played the part of Celia's mild-mannered assistant. They made small talk with a pair of archaeologists from Spain and a museum director from Berlin. Polite conversation touched on the Foundation's initiatives, but nothing indicated a deep conspiracy. Meanwhile, Ethan discreetly studied the corners of the room, identifying potential side doors and exit routes. Partway through the main course, the hush fell as Veronica Holt took the small stage to address the gathering. She spoke of bridging cultural divides, the power of heritage to inspire unity. The crowd applauded at measured intervals. Ethan had to admit she possessed a persuasive charisma that could sway hearts if not minds. But her polished speech offered no hint of any clandestine plan. Yet he sensed that behind the rhetorical flourishes lay a carefully orchestrated front. The real meeting would come later, once the uninitiated had left for the night. As the dinner wound down, staff began ushering guests to a post-dinner lounge area. Many were excited about the scheduled opera performance or a special unveiling of newly restored Renaissance art. Celia checked her watch, leaning to Ethan. "It's nearly 9:30. That might be the key time from Luke's notes." Ethan pushed away his plate. "We should slip out soon. Let's pretend we're going to admire something in the next hall." They rose from the table. Outside the ballroom, a corridor branched in multiple directions. Soft lighting and discreet signage guided guests toward the lounge, but Ethan steered Celia down an unmarked hallway. At the far end, he spotted the same double doors from earlier, guarded, of course, by a pair of stoic men in suits. "How do we get past them?" Celia whispered. Ethan's mind raced. He'd anticipated a direct guard scenario. Maybe a distraction would help. "Give me a second," he said, scanning the area. There was a side door leading to a service corridor. If they could slip in and circle around, they might find another entrance. They ducked into the service corridor, ignoring the questionable glances from a staff member carrying a tray of dishes. Winding through the back passages, they found an old wooden door that might connect to the restricted area. Locked. Ethan fished out a small pry tool, a relic from his investigative escapades, and worked at the lock, heart hammering. Celia kept watch, hearing the faint echo of footsteps. "Hurry!" she hissed. Finally the lock gave. They slipped inside, emerging into a dimly lit antechamber. The hush was profound here, the air thick with the sense of something clandestine. Faint voices drifted from a corridor to the left. They crept forward, passing ornate wooden panelling and oil paintings that felt more like relics than decor. The corridor curved. At its end, a set of tall double doors stood slightly ajar, no guards in sight from this angle. Voices rose, muffled, as though a meeting were in session. Ethan's pulse thudded. "We found them," he mouthed, pointing at the door. Celia nodded, face tense. Carefully they inched closer. Through the gap they glimpsed a smaller but opulent chamber, a long table flanked by men and women in formal attire. The winged eye symbol was visible on the wall above, rendered in subtle gold relief. Veronica Holt presided at the head of the table. At her side, a man read from typed documents, perhaps a deputy or ally. Ethan activated his pen camera, angling it so it could capture what was happening. Celia pressed an ear to the gap, trying to catch the words. "The final alignment is nearly complete," Veronica Holt was saying in a low, resonant voice. "We have confirmation from key financial institutions that the digital transition can proceed. By next quarter, we'll have enough leverage to nudge public sentiment under the guise of a global stability measure." An older gentleman spoke next, accent vaguely German. "And if the public resists a mandatory digital currency shift?" Veronica smiled coolly. "We'll stage the narrative. Our philanthropic arms, along with allied media, will highlight economic emergencies. People respond to fear, and from fear emerges acquiescence. This is the stepping stone to further integration under Apparatus Mundi." At that phrase, Ethan felt a jolt. Apparatus Mundi. The conspiracy was real, and they were discussing it openly, here, behind a locked door. Another woman spoke. So the timeline remains, incremental crises, step-by-step acceptance, all culminating in the announcement by year's end. Yes, Holt replied. The council can reconvene in London afterward to finalise expansions into integrated ID systems. Then we'll address the next phase. Substantial population influence is not an easy goal, but we have centuries of experience in subtle persuasion. Celia's eyes widened, her breathing shallow. They were hearing the literal blueprint for a global manipulation campaign, anchored by false crises and controlling finances. She glanced at Ethan, who was capturing it on video. This was beyond what they'd hoped for, actual undeniable proof that a powerful group, presumably the Illuminati, was orchestrating world events. But then, footsteps in the corridor behind them made them freeze. A security guard, perhaps investigating a noise. They flattened themselves against the wall. An authoritative voice barked softly, "Chicheli?" "Who's there?" A flashlight beam cut across the hall. In a split-second decision, Ethan grabbed Celia's hand and slipped through the door they'd opened behind them, stepping into an even darker side chamber. They pressed themselves behind a heavy curtain. The guard's footsteps approached, paused, then retreated. The hush returned. Heart racing, Ethan motioned for Celia to remain still. They could still hear the meeting inside the chamber. Another male voice complained about certain political leaders being slow to align. Veronica answered, "They'll fall into place, or be replaced. We have no illusions about loyalty, only compliance." Celia's face paled. They were talking about forcibly removing political figures. The entire weight of this operation was monstrous. Ethan carefully nudged the pen camera forward, capturing the full audio and partial visuals through the door gap. They had what they came for, and more. He signalled to Celia that they should leave before the guard returned or the meeting ended. Yet part of him yearned to keep recording. The revelations were staggering. A staged economic crisis, mandatory digital currency, orchestrated fear campaigns. But staying longer might mean capture. With a reluctant heart, he began to pull away, ensuring the pen camera faced the meeting for a last few seconds. As they retreated down the corridor, every step felt like an echoing betrayal of their presence. They found the service door again, slipping back into the staff corridors. The sense of relief at escaping unseen warred with the terror that at any moment an alarm or pursuit might erupt. Only once they'd returned to the main gala area, where lounge music tinkled and guests chattered, did they allow themselves to breathe. The official dinner was ending. People were trickling out, discussing the wonderful philanthropic speeches and upcoming cultural initiatives. None had any clue about the high-level manipulations happening just behind locked doors. Celia clutched Ethan's arm. We got it. You recorded them. We have living proof." Ethan nodded, struggling to keep composure. "It's bigger than I ever imagined. We need to get this out fast before they sense a breach and come after us." But even as the adrenaline surged, a cold fear crept in. Veronica Holt and her cohorts wouldn't let such incriminating evidence slip away easily. The road ahead would be perilous. They had to leave the palazzo discreetly, secure the footage, and brace for the storm that would follow. They made their way to the exit, hearts still pounding. Outside, the Roman night greeted them with a warm breeze. They forced themselves not to hurry or look rattled. Out on the street, they flagged a taxi. As the car pulled away from the palazzo's grand facade, Ethan stared back at the illuminated structure. He'd come to Rome seeking the truth about an ancient conspiracy. Now, he had it. Raw, explosive truth that could shake the world. But unleashing it might bring powerful retaliation. The question was no longer whether the Illuminati existed, but whether he and Celia could survive exposing them. For now, though, he clutched the micro-camera pen in his pocket like a talisman of hope. We have them on record. The tide had turned. If they acted quickly, the Illuminati's centuries of secrecy might be one step closer to collapse. They arrived at the hotel after midnight, the adrenaline still coursing through their veins. Ethan practically sprinted to their room, Celia close behind, each scanning the hallway for suspicious figures. Once inside, they locked the door, shoved a chair under the handle and turned on the lone desk lamp. Ethan pulled out the pen camera, carefully ejecting its micro SD card. His fingers trembled as he slotted it into a small USB reader attached to his laptop. Celia hovered anxiously. Seconds ticked by, the computer reading the data. Then a folder of video files appeared. The largest one was time-stamped just minutes earlier, labelled by the device's default naming system. He double-clicked it. Grainy footage, partially off-angle, showed a portion of the table, silhouettes of seated figures, and a decent shot of Veronica Holt at the head. The audio was faint but discernible. Ethan scrubbed through. Yes, there was the portion about controlling finances, about using fear to drive acceptance of a new system. Their voices were distinct, naming Apparatus Mundi and referencing a council meeting in London. Celia placed a hand to her mouth. This is everything. Actual conspirators, in their own words. Ethan's heart hammered in triumph and dread. We need multiple backups now. If they trace us, they'll try to wipe it out. They methodically copied the video to various encrypted cloud accounts, sending links to each other's private email addresses. Ethan also uploaded it to a hidden server he'd rented under an alias, just in case everything else was compromised. The process took half an hour, each minute feeling like an eternity. At last they sat back, exhausted but relieved. The precious evidence was safe, at least digitally. Celia let out a shaky exhale. What's our next move? We can't just post it on social media. They'd discredit or bury it. We need a platform that can't be easily attacked. Ethan rubbed his temples. In an ideal world, I'd go mainstream, contact a major journalist or an influential platform, but the Illuminati infiltration runs deep. They might have allies in major media. The video could vanish, or worse, we'd vanish. She nodded grimly. We could attempt a live press conference, but we're nobody. They'd brand us conspiracy nuts. The best approach might be a combination. Push the footage to multiple high-credibility outlets simultaneously, so it's impossible to contain. We can also leak it to smaller independent sites, generating a viral effect. Ethan considered the risk. If we do that from here, we might be cornered. It'd be safer to leave Rome. They probably know where we're staying. Our plane tickets are for tomorrow night, but maybe we should leave earlier. Celia glanced at her phone. We can look for an earlier flight, or a train to another city, then out of the country. Let me check. She began typing furiously. A beep alerted them to an incoming message on Ethan's phone. He picked it up. Another unknown number text. You have something that doesn't belong to you. Surrender it, or the consequences will be dire. VH. He showed Celia, dread pooling in his stomach. Holt's not even pretending anymore. She's aware we have a recording. She must have noticed a break in security or recognized our suspicious behavior, Celia said. We have to assume they'll come for us soon. Ethan scrolled up to confirm if it was truly Holt. The style matched, though it could be an operative using her name. Regardless, the threat was real. Let's get out of here, now, he said. Celia nodded. Earliest flight out is midday tomorrow, but there's a 6 a.m. high-speed train to Milan, and from there we can catch a flight to Frankfurt, then back to the States. It's complicated, but we can move before they intercept us. He grabbed a duffel bag. Let's do it, I'll pack. We can catch a cab to the train station before dawn. They scrambled to gather their belongings, stashing the laptop and ensuring they had all the digital backups safely in cloud storage. Within an hour, they were ready to flee. The tension in the small room felt suffocating. At 3 a.m., they checked out quietly, creeping down the hotel stairs to avoid the elevator and any potential watchers. Outside, the Roman streets were eerily quiet. They dragged their suitcases a few blocks until they found a taxi rank, hopped into the first available cab. Termini station, Celia said softly, glancing around to ensure nobody followed. The taxi ride was uneventful, but Ethan's nerves remained taut. He kept replaying the infiltration in his mind, the locked door, the hush of the conspirators' voices. One slip, and they'd have been caught. Now they possessed the ultimate blackmail or the ultimate weapon, depending on one's perspective. He prayed they could survive long enough to use it. Termini station bustled even in pre-dawn hours, with travellers dozing on benches or rushing for early trains. Celia purchased tickets for the 6 a.m. bullet train to Milan. They found a spot on the platform, tension thrumming. 5 minutes before departure, Ethan spotted a well-dressed man stepping off an incoming train. The man briefly locked eyes with Ethan. Something about his posture screamed security. The man frowned, tapped his phone, and started walking toward them. Ethan's stomach flipped. Celia, I think we're made. Let's go, now. They rushed to the train doors. The man broke into a jog. "Scusi," he called out, voice low but urgent. Ethan and Celia shoved onto the train, weaving through passengers. The overhead announcements signalled departure. Just as the doors slid shut, the man reached the platform, face twisting in anger as he realised he was too late. The train lurched forward. Breathing hard, they found seats, hearts pounding. Through the window, they saw the man pacing, phone pressed to his ear. He vanished from view as the train accelerated. Celia let out a shakily triumphant sigh. We escaped, at least for now. Ethan stared out at the rolling countryside. They're definitely after us. They know we have evidence. This is bigger than just intimidation. They'll mobilise their entire network if needed. They spent the 3-hour ride in tense silence, occasionally whispering about next steps. Celia scoured flight options from Milan. Meanwhile, Ethan quietly penned an emergency statement on his laptop, a short write-up summarising the videos, the conspirators' explicit mentions of manipulating global finance, naming Veronica Holt. If anything happened to them, he planned to auto-publish it to his blog and email a few trusted contacts. Some might dismiss it as wild conspiracy talk, but the actual footage was too damning to ignore. Around 9 a.m. they arrived in Milan. They caught an express bus to the airport, passing sleek modern buildings and bustling streets. By mid-morning, they were through security for a Frankfurt-bound flight scheduled to depart at noon. They grabbed coffee in the terminal, nerves still taut but beginning to hope they might pull off a clean getaway. That hope shattered when Celia noticed a pair of men in suits lingering near the seating area. One was reading a newspaper, but occasionally glancing at them. The other seemed to be fiddling with his phone. Both exuded that same ex-military aura Ethan had become attuned to. "Over there," Celia muttered, nodding discreetly. "I think they're Holt's people." Ethan's gut churned. "They must have flagged our names in the booking system. We can't wait around here or they'll arrest or abduct us." Celia's eyes darted to the departure board. "Our flight board's in an hour, but we can't stay put. They'll corner us. Another option, we buy new tickets under aliases, or we vanish into the city." He considered their limited finances. "If we flee the airport, we might lose our chance to get home quickly. The longer we linger in Europe, the greater the risk." Celia bit her lip. "We could slip past them at the gate, or if we can somehow cause a distraction." Ethan grimaced at the thought of a public scene, but time was running. "I might have a plan. Let's go to a different gate, find a flight leaving sooner, pay last minute. It'll be pricey, but worth it." They rose, trying to act casual. The men in suits noticed, standing as well. Ethan and Celia weaved through the terminal corridors. The men followed at a distance. As they passed a restroom, Ethan nodded to Celia. "Duck in the ladies' room for a minute. I'll loop around, meet you on the other side. We'll see if we can split their attention," she nodded. The men would have to decide whom to follow. Ethan peeled off down a different hallway, heart thumping. He spotted one suit tailing him, the other presumably waiting for Celia. As soon as Ethan turned a corner, he broke into a sprint. The corridors forked. He took random turns, descending stairs, ignoring baffled travellers. Then he found a flight information kiosk. He typed frantically, searching for soonest departures anywhere outside Italy. A flight to Geneva left in 40 minutes from gate B13. That might be just enough time. He caught sight of the suit barrelling down the hallway. Ethan ducked behind a pillar. The man jogged past, scanning the crowds. Once he was out of sight, Ethan darted the other way, heading for gate B13. He prayed Celia could also slip free. If not, this was all pointless. At gate B13, a short queue was boarding. Flight to Geneva. Perfect. He approached the airline counter, short of breath, rummaging for his credit card. "One ticket, last minute," he panted. The agent typed away, gave him a steep fare. Ethan didn't care. He paid, had his passport scanned, stepped through the gate. The agent handed him a boarding pass with seconds to spare. His heart hammered as he boarded the plane. He sank into a seat near the back, scanning every passenger who walked by. No Celia. No sign of the suits. Anxiety twisted in his gut. He didn't want to leave Celia behind, but staying put might have doomed them both. A flight attendant announced final boarding. The jetway door closed. Ethan closed his eyes, dread creeping in. Did Celia make it out somehow? He prayed so. The plane pushed back, engines spooling up. Soon they were airborne, leaving Milan behind. Up in the clouds, he felt a mix of guilt and relief. He texted Celia with a cryptic message. "Took an earlier flight. Message me if safe. I'll wait in Geneva." The phone showed no immediate reply. Gritting his teeth, he turned it to airplane mode, focusing on the next step. In Geneva, maybe he could regroup, see if Celia contacted him, and figure out how to release the footage in a way the Illuminati couldn't squash. The plane landed smoothly. Ethan stepped into Geneva's modern airport, scanning for any sign of watchers. None so far. He found a secluded bench, turning his phone back on. No messages from Celia. His heart sank. He typed a frantic follow-up. "Where are you? Are you okay?" Then he waited in agony, checking news sites to see if any incident had occurred in Milan's airport. Nothing reported yet. Minutes crawled by. Then a text arrived from an unknown number. "Your companion is with us. Cooperate, or she will suffer." Attached was a blurred photo of Celia, looking terrified, with arms pinned behind her back. Ethan's vision dimmed with panic. They had Celia. The Illuminati or its operatives had moved swiftly. Now they threatened her life if he didn't hand over the evidence. He typed a furious reply. "Release her, or the footage goes public now." A response came almost instantly. "If you do that, you seal her fate. We can always spin or bury your evidence. Return to Italy. Come alone." Ethan's hands shook, rage boiling in him. They had Celia, the friend who'd risked everything to help him. He had the footage that could topple the conspiracy, but saving her seemed impossible if he exposed them now. He realized with a cold knot that they were forcing a choice, truth or friend. Another message arrived. "You have 48 hours to comply, or we end her life." Staring at the phone, Ethan felt tears sting his eyes. The Illuminati, whatever they called themselves, had centuries of practice in manipulation. Now, they wanted him to trade the precious evidence for Celia's safety, or perhaps walk into a trap that cost him both the evidence and his life. Could he rely on them keeping their word? Yet he couldn't abandon Celia. Anguish tore at him. He typed a single word back. "Agreed." Setting the phone aside, he tried to steady his breathing. He'd just committed to returning to the lion's den. The conspirators might kill them both anyway, but he had to try. She'd risked everything to help him. He couldn't let her suffer for his choices. He had 48 hours to plan a rescue or some cunning maneuver. The question was whether he could outsmart an ancient global power. And so, with the precious footage secured in distant clouds, Ethan Graves, armed with fury, desperation, and a flicker of hope, prepared to face the Illuminati on their terms. The price of truth had never felt so high. Ethan slumped on a cold metal bench in Geneva's airport, trembling with rage and fear. The text from Celia's captors repeated in his mind. "Return to Italy. Come alone." If they truly held her, he had no choice but to comply. Yet how could he rescue her without losing the footage or his life? Wiping sweat from his brow, he composed himself. They gave him 48 hours. That was a sliver of time. He needed to craft a plan, something that allowed him to keep the evidence safe yet get Celia out. But how to do that against the Illuminati's vast resources? He typed a message to the unknown number. "I need a location to meet you. I'll come." The phone buzzed minutes later with coordinates near Lake Como, Italy, along with a time, tomorrow night, 10 p.m. The text ended, "No games, bring all copies." Ethan swallowed thickly. They wanted the footage. Of course they did. He jammed his phone into his pocket, considering his options. He had backups stored in the cloud. Killing him wouldn't delete the evidence. But maybe the Illuminati believed they could extract the decryption keys from him, or force him to sign disclaimers claiming it was staged. Or, if they possessed advanced infiltration, they might find ways to take down his servers. Still, the risk was real that they could do so if they gained physical access to him. He needed help, someone who could mount a rescue or provide backup. But who? Luca Desi had vanished. His editor Carl was stateside and probably wouldn't believe him. The only other ally that came to mind was Officer Angela Ross, a detective from back in Philadelphia who'd once assisted him on a local corruption case. She was honest, but this was international territory, out of her jurisdiction. Reaching out might be pointless, yet he had to try. He found a quiet corner, dialed Angela's number. After a few rings, she answered, groggy from the time difference. Ross speaking. Ethan spoke in a hushed rush. "Angela, it's me, Ethan. I'm in deep trouble, like conspiracy-level trouble. People are abducted. I have evidence of global manipulation. I can't explain it all, but I need any contact or tip on how to handle a hostage situation overseas." Silence, then a sigh. Ethan, you always manage to land in the worst angles. This is no joke? Deadly serious. My colleague is kidnapped. The group behind it is unbelievably powerful. I can't go to local police. They might be compromised or outgunned. I need a strategy, or a referral to an international agency you trust. Angela's tone turned grim. Official channels might be slow or compromised, but let me see. I have a friend at Interpol. No promises they'll act swiftly. They need evidence and time to coordinate with local authorities. Ethan realised time wasn't a luxury he had. Thanks, but I'm on a 48-hour clock. Could you at least feed them the location? I got coordinates near Lake Como. Might help if they could be on standby or do a quiet stakeout. Angela hesitated. All right, I'll pass it along, off the record. But watch your back. This group, whoever they are, won't hesitate to remove obstacles. He thanked her, heart pounding with a glimmer of hope. Interpol might or might not show up, but it was something. Next, he set up an encrypted message on his laptop. If I don't check in within 72 hours, auto-send the footage to a curated list of journalists, including some left-leaning, right-leaning, independent and international outlets. That might create unstoppable coverage. The Illuminati thrived in shadows. A worldwide public leak would be catastrophic for them. He typed a last command. Use location triggers. If my phone remains in the same spot for more than 24 hours, or if it crosses certain borders, push the info out. He hoped that would force the conspirators to keep him alive and moving if they wanted to avoid the doomsday scenario. Finally, he bought a one-way ticket back to Milan that departed early morning. All that done, he found a cheap airport hotel for the night. Sleep eluded him. His mind whirred with rescue fantasies. He pictured Celia locked in some basement, terrified. The guilt pressed like a stone on his chest. She was roped into my mission. I have to get her out. At dawn, he boarded a short flight to Milan, arriving midday. He had nearly 10 hours until the scheduled meet. The day dragged in excruciating tension. He roamed public areas, glancing over his shoulder for watchers. He found a coffee shop to sit and revise his plan, approach the coordinates, pretend to offer the data, hope Interpol might show up. But Interpol's involvement was a long shot. He needed a more direct angle. He recalled Luca Dessi's warnings about the group's ruthlessness. If they suspected he was playing them, they'd kill Celia. That fear overshadowed everything. Yet handing them the actual encryption keys for the footage was unthinkable. He decided on a compromise. Show them a partial link or partial key, enough to prove authenticity, but keep the final piece hidden. Maybe that would buy them time or leverage. The hours crept by. Dusk settled over northern Italy, painting the sky in shades of purple and orange. Ethan rented a car at the Milan airport, driving north toward Lake Como. As the roads wound through scenic mountainsides, he could hardly appreciate the view. His stomach churned with dread. He arrived near the coordinates around 9 p.m. The location was a remote villa perched on a hillside overlooking the shimmering lake below. Moonlight glinted off the water's surface. The roads were narrow, lined with tall hedges, perfectly private for clandestine dealings. He parked near a stone gate adorned with elaborate ironwork. No other cars were in sight. The gate was ajar. A single dim light glowed from the villa's windows, a silhouette of a grand structure behind. He half expected armed guards, but the path was eerily quiet. He walked through the gate, crossing a courtyard flanked by manicured bushes. At the heavy wooden entrance door he paused, heart thundering. Then it swung open from inside, revealing a tall figure in a tailored suit. The man silently beckoned Ethan in. They led him down a dim corridor with tiled floors echoing every footstep. At last he reached a candlelit room that resembled an old-world parlour. High ceilings, antique furniture, a crackling fireplace. There, perched on a velvet chair, was Veronica Holt, wearing a black evening dress. Two men stood behind her, arms folded. Another man was in the corner, cradling a submachine gun. Tension hung thick in the air. Ethan's gaze darted around. No sign of Celia. "Where is she?" he demanded, voice trembling with anger. Veronica Holt regarded him coolly. "Mr. Graves, such dramatic flair. You have something of ours. I want it returned. Now." He clenched his fists. "The footage is encrypted. You can't do anything with it. Let Celia go, and I'll give you partial access." One of the men behind Holt stepped forward, expression grim. "We're not negotiating, Graves. You hand over the entire encryption key, then we'll discuss your friend." Ethan forced himself to remain steady. "That's not happening until I see she's alive and well. Bring her here, now." Veronica sighed, turning to the corner. She snapped her fingers. Another door opened. A guard escorted Celia in, her wrists bound, a bruise on her temple. She looked rattled, but her eyes lit with relief upon seeing Ethan. He swallowed a surge of emotion, locking eyes with her. She was alive. That was something. Veronica spoke softly, but every syllable carried menace. "I trust you see we're serious. Release her? Possibly. But not before you relinquish your blackmail material. You may think you've hidden backups, but we have ways to find them. Let's not waste time with heroics." Ethan's mind raced. She wanted the entire set of keys. If he refused, Celia might die. If he complied, they'd likely kill them both anyway to keep the secret safe. He needed a stalling tactic. "The decryption process is multi-layered," he said. "I can show you the first step, but it's not an instant reveal. We have to do it from my laptop, connect to secure servers." Veronica arched an eyebrow. "Convenient. You expect me to simply let you open your computer and do whatever you wish?" He shrugged, feigning indifference. "It's your call. No key, no reason for you to keep Celia alive. But if you kill us, you'll never get the data unlocked. My final dead man switch will release everything publicly. I've set it up already." Her lips tightened. "I know you're cunning, Mr. Graves, but so are we." "Very well. You'll give the partial key tonight here. Then we'll accompany you to wherever you must go next. If the information is as you say, Ms. Monroe might leave unharmed." Ethan forced himself to keep a calm facade, though inside he wanted to scream. Even if he gave them a partial key, the Illuminati might break the rest eventually. He needed a rescue or escape. Angela's tip to Interpol might be in play, but there was no sign of any police approach. Time was ticking. "Fine," he said, pulling out his phone. "I'll input the partial passphrase in a text file. You'll see it. But remember, if you harm Celia, the final pass never surfaces, and the dead man switch triggers. Understood?" Veronica Holt's expression remained icy. She nodded at the guard who untied Celia's wrists. Celia stumbled forward, massaging her bruised arms. She shot Ethan a desperate look that said, "Be careful." Ethan typed out a random chunk of the encryption pass, about half of the necessary string. Veronica eyed it warily. "This means nothing to me. I need to confirm it's valid." He nodded. "We can test it by partially decrypting a small portion of the video file. You'll see it's real. Then we'll do the rest in a more secure environment. Deal?" Veronica considered. "Very well. We'll take a short sample. If it checks out, we proceed. If you attempt any trick, your friend pays." She turned to her associates. "Take them to the study. Monitor every keystroke." They led Ethan and Celia to a high-ceilinged study with a grand oak desk. A laptop sat open, presumably set up by Holt's tech experts. One guard plugged in an external drive. Another hovered behind Ethan with a pistol. Celia stood off to the side, shaken but defiant. Ethan stepped to the laptop, carefully inputting a link to one of the partial backups. Then he entered the partial decryption pass. For authenticity, he let it decrypt the first 10 seconds of audio. The computer played a snippet of that fateful meeting. Veronica's voice talking about global realignment. The guard paused the playback, turning to Holt with a nod. Her lips pressed thin. "So you do have the real footage?" She stared at Ethan, cold triumph in her eyes. "Now, we'll simply hold you until we retrieve the entire pass. Once we confirm all copies are erased or decrypted, your threat is neutralized. Then, possibly, I'll decide your fate." Celia's voice shook. "You promised," Holt cut her off. "I promised nothing definitive. I said you might leave unharmed. That depends on your cooperation." Ethan glared. "You can't simply block the entire internet. Once your group is exposed, you're done." Veronica's laugh was almost pitying. "We've weathered storms for centuries. Even if partial truths emerge, we can bury them with disinformation. The masses have short attention spans." Her gaze hardened. "But let's hope it doesn't come to that. We prefer minimal disruption to society." She gestured to the guards. "Secure them in separate rooms. We'll attempt to extract the final pass from Mr. Graves. Ms. Monroe can reflect on her good fortune if he cooperates." Celia tried to protest, but a guard grabbed her arm, leading her away. Ethan's blood boiled as he was similarly seized. They were whisked through a winding corridor up a flight of stairs, then deposited into separate locked rooms. The heavy doors slammed, leaving Ethan in near darkness with only a single lamp glowing and no windows. He pounded a fist on the door in frustration. trapped in a remote Illuminati stronghold. The so-called apparatus of global power had them at its mercy. If he caved, the Illuminati would likely still kill them. If he resisted, Celia might die, and he had no clue if Interpol or any cavalry was on the way. In the oppressive silence, he sank onto the small cot, breath ragged. He needed a miracle or a cunning ploy to turn the tables. The cost of truth was, indeed, staggering, yet he still clung to a sliver of defiance. They might have cornered him physically, but the unstoppable nature of digital backups gave him leverage, if he could wield it properly. Tomorrow, or the day after, might bring forced interrogation, or an unexpected rescue, or a last-ditch trick. He closed his eyes, recalling everything Luca Desi had said about the Illuminati's hubris. Perhaps that was their weakness. If I can exploit that. And so, Ethan prepared to gamble with the only currency he had, the truth. Because in a world shaped by illusions, a single, undeniable revelation could topple even the most venerable conspiracies.